Good morning, Alestria and beyond. Today is December 20th, 2025. And hey, if the cold weather is not doing it for you, we have some electrifying Elestrals actions to hopefully heat you up today. I'm joined, of course, by Andrew, Primary Artemis. Welcome. It's good to see you again. How are you doing this morning?
Stellar tidings, Swole. I am so excited for a wonderful day of clashes here. You know, hopefully some Hestias to warm our hearth and maybe some more frost to try to cool us back down again. I'm excited to see what kind of clashes we get into this morning. And very excited to be here back on the mic with you today, Swole, and also the wonderful Kay. We have such a wonderful day of commentary and clashes ahead of us, I think.
I'm really looking forward to it this time around. You know, we had some amazing developments in the past couple of tournaments, before. A lot of really interesting deck building decisions to lead to, of course, we had our most recent winner, Pope. And big congratulations to our previous premier winner. Utilizing the Locagon and Galaxy and Waylands was kind of the big standouts from that one. And so this meta shift has been really fun to watch and really interesting to see. I'm curious to know how the tides will turn on today's matches.
Yes, I mean, who would have thunk that Galaxy was a good card, Swole? I mean, no one knew. No one knew. If only someone had told us the whale was good. It was... Who among us was not just so excited to see Wayland send a whole deck to the underworld? It was just amazing stuff. I mean, Locagon, of course, being one of the most represented decks in our previous premiere, with Morfrost just shortly behind it and Blizzstrix as well. We have a Frosty contingent trying to freeze out the water of Locagon here, but lots of other fun decks that have been showing up. Solar is still popular. Hermes has gotten popular after its recent win 2 premieres ago, and Your Baby and Log's Baby and Titan showing up and out, and we've had Hestia popping off and doing amazingly. It's just such an exciting format to see what people are cooking and bringing right now, Swole.
It was honored to be tied in with the legendary Log on Titan. That was just a whim for me. I was sitting here like, yeah, this deck might work. And of course, we have some excellent standouts, of course, and the big key players, like you said, Morfrost and Locagon, that I'm sure we'll see in today's tournament too. I am really curious to know how all of our casters are going to be adapting to the change in the weather, so to speak. I'll put that out there. And today, of course, too, the casters joining us on our beautiful Saturday. We're playing for some excellent prizing too, if you are unaware and have not seen this yet. Oh, wow, you are in for a treat. This thing has been incredible. Those foamies, top 16 foamies, I know are extremely sought after and are gorgeous. So our top 32, before we get into our card prizing, we have some qualifying points to go into World Champion announcements, and some updates were released soon. So if you're hyped for that and excited, then today might be your day to try and claw into those leaderboards to qualify. So top 32 do get our qualifying points for 20, just to kind of get you a little bit of a boost there. Top 16, 35 on those qualifying points and some premier packs. And of course, the championship top 16 foaming. Top 8 receive 50 qualifying points and Pandora's box as well as that champion foaming. And Andrew, tell them what they can get for those top 4 here.
Well, in the top 4, you get a box there. You get 2 boxes as you move up the top. And of course, the champion takeaway, that wonderful full art Centarbur. You know, someone who's won this thing has got to brew a Dionysus deck and show up with it, so it's got to happen at some point. It's just such a beautiful card, and I hope it is on some walls, and I hope there are some players today excited to try and get it up on a wall or in a deck for themselves, along with that uncut sheet.
The shouts to hell on this one, for sure. I think that's the one thing. The Centarbur is so funny. I only know one person in the world currently that wants to play with their championship first place card, and that's Bo. Bo is the crazy enough caster to say, hey, I'm going to do Astro Rabbit in the deck just to flex this a little bit. Maybe if I'm a bit more adventurous, I could do it myself, but I would be surprised if I saw the championship Centarbur come down. I'd lose it.
I mean, hey, maybe we'll see a championship torsion pop out with how good Hesty is doing recently from the last set of games. You know, you gotta go in there and get those championship cards now, because if there's one thing Elestrals is going to do, it's going to take these Elestrals that haven't had their time to shine and give them a pedestal to stand on, Swole.
Oh, absolutely. Well, speaking of pedestal, let's check out the top 16 players currently right now on our global leaderboard.
Yes, let's do that.
Got to make sure we talk about it. We mentioned Worlds earlier, and these are some of the casters that you will be seeing in Las Vegas. Super exciting. Plenty of players have already qualified here. As you can see, we have a lot of our champions listed as well, and our newest champion, Pope, down there at the 14th. But sitting at the number 1 slot, we have Bean Soldier with a seemingly insurmountable amount of qualifying points. Josh has to be stopped or divided into 5 casters. One or the other, one of the two. Bo sitting there at the 2nd place. Julian at our 3rd place. That's our Lockagon enjoyer. Cobalt, shoutouts to our Aussies, sitting at the 4th place. Adam, and Trishula sitting in the 5 and 6 slot. 6, speaking of, at our 7th slot, a little ironic. Hopefully they can bump up a little bit, get that 6-6 slot. Herky at our 8th slot. Evo Vamp, previous Kissimmee champion, sitting at the 9th slot. Y Rebellion, Hermes' strongest soldier, at the 10th slot. Sir Tractor at 11. Dimax, 12. Gatsby, 13. Again, our previous champion, Pope, sitting at 14. Shuret, 15th. And Shadowstorm at 16th. Currently, right now, these are top players on our global leaderboards for qualifying points. And those points are leading to Las Vegas. You need 250 to qualify for the world champion. And so plenty of these players have done that a couple times over. And so it's really interesting to see a lot of these key names even playing in today's tournament to try and double up, triple up on these points. Again, Bean Soldier has to be stopped. Who's taking that title?
Well, I mean, Bo might be able to get up there. We got a couple of premieres that could still be topped. I mean, we saw all those players with trophies by their name, previous champions of the format, and we will have a new one with that crown today, or maybe an old one wearing the crown once again. I am excited to see who we have in contention for it when we get to the top today, Swole.
Yeah, absolutely. And to that end, too, if you are looking to gain some qualifying points, not only in today's tournament and our future premieres, you also have coming up soon the store regionals, which are really exciting. It's a great way to support your local scenes as well as get some competitive experience and, once again, qualify and gain some points for our World Championship coming up here in just a few months. I'm crazy to say just a few months, by the way, too. That's one thing that I keep on forgetting myself. It is just around the corner. However, plenty of opportunities to gain some points and qualify and win some amazing prizing. Look at that. Look at that Gambit mat.
That Gambit mat is fantastic. Gambit deserves it. We all love our Gamble boy.
Yeah, and so once again here we have our qualifying points: 75 to our 1st place. 2nd walks away with 50. Top 4 is 35, and a top 8 was those 20. And one thing too with that is that if you have in your area a couple regionals to go to, hey, you could be walking away with a world's qualifying total of points in like a weekend, a couple of weeks. Might not have to go toe to toe with Bean Soldier once again. It's really funny to think about, but I think it's a great way again to support your LGS, get some competitive experience, and looking forward to Las Vegas. I've been seeing the updates for that. Those spirits look, dare I say, stellar.
Oh, they're so good. They're so good with the gold accents on them. It's just such a wonderful way to bring in this first world championship we're having. And of course, it has its own crazy series of prize cards, the BlueStacks and the Voltempest. If you haven't seen these beautiful cards, you gotta get on the Elestrals YouTube channel, watch the update that was put out yesterday. There is just such exciting stuff coming down the pipe for Elestrals. As always, Swole, they're always feeding us just so wonderfully every single announcement they put out. It's always a good time to be a caster, I feel like.
I listen, if I ever see Dan, Espira, or Kay's face, and I'm getting updates about Shattered Stars, Organized Play, or anything between Awakened and beyond, I'm always excited to see what's new and relevant. And again, I agree. Those championship cards, the Voltempest and BlizzStrix particularly, I have my eyes on one of those things. Can I walk away with the BlizzStrix? We're trying to go for it at the very minimum. Top 16 would be crazy.
Hey, you got the chance for it. Personally, I'm a third-rate clasher with a fourth-rate deck, so I'll be excited to see what you do with the tournament. Personally,
No, hey, like we keep on mentioning, anyone can qualify, and most people should play. Go ahead and try it out. Historically, inside of Elestrals, a lot of our champions are first-time players. People coming in from other games and just checking out the wonderful world and a lot of these cards and decks and performing extremely well. It's been a lot of fun to see. So I hope to see some Lunar up on the world stage. That's what I'm trying to say.
I hope I see some Lunar today, Swole. You know what? I've got Posthumous in my predictions, and you personally seem to manifest absolutely crazy cards every tournament you walk in here and give us some predictions. So what are you hoping to see today?
Well, I don't know about the crazy manifestation of these decks, but I'm really hoping to check out Wasp Ivy and Nabi. I'm more on the bugs this side around. Part of it might be the fact that I've been ingesting so many with Titan, but I have been noticing an uptick in some of these key cards like Nabi to help take care of some of the wide boards that some things like Morphrost and Locagon can do. And then Wasp Ivy, this one, I've been seeing people on the bubble, on the cusp. Every single time I've been seeing a Wasp Ivy, old school Psynectar, coming in and doing some work. And so I'm just maybe on this one, maybe a hopeful prayer that Wasp Ivy can crack the top 8 and we'll see some big bug finals. And for you said Posthumous, we got the big moose on the board, and then Majursa. Talk to me about this one.
Okay, so here's the thing. We have been seeing Hestia do really well. You don't have to play Bear Bomb full out to play Majursa. If you are playing Hestia already, you just special out your oh no, I've forgotten which baby bear champion of Hestia does the search.
Scout.
Scout. Thank you, Swole, for saving me there. You special out the Scout champion of Hestia. You get to search a champion of Hestia. Majursa is a champion of Hestia, so you just play the one Majursa, you search it, and if a body had stuck to the board previous round, congratulations, you now ascend into your Majursa champion of Hestia, pop something, go to town, and you get to use the secret effect of Majursa champion of Hestia, which is it gets a boost if Hestia's on the field, an effect that we've never actually seen put to use in a premiere. So I think with how Hestia is doing, I think there is some real potential there that someone will look at Majursa and go, you know what? I have a searcher for this, and if I have a couple extra bodies on the field, which Hestia usually does, it's a great high end for the deck to go into. We usually see this deck so far topping out at Leonite champion of Hestia as the high end right now, but drop a bear on someone, pop a card, swing for it. It's a good time.
The most hilarious piano of all time, and just bear-shaped, truly. And then we have, for Kay's predictions, we have Eddie and Poison Nectar coming in on the back end here. And I'm curious to know in this later round on her predictions on for those two. But I think, honestly, very sound. I got some competitive tech choices that we've seen in some previous formats. And then Poison Nectar, one that might be particularly targeted for our top decks. So we'll give her some time for that one a little bit later. But I am hoping for all these decks and plenty more. Obviously, we have our top tier contenders, things like Solar, things like Locagon, and things like Morphrost, not to forget the big bad, I would say boogeyman, but really the big bad abominable snowman in the room. That's been the big one from the past couple tournaments, is these top players, things like Six and Bo, have taken these decks and shown out that the Morphrost still got it after all this time. Frostfall deck, by the way.
Frostfall coming back with a vengeance all the time. Potentially fraudulent set when it dropped. People weren't so sure about it, but it just needed the time in the oven to thaw a little bit, and now it's really going to town. But you can get in on this too. Get in those Twitch comments and those YouTube comments. Let us know what you think, and every round as our casters are pairing up, you will have the opportunity to jump in the polls on Twitch and let us know who you think is going to take the round. So get out there, let us know what you think, because I think we're going to have some awesome clashes today, and I hope we see some cards none of us expected.
Yeah, absolutely. Sign off and chat on Twitch and YouTube, and if you are looking at and wanting to share any of the excellent gameplay, the exciting moments of today's tournament, use the hashtag #PlayElestrals on all socials. We love to see these big bosses come down, these amazing moments that we see time and time again, and seemingly the most insane board states imaginable conceived by some of these players. And it's always great to see and look through those as the tournament progresses. So again, the hashtag #PlayElestrals on all socials for the exciting moments and replays from today.
Yep, and who knows what card it will be this premiere. We saw Shivror doing things last time.
Oh God, not Shivror. I hear. Speaking of Bean Soldier, the #1 player on the leaderboard at the moment, Shivror is this baby that he consistently tries to make work time and time again, and seemingly did. This top 8 this time, or the last tournament with Shivror is terrifying. I dislike it on principle. I'm like, you have to stop cooking. Please.
I mean, if nothing else, it should give all of those casters out there confidence that they can take some cards they love, jump in here, and maybe get to top 8. You know, we can all do it. Elestrals, the field is wide open for some awesome clashes and some awesome casters to bring unexpected cards and do amazing things, Swole.
Yeah, hey, before Sunstrike comes down, I gotta see Armadon take some shape. You know, that's my big hope. That's one of the white whales is Sunburn will rise again. Well, maybe not, you know, rise from the ashes way. But speaking of that too, I completely forgot to mention the big announcements that have come down from Elestral. Speaking of the killer graphic, a couple days, new ban list coming out. 2 days, in fact. We got to wait for that thing. I'm so curious to know what's on there. The emojis, the mythical emojis have been dropped, and people have already been typing their predictions and seeing what could possibly be on there. At this point, I don't believe those emoji tweets. There's no way.
I think they have been true once, maybe. I don't know. I mean, is it a smoke screen? Is it the truth in disguise? We'll know come Monday, and hopefully it will be fuel to stoke the flames of some really interesting premieres coming up in January. I mean, you know, we got Christmas right now, and then right on the heels of New Year's, we'll have our next premiere. So everyone should keep their eyes on that ban list and start get those pots out, put them on the stove, start putting the cards in, start swirling it, get those ideas cooking. You know, we got to start figuring out what the next format looks like.
Yeah, with the holidays upon us, it's kind of the perfect time to sit back, relax, enjoy fire, and hope that you don't, let's say, burn the house down with something like the Hestia's Leonite deck, right? So crazy strategies like a lunar stat control, even, you know, woe -2/-2.
We got -2/-2 upon you as well, my friend.
I'm looking forward to the new year, especially. Today is the last tournament of 2025. We're going to be crowning our last champion of the numerical new year, but of course the season will be continuing on as we reach into Worlds. Our roads to Worlds, it's been very exciting to watch, and each and every champion that we crown is always really exciting. I love to see our repeat casters come in here and show us what they got time and time again. You know, we have casters like Bean, like Cobalt, especially Y Rebellion, even, you know, the Hermes champion of all champions. Each and every time shows something new. I love watching top players play. And as much as I love to play myself, it's always great to see.
And, you know, let's go ahead and take a look at those top cards. Speaking of the ban list, speaking about, you know, new things coming, we can take a moment, pause, look at the top cards that people have been bringing. I know Cyanectar Champ has been really popular recently with its ability to search out both a counter rune and a invoke to effectively make it a 6. We've just seen Cyanectar really launch up to the top there. Is it secretly Elichik? Maybe Elichik was reborn as a bug. Spectrus has been going great. Suppression has just been really had a resurgence in this format. Suppression being maybe one of the most fraudulent keywords in the game to not do very much, but with so many kind of continuous effects that cards like Spectrus can turn off, it's It's just really seen a resurgence. Galaxy coming back. Who knew the whale was good? Who among us could have predicted that the whale was a good card? Lavalith back in the top there. Absolute cinema. Being able to clear out the back row. You know, those 2 fire spirits. Maybe we'll start seeing more Chains of Prometheus as Lavalith comes back. You know, as fire starts showing up, you got to start thinking, is Chains worth it? Is Chains worth it, man?
Yeah, those extra fire spirits might come in handy now that, you know, we have things like Helios' Chariot Ride gone. You know, that one key negate for the counter runes might be it.
And obviously Chains is not on our top runes usage here, but we see a lot of the things you expect to see. Resting on Your Laurels has seen a really big resurgence. I mean, in Firestorm, before Firestorm, everyone was on Resting on Your Laurels. It was your 2 pieces of mandatory removal, right? In Firestorm, Resting on Your Laurels basically fell off. People were rarely playing it. It was commonly cut. It's back. It's back in the top with all of the other popular things. And you know, I feel like I've said this every time I've been on the mic this format, but seeing things like Dense Fog and Spoiled Fruit up in the top, it's just fantastic to see these more unique runes have their time to shine. It's also very interesting that Dionysus's Madness, a card people were predicting was going to essentially overtake spots as a staple counter rune, really hasn't done anything, and Tsunami has reclaimed its place as a staple here in the rune list. How you feel about that, Swole?
Oh, I'm loving it, honestly. The tide is back to rising, and at a clean 69% representation from the last tournament. It's a very nice inclusion inside of the decks, particularly key for every single meta strategy that is not Locagon. The big thing for a while people said was Tsunami's not playable anymore. Now the best deck in the room, or one of the most represented decks in the room, is a water deck. But, you know, if you play against it, you can side it out or side it in for a deck that you potentially are that's affected by it. Things like Morfrost, things like the Dionysus list, things like everything that's not water, effectively. So I do think that I love seeing cards like Tsunami come back. It is a little sad to see cards like Dionysus Madness see a little bit less play. That's not a dedicated Earth list, for example. But I do think, once again, and similar to Dense Fog, these kind of niche interaction points of Elestrals, we will see its time in the sun as this like extreme meta force. Pandora's Box was a card that was like that for many, many formats. People said, this is going to be good now. This is going to be good now. It's like Circle the Sky. And shout out to PK Sparks, by the way. It has its time now. It'll probably have its time continuing, and we'll see it come and go. But I think that's pretty killer there. Cryoblast too, that we've been seeing pop up too at the bottom end of our top runes, and I find this one very funny for one reason, that Morfrost is everywhere. So I can't quite tell if this is like Tsunami, it's trying to cover up matchups, or it's just the massive amount of frost carrying this card.
Cryoblast is really interesting as well because the stat baseline has risen a bit now. You know, there aren't as many free hits off of Cryoblast where it's like, oh, well, you cast like a void, so now I Cryoblasted and it's dead. You know, defenses are a little bit higher than they used to be. So you got to work a little harder for your Cryoblasts these days, it feels like.
Yeah, back in my day, 2 was the standard, you know? If anything was more than 2 defense, ridiculous. I've never seen it before. We're preparing for our round 1 here, getting ready for our excellent cast today and our electrifying matches to kick off this premiere. We got a lot of really great casters in attendance too, by the way. We didn't give any particular look at our roster today, but again, previous champions like Bean and like Cobalt are also here, Perky and Y Rebellion. We have some old school people returning in here. Saw Coder in the name there, so glad we can get Coder out of the cave just a little bit. And this is a quick shout out too. You know, we can't be particularly biased on the desk here, but we off the desk that I'm excited to watch. Yeah, that's the one. You know, it was really funny trying to figure out a deck that works, right? Like Lockgun, is that the way to go? Are we going for Titan? That deck seems really fun. And I remember Kay saying that Morfrost both felt amazing and also what could go wrong. And maybe to the point of the mills and some of those whiffing a little bit, that could have been the answer there. Oh, extremely. Yeah, to help especially clear the wide board that they can make. It's very scary. I've heard some casters even consider cutting it from the main deck and just saying, if I face Frost, well, I'm just going to get iced over. It's fine.
Well, I am excited to see what kind of deck building decisions our casters today have made. I said this in the last premiere. I love this format right now because while there are some really solid, well-defined engines in terms of Morfrost and Aphrodite and these things, unlike something like Bear Bomb in previous formats that was like pretty cut and dry, you have a lot of room in these lists to take 10% or more of the deck and put in some unique stuff and really build. You're playing Morfrost, but are you playing Iwuli Morfrost? Are you playing Cryover Morfrost? Are you playing Shivroar Morfrost, right? And I think that makes this format really exciting, and it just makes me so excited every time we get a new pairing that is coming up to go, okay, what is the spice the casters have put in this particular deck concoction? It's just a really exciting format to roll up to a clash on.
Yeah, there's so many small nuances that can make the difference. And that's kind of the big key that we've been seeing with each of these decks. Even decks like Locagon or even End Titan, right? On the lower end of representation there. It's like, what version? Are we playing Earth End Titan? Are we playing Lunar End Titan? Are we doing the Artemis suppression stuff? Like, it kind of mixes matches to the player's style and kind of what their preference is. And it's really, really interesting as the formats develop to see some of these things play out. And I'm excited to continue that in Sunstrike, by the way. I know we got that announced earlier for the next set coming out in the next year, 2026. And while we have a lot of games and a lot of matches to watch today, I cannot wait to see what we are cooking with some of those new elements. It's going to be crazy.
It is going to be crazy. And the best thing you can do to prepare for the next set is to understand this set extremely well.
True.
Who knows what strategies you might be able to pull forward. Now, I am going to be excited to see what strategies our casters today are going to pull forward, because we now know that our first round is going to be Perky versus Xenoshin, two casters I am familiar with. I mean, we know Perky has some serious accolades here. Perky, champion of Nixamera, getting their premier champion awards with a Nixamera deck. Are we going to see the run back from them today with Morfrost Nixamera? Who knows? We shall have to find out. And Xenoshin, no slouch either. They have, of course, gotten top 24, and they were a player at Kissimmee. So we have two wonderfully experienced casters to kick off our day. A good clash to me is a better way to start the day than a cup of coffee. Swole?
Well, it has, as someone currently downing a couple milligrams of caffeine myself this morning. Absolutely. It's Perky is one that I am particularly interested to see what they play today. That Nixamera list was really cool to witness. And one thing I've been hearing in the background from talking to certain players in certain regions of the world is that there is a Nixamera brew out there. That Nixamera will rise again, and it's very possible we just have not quite seen yet. So I'm curious to know if Perky has gone back to Overliable, trying to make the repeat happen with some Magic, or has shifted. That'd be really curious to know. And for Xenoshin too, the Legend has a lot of Frost Bears in contingency and over the time, so that's pretty cool. I'm curious to see if we're gonna get Majursa in that, or the Glaciersa even.
Yes, and we do know Xenoshin will be going first, so very exciting. We'll find out shortly what they have in store for us, I think.
And I'm excited to watch some matches today. As we're getting into the round one, I'm curious to know these early rounds what kind of a wild Magic we'll see. So Glacier could be kind of cool. Again, a Nixamera drop would be pretty killer, seeing those enchanted. I hear that the either you're going to get what you're expecting here with our Lockagons, our Morphrost, etc., or going for something wild. So maybe Moose even. I'm down to see some Moose too.
Hey, you know, the people keep telling me every single premiere that they're like, look, I have the Moose brew this time. We're getting Moose to the top, and one of them has got to do it eventually.
Maybe one of these two casters is the way to go as we are getting into our round 1 of our Elestrals December 20th, 2025 premiere. We got Perky versus Xeno Shin. Let's see what these casters can bring for us today. Xeno Shin's gonna be on the play here, going first. Looking like you're gonna start with a Hermes drop. Or is that an Aeolus, actually? Hold on. It looks to be an Aeolus coming down here. I haven't seen that card in forever.
Aeolus is an exciting way to go. I mean, Hermes has been more popular, but, you know, all of Wind is quite exciting. Maybe we'll see PK's Chrysor finally. Well,
and we just had a Galaxair Champ of Aeolus searched from the deck, special cast onto the board, and we have a Findust coming in here to ascend over the Galaxair, going into, and these are some reverse Stellars and Stellars and a half here for a Habufin coming in, champion of Aeolus. What is going on? This is some high octane action already. Look at me, spirits already just on the board flying for these casters. Habufin, champion of Aeolus, is a card that we haven't seen in just a little bit, a lot of early experimentation inside the format, and a big body that Perky's gonna have to go through here. That is, this is a very strong board to start. If only there's no counter runes here from Xeno Shin's side, it might actually be okay. There's kind of a big thing here as one card gets set that these big Elestrals are very scary, but one Earthquake or one removal could do it. We're just talking about how Resting on Your Laurels is a card that has been seeing a lot more widespread play, especially in these main decks nowadays for our runes. So cards like Habufin aren't quite protected from that with so many spirits on the board. And we have a Lycan Morphrost, the Stellar, coming in here from Perky. And a Pandora's Box to counter the search effect of Lycan to add the Morphrost names from deck to hand is pretty useful, but the Pandora's Box shutting that down immensely is just the start that I'm sure Xeno Shin needed as an in this form, the Eddie Nexus form.
I am excited to see what Habufin can do today, Swole. I mean, this is a card that people have been excited for a very long time, and I hope it gets to pop off in this clash today. I'm excited to see what it might be able to do against this wonderful Stellar Morphrost brew Perky is on.
Yeah, going back to, I believe they were playing this very similar in the last tournament with the Stellar Morphrost lineup, and it is incredible to see. The Indus form is such a great start that I know we see Bo do a lot, where starting off with Indus form is enough to snipe out some back row and set up your underworld for things like the Morphrost Abominable form, or even the revives off of things like the Chimera. Set 3 on an Indus is really scary too. Perky's in a pretty good position, even though Xeno Shin has the big boss Celestial out. Perky play after for searching me, but an activation of, it looks like maybe Ambrosia here to bring back some spirits. I think it was a Fire Spirit, even, or an Earth Spirit coming down from Xeno Shin after this Ambrosia. Another search off of the Aeolus. Yeah, potential response here. There is a world in which Perky has a retaliating Pandora's Box to stop the search of Aeolus, but looks like that is good. Maybe we'll see a second Ascension coming in here after Habufin draw. And I really could not have predicted this anymore. An amazing transition here to say that if you are looking to predict yourself who is going to win this match, Morfrost versus Habufin, the Aeolus win deck. You can predict this now on twitch.tv/Elestrals. We have a poll that is live. Let us know what you think is going to be the outcome of this game. Perky on the Morfrost Stellar lineup, or Xenoshin dropping down the big wind and earth bodies. Gorgon's Gaze here being dropped down to prevent the attack, it seems, of the Habufin. Now Xenoshin down in defenses. It looks like, oh no, that was going to negate the heal. That's right. As you use the effect of Habufin to heal back those spirits off of its rune effect, Perky utilizes Gorgon's Gaze to prevent the heal and bring themselves a little bit easier on the spirit advantage. And it looks like coming down, that's a Winjin coming in from the search from the Aeolus. Winjin's a really useful card here. Just the hero call of the Foretell might just be enough to put Xenoshin once again in these big 2-drop scenarios. A 7 body from the Habufin and an 8 body from the eventual Tornadjan is pretty big. With Winjin coming down, effect to Foretell. It looks like we might try to bait out some more back row. Perky, I don't think Perky's comfortable letting this go through.
We do have a Gorgon's Gaze there, which is certainly the right move here. You know, that would be a scary thing to let go through.
It's so funny to think to 2 Gorgon's Gazes off of this round from Xenoshin. You know, I was just talking about how it's kind of scary, Xenoshin not having a lot of back row, but clearing the board little by little, Perky had to say, I can't let those go. And this is still a very commanding position. Morfrost can build wide, but can it break this?
That is going to be the question, Swole. I mean, it's going to depend what kind of high-end Perky is playing here, but we see A resting on the laurels coming down, getting rid of the Winjin, going to make sure that that threat doesn't come back. But that only does so much in this position when there is a established board like that on Xeno's side.
Yeah, it's funny that the 2 spirits of each, the Habufin and the Fin Dust, you would think on the last round, if that rest on your laurels would have been a little more useful there if it was in hand. Now Xenoshin was insulated with that Winjin call. Maybe also kind of good that they didn't get the Foretell effect to ascend, because then you'd have your pick at the 8-2, the 7, and so you kind of get your pick of what is more useful. But as much as Xenoshin has used spirits, this is still a pretty close game overall.
It is. I mean, you need one good turn with a deck in this format to turn the tides in your favor, really. And we see Perky go into the Ascend for Abominable. I'm not sure how many more Frosts we have in Underworld there, but I assume one is about to come back, and it looks like it is with the Disenchant from Abominable. We'll see what Perky is picking out here.
Yeah, this is a really strong play. Perky seemingly with no cards in hand, just relying on the 2 Morfrost and a Dream. But at the same time, you bring back, there's that Chimera and the Abom to clear now this board. The proactive Tsunami, as we were talking about how killer that can be in these strategies now. Can you believe some players are cutting it? This is a clear board.
It is, and as we said, it took one good turn for Morfrost to get back into a commanding position here.
That 6 defense on the new Fin Dust is coming in quite clutch. It looks like Perky was trying to calculate out just specifically how many Morfrost in the Underworld there were. And I know for a fact there was the Lycan, there was the Indus, and the 2 sent off, and so you don't quite have enough to beat over everything, but this is still a pretty good shot, just having the 2 big Elestrals on board.
That is true. The A-Bomb, we got confirmation, is currently a 5, so Perky is sitting with 2 5s, and Xeno ascending into a Findust here, which is going to allow them to get back out the Hibufin, correct, Swole?
That's right. Habufin, again, this time from hand, can now come down a big 7 body, and these 3 spirits on the board for the Habufin, or for the Findust, excuse me, is so daunting to see. It's just a big body, a lot of defense. You can utilize it for your runes, potentially get the heal back. And looks like Xenoshin's going to swing and take down the Abom. Can't let those re-enchant and the revives happen, I assume.
Yeah, well, Perky just has to get a bat in hand for more Frost to discard, and that Abom is coming right back.
And it looks like I've taken the 1 damage. Perky's going to draw for turn. There's Lycan. Hey, look, there's that bat you were talking about.
We're getting... Is that a Stellar Scorpion form there?
That looks like it. You know, that's a card I haven't quite seen, is the Stellar Scorpion. That's one of the Indus and the Lycan I see all the time. The Scorpion and the Chimera, though, a little more rare for me.
Well, they're the beautiful X of 99s, right? Only so many of them to go around.
Ooh, looks like we're opting for a bat and a bomb.
Oh.
Looking for the clear board. I imagine just getting the extra card advantage and the bomb with the extra Lycan is enough, I think, to hit over now, or at least to trade.
I wonder if we're getting double a bomb, because Chimera can go bat into a bomb, and then there's still the normal for the bomb in hand, right?
That's absolutely correct. And we also can even do, Ascensions over and then revive from the underworld. We're going Frost Reanimator, bringing back these snowmen.
Yeah, Frost Reanimator. There's an idea.
Yeah, we're in Frost, just full on Frost Extend it. It's funny too. This is one thing we keep on pointing out with more Frost, especially in the very capable hands of Perky, is that these top players gravitate towards these lists that give them all the utility in the world to perform. And so, seemingly before staring down a big board from Xenoshin, Perky is now slowly trying to figure out ways to dismantle, and it's very interesting. The bomb is gonna be able to trade and now take out the second Habufin. That's pretty good if you're in Perky's position.
That is a good trade, because that is 2 Habufin down and 2 Findusts used, right? Like, maybe Xeno doesn't have the third.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a secondary top end. You were talking about that previously with what Perky's top end could be. Mm-hmm. I wonder if Xenoshin is playing another way to play, because at the moment, you might be able to ward off some attacks with this Findust, but otherwise, maybe a Windjin Ascend on the Tornadin is the way to go. So it looks like we have, I think that's, is that new Findust? OG Findust, it looks like, from the Disenchant.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Disenchant, what rune are we searching here? The original Findust lets you disenchant from itself to go search any wind rune. So Xeno's deck is open to them right now. It will be interesting to see what wind rune they're looking for here. Could it be maybe a Tower of Winds even? Like, what are we about to see, do you think, Swole?
Yeah, Big Ascension would be kind of crazy. Otherwise, maybe an Aeolus to get into just another wind toolbox card. Aeolus being a searcher can get into maybe the answers Xenoshin needs, potentially another Windjin to now go into the larger Tornadin deck or Tornadin card. That'd be maybe my assumption, but yeah, Tower of Winds could be kind of cool too. I'm wondering if there's a 3-drop in store for this.
It's always Pinter.
It's
the Pinter is there.
Is that a sandstorm?
I think that is a sandstorm.
Whoa. Okay, that's a card I also have almost never seen cooked. It is the legendary Tsunami into Sandstorm could work, but this is very risky, a pretty expensive play, and I'm trying to figure out how does Xenoshin utilize this to maintain the board.
Yeah, there's nothing set on Xeno's side, so they can't flip a Tsunami right now.
Oh, you get to utilize this Ambrosia off of the Fin Dust, as the Wind Spirits do act as Earth Runes, or Earth Spirits for this rune effect. You get to heal back because there's already an Ambrosia inside the Underworld, and draw. Speaking of Frostfall, Ambrosia Cornucopia coming in clutch here.
I wonder what the draw is Xeno is looking for. I mean, there must not be a 3-drop Ascend play. Otherwise, they would have left a Spirit on the Fin Dust.
Yeah, I love the inclusion of the Cornucopia, though, because, like you said, the draw might end up mattering here, but what I really love about this card utility-wise is in combination with those Haboofins, you get massive amounts of heal. And so this deck that is seemingly always behind in spirits can really bring it back. The Perky here sitting on just this Chimera is maybe enough to do it. The big 5 body on that thing is very, very scary.
Yep, they're really thinking through their moves here. I mean, what's really interesting is that this Aeolus Wind deck and this Morfrost deck, and I believe we have a scoop from Xeno's side here, actually. Yep, it looks like we're getting it sorted out and going to game 2 here. So what I was saying was these decks are really interesting to see, especially going into each other, because they're both a style of deck where essentially both casters have the whole deck open to them.
Yeah.
You know, it's not that you're trying to draw the out, you're trying to decide the sequence of cards you put in your hand, and that's the real skill check here, is who understands not only their deck, but their opponent's deck well enough that they stack their cards the right way.
And it's so interesting the different kind of ways these decks utilize it, right? Like Morfrost being a little more aggressive, a little more offensive focus, whereas seemingly this Haboofin and the Fin Dust are hanging on by just the big booty of that 6 defense. Crazy to think too that Xenoshin not only achieved the game plan, got the Haboofin out twice, even was stopped by the Tornadjan, of course. But then it all came down to, do I have a way to consistently out this threat? And the answer was no. Ultimately, you could sit on that for longer, the Fin Dust, but then with Scorpion in tow, with a few other key cards, like you were saying, that Perky has plenty of access to, that wall of defense can come crumbling down really easily. That was kind of crazy. All Perky really had to do there was sit and wait for those removals. That's wild.
And as someone who's played a lot of Lunar, I understand the pain of Scorpio being everywhere this format, because, once upon a time in Elestrals, you had like a 5 defender, and that was like fantastic. I have like 4 turns at least of sitting on this thing before I got anything to worry about.
Aster Rabbit, one of the greatest cards in existence, and that's shout outs to also our Volclips and Voldusk. We got the 5 defense there could come in handy real quick, but that Scorpio doing quick work, even just without the destruction, making those defense 0 is pretty killer. What do you think that Xenoshin is siding in here to prevent the Morfrost from doing its gameplay again? We already saw Pandora's in the main.
I don't think we saw a Tsunami from Xeno, right?
Yeah, not yet, which I think with the Sandstorm combo could be big.
I think if Tsunami wasn't in main, it is one of the things you want to bring in from side against Morfrost. As scary as the conga line of 5s is that Morfrost can produce, now that Chimera exists, and now after like turn 3, you have enough in Underworld for a bomb to be at least a 5. They all have bad defense, right? So if you can get them in defense position, any couple of bodies on the board, clears them out of the way for you.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing, is with those key inclusions like Sandstorm, even the 3 attack on like a Windjin that got stopped by a Gorgons, 1 Tsunami is you're now able to be on the offense, right? You can now swap your seemingly defensive Elestrals and make them a little more aggressive. I'm curious to know if we might see some of those Elestrals get swapped out for more higher statted attack Elestrals. We saw that the Galaxair was inside the main deck to get this combo going. Even Fin Dust coming in here with a somewhat small attack. maybe putting in some Sorlets, going in some old school style things. They're going for Firestorm Sorlet too. I think that could be a really nice inclusion that you can search off the Aeolus.
That could be a good option. I'm also curious to see what Perky might bring into this matchup. I mean, Xeno has the advantage of playing a deck which is not something that is really part of players' format meta math in their head for like siding. You know, I feel like most decks, it's like, okay, I'm playing Locagon, I put in the Spoiled Fruit. I'm playing more Frost, I put in the Tsunami, right? It's like I'm playing Findust, Hibufin. What do I do next, right? I don't know if Perky maybe has more Pandora's boxes they can put in to stop the searches. Who knows? Or maybe everything is just swell for them.
Well, so, yeah, but to say it could be more Pandora's boxes. I don't know if you can put in more Frost, right? Like we already have, I'm sure 3 copies of everything. And to your point, you know, your deck seemingly handled the wind side of it from Xenoshin pretty well. As a fully loaded Aeolus comes down here too, start that off this game 2, excuse me. I'm already so far ahead. This is one of the most expensive plays in Elestrals historically is this sort of search into going crazy. But we're searching out the Findust here, it looks like.
Yes, so I wonder, are we just going to try and sit on the defense of the Findust for a turn?
I think so. Maybe just saying, hey, use your Scorpio. You can't get to a bomb this turn. I can play defensive and re-enchant here as 3 back row come down. That's huge.
3 back row is pretty good. Re-enchant Findust isn't going to do much though, right? Because the Findust has to receive 2 spirits at the same time, right? For its cast effect.
Yeah, so we have to be like a Nexus, maybe an Altar of Stars in the back to complement, or some sort of Exaltair, maybe.
There are some good options there. We're seeing the good old Lycan opening for more Frost here from Perky to get the Bat and Chimera, which means Perky is just off to the races. Oh, the Chimera's going back, maybe going for the Scorpio instead. Let's see.
Yeah, I think that looks like to be Scorpio or double bat. Oh,
double bat.
That makes some illumination on what the hand is. That hand might be just custom made for some Chimera reviving. Alternatively, maybe just setting up for a future play, saying, I'm going to take it a little slow. Findust is a little small.
No, you're right.
There's Scorpio. Scorpio coming in here is kind of interesting. Its 2 attack is, and again, the Rabbit Breaker here, able to utilize its effect, discard, and still get value off of this. As it looks like a monsoon of Eris coming down here.
Does that do anything?
Well, it re-enchants the Findust to receive 2 wind spirits.
Oh, does Monsoon give 2? Okay.
Yeah, it's up to 2 any combination of water wind, which is pretty interesting here. I think pulling off of 1 from the Findust.
Yeah, to put 2 on, get the Hibufin.
And now you circumvent the destruction from the Scorpio, which is pretty big. It looks like we're playing a little ahead here with the 2 set after Perky revives, kind of just saying, I don't really have anything else. I'll let you get out your big body. And it's still a 0 here. You know, you do.
Yes.
The suppression doesn't actually stop the destruction, so these 2 spirits on this Findust might be lost.
But kind of only 1 if you think about it, because 1 of the spirits got used to play the Monsoon.
That's true. That's true. It's a little cheaper.
Was like recycled. But you get to end with the Hibufin on board, which I think is exactly where Xeno wants to be. 2 back row from Perky is a bit scary. Could be a shield or a tsunami there even. Perky didn't end up searching the Chimera, so I wonder if the Chimera is in hand already, or maybe there is a Kione in hand. And we're seeing a madness from Xenoshin to try and save the Findust with 2 bodies on board, though I believe Perky is still going to be able to get over the Fin Dust with the Lichen form. So,
yeah, looks like
double madness.
Double madness coming in here. We're talking about it in the pregame how Dionysus Madness was seeing a little bit less play, but coming in here extra clutch, forcing Perky to expend those spirits out. Haboofin though, and this is a very interesting thing here. I think maybe they're trying to talk and see if the suppression is what is stopping this destruction here.
If I remember my rules correctly, suppression does not stop the end phase effect of a Morfrost. You would have to use a Gorgons to negate it.
Yep, and that's correct. It's like the dense fog runes. Well, Shocker are -2/-2 would be familiar with it, and absolutely, that's exactly what it is. It's the idea is that the effect, the condition has already been met, and
yes,
and even by the time that it becomes unsuppressed towards the end, it would resolve here. So. It's not quite Gorgon's gazed.
It is like a lingering stat swap, right? If a Champ Galaxy lands and swaps the stats, if you after the fact suppress it, the stat swap doesn't go away, right? It's kind of the same idea with Scorpion, except it's like a lingering effect instead. It is a little bit stranger, but
yeah,
you got to know how your suppression works when you're rocking it.
Well, and it's also too the one thing that kind of separates out our good players from our great players is kind of knowing these niche interaction points. And shout outs to our judges here for helping those be a little more clear on the day. They're always doing excellent work here for our casters. And so I imagine it's probably something similar we're happening here, especially with so many cards that are suppressing nowadays. A lot of casters, I'm sure, are very curious to know, hey, can I stop this? Does this work? What's my play here?
And I believe we have it resolved. We see the expend and the destruction. That's got to hurt for Xeno. Making a line and spending resources on something that then doesn't work out at the end of the day is a rough place to be in. Luckily, they still have Aeolus on field with enough spirits to do searches, so their deck is open to them. They have plenty of lines they can go down here to recover.
Oh, and the search from the Aeolus is stopped by a Pandora's box, so those are a little bit thinner, and that is so funny to think about. Some of the retaliating Pandora's box. Is that an Aviolith that was milled? Wait a minute. Stop my train of thought. What the heck am I seeing?
That is an Aviolith. That is correct, Swole.
What in the Hesia's Hearth are we doing here? I haven't heard of that card in years.
I mean, there were two sets. An Aviolith in hand is just Nog for free,
It's, after post-Hurricane ban, there was this idea that you could rock up with the Aviolith and say, I'm going to punish a little bit of set 2 behavior. And might even come in handy there towards the beginning with Perky setting the 2, but Shen setting 1 and utilizing an eruption? Yeah, you yeah, you pay your Aviolith, it is. That's a burn for 3. I like the tech inclusion a little bit. It makes the spirit math. I gotta wonder what's that like.
What? I'm trying to think here what the line is, because Perky still was at 10 spirits, putting them at 7. A kind of early game eruption like that, I feel like, I don't know, at least in my mind, Swole, eruption is something you kind of hold to the later game, and then you hope to get enough spirits out of them that they can't do something like shield on you.
Yeah, there's maybe it's something we just hear that full art tsunami coming in here to stop the attack. Super rough for Xenoshin. Those Dionysus Madness would have been amazing to help keep this Haboofin in line. But I agree with the as the Pandora's box here coming in here, we're trying to complete some trains of thoughts, and the Lycan getting stopped by another retaliating Pandora's box. This is just truly showing why it's one of the most represented cards in the previous tournament. But the eruption is definitely something that's crazy.
Perky didn't add the Chimera to hand, and if it's not in hand already, this Haboofin might survive now.
Yeah, it's the line to go in here is actually really nice. You see Perky kind of looking over the hand like, thinking here. I think you might be right. There might just not be a good answer to a 4 defense. That's crazy to think.
Yeah, they had the opportunity to put the Chimera in hand. They went with 2 bats instead. Never mind. It doesn't matter. The Chimera was there all along.
So the quick pause for a second from Perky is maybe looking at the Stellars in hand, being like, do I want to cast the 2 of 99 or is it the 7 of 99?
Oh, it just doesn't matter if everything's in hand sometimes, Swole. That's just how card games go on occasion.
Yeah, you just gotta like that. With the bomb coming in here too, this is a more frost field, the snowball effect coming in. And honestly, to your point of the eruption, this might have been a really good time to utilize it because you are using so many spirits to do your actions for more frost incrementally. I do know that some players like to use it as like a mid-game pressure to say, make this a little more expensive for you. And so maybe that's the line here from Xenoshin. Looking at the plays in hand, I think it's 0 cards, 1 card in hand, expend a draw. Let's see what it is. It has to be like an Ambrosia, I think, to survive.
Yeah, I mean, I think the play on an Aeolus deck in this position would have been like Hydrake. I don't know.
Hydrake does it. Yeah, it's funny. The classic wind Elestral boss, shout out to Ari, could really come in handy here with trying to take some trades. But staring down 4 more frost, one of them water enchanted, so Tsunami hurts a little bit less, but
yeah, we'll have to see. Xeno on the 6 spirits. There's 4 spirits on board. A re-enchant gets Perky to 5 spirits on board. So dire straits here.
Yeah, we got an Ascension into a Narpoon, water enchanted, get in for a search here as well. Going to make sure you get that cast effect and doing a little bit of extra damage through a Tsunami. This would then, I think, put Xenoshin on 3 spirits, which for Aeolus is pretty much everything.
The third bat, it turns out, is not Stellar from Perky. So Perky got to get on the Elestrals marketplace after this and finish the stellarization of this deck.
It's either planned or on the way. I wouldn't doubt if Perky was like, it's in the mail, I just haven't gotten it yet. You know, it's supposed to be here. Turn the new year, we'll see a full Stellar Perky. And
we see,
is that Sirocco of Noctis?
Sirocco! Wait!
Whoa!
Yes! Okay. Yes, Xeno!
That's what the fire spirits are for. I was so curious. So the idea here is that you expend 2 spirits per attack from Perky, and that stopped the attack entirely.
Okay, maybe the eruption made sense here then, to put Perky low enough the Sirocco's threatening. I think we did get the scoop out of Xeno, though.
Yep, just one more card trying to say, hey, I'm going to try to get one more in me. Either that or try to give us a heart attack by giving us more of the bag of wins coming out here on the play. I do love that type of strategy. You know, Xenoshin coming in here with the Haboofin, with the Fin Dust. I never even thought to go Galaxair into the Fin Dust Ascension. Something like that would be really strong. On top of the fact, giving us the bag of wins, really cool start in the day, and I love the creativity. But Perky coming in here with the tried and true Morfrost to take these games in 2-0 and moving on to the second round.
Now, we never saw a quote-unquote top-in out of Perky. Do you think Perky is on just the pure Morfrost? They're just like a bomb in a dream if a big body hits the board.
You know, it's really funny. I wouldn't doubt if that's the case. You know, I know that Perky does like to ride with Bo and the rest of the Penthouse crew, so it's possible that their version of Morfrost, their preferred testing version, is not quite the 6th level, not quite the Caleb level where it's iWooly and it's the Cryoverns. So I wouldn't doubt if it's just these cards are spirit efficient and they do everything I need to. Conversely, though, there was a few moments where it got very scary. And if they didn't have a big body to hit over the Haboofin, they didn't have a big body to hit over potentially a Tornadin, that could have gotten really hairy. I mean,
the A-bomb and the Chimera is simply always in hand swell. It's just always there, you know?
It's always... That was so interesting to see. I love the fact that they're utilizing the wind cards, utilizing the madness to the earth runes and the wind runes to try and stop the attacks. But yeah, sometimes not enough for a big 5.
Yeah, and it must be a little bit heartbreaking for Xeno, because if you roll back the clock a bit before the madnesses were activated, if they had let that roll through and kept the madnesses, I think we would have saw an entirely different game rollout, right? I don't think this was necessarily a matter of Morfrost too good, Aeolus didn't have a chance. I think, unfortunately, there was a key accident of understanding on suppression there from Zeno. Study your suppression rulings when you're using suppression. And I think that was the turning point in the game. If those dazes or enrages would have allowed that Hibufin to stick around another turn, actually attack through into that open board, I think we would have seen an entirely different game unfold there. I think Zeno had the cards, they just didn't get activated in the right sequence, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's one thing that in especially right now in the live stream format, it's these small little micro decisions on these plays that can make all the difference. And that's been the case for a little while. Back in the day, you would say to yourself, well, if I shield here, does that actually win? If I PTA this rabbit, what's that going to be doing? And long-term effects of that are still being studied in terms of the gameplay to gameplay. What I love to see most out of this round, personally, was utilizing some of the more intricate runes, right? Things like the Sirocco, things like the Monsoon of Eris, which we usually only see in like a Lakagon deck, and really creative way to get into the Hibufin line. I think that's so cool. And I can dig it. I don't know. I like it.
Makes me wonder if there was a 3-drop of some kind we didn't get to see out of Zeno, or if Hibufin and Aviolith is just the way. And Tornadin, of course.
A little bug whispered into my ear that in fact Xenoshin was on a particular 3-drop. I got a very slick message that let me into what they could be playing. I won't spoil it because we do have a lot more Elestrals to play. And though Xeno did lose this first round, we've seen it before. I think it was maybe Brewlock or Magnetonics take down and go all the way to top 8. I think it was Brewlock in the last tournament to really perform with these strategies, even though early games might not have gone their way. So not to spoil too much, but I would be looking forward to see if Hibufin or Findust inside of these later rounds.
Let's hope Zeno gets the run back in the top 8.
Yeah, the Sirocco of Noctis, that has to be one of the sidecars, right? If specifically for something like the Morfrost.
I imagine so. If I recall correctly, Sirocco is expend 2 to declare an attack, right?
That's right.
So, you think Eruption is -3, and then you go, okay, Sirocco, you're going to have to risk burning yourself to 0 to get an attack out here. I see the vision in that. It's really interesting into a deck against Morfrost. It's also tough, though. I think it works only because you get a heal off of it, right? So to speak. If I was thinking about that in any other deck, I'd be like, okay, so I'm going to spend 2 spirits on Eruption and another 2 on Sirocco. I'm going to be -1 spirit because my opponent's not going to declare an attack. Why would they burn themselves?
And for those big wide boards too, there might have been a concession where Perky's like, I'll swing if maybe 1, maybe 2. I've got 5 spirits to play with.
Maybe. I mean, I'm surprised we didn't see a swing out of Perky at all, honestly, because they could have gotten in there with one of their 2 spirit bodies and brought Zeno to, I think, 1 or something. I forget exactly what the numbers were after the activation of Sirocco, but
yeah, there was definitely some value trading there that could have happened. But again, I'd love to see it. The Breeze of Zephyros is one that I know players were cooking on for, some solar wind lists that maybe the Windjin could work with too. What's the Frost one? That one is the Mistrals of Boreas.
Boreas. He's got Mistrals and he's got Mountains.
Mistrals and Mountains. Oh wow. Again, the winds will rise. There will be a day where all 4 of the wind cards in succession utilize in such a way that I think will work. That's a challenge out there for some casters. Let's see the Wind of Rises deck where it's all the 4 wind cards.
Yeah, where's Rise on the Winds, which I don't know, revives a body and adds a Bag of Winds card to your hand. I don't know.
True. Yeah, there's a new champion form out there that eventually, I'm sure that could do it. Here's an idea, a fun one for us to do for the predictions next time. One of us takes two of the Bag of Winds, and the other one takes the other two. You know, we could just cover it all and make sure it all works.
And the other person says Aeolus and Mountain of Aeolia or something like that.
True. You know, it's all wind all day. We'll coordinate for the
sweep.
predictions.
Aeolus sweep.
If it's PK on the board, I'm sure we'll get some Earth love in there too.
Oh yeah, don't let Odysseus near it. He'll open it up.
No, but that was overall, again, love the clash, love the match. A great way to start off the round, both on the high octane side of what Elestrals can offer in these big game plan decks, as well as showing some of these more low to the ground strategies. Morfrost is a deck with all the tools necessary for our casters to succeed, and it's no secret that it's one of the most represented decks inside of this tournament.
Okay, am I insane though? Like, what world are we in that Morfrost is now a low to the ground strategy?
Yeah, like low to the ground, 4 Elestrals on board. Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's not just the 4 Elestrals on board. Like, I remember a world where it was like, yeah, Morfrost is great, but look at all the spirits I'm expending, right? Like, why would I do that when I can just like spend 1 spirit on normal cast Rabbit? And now it's like, because like before, one spirit on Rabbit, 1 spirit on Viserys, like this is your low to the ground strategy. Now it's like, well, I'm going to spend 4 spirits on Morfrost, and that's really low to the ground for what we're doing here.
Yeah, listen, you're telling me between the Aphrodite for 3, Tadpuff for 2, Lockgun for 2, and then an additional Lockgun for 2, I guess you're healing back 1/1 at that point. But you're up to, I think, 7 spirits for that. No, I'm with you. 4 spirits is like child's play now.
What a world we live in where it's like, yeah, well, like a standard turn is like 8 spirits. So like, 4 is like really efficient.
Yeah, if half your spirit deck is to be used, which is crazy too. This is a complete side tangent of it, but I remember it was, I cannot remember what specific card it was. Maybe it was the Eruption or Toxion or some sort of card. I remember Dan, A-Drive, talking about it for a while and being like, no, see, this is a big commitment because you're saying to yourself, I'm going to maybe expend or try to use 10% of the spirit deck. And that's a big jump. And now I hear 10% of the spirit deck and I'm like, yeah, if I'm going to use a couple, like 2 spirits for this combo, sure, why not?
I'm going to use 2 spirits, draw 2 cards, put 4 bodies on board. That
sounds great. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's Livestream has injected the nitrous into the engine of clashes, and I'm actually really enjoying it. I think the higher risk, higher reward kind of thing is driving us to make more interesting decisions, right? Because before, if you just put out on a 5, you put down some back row. Even if your 5 was cleared, maybe you didn't even activate your back row because you were like, well, I got other guys in hand or whatever. now it's like, well, okay, I'm going to spend 8 spirits and have 2 Lock-Gons and an Aphrodite. Hopefully I don't get Pandora deboxed or whatever. There's some real cost analysis to do now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and it's so funny too, because on some level, and once again, to the low end strategies, the low to the ground strategies, sometimes you just need that big 5 body. You need the big 6 a bomb to drop and say, this is going to be able to clear the board, and that's got to be enough. 1 a bomb and a back row and a dream. That was able to do it for that first game from Perky.
Yeah, and it's really surprising when I was asking, is a bomb and a dream really it from Perky? Because realistically, you maybe expect a 6 from a bomb. And a 6 is not what it used to be either. We're talking about things not being what they used to be. I was playing Werepup at the start of this format as a lunar leveler, and I just realized Like Boy doesn't do anything anymore. Look, you get a 6 on the board, and your opponent's like, yeah, that's fine. I have a Lock-A-Gon that's like a 10 right now, and you're like, oh, good. My Like-A-Boy doesn't clear anything anymore.
Oh, you're telling me to the old man swallow of it all. The one story, the classic, let me tell you, kids, about a time that I was Evo Vamp. I think it was my last round of Swiss or second to last round of Swiss of Kissimmee. I was like, I dropped a Celestlio. It's a 13 body. Surely Lock-A-Gon can't get over that. Evo Vamp sat there, champion, by the way, the entire thing, sat there and was like, no, I think I have an out. I think I can do this. Let me go double Aphrodite, then go into Lockagon, go into double Lockagon, swing Lockagon, and drop Atlantis. So now I'm a 14 body, or I'm a 13. We crash and you take 2 spirits. You better have it. Put you on something. And it was crazy here, sitting and being like, surely Lockagon can't surpass double digits here. Even then, a 13, you're kidding me. Insane. So yeah, Like a Void being a 6, it's cute.
Well, I think it's about time that we go to our break here. We'll take a little respite. I will go have some breakfast. You will be joined by K-Swole, and I will be excited to see everyone on the other side for game 3. But you all enjoy game 2 together.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I also couldn't see silver screen when I got in, or when I came and checked. So I think it is just kind of being funky today. Okay, have a good breakfast. How are you? Hey, stream, if you can hear me, go ahead and let me know. We're just trying to check something. Okay. Hopefully not. But we will see. If you can. Hello, everyone. You want to play foxes. You want to play foxes. Good morning, everyone who is hearing from me for the absolute first time. This is the first time that any of you are hearing my voice this morning, and what a beautiful Elestrals we are having. Hello, everybody.
Yeah, seemingly, I don't know what it is, but there is something that just hit my brainwaves. I can't quite tell what I should be doing right now, but yeah, let me know, I guess, with the hashtag #PlayLestrals on all socials, what you're compelled suddenly to do. Seemingly.
Yeah. Who really can say? Certainly no subliminal messaging happening at any point here, by any stretch of the imagination. But hello, everybody.
Yeah, well, and as we are doubling down on some Elestrals action today and figuring out some of our doubling of our audio, yes, first time that we're hearing for you today, Kay. Welcome into the broadcast. Thank you so much for being here on this beautiful December morning. We got to see some Haboofin and some Morfrost action. As a previous Morfrost caster yourself, you know what that was pretty cool to see.
You know, I have to say, and this is something that has happened a couple times where, classic story as it starts in my house. I'm sorting my cards. I am sorting my bulk. And suddenly a card, I look at it and I say, is this crazy? Is this, are we playing this? And that card was Galaxy Champion of Aeolus. Imagine my surprise when it is the first Elestral to hit the board today at all. As I was truly yesterday sorting my Firestorm, and I said, you know, wait a minute. What do you mean? And I'm just saying, like, if Ares search carry on special cast, like, if that's good, then surely Aeolus special cast to Galaxy, that's good too, right?
Hey, seemingly so. I thought it was a really cool inclusion in it that I honestly completely forgot about. My brain is saying Hermes into carry on, into the carry off all day. But Haboofin being able to be utilized, the Fin Dust ascending over, it was really great to watch. And I don't think I could have predicted that as much as I could not have predicted your cards for today. We talked about it earlier in the pregame. We went over mine, went over Andrew's. Talk to me about yours. We got Eddie and Poison Nectar on the OG Poison Nectar, by the way, on the dock today. Let's hear about it.
Okay, so few thoughts here, right? And inspired by my experience in the last premiere, being able to get back and play, be on a premiere for the first time in over a year, by the way. I've had the absolute privilege of being here in front of all of your faces for the last year, and it's been so much fun, but I forgot how much fun it is to sit and play Elestrals and interact with the community. And there are a few things that went in to that, and one of those things was something that happened here on stream. And you know what? I think that I will leave you all in suspense here just for a sec, as we are going to actually highlight my my lovely co-commentator here for a second, and we are going to have me leave and come back here, and hopefully when I come back, everything will be right as rain. So I will see you all in just a second.
Yeah, I don't know if I can do the job of 2Ks, but I can try my absolute hardest to yap y'all's ear off in the worst or best ways possible. So, and again, I cannot speak to in any sort of predictions on if we have Poison Nectar Eddie. I'm sure we'll get some illumination on those two cards in the near future. However, again, I want to talk about the wins card for a brief second, because oh my god, I could not have predicted any sort of those being seen this early. Typically, like I said, these cards are utilized in such the niche's capacity, and so I am always excited to see and always excited to watch some casters cook, even though I do urge half of them to stop cooking. I'm looking at you, Bean Soldier. Don't look at these cards and say, you know what, maybe Sirocco of Noctis is correct, actually. Absolutely insane, out of ordinary. However, I do love to see it go down. In some capacity too, I can only expect and hope that our Wasp Ivy and also our Nabi plays are just on the horizon, as much as our Moose and our Bear coming down here too. The Morphrost engine alone for someone like Perky can help facilitate rather a lot of these strategies of dropping the 2 drops and 3 drops, which we've seen time and time again. Things like Cryovern, things like iWooly, which we had K drop just in the last premiere too. We have big shout outs to our casters on the desk here playing in some of these events. And I know that there's another caster in contention today, so I'm curious to know how he's faring. If y'all have ever curious on the PK Sparks agenda on this one today. In the way too, we have a bunch of other casters that are on the docket. We've got a Cobalt and also Bean Soldier. Some other familiar names from previous top tournaments as well. I'm excited to see some of these returning casters for the holiday season and coming in here right before the end of the year, trying to get on these World's qualifying points. Some of these casters are pretty fierce, I'm not gonna lie to you. People like Sir Tractor, Rybot even coming down. And that is something that these consistent names in Elestrals that even scare me, I can't imagine what our casters are thinking today. So while it was great to see K on the play a couple tournaments ago and PK on the play today, maybe I can stay safe here, away from the absolute insanity that is this tournament. I think we're getting confirmation here to test back on our audio. Kay, can you hear me?
Yes, Swole. Come in, Swole. Stream. Can you hear me? Can you hear only one of me? Or are we still up to some holiday hijinks on this December 20th premiere?
Yeah, it's almost like the spirit of Casemas past and present have come to haunt us in here at the seeming sight and mention of these predictions. At the same time, it's as great as it would be to have the double K commentary. Try again. Try to just can you come in, K? Agent K, are you there?
Yes, Swole. Am I still multiple Ks? Still 2 Ks? Personally, I think that the world could only handle 1, but but our broadcast today deciding that the world, I guess, needs 2. In fact,
hey, the Fox agenda alone, I think, is enough to help combat and go in. I would love to continue to brainwash the Elestrals community once again. Bo was already on it for bringing back these Foxes and continuing on with the Fox agenda.
Hey, you know what? I still dream of having Foxes have their heyday, and you know what? I will do anything possible to make that happen, including inceptioning our stream here and and doing some subliminal messaging. But just so you all know, just to advise you watching at home, we are actively working on you only hearing one of me. So if you're like, oh, what a world to live in, there are 2 Ks, I assure you, we are quickly rectifying this issue.
Yeah,
And
outside checking on double audio sources or double audio tracks, I guess, is one thing to go off of. I know our troubleshooters are panicking over in the servers. Though, continuing on, as much as possible, talk to us a little bit about your predictions. You got Edward and you got Poison Nectar.
yes. Okay. So as I mentioned a little bit before, my picks were inspired by my experience playing in the last premiere, which I absolutely loved. Shout out to everyone who I got to play with. It was genuinely such a fun day. I had so many incredible matches, and honestly, something that I forgot about the premiere experience was the amazing conversations that you get to have with the community and being there. And oftentimes, while getting absolutely washed by someone, you're also just sitting there and having a great time and smiling and laughing. And one of those things that did happen on stream, which is funny because actually in conversation while we were testing, I said, hey, is Poison Nectar crazy right now? Just a thought. It hits Morfrost, kind of. We discovered, the interaction with Bat and everything, but in very specific situations, not only does it hit Morfrost, but also it's searchable with one of the most popular cards in the format right now being Cyanectar Champ. And I think it's one of those cards that obviously it has limited utility, but might be worth a look and could, in the right situation, really surprise your opponent. Saying this from experience, I can promise that is absolutely true. As for my second pick, Eddie, that was also inspired by last time. First of all, I love Eddie. I know the community loves Eddie. I haven't seen that gorgeous, stunning, beautiful face in far too long. And me personally, I'm trying to get caught up in a riptide and turn to defense. I'm trying to get caught up in a riptide or attack, and turn to defense. And I think that in a meta where Pope proved that Galaxy is good, I think that also means is good. I think that also means just a thought that Eddie is good. Just a thought. We have our Locagon lists. We have our people kind of going to this more. People kind of going to this strategy. This more low to the ground strategy. This more low to the ground strategy. Saying, hey, maybe these that we know and love are good. And I'm just saying, good. And I'm just saying, Edward over here could be worth another glance.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something to keep cooking on and to consider. I think as these old school cards do come up inside of our matches and so the meta and how it shifts and evolves, you always love to see inside of the world of Elestrals. So I love the predictions and hopefully we can see them pop up here as they continue.
I hope so too. And again, I'm going to apologize to everyone who is having to hear multiple of me. We are actively trying to fix that. Now, well, I was not here to be able to hear about your predictions. And I love to hear you yap about stuff. Please go ahead. I would love to hear about these.
So for me personally, the two out of here also come from a little bit of experience. We have Nabi and the Wasp Ivy. OG Wasp Ivy is something that I think has been on the precipice for just a little while. We have some casters that are dedicated and for cooking for this strategy, and they are on the cusp every single time. For Nabi, we saw it with, I believe it was 6 inside of the last finals too, showcasing that Nabi can help clear boards and really works against the Morfrost menace. So aside of just cooking with Titan and seeing how these cards can work in tandem with it, I maybe just be bug pilled. I was a big fan of the bugs coming down, and so we'll see if the bugs can ride again. The A-Drive agenda can keep getting away with it.
I do think that it is so funny that if there is a bug to be made, A-Drive is going to make it. And these big boss bug dragons, and I'm with you. I do think that Navi Doppelgator is great right now, not only from just looking at the meta, but also from getting absolutely faced by it in my last premiere on Morfrost. So this, I don't know. I think that this prediction definitely has some truth to it.
Yeah, there is. We'll have to wait and see. I think so far out of the predictions, we have not seen much yet. The Morfrost and the Findust and a Bufin. Some things I know we have early whisperings of early on is like maybe Habufin's crazy. Shout out to Julian on trying to make that thing work. And maybe Artemis can also get their time in the sun to get Majursa, or to have the Posthumous come into play. As we're going into our round 2 here as well, we have our casters good to go and ready to set up. We have Mech versus the Law, which you might have seen at the casting desk before, and also as a consistent community member and player here. Mech, they played in some premieres before, but this is some of a new showing for them, versus Law is top 32 at the Cards HQ Open, which is, tons of competition there. Obviously, Bo was the previous champion of that event. So if there's anyone that was competing in that tournament that was able to get even close to toe-to-toe with someone like that, I'm sure we're in for a real treat. I'm curious to know what these casters are going to be bringing on the desk today.
I have a feeling that we are in for some cookery here. I cannot wait. Law is someone who we haven't gotten to see lately, and I am so glad to see him back casting. And personally, I'm excited to see what Mech has to cook up here. I also, normally I do not like to reference things that you cannot see, but I think that this is in fact just so charming that you all need to know. As we are waiting on our preview, Mech is crocheting away and just creating while we are sitting here waiting for round 2 to start. And personally, listen, this is someone who is creating something with their hands, and that means personally to me that they are also good at cooking.
Yeah, always our casters and crafters are always cool to see in the community too. I know Julian is also partial to crocheting and sort of stitching and knitting too. It's got to be something in the air with our Elestrals players. As we're getting everything set up and good to go, I am curious on a couple things. I know that in the past, when we've had notable casters here that are also on commentary into these rounds, we get to see some really goofy stuff. So for Law, I'm curious what that flavor of goof will be. Previous Thundercaster as well, knowing that Voltempest was the kind of their signature card of choice. I've heard quite a bit that Voltempest is the way. It's positioned probably not the best inside of the meta currently, but I've heard Burning for 9 spirits could be good.
Almost half of, you and Artemis were just talking about the cost of things now, and talking about this is a standard turn. This is how many spirits we expect to play now versus even just last format. And yes, Burning for 9 is in fact sometimes in turn 2 all you have left. So that could be quite punishing. And personally, as someone who did have Chant Voltempest as a prediction before, I would love to see it. Depending on what Law has cooked up here, as you said, a prolific Thundercaster and defender of many things Thunder. I would love to see some Voltempest action or whatever it is that Law may have cooked up.
And it looks like we're ready and raring to go for our second round of today's Premier Tournament. We have Mech versus the Law. Let's see what we can drop down here. Law is going to be going first. Maybe we'll get some illumination on what this caster is cooking.
And yeah, let's see. You said Law is going to be starting us off here, and we are, looks like, getting off to the races immediately with an Apollo. Okay, so unless we're specifically looking at what, Phosphocell, we might not be on a Thunderbrew.
It looks like that's Winjin, Lumaru, and a Guardian of Light for our top 3 foretells. And normally the Winjin after the start would be very preferable here, taking that Lumaru off the top as the only solar inside of that arsenal. Curious to know Law here starting down, just trying to get some value. Maybe a couple set back row could be kind of nice.
And depending on the order that we stacked things here, we could be looking at a Tornadian just next turn. And that is the beauty of Solar, the beauty of being able to craft your hand. We do see that back row being set, one there, and it looks like that is possibly all Law wrote.
And Thunder on Mech side, we have a Titano Strike coming in, champion of Zeus. It looks like, and that's going to be able to bait out this back row, which either it's going to be from Thunderstorm or from this poison tipped arrow, which Law's going to go ahead and fire off.
Might as well get value out of that back row if you know it is on a timer here. And yeah, wait a minute. Are we switching our casters around here? Mech on Thunder, Law over here on seemingly not Thunder, which is very interesting.
Well, and also too, this Apollo is not long for this world, as the Thunderstorm might be a good value target to hit it. Typically for Solar, you definitely don't want that to go on for too long, and it looks like Mech's going to go ahead and drop down that Apollo, and so foretelling might not be in Law's future.
And speaking of the crafts and the crochet over on Mech's side, we do see that they have those felt spirits. And I wonder if that is from a love of crafting or if that's just coincidence. I know that I've been loving seeing all of the little felt creations. So really cute to see over on Mech's side.
Law's here going to take one from Titana Strike, pay out from the second, the Fire Spirit. Could be trying to play around Eruption of some sort, unless there is another Sirocco in the back there. And Law coming in with the draw. We know the Lumaru is in hand to potentially put some pressure on, or if the Windjin was stacked on top, kind of like you were saying. I'm curious to know if we have a Tornadin in our future.
Ooh, with those 2 back row set. I mean, hey, Swole, from your experience, what's it like to have a Windjin hit with a Pandora's box? Although it looks like we're not going to have to see that this time as Lumaru is just coming out here.
Yeah, just kind of a solid body to put on the board for Law, and potentially no back row from Law either. Though a PT on the cast, it looks like, going to go ahead and try to weigh the options for it. A nice big Elestral to try and get some value here. I do like this idea of potentially waiting for this Tornadin, this Windjin, for maybe one more turn. Might not be safe to drop it down going into 2 back row for Gorgons or Pandoras, like you were saying.
It's funny. We have gone multiple turns here, but despite that, we're still at a very basic board state. Nothing has quite been able to stick. We've had arrows flying back and forth from both of our casters, and not much to show for it. Just a singular solitary back row on either side.
Now it's like it's going a slow game to start. You know, the Poison Tipped Arrow is really taking care of these board states, and for Mech, that initial start of the Thunderstorm was huge, and we're going to get a second one here with our Titana Strike champion. Maybe even trying to get out this Thunderstorm to bait out the other back row even.
And I don't see any activation, so it seems like possibly that stash of arrows has... Oh, okay, so going to be preemptively activating Guardian of Light. Might as well heal. Might as well heal if you know. Although, as an attack wasn't declared, is that part of the effect of Guardian of Light, or can you just activate it anytime?
No, I think that was an attack declaration from Mech's side. And
okay.
To go in there. I am with you, though. I think the idea from Law was to say, yes, I'm going to activate this now because next turn it's probably gone. And a Cockray comes down here onto the board.
Yeah, wait a minute, Cockray. I haven't heard that name in years.
Yeah, Cockray coming here and a First Light stacking on the board. That's the exact condition with Cockray coming in here to suppress and go crazy. A Pandora's Box, though, to stop the ascension of the Cockray. That is a key card here. Otherwise, for this any sort of suppression shenanigans, Cockray can't be suppressed.
I cannot believe that we are seeing now 2 clashes in a row, or two rounds in a row, main deck Pandora's Box coming out in game 1 both times, which is, I mean, hey, the PK Sparks agenda, it cannot be stopped.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time before Circle the Sky is going to be had and used here. I do like still this Cockray being able to bait out Gorgon's Gazes or Pandora's Boxes. There might be some sort of some clarification on this activation of Pandora's Box. Maybe there was a technical issue. Looks like we're going to resolve from the judges to Law's and Mech's side. There is an idea here that maybe there was a mistiming of when the Pandora's Box is activated on the activation of the First Light, and there was maybe no declaration of the Cockray yet at this point.
And that remains to be seen as we will be looking at that here. And Law is going to the deck, and it seems as if this effect is going to happen here.
Yeah, it looks like there might have just been a timing call to ensure when the Pandora's box was activated as Draco Ray ascends over the cock ray is seemingly going to go down. Otherwise, this is a stack on top of the board for the Draco Ray onto the first light. I think that's actually what we're seeing. We're seeing the stopping of the ascension, and instead, or no, we're actually going for the ascension here at all. I think this is unheard of. And I could not have predicted that. And again, the easiest transition of all time. If you are watching this over on twitch.tv/Elestrals, go ahead and let us know your predictions on what you might be thinking is happening inside of this game. Is Solar going to take this one with Draco Ray, Cock Ray, or is the Thunderstorm deck enough to stop it in its tracks? The Cock Ray coming in here to get Draco Ray out, Draco Ray to heal. It seems like we're caught up to speed.
And this is very interesting. Draco Ray is a card that I have only ever personally seen ascend over exactly Calf Mel. So here I was this entire time thinking Draco Ray was actually a camel, but only to find out it's a bird?
Yeah, the heal's going to come in very nicely as the Spirit Differential for Law goes back up to 15 and swinging over the Satana Strike. And now seemingly Law is back on the board, a big 7 body coming in here, and Mech is now having to stare down. And there's only one thing I know from the Thunder deck and Thunderstorm that can do it. And well, here's a second one, the Amp Up coming in, the Stellar to search.
Ooh. I love the Amp Up engine. This is something that I was so excited about at the beginning of this format, and we haven't really gotten to see it, but here we are, not only seeing it, but seeing it stellar, which, you know, if you can do anything stellar, you should in fact do it that way.
And I believe the other card searched out was the champion, the new champion version of excuse me, let's say likable of the pup, the like pup. I am getting my names crossed. Amp Pup, excuse me.
The like a pup, the Amp Volt. Listen, I love it. We're cooking here. Our fusion Elestrals. And speaking of, there goes the Leica Volt coming out here, the full art.
And this is going to be just enough to hit over this Draco Ray. And now also potentially put the Law on a Rip from Hand. This is the Leica Volt that I'm thinking of.
Yeah, this is the problem with going for these big plays with no back row, unfortunately, to back it up, is that because of the current meta that we're in, there are always explosive turns happening. There suddenly is a big 2-drop body on board that can contest the whole combo that you've just worked for the entire game. And that, I think that's what we're going to be seeing happen right here, right now.
Yeah, and otherwise that's a Draco Ray going down, and that was a lot of spirits invested from Mech, and similarly with only one back row, that's got to be maybe a Gorgon's Gaze to stop what we need here. There's another Apollo coming in, so if the Winjin was on top, which we do know was foretold earlier, then we do know that there could be a Trinajin in the future, which can definitely help get around this Leica Volt.
Gonna be grabbing up that little lion and gonna be stacking everything back up there. And let's see if you're right, and we do have a Winjin coming out.
Coming here for the prediction. Who could have known that? We have the cards on board, I'm sure, calling PTA to add it to hand.
Yep, that is exactly what we're seeing here. And little Glenbat there as well in the run-up. And now we're going to be going here into Tornadian, and this is what we were talking about. It could be one turn where you have your entire combo that's set up, that's contested, that's done this, but if then the next turn your opponent is able to see an equally explosive turn, is able to predict out of nowhere. Wow, how'd that happen? And bring a big Tornadian out on the board, you could also be in danger.
This is still potentially not enough. That's the crazy part, is that though this Tornadon is big, it does have to hit a potentially 2 out of 3 chance for some removal. There could be seeing Earthquake, you could be seeing Solar Burst. And so from the Tornadon here, you still have to be able to have an answer to this Lycavolt, which is huge.
We will see our predictions here. And normally with Tornadon, I mean, hey, I'm speaking to a solar caster here. Oh, although we are not going for a removal suite, it seems we're going for a counter rune suite. What does this tell you? What does this foretell based on what we're looking at in a hand?
Well, it might say that the removal is already there, that we're just trying to say, get extra resources for follow-up turns, as the one back row could be anything from Shield to Tsunami, which would also help prevent the attack from this Tornadon. It looks like the champion of Zeus Lycavolt coming in here and is going to be the play from Mech. So before, previously, it was sinking down the Draco Ray's attack. And so this Tornadon seemingly can now hit over. And for Law, maybe the follow-up play is just, I need another big body, I need another big removal. So we're going here for Nova Core on the prediction, with seemingly still no back row set, other than the PTA, I imagine, from that previous ad.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Wonder what that could be. It's a mystery. And yep, we do see the Tornadon go ahead and swing over that Lycavolt, and we are now back to an empty board over on Mech's side.
It's so funny to think about, but now the Spirit Differential being back in Law's favor with the 9, it's still a lot of investment here, though. And while Mech has already spent out the Lycavolt engine of the Thunder strategy, Thunderstorm decks typically also can run things like Brontiglow and the Fun Glow, which that PTA is not stopping.
It could always turn around in just one turn, and I think that has so far been the theme of this game. And let's see how Mech decides to turn it around here.
Oh, potentially going here for a Champion of Zeus line with this new Spark It. That's one from the Premier packs. And the gorgeous marble artwork here, grabbing a Zeus from deck to hand, potentially meaning that Zeus's call is soon happening, which a lot of lines this deck can do with these Zeus titled Elestrals.
And this is exactly the wrong caster to be playing this strategy into, because you know that if there's anyone in the Elestrals universe who knows this strategy backwards and forwards, it is the Law. The Law absolutely is familiar with Champions of Zeus, and that's probably part of what Law might be feeling confident about here is knowing how to play into the strategy, knowing the lines, knowing the outs, and knowing what to do to possibly prevent them.
Yeah, the other idea that if Zeus is not activated here and there's on a call coming in, this Spark It is kind of a spark and a dream on a risk. The other, you could potentially say Voltempus, your previous prediction coming in, could be the way out here from this Tornadon or from a Solar Onslaught, or maybe even a Griffuse coming in. But now we have Neblio, which is now huge, the Solar Classic, and this little Spark It is not long from this world.
I do not think so. There's another Neblio, and the Earthquake and the Gorgons and the PTA. Oh, okay. If I'm Mech and I'm looking at this line coming through here, this is a terrifying suite of predicted cards at this point.
Yeah, and I imagine too that this makes Law's decision to use the Tornadon effect maybe a little bit harder, because those are all pretty good runes and counter runes that you don't necessarily want to shuffle away just for the chance of getting it, but it looks like we're going to go for it. Tornadon's going to go ahead and try and grab some value.
Yeah, after seeing a beautiful future ahead of us, we are in fact just going to guarantee that the now is beautiful and going for that Guardian of Light again. And there is that Gorgon's Gaze, and the third one here being, we saw the Nova Core last time, which was what was added, and checking that PTA that we know is set there, saying, what am I missing? What do I need to get in my hand? And still looking through there. And the Earthquake. Okay.
Law, that was on top to begin with.
Yeah, this is all looking very familiar, actually, these predictions here.
Go ahead and add the Earthquake to hand. That's going to be very helpful here. You could even fire that off now to just put Mech on a little more pressure, just in case there's maybe a Tsunami in the back or some sort of Dionysus Madness. But if your Law, one set back row being removal, and your Earthquake as removal, you're feeling pretty good.
I agree. And I mean, as you mentioned, this Neblio is absolutely massive right now. A little bit smaller at the moment, but we see another Cockaway coming out here with the first light being able to stack on top as well, which is bonkers. And in addition to that, bananas.
Yeah, that is probably your most ideal couple of foretells. You're saying to your opponent, yeah, I had a really great future before, but now it seemingly the writing will be on the wall, as if this Tornadjan gets outed, then you still have the Cockray in the back to deal with. And you already used one Pandora's box. There might be a second one, but this is going to be a lot harder to justify with 6 spirits.
I mean, we have a couple threatening 2-drops on Law's side. We know that Nova Core is in hand. We know that there is a potential for the combo to get into the Drake Array. Mech is in a really tough position here because neither of those are things that are easy to prepare for, because either you're going to have a card destroyed if we're able to search out that Stadium Rune on Law's side, or Law is going to be healing and just further distancing himself from the spirit differential that we have here.
Yeah, and I think the Thunder side of things probably has limited resources outside of a change. Me, this looks like this is going to be a concession from Mech, showcasing the cards in the back. And I think the idea here was that only a Brontiglow, Funglow finish could have prevented that outcome there for Mech. And the seemingly every single card needed and seen from the Law side, Tornadjan into Cockray and Drake Array. I knew that we were going to see some cookery. I just didn't think it was going to be solar flavored in that way.
Yeah, cookery, more like Cockeray. This is genuinely a really fun brew. I mean, we've been talking for, I feel like, weeks, ever since the last ban list dropped, about what does the future of solar look like. And I think it's bright and also a little hot, because this seems like a new iteration of that. And I'm excited to see how this does today. Genuinely, like this is a list that it has me looking at it and saying, I kind of want to build it. I kind of want to play it a little bit. The general idea, I think, is very solid and very sound. We kind of saw it too with something like Mech doing the Lycavolt play with the amp ups. We notice these big bodies coming in here. There's 2 drops and 3 drops now inside of the live stream format. And so what's to say that cards like Draco Ray can't be good too? It's like Cryovern, just a little bit more solar flavored. So I too, I'm excited to see how this plays out in the long term. I think that these early rounds are really important for that. And if this is something that solar casters are cooking with and saying is the direction to go, yeah, could be a bright future for sure. What do you think that Mech is looking at here for their future inside of this game too? What do you think they can even do against Draco Ray inside of this matchup? I mean, I think that we're looking at the Locagon special here. If Spoiled Fruit is in that sideboard, which I'm just saying, at this point, it's, according to the stats, almost a must-have. I think that would be a great add here. As far as the rest, I think that this is a matter of Mech just not seeing the combo pieces that they needed to see, right? Not getting to see Mech really pop off. And in this next game, sometimes you might just see the combo and get yourself some better tools based on the exact situation that we're looking at here. We are going to real quick take a break and adjust some of these issues, hopefully get us down to only 1K in your ears. And when we come back, we'll be getting into game 2. Hello, casters. Just a quick test here. Let us know if you can hear me, as we are continuing to make sure that your Elestrals from your experience here is as good as it can possibly be. Testing. And we're back. Hopefully with only 1K and one swole. And game 2, however, this is what we're going to be going into here. To Mech versus the Law. Law, of course, taking game 1 with the new, I mean, it's not quite Sunburn, but it is a little solar fire action here.
Well, and I do love to see a little bit of the innovation as a solar caster myself in a previous life. I think there is a lot of space to play with, and I think a lot of people were stuck on the lion. You know, they were like, this is the way to go. Here's how we move forward. And so I'm glad to see that we have a little bit of innovation on that front. But from Mech's side, I'm curious to know how they adapt into this game too. Pandora's Box is really effective. We know that they have certain cards that they specifically need and want to hit. And we'll see if the Like of Volt timing can maybe work out a little bit better. Not sure if they're running the OG at all, but that could help potentially get out some key combo pieces from the Laws. A Werepup, Ampup, and Like of Pup comes down here from it.
And speaking of that pup combo happening right here, it is interesting that the 7 stat line of the Like of Volt is exactly not enough going into this list that the law has brewed up with multiple answers to it, just natively being, even without any sort of rune card. And here we go. We see the amp up coming out.
The double amp up search here for this, and an early amp up is really interesting if this is the only cast, but I think you can take it pretty slow here in the beginning and just have this as a threat that you're thinning out your deck for.
And that's an interesting option. I want to know what sort of the other side of this list is. We did see this before. We saw the Thunderstorm. I don't know if it's just Thunderstorm or if, like you mentioned, there was sort of Brontiglow, Funglow shenanigans happening as we see another pup.
Yeah, I'm curious to know what the start here. I guess maybe the other idea for mech is I'm going to get out my big body first, and that way I can now attest to and speak to your big bodies as well. The other side of it, and kind of like you were saying, this has to be backed up by some pretty significant counter runes, as no counter runes on the play for mech or very low counter runes is now very risky for all this investment.
And unfortunately, with the list that we, to our knowledge, know that mech is on, this is the only big body that we were able to see. And so if this is something that is answered immediately in turn one, like you said, we need significant counter runes here because we don't know what mech is able to do to come back from that at this point.
Yeah, and let's see now, with one set back row and a significant amount of resources committed here, we might be looking at a very risky all-in play. But I similarly can also imagine a world where mech is utilizing this to say, hey, if you have Solar Burst, if you have the Earthquake, if you have the removal, let's see it now so my future play can go uninterrupted. As a Plucky comes in here from Law, that's a little bit slower.
But with Apollo, as we know, it can those foretells can get out of hand very quickly. I wonder if Law is going to adjust the amount that we load this Apollo up, knowing that there are thunderstorms in this list, knowing that that could immediately be punished. Or if Law is going to say, I foretell that it's going to be fine, and I am simply just going to do what I'm going to do.
This is a little bit of a risky start here, even from Law. And like you were talking about with foretelling, let's just see if the future is bright and fine. This hand could be suboptimal and could be now saved by some sort of search. A Lavalith.
I mean, you're already playing the Fire Spirits for the Draco Ray. I think that makes a lot of sense here. The Neblio going to be added from that Apollo effect. And stacking up two drops, I think that the Lavalith is the only one that you want to see. Tornado, obviously, you're wanting to get that from deck when you end up casting it eventually. Hopefully there is a way to shuffle that away in the next turn.
Yeah, otherwise here, a way to stop and get Law to drawing into these two drops is very much within the means of mech. And the 6 body of Lavalith is nice, but the 7 and potentially sinking down even further from the champion Lycavolt is pretty big. Mech on the draw here after a set 3 from Law. That's pretty significant.
Yeah, we are far removed from the Hurricane meta with the 3 set and also the Apollo set back there, which I do love to see Jolton coming out as well with the Stadium Rune. Actually, Lycavolt does become a huge threat to this list.
And two, the Nova Core onslaught can be stopped pretty effectively. You know, the Solar deck historically using those Glimbats to get into those stadiums. And I don't know if Law was predicting that they would be playing Stadium Wars here too. So there is a lot to be considered for this Jolton play as the full art Mount Lip is coming down, and that's beautiful.
That is beautiful. I've been a huge fan of all of the different arts that Mech has chosen. A lot of personal favorites of mine. And you know what? I gotta say, really speaks to some excellent taste going on over on this side of the board.
Yeah, I love the Thunder cards as a whole, and good to see they're getting a little bit of love. Was a little bit worried for a while because this deck is is seemingly missing a little bit of its key cards on the Tartarus list, but if those emojis are anything to go off of, then maybe we'll see that come back in the future. I'm not quite sure.
Oh, the emojis.
Yeah, the fabled emojis.
Yeah, get behind me, Soulbell. I won't let them get you. And I'm curious to see if we're going to see this Mount Olympus activated, or if, like you said, it's going to be used as sort of a Stadium War piece, saying, go ahead, go for the Nova Core. I actually have an answer for that.
Yeah, and seemingly maybe pausing to consider playing it. Looks like we might be on a little bit of a call. Maybe some confusion on what was added or some sort of technical issue frozen from their side. I would be curious to know after this judge review what was missing there. I can't imagine it's zone placement. I know that we have the zones shifted down a bit from Mech's side.
Yeah,
And-
Mech playing fast and loose with the suggested little zone areas. But you know what? They're doing it their own way, and I gotta respect it.
Yeah, from law side too, a lot of things to consider over on activation. So could be something as simple of, hey, I was meaning to respond to something, or there could be another consideration of again tech. We're going in for review on this one, and we'll be back into this shortly. With the Sunstrike preview, though, I'm excited to see what we get from these two strategies in the future. Well, once again, I think that the Solar and Thunder decks both are needing to see inside of this tournament and future tournaments what they're going to do to handle themselves further. So I'm curious to know what your thoughts are there here. Do you think Draco Ray is going to be enough for our Solar casters today?
I think that Draco Ray is really interesting. And back when we were getting sort of the prototype cards, I actually received a Dragalis from my Clash box. So the whole line to me has always been a little bit special. I've always had a little bit of an affinity for it. And I think it's really cool to see people looking at old cards saying, wait a minute. So sorting their bulk and saying, that's an interesting thing to think about, actually.
Well, I'm about to say, with your predictions too, and you mentioned that before, of looking at these older cards and saying, this could come back, so I think that you definitely be the expert on this and with those ones there.
I you know what? I would not have predicted Draco Ray. That is one that I did not see coming. But you're the Solar expert here. Is that a card that in brewing for the new Solar meta? Is that something that you thought about?
A little bit, yes. I think that talking to Andrew Artemis a little bit in the pregame about some scary Elestrals that could see play. Draco Ray was kind of whispered, talk about Pulveror a little bit on the lunar side. And so there's some key card breakers that are just Cryovern adjacent. So it's possible, but again, I didn't think I'd see it this early inside of the rounds, or at least doing seemingly this well. There's some tricky timings and tricky ruling to the stuff, so maybe allowing Law to play around some key counter runes just a little bit, which I think is maybe going to be beneficial long term, but we'll see. On Mech side, though, I also didn't think I was going to see the champion Lycavolt anytime soon. That's a very tricky card to play around, and the Amp Up line can get there very fast.
Yeah, we have been seeing just sort of classic base set Lycavolt in this strategy. And maybe that's something that Mech said was, you know what? Maybe we haven't fully decided what Thunder is doing right now. Maybe Thunder's identity is not clear, and maybe we can reevaluate it. And maybe it's as simple as, I pulled this really sick full art, and I want to play it. And that, I gotta respect.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hey, after the Moose, there's always an eye for the beautiful in there, right? All these pretty cards and stellars. You're like, I can fit this in there somewhere.
I mean, hey, that was me day before the last premiere pulling my X of 99 Morfrost Chimera saying, we go Morfrost. I've been practicing Lockagon for weeks, but we go Morfrost.
Yeah, and I think I don't know if I've had the luxury yet of experiencing that on some degree. I look at all my stellars and my full arts and I say, this is pretty cool, but where am I going to ever fit in this Fin Dust? Where am I ever going to fit in these cards yet? And I'm not exactly sure on that level. Two, I'm not Bo. I can't sit here and say my highest rarity card is going to be my key spotlight. I'm a little bit of afraid of these hands. They shake a little bit too much for that to work.
Well, I know that you are a believer in lower rarity lists, and that is sort of what you tend to prefer. And I am curious, to those of you who are watching here today, I know that there are different contingencies, whether it be highest rarity, whether it just be you have a particular art that you love, or the low rarity warriors. I did for a little bit when I was practicing with Locke. I was going in your school of thought, and I was going low rarity. And you know what? Personally, I just need that hit of serotonin from being able to cast the stellar or the shiny card.
Yeah, and I think too, it depends on the deck for sure. You know, I do love a deck that can't get around it. I think that's always a really fun one to see and witness how players are going to be utilizing it. If it's a deck that can be fully stellared out, also love to see it, and maybe just showing a little bit of bias in terms of those stellar distributions. I know the stats people are crunching the numbers on what is the lowest rarity deck, even by number of volume of stellars. And it's got to be something like Lunar. It's got to be something like Wind, I imagine. But I would be very curious on that too. I am a low rarity enjoyer. I'm a big fan of just saying, yeah, this is around, and I'm sure I can make this work inside of my deck, specifically in the spirits. The spirits are very, very flexible.
Yeah, and you are also, and this is, and I know that you're not going to feel the shame that you should, but you are a no sleeves on the spirits caster. No, I cannot do it.
Well, I really don't know. I really don't know what to say about it. I've done it once. I think I did it twice. Once for an Elestriad, and then ever since I'm just like, do I need to do this? Maybe sometimes I just forget, and that's kind of the big one. Outside of that, though, yeah, the common spirit to deck pipeline is just my preferred. I also might just not have enough high rarity spirits to go around to where I need to sleeve them. That's maybe the real issue here, is that not a case of lack of want, but just lack of option.
And hey, you know what? I get that. Me personally, I'm like, do I want to use my Dallas Premier spirits? Do I want to use this year's celebration spirits or last year's celebration spirits or the full art stained glass spirits? Listen, it's every single time. That's where I enjoy myself, is when I get to do the spirit deck, because that one I don't sit and worry, if I shuffle, am I going to somehow ruin my game because every time it's going to be going to my stellar or whatever it may be. But
to only have so many options, and I would personally be in choice paralysis mode at that point if I had just a myriad of things to consider and a myriad of things to pick. So I can only imagine what that's like. Again, I can't speak to that experience. My sleeveless spirits are oftentimes missing in some cases.
Hey, you know what? It's worked for you, and I have to respect that. And just so all of you know, watching at home, we are still paused on the game, still getting that resolved. And as soon as we know anything, as soon as we're able to get back to the action, we will let you all know. And we will get back to this clash.
I am curious to know the outcome of this one. I think there's a lot of options from both players. The strong start from Mech, and also the similarly slow start from Law. A plucky 3-set back row is very scary still, but not quite the explosive turn that we've been seeing from some of these casters. Again, the Hibufin and the Fin Dust from our game 1, as well as this Tornadjan and Draco Ray from this game 1 of this clash. So I would be very curious to know on both what is going on, and also too, if this is going to be continuing to be as explosive as the last one.
I'm also curious to see if we're going to see a spoiled fruit activation on a Draco Ray.
Oh, that absolutely 100%. I do not doubt at all that is the side deck consideration of all time. You see the Draco Ray, similar to how it was in Moonrise Moonrise format. I was going to say Daybreak. The spoiled fruit wasn't out yet. Moonrise format with Draco Ray ascending. It was one of Solar's big boss pushes, and you just go, yeah, I'll ascend this Kafmel. Yeah, I'll ascend over an Armadon. Okay, I'll spoiled fruit. All right, have a nice day. It was a quick game at that point. It was actually really nice.
Those really were the days. I remember the first time that I saw as I mentioned earlier, we normally were seeing Draco Ray ascend over a calf mel, getting the double healing there. And one of the things that it was also paired with was the Lumaru. And Lumaru just getting all of the mills, hitting every single time the big boss Elestrals, and it's like, oh, I only play one of those. Cool. So this game's over now. Cool. Very cool, Lumaru. Thanks.
Yeah, it's pretty dangerous nowadays, I think, to load up the underworld with certain strategies running around, specifically Morphrost. You don't want to make that a bomb too big, but like you said, sometimes you can hit the Cryovern, and that's just good enough. Or the Lockagon. The Lockagon is one of those decks too that if it loses both those big 2-drop dragons, then it's lights out.
And hey, based on my experience with mills, go ahead. Mill it. They're not going to see it. If it's me, I guess.
I think that your mills were just a-okay. Sometimes the I Willy giveth and sometimes the I Willy taketh away. If I played Cure enough times to know, it's that sometimes that Blizzstrix is coming out turn 2. Other times it's like I can just go some solar lunar concoction that Justin T has been sending and whispering for me.
Well, speaking of whispering, I have been hearing people saying where there's a mill, there's a K, and I think it's really going to catch on.
Oh yes, many people are saying that. It's like it's like the Galaxy thing. Many people are saying the Galaxy thing, and it's like the Eddie thing. A lot of people are saying the Eddie thing.
A lot of people. It is just me and my 2 dogs who are saying it, but it's like going triple platinum in this house, truly.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. I can believe that. The conglomerate headspace of the Elestrals, the Elestronati, if you will, is consumed entirely within that house.
Hey, you know what? Just 2 Ampups and a dream. And it does seem that we are going to be getting an update here pretty soon. It seems that there is a deck error. Judges are still investigating. Just to keep you all updated, as soon as we know more, we will let you know.
Yeah, deck errors are something that do happen a little bit, and it's. I remember back in Kissimmee, this idea that you can physically sit there, have judges check, and come back. When it's over webcam like this, it's a little bit longer to resolve, trying to make sure all the cards are necessarily there and that they were registered correctly, comparing that to the Play Network. And sometimes either some things happen where you forget, or it's purposely built, but it doesn't quite look right. So always want to double check. And again, shout outs to our staff and judges for helping resolve these issues quickly and efficiently for all our casters.
Yeah, if it ever seems like it's going smoothly, that is because there are a lot of people behind the scenes working really hard to make that the case. So personally, when I was able to play last time, it was just like, oh, I kind of forgot how much goes into all of this and how hard everyone here is working. And so huge shout outs, huge appreciation for all of that. And I genuinely would love to see more from Mech here. I've been sitting and thinking, like, what is this Thunder Brew that we're looking at? What is the other, because we have seen one engine, that being the Ampup. We have seen Thunderstorm, and we did just see Jolton. Is this just a low to the ground Thunder strategy that also happens to have an Ampup engine in it? I'm not sure.
Yeah, the high end here could be the Ampup. The thing that I know Andrew mentioned before in the previous game with Perky was, what is the high end of that, or is it just Morphrost? Since we have a lot of decks that say yes, this is my high end, and here's my secondary high end, or this is my low end, this is my high end, and we're just gonna go from there. There's a lot of different ways that casters are approaching the games of Elestrals, and the idea that Thunder has so many different ways to go about it and just has to pick a lane, I would be curious to know what Mech's decision is.
Well, Thunder has the privilege of everything basically being 3 points stronger than it seems to be, with Zeus being such an incredible divine rune that we haven't seen too much of in recent sets. But, I mean, historically speaking, the strongest divine at times to exist.
Yeah, outside of I know that Demeter is one that for a while people are hoping to come back, because there is the eventual idea that Demeter will come back around, that Demeter got some cards on the horizon, that there is some lists right now that are utilizing cards that are Champions of Demeters, that are good and will work. So time will tell on this ones too. And Zeus is one of those cards that, if the right conditions are met, Zeus will see the widespread play it once did. And Thunder will eventually reign. Shout outs to our Sunstrike on the right.
Yeah, I cannot wait to start seeing the cards from that set. I would love to see Thunder come back in a big way. I shudder to think how Solar is going to perform when it actually gets the full set dedicated to, oh, this is about you, by the way. As we are already seeing, Solar is doing pretty well.
Yeah, it's got a lot of the right tools. It's just about finding the right build. For a long time, we had this sort of low to the ground option for Solar to try to utilize the Corvishines and the Lumaroos and the decently statted bodies. Kaufmel was a very solidly placed Elestral that was able to be Ambrosias and keep the long game going. But now the game is sped up so much that Solar can't really do that. So like the Draco Ray point to kind of our conversations really early, how do Solar players adapt? And that was Rise Celestlio. And now with Rise gone, Solar has been having a little bit of an identity crisis. And I do wish it the best in terms of finding that out, because that is not easy to do, especially in a game like Elestrals.
I am curious about, on this Law Brew, you mentioned Celestlio. We have seen the Neblio. We haven't seen anything else. Is Neblio just there to take advantage of the fact that Solar loves to load up the board with Solar Spirits and therefore it becomes a big threat? Is it there because there is a looming Celestlio somewhere in the list? I'm not sure. And I would be curious to know if we really are saying, you know what, sweet dreams, sweet Prince Celestlio, you did us well, but this is no longer your time.
Yeah, I would say that's probably accurate. The Celestlio, people have been trying to make it work. Don't get me wrong. I do think that it's time to go and to move on to the other engines. I think that Neblio can still be used here for stuff like the First Lights for sure. And if there happened to be a Leo Bright or potentially a Celestlio enchantment or some sort of way to get around it, I would probably leave it up to Law to cook that concoction. Now, Law is a chef when it comes to sort of these 3-drop decks. We mentioned Bull Tempest before, so I would be curious to know as well. For now, though, just grabbing the First Light with it seems to have worked out so far.
I mean, I think that even just what we were able to see with the Pandora's activation on the First Light, where it's like there aren't a lot of ways actually once we have that combo to stop it outside of Gorgon's Gaze, once again proving why it is one of the most represented runes time and time again, tournament after tournament. There are often times where that is in fact the only answer to stop many threats.
The load-bearing card of Elestral is a very hot, contentious point for a lot of casters, but it's also one of the most important runes inside of the game. It's very skill testing, very much a activate when needed. You can't just willy-nilly put out a Gorgon's Gaze. And very much the case too for a lot of the other counter runes inside of the game and the meta. And like we're saying, even then, there's ways to play around it for certain decks and strategies. Tadpuff coming out and Tadpuff getting Gorgon's Gazed. Aphrodite get another one, go into your lock combo once again. A lot of these decks are playing around the fact that they have to play through the counter runes, not just into them. And I think that's maybe the key difference for this Solar Brew is maybe this is the one that plays through the most counter runes.
Now, I do wonder, since we are just here with time to spare to yap, in your opinion, are 2-drops the new 3-drops in Elestrals?
Are 2-drops the new 3-drops? I would say there's an extra spirit on top of the 3-drops that makes it to where that's not the case mathematically speaking. But thematically speaking, maybe. The idea that there are some decks out there that can turbo into their 3-drops is very nice. And there's some, like Moose, for example, shoutouts to my Lunar casters, that might be underexplored. Who's to say? But a lot of our casters are choosing to go the way of a very strong 2-drop option that is enough to get the job done and can threaten boards like a 3-drop. And so is the investment worth it for those 3-drops? I think a lot of people would say no. However, there's a lot of chefs in the kitchen that are saying, yeah, Moose is going to be crazy. Let me just turbo out Moose. We did see Celestia once upon a time. It can definitely happen again. Full Gorix, we have Farrageist, the camel that's definitely on the chopping block every single time. So it's a long story yap short. Yes, 2-drops definitely are the new 3-drops.
I always love the roundabout journey that we take, only to end up right where we needed to be. Even though none of us knew that that's where we were heading. So thank you for that. I do feel like in the last meta, and even with Moonrise, people were really exploring the 3-drops and saying, I think that this really is where we're heading in a game. And it seems like now in live stream, people are saying, I get to this 2-drop and it's kind of enough. It is kind of okay for me to just sit for the rest of the game with this being the high end of my list. And 2-drops having a lot of them insane effects that make them have, in my opinion, similar value to the 3-drops without the investment.
Yeah, it's always going to be a question of that investment, right? And early on in Elestrals was the idea of ascending, going to these 2-drops, kind of risky for cards that are pretty widespread. The shields, the PTAs, the earthquakes, the rest in your laurels. And so a lot of really high impact 1-ofs, going back to some of your predictions, right? Where these high impact 1-drop cards can really make a splash. And now we do see cards, even, a couple like formats ago, like the Chrysor that comes in here, the Champion Chrysor, or the Nixamera. Shouts to Perky on the win on that one. That can show out. Cryovern's always been good. I think, showing that Elestrad Season 2 stays strong. I think that Cryovern is going to be one that will be well aged for a long time.
Yeah, I think that there have been so many situations where, because this is the debate, right? Where it's like, oh, if I had just had the 3-drop here, actually that would have been curtains, that would have been game over. But a lot of times it is just about a game of inches. It's about who has the right stat, even if it's not 15, shout out Pin Terror. Sometimes it just needs to be a 6.
Yeah, and we have confirmation, by the way, on this judge review. So it looks like on the webcam, again, a lot of things can happen aside. It turns out that there were 2 cards that were dropped during shuffling between rounds. Typically when you're siding out cards, things are getting moved, and Mech dropped those 2 cards, and the game continued on with a shortened deck. And so the game had progressed enough to where we cannot rewind reliably, and thus Law will take this one 2-0 over Mech due to the to the game error.
So congratulations to the Law on this new Solar Brew, and Mech was absolutely able to show some incredible chops here. And unfortunately, that is just something that happens, as you said, especially on these webcam tournaments. These things do happen, and it never feels good when it happens to you. But great game to both of our casters, and hopefully we see more from both of them as today's premiere goes on.
Yeah, everything from disconnects due to thunderstorms, dropping cards. We've seen it halfway, both sides, game losses, round losses. A lot of things can happen inside of these premieres, and it's always great to have people come out and to try their best and showcase off this great game of Elestrals, even if there are things outside of our control that can happen. And for something like this, yeah, you're shuffling cards, you're siding things out, you're moving things around. And like we were seeing previously, with things having to be shifted down a little bit on the mat, very understandable that things can be misplaced. So unfortunate that we couldn't see the ending result to that clash out between the likable champ and this plucky, seemingly in that start. Another Draco Ray drop would have been really interesting to see, but I am curious to know how we're going to be progressing with Thunder and with Solar into these upcoming rounds.
And with that, we are actually going to go to a quick break here. We're going to be preparing for round 3, hopefully coming back with only 1K and 1 Artemis when we come back from our break. And Swole, I hope that you enjoy your break, your breakfast, whatever it is you're going to be getting up to. And to those of you watching at home, we will be right back. Testing. Testing.
Kay, it is good to be on the mic with you. Solar Heal Stall. If I had a nickel for every time late in the format that Solar Heal Stall came out of nowhere, I'd have several nickels at this point. I think it's happened Moonrise, Firestorm, and now Livestream if we keep seeing more Cockaway today.
It is one of those things that maybe that should be studied. As time goes on, people start to say, hey, you know what? And I gotta say, it is great to be on the mic with you for the first time ever. I've gotten to see you in a couple premieres.
Yeah,
but that's
I
it.
got to see you last premiere, and so it's nice to be on the mic with you for this first time. It's I'm excited to see how the clash unfolds and how our dynamic works commentating across it. I know the stream is still hearing a little bit of 2K here and there. We love our double high definition K, but that's all right. We have our finest Drataras and Dratagwas running around in the background, pulling and plugging cables. But we'll just continue to enjoy the clashes as they come here.
Yeah, they're saying she's too powerful. We cannot allow two to continue to exist. What if she gets the second X of 10 posthumous?
Oh, I know. I mean, I gotta 1 second.
Wait, we do need to do this.
I know. Mine's in a deck, so I gotta just pull mine out here. But yeah, we're in the X of 10 card. Let's try to not get the glare on it. Yeah. Moose besties, Swole needs to get on it. He's falling behind. This is now a commentator requirement, I believe.
I don't know. I think that could be our thing. Like we're just the two that have the X of 10 Mies,
That's fair. The Mies squad. I got the OG, you got the champ. We're covering all of the moose spaces here.
I will say I have been trying to search for the Stellar Fawnlet. I've gotten a couple starter decks with the Black Friday sales and whatnot, and
the question is which one?
That one. And I have quiffed every time.
I got the playset already, so.
Oh no! I got the Bandaloon. I will say it wasn't completely fruitless, but
and the playset of Bestie as well. So
I did finally pull her. This is just us flexing. We're like, hey, what if we had every lunar card that existed? What if that was cute?
Well, who else should be flexing is our current top 16 for the day. Let's go ahead and take a look at that here. Some names I expect to see. We got Brewlock, we got Bean Soldier here. Lavender, is that a new name? I don't think I have seen them in the top before. Nara TCG as well. So I think we have some exciting new casters potentially popping up here with our names we're familiar with. We got our Six and our Ari. When the Scent is up here, good to see them. So lots of 2-0s to start out the day. The law going strong. We might see the return of Solar Heal Stall in top 8. Solar Heal Stall can't keep getting away with it, Kay.
I guess that remains to be seen. And I gotta, hey, you know what? Completely unbiased here on the mic, but we've got to shout out our co-commentator PK Sparks, staying strong, going 2-0. And that is so cool to see.
And PK in the best spot, number 13. I am a number 13 fan myself, Kay.
You know what? I think that things are coming together for me with you and your vibe, being a lunar caster and Lucky 13. You know what? I get it. I'm digging it.
Hey, lore here. I was born on Friday the 13th, so I just, I have an affinity for all that is dark and unlucky for most.
Yeah, and that's why you play decks that you say, you know what? You might not see the cards, but me, I will.
And that is why I have never made top 32 in a premiere as well. That is there's a strong correlation there, I think.
Well, I am excited to see how this top 16 is going to grow and evolve as we continue on today. I'm also curious about what the actual decks that we're looking at here. I think that in this format, we've seen in previous top cuts, we've seen a good variety of decks and different strategies. Obviously, the most popular decks are always represented, but we usually have a couple fun little different ones in there.
You know, our bottom 2 or 3 slots keep changing out. It seems like every premiere. We had Hermes and Titan show up last time, so I'm really excited to see what's going to pop up in kind of the rogue pick slots for this event. What's also exciting is we have confirmation of the 2 casters we're going to get to see here shortly. We're going to see the Dragon Tamer themselves, Ari, Pinter's strongest soldier, I believe, and Cindershade. And so I'll be super excited to see what decks they have today. What have these casters done in their history, Kay?
I gotta say, this is a very fun clash for me. I love both of these casters. I've loved watching them over the last year or so, both performing very well in multiple different events. Ari, of course, as you say, shout out Pinter, getting 3rd place at the Dallas Open with Pinter, top 4 at premieres, and top 24 at Kissimmee. Cindershade, meanwhile, is a caster who is not shy to the top 8 in regular premieres, but also getting top 16 at Kissimmee. So these are 2 very, very storied casters who have a lot of experience and are both incredible in their own rights. And I can't wait to see what they are going to do today.
You know, I don't know if Ari would bring it today, but maybe we'll see the legendary Rinotep, the Rise from the Shadows Pinter brought back with Lunar Spirits. I know Ari and I were both excited for the ability to rise from the shadows of Pinter potentially. I don't think anyone has successfully cooked that deck yet, but maybe today's the day we see it.
Well, I know that Cindershade, speaking of Rise from the Shadows, is one of the champions of a list that I think they're calling it Zombie Fruit, where it's basically it is Latagon Earth with a jump scare Pharaohgeist that you somehow bring onto the board, and that somehow being you rise from the shadows a Latagon and simply just ascend Pharaohgeist.
You simply hard draw the Pharaohgeist. It's very simple. It's very simple.
You just do it.
No, Zombie Fruit has had a very funny history. Zombie Fruit showed up big at Kissimmee and a tournament or 2 after, and then a deck showed up that was called Zombieless Fruit, where people just dropped the Lunar and just started playing Latagon. And now people are just playing normal Latagon. So it would be super exciting to see if the Zombie Fruit is showing up again. It looks like we're going to have Ari going first here, ready to start casting. So we'll see shortly whether or not we're going to get some dragon action or not.
Ooh, cannot wait to see.
And let's get into our round 3 clash here. Ari versus Cindershade. Woo, let's go. All right. And like we said, Ari going to be starting us off going first here. First, we got to check, see if we're going to get any mulligans. And also, I have to acknowledge the flex mats that we are looking at. We were talking about the accolades. They're right in front of us on the screen. We have that top 3 Dallas mat and the top 16 Kissimmee mat from Cindershade and Ari, respectively. And, they are just gorgeous.
They are fantastic. As someone who has played card games historically, I never really had a bunch of playmats. I had like literally 1 card game playmat, and I don't know how Elestrals does this. I think I have 8 different Elestrals playmats right now. I don't know where they keep coming from. They're so amazing, though.
I similarly have little rolled up playmats just
Shoved in various places in my storage for my cards and everything. And you know, I do have my favorites, but it is always a bit of a, which do I want to play today? There are so many choices.
Oh, the Elestrals art team, they should keep getting away with it. They
Please
should keep getting away with it. Yes.
And I mean, we have our casters both very politely sitting here. Meanwhile, I'm chomping at the bit, like, what's gonna happen? Are we mulliganing? What are you playing? What lists are we on? Tell me now. Let's get into it. Ari, take us away.
The cards are being touched.
Okay,
They're
looks like we
fanning,
have.
They're moving.
There was a thumbs up, so I think we are getting going here.
Okay.
And checking out our hands here, seeing what these look like. Oh, there was a slight bleed over on Cindershade's side. Me trying to see it, like, oh, can we get a clue as to what's going on?
We'll see if we get a mulligan. Mulliganing being one of the most important things a caster can do in this format, I believe. And we are seeing one from Cindershade. Ari going first, having passed, means that their hand must have been solid. We see Fire Spirits on Cindershade's side. So are we seeing Hestia? Are we seeing Salashade? Are we seeing Cockarae Part 2? Who knows?
You know, I would love to see if Cindershade has secured that world's invite. Honestly, rock out for the rest of the time with the namesake. I think that is such a huge flex.
That would be amazing. All right, we're debating here. We're seeing... Is that a Cyanectar champion there? I believe so. Yep.
Searching out a poison nectar by any chance? No. Okay. Well,
poison tipped arrow.
We were going for the prediction accolades there, but you know what? Poison tipped arrow makes a lot of sense, especially when you're going first. I understand, and I forgive you, Ari.
With a set 3, that is a well-protected bug.
Yeah, is well insulated, and I'm curious to see what this bug is going to become or surround himself with, depending on what's going to happen moving forward.
Well, Cyanectar in most decks right now, so this tells us, much like a Galaxy or a Rabbit in past formats, almost nothing about what is being played here.
Very true, very true. Are we looking at Antitan? Are we looking at Latagon? Are we simply looking at crabs? Crabs, anybody?
Yeah. Speaking of Galaxy.
Oh!
The return of the whale. Who could have warned us the whale was good, Kay? Who
could have done it? Also, we are now in a situation, whale arrow ? Ari could let that thing fly, but as we know, it would not protect the Cyanectar due to the order of operations in Elestrals. Ari opting not to activate it, in fact.
The whale attack was declared. Does Ari have a shield or something else to protect the Cyanectar here, or are they simply going to take the whale attack? A shield into a champ Galaxy always feels bad because the stat swap is just coming right back at your face.
Yeah.
And Ari choosing to take it here, no problems. 2 sets from Cindershade to Ari's 3. Luckily in this format, 1 turn is all you need to go full combo. And what we're going to see from Ari is another Cyanectar champion. Okay.
Now is the Poison Nectar. Surely the Poison Nectar is coming this turn. Show it to me, Ari. Okay, fair enough. You know what? Fair enough. I will say Ari is a caster who... has been on record saying, I will simply cast Gambit, flip heads every time, and win. So I wonder if what we are setting up for is just a parade of all of the different arts of Gambit.
That would be gorgeous. The real question is, which 3 arts of Gambit do you choose? I believe we're at 6 Gambit arts right now.
I think the full art has to be in there. The little heart, it has my heart. It really does.
It does. And of course, there is 2 full art Gambits, not even just 1 to pick from.
As we have listen, whale. You get rid of 1 and they just keep swimming on back.
Yeah. Are we going to let this go through yet again?
Although I will say it's a bit of a Groundhog Day situation that we're in here. With just bug, whale. And we do see the shield activation, which against a Galaxy, I mean, hey, if you need to clear the board because you're looking at a combo here, fair enough. But you're also just giving Cindershade another whale activation.
We are getting an extension to draw from Ari, it looks like here. I was wondering if the shield was because there was a Latagon or something else in hand, but no, we are just going to continue to fill the back row.
But this little bug is still here, and so we are going to be running Cindershade down on spirits. That is another fire spirit. So water fire, could we be looking at a new brew for the Small Tuga stuff? I'm not sure.
Heftuga, maybe? Oh, Smoltuga?
That's a little Tuga.
Smoltuga search what? Smoltuga search Valkyries? What are we searching?
I guess that remains to be seen. This is very interesting and not at all what I would have predicted from Cindershade.
Hey, I mean, the board of decks this could be is still wide open. We are going to see the PTA from Ari, though, so our little turtle that could is not going to stick around here. And the search is... I'm not recognizing that art immediately.
I believe that is the Volcaries. I think it's one of the Volcaries arts, but we will see. And as we know, there is simply another poison-tipped arrow on Ari's side because we have been loading up on those arrows. And Cindershade, obviously, looking at a clear board here, but hopefully going to be...
Wait, is that the Gambit?
No, I think that's a Toxiri.
Oh, yes. Okay.
And there is the Dense Fog search here. So we are bugging out over on Ari's side. Maybe we really are looking at In Titan, which would explain the expend to draw. It would explain some of the slower play that we've seen from Ari because once you have the combo, you have it.
That's true. Toxiri in this format, especially with the new Artemis poison-tipped arrow, if you search a poison-tipped arrow off of Cyanectar and suppress something with the -2/-2 it gives, plus Toxiri's -2/-2, you're looking at -4/-4.
Ooh, and hey, you know what? Whoa, -4/-4 upon you. I've heard that is what people are saying now.
That is what all of the lunar kids are on these days. That is correct. All right, we're taking 2 damage on Cindershade here for our 2 little bug boys, and the whale returneth. You cannot keep the whale away.
No, I mean, hey, especially when you're looking at a lot of set, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Now, the Dense Fog here could still -2/-2, but I think Ari's probably going to want to just hold on to it here and accept that a bug is going bye-bye, and that is what we do see here. So a Cyanectar is down. 2 have hit the underworld.
Interesting that we are valuing this Toxiri, which might speak to the next couple turns, which here we go. We have a Navi coming out.
Okay. Swole is not here to be excited. He has been Navi's biggest defender about what it can do. The other thing Swole has been excited about is the tsunami showing back up, which Cindershade lets rip here to put all of these lunar bodies to defense.
Yeah, that was really a hand-tailored turn for our co-commentator Swolex here. But instead, here we are. Everyone is in defense. And there comes the Volcaries. If I am still getting that art correct here.
Yep. All right, let's see what Ari's going to do with that. Poison-tipped arrow number 2. Expected.
Yeah, finally something that it can actually be used on effectively.
That is correct. And we're getting our search here. And, I mean, if there's a Smoltuga in hand, though, Smoltuga Champ plus Hephaestus is a Krakatuga, maybe we'll see the turtle next turn.
I mean, we can dream. And I, in fact, do dream. And there we go. We're going to be going and grabbing some artifact. Possibly a torch.
Torch is most likely, but the Volcaries did get PTA'd, so I doubt we're going to see an artifact actually get played in this moment here. Cindershade probably setting up their hand for future turns. Tunic is an interesting choice here.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're going to put that on something to get some burn here, or if that's just going to hand for now. Maybe this is the Wasp Ivy deck that Swole so desperately wanted to see. Cindershade here just tailor-made a deck for our co-commentator, perhaps.
I know, I think there'd be some favoritism that I would like to speak to Cindershade about if that is the case. However, I think that you're right. We're going to be holding on to this artifact possibly for the reveal for Smoltuga, or possibly for something else.
You know, Poison Tunic being the less common of the Omni artifacts, Necklace often being used as a one-time piece of removal. So it's interesting to see Poison Tunic get its time to shine. You rarely see it outside of Wasp Ivy decks, though, but maybe it gives credence to this idea that Cindershade is maybe on burn today.
Yeah, very possibly. I do think that it's one of those cards that people were just kind of throwing in when it was like, well, with Hephaestus, I can just have whatever I want. So sure, you get to be in my deck. You get to be in my deck. But you're right. As far as dedicated staple cards, really only Spivey.
Okay, we saw the attack declaration to go over the Nabi, I believe, but that didn't pan out. I missed what Ari activated there. But regardless, Ari keeps both of their bodies, and Valkyries get sent from the PTA, and it's back to Ari. Ari has a couple of options here. We might see a third body or possibly a re-enchant. That...
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go, Ari,
Yes.
with the Stellar Hydrake from Premier One. Listen, let's go. Also, I see the dense fog in the underworld, so possibly that's what we're looking at
okay.
here.
The -2, that's what did it, yeah.
Yeah. And are we doing Pinter?
I think Ari might be playing Rise from the Shadows Pinter after all. I hope we see that happen today.
Okay, and we do have the Doppelganger, and meanwhile, Cindershade is like, oh boy, here we go. You never want to see Ari cast a Hydrake. I think that is one of the scariest things in Elestrals.
And with a Doppelganger on board to go with it, oof.
This is a very scary board. And even the Toxiri is a huge threat here, as we were able to see just in that last turn.
Woe -2/-2 upon all ye. You know, fear ye who see the scorpion.
For he is an ill omen. Yes.
Oh, yes. Now, interestingly, the Doppelganger is going to be sinking the attack of the Hydrake, but that's almost an advantage here for turboing into Twindra.
But we do see Kindleo coming out.
Oh.
And so, hey, might be. Oh, however, okay, we see a Dense Fog activation. Going to be paying off of that Toxiri. So the effect of the Kindleo will not be happening. And both our Doppelganger and our Hydrake are safe here. However, we do see the Nexus, which is curious.
I believe the Dense Fog was activated on the Nexus. Cindershade, I believe, should have been able to Nexus 0 as a result afterwards, but chose to go through. Sure. Oh!
It's all coming together.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that enough to get over anything, though? Because the Doppelganger's sinking the Kinleo's attack, right?
As it is not Lunar Enchanted, I think that you are correct there. And we are simply to be paying off of the Kinleo for an Ambrosia Cindershade, possibly in the moment doing that math. And I have to say, oh my gosh, and I'm seeing an eruption. There's a lot of things happening right now.
Wait, it's happening. Okay, so if he put it on the Hydrake, Kinleo can now hit Hydrake and put Ari on 0?
Okay.
Okay, Cindershade, I'm sorry. I didn't realize your game. You knew what you were doing.
No, okay, yeah, we had to do this in the way that we did it, and then we had to get the... Yes, okay. Let Cindershade cook. Let's go. Oh, my goodness. Okay. And we have the Hydrake going down, as you said, and Ari now on...
No, so I believe the counter rune was played Misenchanted off the Hydrake. I didn't see what it was. So the Hydrake was sent to the underworld.
Okay.
Before it could get attacked.
So we didn't see the burn go through. So Cindershade's plan has put Ari really down on spirits, but has left a Doppelganger on board and a whale on Ari's side as well.
Yep, and that is all she wrote for Cindershade in this first round here. Really awesome move, but Ari showing why they continue to be one of the best casters around. That Misenchanted rune off of the Hydrake to get the Poison Tunic off the field. Just a literal pro move there to clinch the game.
Yeah, and I mean, Okay, all right. So we got a little bit of an idea of what we are looking at here. We have possibly Rise from the Shadows Pin Terror on Ari's side, supported by bugs, which is very fun. Just a dragon and a bunch of bugs hanging out.
Yeah.
One of those bugs also being a dragon. Shout out Doppelgator. And then over on Cindershade's side, we have, I mean, I wouldn't say it's a game plan that we have seen much of, rather a collection of cards that Cindershade is playing masterfully to punish certain game states.
It looks like, now, maybe the Krakatuga is still in the deck and we just haven't seen it. But it almost looks like Cindershade is effectively playing Firestorm Artifact Burn.
Yes. That is what it looks like with some whales thrown in there. We saw the original Smaltuga. We saw Volcaries and Kinleo.
Looks very Firestorm Artifacts if I've ever seen it. Now, signing here is going to be interesting. I'm not sure what Cindershade is going to side into Pin Tear unless Pandora's Box wasn't in the main. On Ari's side, I also don't know what you side unless you have a Fire Spirit in the side deck to like protect you against burn.
Yeah, I think that for both of our casters, a lot of the things that we're going to be adjusting going into game 2 is a lot of just gameplay style. On Ari's side, knowing that that eruption is there, playing around the eruption, playing around, which we did see from Ari, being able to play around the poison tunic and everything.
That's right. And there's a part of me that really wonders if Full Gorix is in that deck. You know, why not play Bug Pin Tear with normal Pin Tear? You know what I'm saying?
You know, are you cooking too much or are you cooking just enough? I think only Ari can say.
I mean, it's the Doppelgator's already there. You're just one card away. You're one card away. Oh, man. Game 2 is going to be exciting for sure. The other interesting thing about the Fire Artifact Brew is it's entirely possible there's like a smoke screen situation that could go on here. If Krakatuga wasn't in main, maybe Krakatuga's coming into main now. Maybe Wasp Ivy comes in. There's a whole bunch of pivots Cindershade could make if they have more than just a, let's call it a Rune-based side deck.
Yeah, I am very curious about that. And as we see, Cindershade already done siding here. So I don't know how much of a transformation that deck is going to go through going into game 2, unless Cindershade is simply the speediest sider of all time.
Hey, sometimes you know exactly what you need.
Very true. Very true. And it looks like we are ready. I assume Cindershade is going to be starting us off here in game 2.
I think we're getting a shuffle from Ari there still. Okay.
Yeah. Looking at our hands, seeing if we need to mulligan here. We saw one from Cindershade last game. And let's see if we continue that pattern.
I would think we're getting one from Ari here. Spirit deck in hand. Nope, we're just playing. Okay. So Cindershade going Whale turn 1 in defense position. Maybe hoping to do some re-enchant shenanigans on the next turn.
Yeah, very possibly. Or if this is just a solid statted body that maybe we want to ascend over it into something, depending on what we've sided into here. If there are any, we talked about the power of these 2 drops in this current meta last round between Swole and I. And, if you leave something on the board for 1 turn, that represents a huge threat.
And we are seeing a Specteris there. So there is a real chance that Woe -2/-2 might be upon Cindershade in the future. So we're getting Specteris plus Artemis PTA. That's going to sink the attack of the whale. But it is for naught. A Gorgon's Gaze is getting spent. I feel like a Gorgon's Gaze getting spent on this is honestly a good thing for Ari. That's one less gaze to worry about later on in the game.
That does tell me that Cindershade really values this whale sticking around, and this should be a very telling turn here, as we are, in fact, going to be ascending into Krakatuga.
Krakatuga. The Krakatuga was simply in hand.
Krakatuga from hand is awesome. And hey, you know what? If you got it and you can just cast it, go ahead.
That is a dense fog. Okay, so are we trying to preempt any eruption shenanigans from Cindershade here?
And this is a particularly interesting, speaking from a spirit math match, because Ari is playing a list that wants a certain number of spirits to be able to do certain combos. And it looks like we had, Ari might be the one playing bugs, but it looks like we had a little friend joining us over on Cindershade's side there. Whose side are you on, Bugs?
Okay, so are we doing an expend to draw here? And hopefully having enough back row to defend themselves. It looks like we have 2 sets there, and the other 3 cards are their hand.
And let's see if there's simply just another dense fog, or if we are going to be just activating this Krakatuga effect turn after turn after turn. And it looks like that is in fact what is going to be happening here.
Oh, that's going to quickly be rough for Ari. Like you said, Ari's... Oh! The eruption was in hand!
Oh my gosh.
Oh no, that's another 3 and a destruction for Cindershade. Krakatuga being able to pop something when the eruption goes off. Now the question is Cindershade going for back row or the body in this situation?
I think we're about to find out. It looks like back row is going to be targeted, and it was a PTA. We still haven't seen a normal cast from Cindershade for this turn, so depending on what we send out here, that might be a bit of a boon.
That is true.
And hopefully we will, in fact, be able to see that. I am personally at the edge of my seat, hoping that we will.
Yep, apologies for those on stream. Our visual of the game blinked here real quick, but is now back to see that the whale has landed with a Torch of Hestia. So whale would have had flipped the stats, making Krakatuga a real threat. And the Spectre is quite easy to go over. Torch of Hestia, of course, being able to foretell, helping Cindershade craft their hands for a future turn. The Spectress goes down, and Cindershade is now in a super commanding position going into coming turns. It looks like the Torch of Hestia is enchanting the Krakatuga, so it's now going to be a 6 in attack position. A Nabi can still do it here, though. A Nabi can get over this, bring out a Doppelganger that can then go over the Krakatuga as well. So Ari definitely not out of it here. They just need the right cards.
However, with this Krakatuga on board, it represents -3 to, or I'm lunar pilled right now. -3 to the spirit deck every single turn, and a card destruction if we see more eruptions. However, Ari casting out the Hydrake here, which, I mean, hey, if you just want to crash into stuff, the stats don't matter too much.
No, that's right. Is this going to go through? Are we getting the full pin tear ladder this turn?
Okay, it looks like yes. And I mean, with all of this burn, Cindershade has been obviously quickly trying to get Ari off of being able to do this combo. I'm hoping that that back row is something real to be able to stop this. Otherwise, we are in some real trouble here.
Not to show favoritism, but I do want to see the pin tear hit the board and get risen from the shadows. So we got to let Ari get that far. Oh, and there's the Tsunami. Tsunami in this position is actually quite an interesting predicament for Cindershade, because that really doesn't deal with the Twindra at all. They can't super interact with it unless they have another eruption in hand to use Krakatuga effect to pop the Twindra. The pin tear is still going to happen.
Or I suppose we just keep burning. I mean, at this point, we do see a back row set immediately there from Cindershade.
And we see the burn from Krakatuga.
Yep.
It's not going to be enough to stop pin tear, though.
No, it isn't. However, I mean, depending on where we land with spirits, Ari has to be sure that we are not simply an eruption away. Oh, we are going Galaxy. Galaxy over the Twindra. And a Scoop, possibly?
A Scoop. Oh, okay. So Ari got down to 2 spirits. I guess
Yeah.
they were a bit lower than I realized. So that makes sense, actually.
So it looks like, I mean, hey, if you can simply turn 1 ascend or turn 2 ascend to Krakatuga over a Galaxy and just burn for 3 or 6 every single turn, that's pretty good.
Hey, you know, the whale that became the turtle and burned the world is my favorite bedtime story.
How does that one go again? Oh, that's right. He defeats the two-headed dragon. And yes, of course. Yes.
Yes, but that means we're going to get to go to game 3 with these lovely casters here. You know, both of them really going tick for tat. No one really has the super foot up on the other here, I feel. I think they're both on top of their game with really interesting strategies.
And I think that as many games go, a lot of times it comes down to, do you see the cards that you need to see, and does your opponent not? And Cindershade being able to turn 2, just start burning, and seeing also that eruption, the destruction at the right time, being able to really efficiently use the whales, and also being aware constantly of Ari's spirits and what that means in terms of potential pin terror shenanigans is huge. And Ari, of course, just as we saw in game 1, knowing how to play around eruption when the tools are presented to him is important.
Yes, sometimes the opponent has it and sometimes you don't. That is how card games go, but that's why we love them. You know, the pure adrenaline rush of like earthquake off the top, slam.
And you know what? It feels so good when it happens to you. And it's like, yeah, this is great. When your opponent sees it, it's like, right, sure, okay.
You know, I love seeing my opponent do well, actually. As long as they're on like an interesting deck. Whenever a Blizz player mills, I'm always there clapping, going, let's go to the casino. But we're not going to the casino here. We're going to see whether or not the dragon can eat the turtle in our all-important game 3 here. Starting out with the Hydrake. Ari saying, you cannot burn me fast enough. This dragon is coming quickly.
Yeah, good luck dealing with a 15, especially with reset, one of those being, what's that, Andrew? Rise from the Shadows?
I hope so. We are seeing the turn 1 Valkyries from Cindershade here.
And seemingly none of those being Gorgon's Gaze or Ari not really
caring.
Caring about the Hephaestus coming out.
Valkyries is an interesting opening to do when the last thing you want to do is give Hydrake something to crash into, though.
True. Unless, I don't know, do we have suppression in this list somewhere?
I mean, there could be a shield that's that face down. It could be the Pandora's box, right? So, you know, in the very first game, we doubted Cindershade and their choices of cards they were putting in their hand, and then it turned into a beautiful combo that almost won them the game. So at this moment, Cindershade has my trust. I think they know what they're doing.
Hey, speak for yourself. I've never doubted Cindershade even one time, all right?
That's fair. You know where it's at, Kay.
I mean, listen, the first time I heard that they were rising from the shadows going into Pharaohgeist, I was like, yeah, all right.
You're cooking on another level.
Okay, we're getting a crash here from Valkyries into Hydrake.
Okay, we're going
Twindra?
So Cindershade purposely giving Ari Twindra here.
Doing? What's the secret? What's going on?
Okay, sure.
I mean, unless this is just an assertion of, hey, you know what? You're going to get that dragon on my terms. All right.
Maybe hoping that will make Ari overly confident and they'll just like swing into a shield in the back row. I'm not quite sure. It doesn't matter. The pin tear is in hand. The pin tear was in hand the whole time.
From hand. I imagine that is
Champion
a card.
Pin tear.
Yeah.
The marble, the wonderful thing Ari won at Dallas. Oh my goodness, Cindershade.
Gorgeous.
What have you done?
And really, here we go. It's properly enchanted too, I believe. So are we going to see a parade of Hydrake?
Possibly.
Instead, I think we're just taking the damage, and there's no shield.
What is the set card, Cindershade?
What is it? Is it Eruption again? Did you set Eruption again?
Okay, Galaxy, Smoltuga. The Krakatuga cometh. The Krakatuga cometh.
The turtle and the dragon once more.
Okay. The Smoltuga is going to let Cindershade search Eruption off of the Hephaestus as well. So the question is Cindershade going to do that before they reveal? And none of that matters because there is a Gorgon's Gaze in Ari's back row.
You know, I will say it would be interesting to see a Toxeon just from a lore perspective, because we know how the story of the scorpion and the turtle goes. And we're just continuing to add more creatures to this menagerie, this story that we're building. And here comes the tunic. We're going to be getting that from the Hephaestus effect.
So we have Torch and Tunic in hand. So that's not quite enough to deal with a 15.
I'm doing the math, and yeah.
4 plus 3 is 7, unfortunately.
Okay, but if we get a -2, as it turns out, 15 is kind of a big no way! We're gonna be water enchanting it, so there are just no answers. Perfect.
It was a Gorgons? Gorgons.
That sure.
Why didn't we save that to stop the Twindra ascension? What?
Well, I suppose that would have had to have been activated as soon as we went to Ari's turn.
No, I mean because Gorgon's Gaze was set, right? If Cindershade didn't kill the Hydrake, they could have waited for the Hydrake to declare an attack and then activated Gorgons.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, because it was set that turn.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know. I believe in you, Cindershade. There was a vision here. You will show it to us.
And instead, we are... I'm curious what our spirit counts are looking like here, because there's a chance that Cindershade is just going, I got 3 eruptions in hand. Oh, and speaking of, there is one now.
Yes, the Hephaestus does a search. There are artifacts in hand to ascend with. The question is whether or not Ari's last back row can stop it. But it looks like the answer to that is no.
Okay, so listen, it didn't work last turn, but it's gonna work this turn. We have the OG Krakatuga once more coming out.
Which means there's an eruption in hand, so at a minimum, Cindershade without an eruption will be able to do 6 spirit damage to Ari. The Krakatuga is going in attack, I think, with the assumption that they will be able to pop the pin tear with eruption and then use Torch plus Poison Tunic to get over any Twindras and Hydrakes that spawn.
Yeah, and I think this is also sort of a, hey, if you have a way to stop this, this is game, because I am in fact looking at a pin tear. So, okay, so there goes the eruption. Ari going to the spirit deck, going to be taking that damage, and it looks like we are in fact going to be seeing the destruction effect of Krakatuga. Popping that!
Rise from the shadows. Ari, rise from the shadows right now.
Flip that card, Ari. Flip that card. Okay. We do see the Hydrake.
So I think putting the Hydrake out here is actually a detriment to Ari, because we know the Poison Tunic is in hand. Cindershade will be able to put the Tunic on the Hydrake and burn for an additional 3.
Yeah, and depending on where we are at in terms of spirits for Ari, that could be game, because we haven't seen the Krakatuga's burn effect yet, I believe.
No Krakatuga burn effect. Tunic is in hand, and at this point there might be a second eruption in hand. Who knows what Cindershade is holding?
I mean, Cindershade played the slow game this entire time, where we were like, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do... Oh, right. And you know what? We already learned this lesson. don't doubt our caster Cindershade here.
Okay. Is that Torch? That's Eruption 2! The second Eruption has hit the board! Oh no!
Oh
No!
my goodness!
No, that might be... Oh no! The shield! Oh no, the shield is gone! The Krakatuga effect can still go off and there's still a Tunic in hand!
Yeah, the choice to target that back row was very smart on Cindershade's side here.
Wow.
There goes the torch, and we did see a point at Krakatuga. I wonder if that means that the Cindershade is in fact going to... Okay, so we're not going for the burn effect of the Krakatuga. We are instead just going to be swinging with the Krakatuga.
Both of the Hydrake improperly enchanted, misenchanted there. We're doing some foretell.
Okay.
Wait, is that a Salashade? Was that a Salashade in the foretell?
Wait a minute. Okay, listen. If you don't stack that on top and ascend next turn, listen.
Oh.
Actually, you know what we do here? Ari is going to go Gambit.
That's so right. You're
Ari
so
is
correct.
going to cast Gambit and flip heads. Ari told us that this is what he was going to do. You know what? Go ahead. Show me the Gambit. I fear that... Was that an expended draw?
I think that was an expended draw. Okay, I'm so sorry.
Oh, no. Okay, so I'm thinking Gambit next turn. Gambit next turn. Trust.
Was that a resting on your laurels?
I think it is in fact a scoop. If
Okay.
or maybe no. Maybe yes.
Or was it an ambrosia? Sorry, the spirit went on top of the rune. So
I do see the ambrosia there,
It
the
is,
tournament
okay.
pack ambrosia. Okay, there we go.
We now know what's happening. Unfortunately, the tunic is still in Cindershade's hand, so... and the Krakatuga's on field, so burn for game incoming?
Yeah, that might be what we're looking at here. Unfortunately, this little Hydrake in defense, while very cute, is not quite enough.
Are we ascending to Salashade?
Go,
Go.
do it.
Do it. Yes. Correct.
Absolutely incredible. Listen, hey, you know what? I think this is beautiful. Ari got to cast Pin Terror, Cindershade getting to cast Salashade. I think it's beautiful.
It really is. Cindershade, I assume, hoping Ari doesn't have a shield here, because that does still turn the game around, actually.
Listen. I think the style points alone will be the deciding factor here.
Okay, that's fair. We can give Cindershade the win for style.
Is that rise? Listen! I think that's a rise from the shadows.
It is? Yes.
Okay. Listen, we're not out of this.
This is the most incredible game.
I don't think the Salashade is properly enchanted either, so it's only a 3 attacker.
Never let them know your next move, okay? Listen, sometimes you got a big turtle and instead you say,
But what if Lizard Snack?
Yeah, what if I was a different kind of reptile now?
And the Nobby!
Oh! I wonder if Cindershade is kicking themselves right now. I want to know what this caster to caster conversation is like.
Yeah, choosing not to do the Krakatuga burn 2 turns in a row, not playing the Tunic.
Well, we probably just didn't have the fire. I don't know.
The Tunic could have been played.
The Tunic could have been played, yes.
Yeah. Gorgons.
Okay.
Okay, that buys a turn. Do we reascend into Krakatuga now?
We know that was foretold from the torch. So no!
Oh.
It's okay. We just go eruption.
The little zombie Hydrake that could.
Mm-hmm.
You got to see your rise from the shadows. We saw Nabi and the tsunami for Swole. I think that a lot of people are eating pretty good with this game here. And we are now coming to what I am assuming is going to be the final turn or turns. Okay, we knew that resting was foretold.
Okay.
And we're choosing to get rid of the Nabi. And going whale. Sometimes all you need is a whale. Does Ari have anything that can hit over this?
Literally anybody, basically.
Any guy. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah.
I think that is probably all she wrote. Oh, I see another eruption.
I think we were probably low on the fire spirits. I think that's what happened.
Wow.
What a game. Listen, this is when I wish that we were at an in-person tournament, because I would be going and saying, get Cindershade on for an interview right now. I gotta ask about the ascension into Salashade. But Ari has won this game. Congratulations. We saw dragons, we saw turtles, we saw lizards. Oh my.
That's what we forgot, is that in the sequel, the dragon becomes a zombie and eats the turtle that burned the world for revenge.
Yes, and then there's a whale, and then at the end of the day, it is just a wasp.
Yeah, the whale gets stung by a bee, and then that's all she wrote. That's all she wrote.
Yes, the classic. What is that? Hans Christian Andersen?
Yeah. We all read this in our college literature class.
Yes, truly a clash of all time that we have just witnessed between Ari and Cindershade, being able to send out their signature Elestrals and what a time we had.
You know, I don't even have notes. I don't even have notes for Cindershade. I can't tell you the number of clashes I've lost where I had like a moose or something in my hand, but like no Artemis on field or anything like that, and the body's to ascend, and I'm like, well, I probably win if I don't ascend, but like moose, right?
Yeah.
Like moose, and then the moose gets shielded, and I'm like, all right, well, I lose the game now.
But by golly. Listen, I told you, in terms of style points, which I am officially allowed to award, they have no impact on anything other than my heart. Cindershade, you did get those this time. You got the style points.
Yeah, when you look up Cindershade's run record, you will see the win-loss and then style point ratio. They'll be the only one with one style point awarded.
A trillion, actually.
Oh man, Cindershade, I love you so much. I love you so much. And Ari, I love you so much. I'm so sorry that we didn't get to see Rise from Pinterre, but Rise on Hydrake was exactly what you needed.
Yeah. Listen, it's just, is one head really better than five? I think that's the conclusion that we've come to, is that sometimes that's all
sometimes you need one really smart football instead of one really or five really strong dragons, you know?
And I mean, we saw the top 16 Pinterre from hand. We saw it all, truly.
No notes. That was pure cinema. Cindershade, a caster after my own heart. The number of games I've played where afterwards my opponent goes, wouldn't it of this have been a better line? I was like, yeah, absolutely it would have, but this was funny. This was good.
No, I did giggle, so... Yeah, genuinely incredible. And Ari obviously playing around those eruptions best he could, ultimately taking it in a 2-1 victory there. And you know, I know that there's a timeline somewhere, an alternative dimension where there's still a turtle on board. Who knows what would have happened there.
Okay, well, we're going to get your microphone some therapy, Kay. We're going to go to a little break here, and I'll be excited to come back with the handsome Swole and continue going with these awesome clashes we're seeing today. Until then... Swole, welcome back here after I think one of the most exciting clashes I have had the honor of commentating recently. Ari going all out on the dragons, both traditional and bug, and the Salashade ascension of a lifetime. What a game, Swole. Were you excited to see Nabi and Tsunami popping off so hard?
No, I'm just joking. Could you imagine if I was actually muted? The more audio issues for production.
I was just about to have a heart attack, man. I don't know what you're doing to me. I was like...
No, so there, that was one. I did anticipate and Titan for just a little bit after I saw both the Psynectar champ and also the Toxiri. Talked about the impact of that one. The -2/-2, woe be upon ye. That came in clutch in that very first game. We saw that defense position Nabi, the PTA sinking down the Volcaries, and then going in for the Dense Fog to suppress. Pretty good, but I think in the second game was kind of risky. They came in with that Hydrake and suppressed the Hydrake. There were some plays there that I know Cindershade could have played into, or there was that was quite a match. I was not fully expecting the zombie Panterror. I will say that.
I was for all who have ears to hear. Rare Arnotep is out there for your embrace.
It's a really cool list. I remember for a while that was like the idea was you could play this sort of lunar wind combination. That was already a deck that was existing. It was a very strong strategy. And so now you have that same prospect, but with a better back end with protecting and potentially some recursion. So I love the idea there too. Krakatuga Burn though, talking about this one, I don't think I was fully expecting the Krakatuga Burn as a shell for Cindershade, I guess I should say.
I mean, it makes sense. It has half the spirits for Salashade in it, so you got halfway there. That makes sense. Having Salashade in there at all is quite interesting. It's an interesting body to drop. If it had been properly enchanted, it would have had okay attack stats.
Yeah. Yeah, the Salashade was a little bit of a jump scare, for sure, right? The idea that this was not only milling the Elestrals, becoming just bigger, and the more it could potentially even get over a Panterror. I think eventually it could hit into that mark. So that's the scary part for me, is though Ari using their signature Elestral to carry out this one, that could have easily gone into the Salashade hands.
It could have. And I mean, Salashade is a card I think will have its day in the darkness. I myself tried to cook a Salashade list at the start of the format that was Hestia plus Lunar for Rise from the Shadow shenanigans. Have the Fire and Lunar always on board so you can get your Salashade Ascend, get a big body, mill your opponent extra, because since you can put extra bodies on the field with Hestia, you get extra mills off. Was way too expensive versus strategies like Lockagon that can just pop your board. But there's something there. I think that someone might be able to pull together, or might come to fruition with future support.
For sure. I think there's definitely on the cusp here of the decks just really operating on their own. Mill as a whole got some really great tools, and I'm sure as we will see the meta develop, not only now but in future sets, that's only going to get more and more terrifying. As also we know that Dan, aka A-Drive, is a fan of some of these alt win conditions. And speaking of that too, talking about the impact of Eruption in that last one, we saw Eruption early on in the tournament for some early pressure that didn't quite work the same way. But it looked like for Cindershade on this last one, trying to utilize that in more of a traditional Krakatuga sense.
Yeah. The burn is really effective into Pinter, I think, because it does start cutting lines off for them. The Pinter player really has to start thinking about, can they do the full Pinter line now? And Cindershade successfully stopping a Pinter line in the second game for their win there, almost pulling it off in the first game. Ari just had the right answers at the last moment. So it's really interesting to see the Eruption come out and start making an impact again, even without necessarily getting the Krakatuga pops like people have been doing with Heftuga so much lately.
Yeah, I've also been hearing in the winds that we are actually getting Eruption to 6 at some point in time. You know,
Monday,
form
correct,
Eruption
Monday.
for sure. Yeah, Monday. That's the thing, is that they're all those emojis are getting put into the volcano, and then that's what's going to come out as the 6th copy of Eruption, which is very cool in my opinion.
Well, I am looking forward to Monday, but I'm also looking forward to the wonderful clash that is almost upon us. We are going to have our good commentator friend PK on the stream here going against Nara. Swole, why don't you tell us what they have going on?
So this is a first time for PK. First premiere, you know, typically at the desk here with us and giving us some good action commentary. And for Nara, this is no previous tops before in this Elestrals player, so it's kind of a battle of the unknowns here. Both players are 2-1, so are in a pretty good contention for some of the more competitive rounds here. I did take a peek at the standings during the break, and I saw that PK was planned off against Perky in the last round too. And so a lot of heated action between a lot of really good players inside this tournament. And so for PK's first ever premiere, I am curious to see how he performs, how the pressure of not, you know, just sitting on the desk making the plays now, I got to do them. So let's see if we can put some steel to the metal. I'm mixing my metaphors here. I'm excited though. I'm excited to see. And for Nara, such unknown quantities are always exciting for me. So hopefully we'll get to see something crazy. That's my one hope from this.
And Elestrals being such a beautifully accessible game, we see people come in with no accolades and just off to the races. And we're off to the races shortly right now. We are ready to get into this clash here. Let's find out what decks our casters have brewed.
It's an Elestriad Season 3 mat. Did see that between, and also the full art lockgun mat on the other side for Nara. I'm digging the choices here. I'd be really curious to know if that's going to speak to the deck selection. We're seeing a Lockagon versus, well, I don't know if the Elestriad mat would signal off any sort of spirit math, maybe, but I know PK being a frequent Elestriad contender, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the comfort.
It means he's playing Imperawatt.
Oh, true. Yeah, go Cryoscourge. Yeah. That would be the play.
I think PK here on Unsleeved Spirits, I think after Your Own Heart here.
It's either that or they're inside of like the clear sleeves. I'm trying to take a peek, and I might just be the only one that's psychotic enough to do that outside of maybe Josh on the occasion. But yeah, I would be so proud if PK took some notes and said, you know what? I don't need sleeves. They're holding me back.
That's so true.
You know, you got to play them on the main deck, of course. That's not really to say. Skyhawk, don't quote me on that. We got a Magneros coming in here from Nara. It's kicking off this first round here. And by the way, the full art spirits on the Shattered Stars recently is insane.
Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Very sad that we'll have to take a little break from Shattered Stars, but very excited to hear what they're doing in the future. Also very excited to see what Nara's going to do with all of this fish they're pulling out of the deck here. We, of course, search the Champ Aphoros here, which I assume is going to hit the board presently. And the real question will be, does Nara have back row to also protect the fish on the board?
Yeah, the 2/5 start is really scary. The combination of just a decent starter in the form of the Magneros, getting the flex option, and yeah, one set back row and 2 5s, that's a very strong start in the game of Elestrals. And so PK has got to have some good answer here, which Glinda actually might be it. That might be signaling a Nova Core start for Solar.
Nova Core start for Solar. That's very exciting. I'm reeling from Law's game earlier. I'm like, are we going to see more Solar heal stall today? We'll find out, PK. We'll find out. We do get the Temple. It could also be Nebuleo, right? We could just be trying to make it strong. There we go. Strong Nebuleo.
You're right. Yeah, strong Nebuleo is always an option. I kind of forget that under the Temple, Nebuleo gets shot right back up to a 5 to contest this board.
So I think we're seeing if there's any response from Nara here.
Oh, and a Gorgon's Gaze on the Foretell. That's
Okay.
very tricky. I am it's funny. In a deck like Solar, I guess you are scared a little bit of the Leo Bright or maybe the extra value off of that Foretell. But sometimes the damage step or the battle step for Nebleo to cancel out its attack gaining is sometimes more beneficial. I'm curious to know what Nara knows.
Nara knows that they don't want PK seeing any more cards.
Absolutely.
It looks like PK opting not to launch the Temple at this juncture, maybe just accepting that the Nebuleo is going to get slapped in the face by some fishtails here.
Yeah, it's also maybe a scare of Atlantis. We don't quite know what deck this is from Nara, and so there's a possibility of, well, okay, there's a brief preview. It's Locagon coming down here. Not unheard of for Locagon to be running into Atlantis, but even then, this is still very scary. So you're right, PK might just be saying, I don't want my Temple to be outed by a pop or another stadium.
Do we have a response from PK, and is there a Locagon in hand? Okay, we have the poison-tipped arrow from PK. That is excellent. Hopefully, for PK, there's not an Aphrodite in hand to go ahead and start bringing things out. And it doesn't matter. It looks like we're ripping a Gorgons as well.
Ooh, that's a pretty good start here for PK, as the PTA allows a potential crash proposition from either the Magneros or the Locagon. But the Gorgon stopping in the track the combo means that Nara's got to just effectively commit to attacking and trying to maybe do some spirit damage to clear the Nebleo, or just saying, okay, I'll pass there. I'll respond to you.
Now, Nara, of course, not out of this game despite getting paused here. We know that Locagon is always one tad puff away from just absolutely eating your board.
Yeah, as the Aphrodite coming down here to search the other Locagon, I imagine just trying to get some follow-up play. Like you're mentioning, Tadpuff could be in hand for a remaining play. And that's the recursive value of the Locagon that's just so strong. We talk about this a lot with Morfrost and the Chimeras and bringing them back. And similarly, Locagon is one of those decks that can really hammer in on the fact that it's just recurring value each turn.
And another back row from Nara, and we are going to get the Kinleo Crash, except no, because Guardian of Light.
Yeah, that's 3 back row, though, from PK. Nara's getting some crazy value off this turn.
They're going to need a body, though, to be able to ascend into another Locagon here. So maybe PK just knows there is a Nova Core in hand that they can use to start cleaning the board up with.
Yeah, that's the tricky part about Solar, really, is that you do have to time down when you're using these destructions. Solar's got a lot of removal in its arsenal.
Speaking of Nova Core.
Yeah, there we go. That's the Foretell. And we got a Tornadgen, a Glimbat, a Earthquake, and a Nova Core. I wonder what that Earthquake's doing in there. I've actually, again, you hate to see casters go for such strange cards in their lists.
I assume it's only there to be misenchanted.
Of course, naturally. I'm of the same mind.
So Nova Core is now absolutely a threat for Nara. But so is the oldie but goodie Lumaru here.
Ooh, Lumaru. Shoutouts to my Aussies from down under, and that's a PTA coming in here for this Lumaru. That's still value. Your Nebleo is big enough to hit over, and your Lumaru can swing in for additional. Or you just say, yeah, I'm going to go and have you mill instead.
Lumaru has not seen as much action this format, but sometimes all you need is a 5 to punch your opponent in the face.
Yeah, and it's a solid body, I guess kind of going back to the Pope logic of things. There's a Chautauqua, a Nog, and a Pandora's Box being milled. Some key cards there. I think if you're PK, maybe seeing a Lockgun would have been a little more comfortable, but Nog is a pretty good hit.
And seeing the Chautauqua champ, I think, tells us a lot about Nara's deck. It would appear they're playing a more heal Nexus variant of Aphrodite instead of the all to the wall, as many Lockagons as possible variant.
Yeah, I think the Lockgun players are currently divided between two different types of builds: fish, or are you playing the Drataguas? And maybe this is, like you said, a hybrid variant of them. And I think this is a very like specific type of game where this next turn could either be kind of slow, going for a Dratagua, or are we going to see more fish action? Because this Neblio is back to a 3. Or 5, excuse me. Wow, the temple's up there. I totally forgot.
The Neblio's a 5. Dratagua, the champ has 4 defense, I think, right? It's not a 5 like the...
Yes, yeah. The champ Dratagua has a 4, and it's a pretty tricky little card. Oh, pass back to PK. Wow, that's a 4-tail-and-a-half. Still no Leo Bright, nor First Lights or Celestios.
The Tornasian, if the Leonite keeps sticking as a Hardison, is a weird but maybe good play for PK to consider in this position.
Yeah, just kind of some value proposition there. It is a nice big body that if ascending over, you start to now really snowball an advantage. So I can definitely see that being the case, and you're up in spirits by just a little bit, but just enough to where you can afford those expends. And you're going to give it a win spirit, so maybe it's kind of telling to what is up next. PK hoping to protect this Neblio as 2 fire spirits go down from Nara, so that's potentially your Chains of Prometheus or an Eruption there.
Now we'll see if Nara has the Tadpuff in hand. Do we go full out Locagon?
Yeah, let's see. This is going to be a pretty big turn. Otherwise, if this Wind Spirit's anything to go off of, PK can start snowballing an advantage. But Lockgon has a very nice and easy way to clear board, put some pressure, and to establish something big. And 6 spirits is plenty to do it with.
PK does have the Earthquake in there for tells, though, so they might be putting that on top to draw to hand for safety. That's going to be, I believe, the Shattered Stars, Nectar of the Gods?
I think it's an Ambrosia, it looks like. Going for a Thunder, a Water, and a Water Spirit there. Of the Shattered Stars. Those celebration packs coming in clutch.
Wrong stained glass.
Yeah. Listen, we took it to our glass shop. They gave us something, and we said, "Oh, I was actually looking for fruit." Actually,
I don't recommend eating your stained glass, friends. But we are going to get a second Magnaros here. So the Fisheth return. The Nebulio is still only a 5 because that is a Wind Spirit, right? So a Crash could be proposed here. That would take spirits down on Nara's side of the equation, though, so that is a tricky trade to propose, I feel.
I do like this idea of the reenchantment, but you're completely right. I think the 5 body of the Neblio is just a little bit questionable when you could have, I guess, made it a 6. Alternatively, too, and which helps get over the champ lock gun. Alternatively, if you're Guardian of Light, you save on a little bit of spirits, but the 2 bodies from Nara, I think you can take that.
Now, that is going to force a Aetheros Crash if Nara wants to continue, though, which still prevents them from going Locagon this coming turn.
Yeah, and I think that's what, if you're PK, you're hoping to just take out the water, and then also to leave this 3 body, which they have Lumaroos in the back, and Neblios now come out as 5s. That's nice and pretty for PK. I think it's very interesting, though, that on some level, I'm curious to know what Nara's hand is, given that the Magnaros play was the repeat, and you're using Ambrosia to get back that Thunder Spirit.
That is an odd one. We see the Nova Core come down from PK, though, to clean up the field and swing for 2, leaving Nara pretty low on spirits here. They're going to desperately need a Tadpuff right now to turn this around, I think.
Yeah, Tadpuff can do it, and it's going to be very super close on spirits. And the Nova Core, such a big body, but there's a Tadpuff coming in, expend the 1, going to cast it out, special cast, no backward from PK to protect this Nova Core.
Despite working math-wise, I believe it will put Nara on 0 spirits total.
Unless this is OG Locagon, which definitely has the will and the way to hit over the Nova Core, I think you're right. This is still not quite enough. PK, even at re-enchanting, and that card escapes me.
I can't make out what that is either. It is a 2-drop water. Is that a Caprigal?
It looks like it's OG Lakagon's sign.
Oh, I think you're correct. Okay.
Yeah, that is the signed part that was throwing me off, but that looks like the silhouette, the graceful. Well, there's Earthquake. The graceful silhouette of an Earthquake coming down, punching down the earth and the sand beneath the Lakagon to clean up this game for PK. Looks like the Foretell was not the win gen in the first place, but instead this Earthquake, which, baited me.
I mean, I don't know. So is PK really winning with Solar if they're casting Earthquake with 2 spirits?
See, that's exactly my thought process before. I was telling Skyhawk this during the deck check, and that's like, if I can't win with just Solar Spirits, then I can't win at all. And he said, Swole, that's not pertinent information to this deck check. Why are you telling me this? It was a beautiful interaction. Chest our judges.
Oh, okay. Well, a wonderful game 1 from PK here. I wonder what our players are going to be siding here going into game 2. Obviously, there is the spoiled fruit option that can help protect and stop Lakagon healing. Against Solar, if you want to side in maybe a Solar Spirit so Solar Burst doesn't hit you. I don't even know if PK's playing Solar Burst, though. That seems to be a much less popular option now that Rise from the Ashes is gone.
Yeah, it's also kind of strange. We didn't see a whole lot of just Elestrals or a lot of Apollos. It's unlike the Laws game we saw previously. We didn't quite see any sort of combo. This is more traditional Solar with the Lion and Nova Core, and maybe that's going to be enough in the second game. But if you're Nara too, I think you might be considering things like Dense Fog, potentially turning off the stat boosting for those Neblios. If you're on the read that it could be Draco Ray, like the Laws game from before, then maybe you do put in the spoiled fruit as your side deck of choice. Other than that, though, I think you haven't seen a lot of information to really play against it.
Yeah, Dense Fog when you are on Lakagon is a really tough proposition for, especially Fish Lakagon, because not only does it make your Frostfall Lakagon a 2 again, it also turns off your stat boost on the fishes, which means even if you're Dense Fogging to bring down the stats of the Nebuleo, if Temple's on field, it can still crash with a Lakagon. So it's maybe a rough choice.
Yeah, I would say it's a very tricky situation. And that's one thing that I don't think Nara wants to see themselves in.
Yeah, you might say it's a fishy choice for your side there.
Yeah, inefficient. Are we crossing them off the lines, hoping that PK will swim with the fishes? There's one more in here, surely.
I'm sure PK will shed the light on what their side choices were shortly, though.
Well, hopefully they don't take the bait on some of those and maybe side out themselves some key cards in the matchup. I don't know if Tsunami's being made here. I would be very proud if that was the case, but hey, we'll have to see if that's going to be the game there. For Lock-On 2, we did see this inside of Kissimmee where the Lock-On players were opting in for more of the fish build, right? And that's kind of the way to go for some of the casters is they're saying, I just want to put in a 5 each and every turn and get some value. But with the Thunder Spirit on the Ambrosia there, the Ambrosia, get the back Thunder Spirit, and then cast out the Magneros. I'm curious to know if they're only on one Thunder Spirit.
It's entirely possible. We're doing some base set kind of spirit math maybe, where you're like, I got one Thunder Spirit for my Ask Rabbit or whatever, or my Elochick to search Demeter, and that'll be fine. Worst case, I Ambrosia it back.
Yeah, and who's to say too that there's not after that soulmates as well, and so there's possibilities there for this sort of reanimator from water back again. So I am curious to know how this is going to perform. Historically, Lock is somewhat of a tricky situation for Solar, and as they're going to start Magneros here into this game 2, similar start, or first verse same as the second.
Hey, that's how we rhyme in clashes, I think.
Yeah, that's how that phrase works. I hear PK saying that one a lot when we commentate, so just trying to work that in there, but I can't quite do it like him.
Hey, no one quite hits like PK, but that's okay. We'll see how PK hits the board in his clashes as we finish this one out here. We are getting the champ Aphoros once again from Nara. a very common starting position here. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not something like Aphrodite is already in hand. I mean, we didn't see Foamy at all in the first game from Nara, for example, either.
Yeah, some of these key lockdown players, except for the Jotagwa, were like the only things there. That is very curious. Full art Aphrodite coming down here is beautiful.
Okay, and now the question is, what choice of Aetheros are we searching? Are we getting a second champ? Are we on base Aetheros?
Yeah, base Feroz could be an interesting tech choice here, but we're going to go for the champ just to have an extra form of Ascension. This is the kind of the cool flex part about the fishes is that, yes, if PK can clear one of them, then you have a second card that works kind of like a Tad Puff, which is a kind of your secondary way of getting off the Lockagon Surge. Outside of this, though, I think Solar has the removal to maybe take care of both of these.
Hey, a Temple and a Nova Core does it.
And we're going to set back row from Nara, just insulate this play a little bit. See how PK responds to 2 5s and a back row. We have Glenbat once again, so starting off very similar to the last game.
We'll see if... Oh, a kitty.
And there's
Tinleo has hit the field.
Yeah, wait a minute. That's PK cast Neblio last turn. That's
Okay. It'll be interesting to see if PK goes for Nova Core this turn, or if we're going to essentially see a full replay of game 1 with a Nebuleo.
That's also maybe the difference, too, in this game. Talking about siding choices before, but potentially there's an idea of gameplay choices, of being like, maybe I just go more aggressive this round. Maybe I just play more passive. A lot of these spirit... Well, because speaking of either or...
Absolute cinema. Okay. Now, do you go for the back row or the Aphrodite in this situation, Swole?
Ooh, honestly, I think that you go for the Aphrodite. I think you put Nara on, like, protect the back row. You can't allow an extra search, and you say you have to have both Lockagons on some level. Ooh, and a Divine from PK's own, the Apollo coming down here, and maybe hoping to see some Nova Core play. Very funny in this situation, too, is that even if Nara can clear this Lavalith, there's always the threat of the Nova Core looming.
And even if that Lavalith swings into a shield, Monsoon.
Monsoon here to suppress the Apollo, which I think can help stall this for one turn to help that PK can't reach into their Foretells. Seemingly kind of a similar strat to the Neblio in the first game, where kind of just stopping these plays a little bit further.
And that suppresses Magnaros, which means it's not Aetheros anymore. That doesn't really matter since Lavalith is a 6, but we know there is an Aetheros in hand as well. The water going on the Magnaros is a good play, though. If there are 2 Lockagons in hand, that does mean that Nara could be off to the races here.
Yeah, this is just like you were saying previously, the clearing of the Aetheros and having that not be a Lock Ascension target. Now, there's not a clear way to prevent Lock from touching down next turn, which is a little scary, but also... Nara's got to clear out this Lavalith and the Apollo, and that's not an easy feat either. So I think this is a very tricky situation for both casters now, utilizing these resources in this way. I was not expecting Monsoon here.
Monsoon is one of those cards that really gets you when you're not thinking about it. And then every time you play it, you're like, this is genius. And then you have no situations where it's helpful. So,
hey, you're telling me I was a Chronodile aficionado for so long. And I was like, you know what? No, this card's crazy. It suppresses and enchants. I can do a Chronodile next turn. That sounds wonderful. Monsoon really only came up every so often. Tad Puff and Ascension, the Aussies had it right. We're so much faster.
At the very start of bear season, bear bombing, before the bear players got smart, Monsoon was really good for Den.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I remember being in call one day with Josh and being like, Swole, you should water enchant that Ursa. And I'm like, water enchant? Like, yeah, you can just properly enchant it later. I'm like, oh, yeah, you're right. It did take a second to get wise.
But PK has set a back row here, so... Maybe there is a way to Gorgon's a Locagon and save face here if it's in hand. We see the special cast of the Aetheros from Nara. Now, the real question is the water dragon here? It is not.
Ooh, instead opting to go for a Tadpuff and hoping just to have much Ascension fodder as possible for a big 5 Retalion. And there's Champion Lockgun, let's say OG, but Champion Lockgun coming down here is still pretty powerful. Back to heal for the Lockgun effect. This has to be Gorgons, otherwise I think Nara's gonna be off to the races.
Well, they have 3 5s right now, so unless there is a second Lockgun in hand. Oh, there we go.
Look, and there's that signed Lockgun once again. And this is a board all too familiar. This is a fish and dragon board.
Yeah, that's the whole parade going through the coral reef there.
Yeah, the whole market just coming in here.
Oh, we pop the Apollo. Is there enough water spirits in Underworld for the Locagon to swing over?
But a Guardian of Light says no regardless. I liked this play here, I think, from Nara to take out the Apollo. We've been seeing it pretty consistently in terms of lines of thought play, that your target is to stop the Foretells as much as possible. So go back to your point from the first round. PK can't see any extra cards, and Nara is sticking to it.
Oh, now does PK have a Nova Core? That's the real question, I think.
Yeah, no set back row from Nara, so the next sort of line is, can PK handle the wide fish board? Can the net be cast here to catch something?
Nara looks like they still have about 3 cards in hand, if I'm counting that right. So lots of options for them. We're going for a defensive Nebuleo here. That's interesting.
I like the play on a level, but if you have the Temple, I guess maybe the risk is getting that popped and not having it for the Nova Core setup. But having the 5, even just to trade on like the Champ Locagon, I think is pretty valuable overall. Like, yeah, you're making the other Locagon bigger, but maybe you just got to do something for it. This is a pretty commanding position from Nara, though, and I think this is showcasing why Locagon is still just one of the best decks to play right now. Look at this fish board.
And it looks like we're going to have Lavalith go over the champion Locagon there, trying to lock Nara out of going too crazy with additional Locagons, but all of the bodies Nara could ever hope for ascending are on field. We get is that a Champ Dratagua?
I think that's a third Aetheros.
Oh, no, you're right. Third Aetheros. Okay.
Third big body, where now the champ or the OG Locagon is a little bigger from the previous water spirits. We have an expend to draw of a fire spirit just to get some more value. I think there's a special cast of that Aetheros staring down. And an Ambrosia off the top.
Oh, no.
Oh,
you
whoa,
can see
what a
PK's
draw.
hands there.
Yeah.
I can only imagine the conversation now.
Yeah, wow, what a pull for Nara. Going ahead and activate that Ambrosia and taking back some water spirits, healing up a little bit, being able to pop, I'm assuming, this big Lavalith to help combat the board.
Pop the Lavalith. There's no back row from PK, so Nara will be able to swing in for 4 damage after popping the Lavalith.
Wow, this is this is a little bit crazy to think about. We were talking about earlier, you shouldn't really be eating your stained glass, but if this one's water flavored, that sounds pretty nice to me. It's a little crunchy, but
well, sometimes the crunch is good.
Yeah, it's
but Nara definitely low on resources now. We've seen all of the Aetheros from them. We've seen a Tadpuff. We've seen an Aphrodite. We've seen a Champ Locagon. If PK can get a Nova Core to hand somehow, we unfortunately know from their foretells it's not on top of their deck right now, but maybe there's something there.
Yeah, there's a possibility here that like a solar burst into trying to whittle down these fish is the way to go. Nara's, speaking of resources, 0 cards in hand and has used a lot of spirits here so far, so it's just in top deck mode, while PK has it's seemingly plenty to play with. And a Winjin!
The Tornasian comes!
That'll do it. The Winjin will be able to get Spoiled Fruit, Glimbat, or, well, Apollo is the one that we don't know. this is the tide turning, it seems like. But then again, you still got to clear this Locagon with a sizable attack.
I don't know exactly how many water spirits are in Nara's underworld. I think it's about 5 right now after the Ambrosia. So it's possible that the Locagon is only a 7 and the Tornasian can naturally hit over it.
Yeah, it would have to be 7 or 8, I imagine. You're completely right. And so I think, and with the stadium, we know that in PK's hand, this Tornadian getting up to a 9, you have to I guess make sure that you're checking this spirit math correctly. That can get you tripped up just a little bit.
Now, of course, it might not matter. We might see Tornasian foretell like Earthquake and Nova Core and some other third piece of removal.
Yeah, maybe a solar burst in there somewhere.
Yeah.
And so I think that's, the kind of breaking apart the board is to see these wishes from our genie being a Gorgon's Gaze. And I imagine, like you were saying, the Earthquake could be a heavy consideration. Even a Laurels, if that's in the deck as
true.
removal. Yeah, it looks like we have Laurels, Earthquake, and Gorgons. There it is.
I'm surprised we didn't see a Nova Core there for 3 pieces of removal, but...
Yeah, a little scary. If that's in the hand, like you were saying, maybe it's like a waiting to drop kind of thing. It's a 5. So an Earthquake coming back to hand.
Ooh, nice.
Well, I'm sure PK's glad they have those Earth Spirits.
I think this Locagon's about to fall in a fissure.
And once again, we've seen this before. Locagon getting taken out by this Tectaurus. We'll see if PK wants to fire it, though. Maybe just saying, I'm going to hold this for a second push, maybe? Nope, there it is. There's the Earthquake coming down, targeting this Locagon, making quick work. And now these fishes are all 5s, but that's not quite fish enough.
That's less than 8. I'm not sure if you're aware, Swole.
No, my math is ridiculous. I constantly am undervaluing the 5s, the 8s, the 6s, the 7s.
So Nara was in a commanding position, but like I was saying earlier, has now burned through so many of their resources. They're going to need a divine blessing from the top of the deck here, not the card, the actual blessing type, to make some progress.
Oh, there's the defense position on both of the fishes, the fish position. Setting 2 cards face down. You can maybe hope one of them could be shield to take care of the Tornadian. And PK up in spirits is going to be able to now use the Tornadian's recurring effect. And this is, I think, where Solar gets really scary. It's when you have these cards that stick around for just a turn.
Even 1 wish off of Tornadian is scary. You get 2 or 3 and it's just crippling.
Yeah, especially because now you get to, like you said, tailor your hand for those Nova Cores if it's not already there.
All right.
PK thinking over options here. Breaking the last board might have used up all of the resources maybe that was calculated out. And that's also partly difficult as a Neblio comes down here from PK, is that you're having to now say, okay, I've done my big push, now what?
And that Nebulio is going to be big enough to get over the defense position fishes, so PK's not going to have to spend the temple here if they don't want to.
Yeah, and that's a Cockray, by the way, foretold off the Neblio, along with the Nova Core, Apollo, and the Gorgon's Gaze. So I think we might be seeing a solar repeat from the Laws book, and taking this Cockray out is kind of insane. Foretelling for 4 here again.
Solar Burst. The Cockray is being used as ammo.
Yep, sending it out to just clear an extra board and ensuring that that something can clear here.
So it would appear we do have potentially another Solar Heal variant of some kind. I was telling Kay that Solar can't keep getting away with showing up late format with heals decks. It's 3 formats in a row. It's 3 sets in a row this has happened.
Well, and that's kind of the beauty of, I think, of a late riser. That's kind of the rub as a tsunami comes down here to prevent the attack from these bodies, and that could be it. That could be the chance that Nara needs the opening to hit over things. Tornadian being a 2 is scary, especially, or a 3 under the stadium. So it's most things are hitting over it in the lock deck.
Okay, Nectar. It's going to need to be 2 really good draws here.
What a top deck.
I think you need like Locagon plus Aphrodite.
And Ambrosia's not bad for hanging in there.
Okay.
But a spoiled fruit, using it there.
Nara only on 2 spirits, I believe, one after the Ambrosia. So I think that just clinches PK the game.
Yeah, there it is. That's, we know a Nova Quarry is inside those foretells. You imagine that you can predict that a little bit from there. And Nara is conceding to PK on Solar. It takes it again, potentially a Cockray variant of some sort, while Locagon was able to put up a very formidable force. Solar was able to break it just ever so slightly.
You just simply always hit your foretell swole, and then everything is good.
That is the key to Solar in some ways, is that if your bad foretells are real and can hurt you. And so if that doesn't quite go your way, you are a little bit of trouble. And Nara had the correct game plan there in the beginning. Just say, I'm going to keep you off of this for as long as possible, right? Between the monsoons, between targeting the Apollo to destroy. I think that's a very solid idea going into the matchup. And sometimes, the Solar has so much removal where now you also got to play this keep away game. So I think very good match overall to kind of showcase that back and forth between the Locagon and Solar matchup.
And, we didn't see, I'm really curious to see after the tournament what these Solar brews actually are. Because one thing we didn't see from PK, and maybe it's just because it never ended up in hand, but we didn't see it in Foretells either, was Corvishine. Corvishine is something that was hugely loved by Solar early in the live stream format, and there was a lot of contention about whether or not Corvishine was good. You had half of the Solar camp saying Corvishine is the best thing that's ever happened. I can foretell half of my deck and always get what I need. The other half of people saying, okay, yeah, but I need Apollo and I need Corvishine and I need my normal cast for the turn to get that off the ground, and then it has to stick for more than one turn for me to get any real value out of it.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, I think the Corvishine lovers won for a while, but maybe the other half of the equation's coming back in and Corvishine has gone out to pasture.
Yeah, not to spoil too much. I am of the opinion now, post the Rise ban, that Corvishine, something's always felt a little bit weird about Solar, right? To kind of roundabout Swolax answer this thing, where Corvishine has layers. You're right. Great with Apollo, great with the Solar Burst. It's great for your Leo Right to hit into your Celestial because you are getting 7 deep inside of your deck for the Foretells. However, what is that doing right now when decks can consistently put up larger numbers than 5? Or alternatively, is your first turn Corvishine Defense Apollo good enough to go against Morfrost? What kind of pressure are you applying that's able to really set up? And so it's a little bit of a slower option for sure, and can pay off in the future. But is that what casters are going for? I don't know. I do like the exploration of other Solar cards, not just saying Corvishine, best card, we're going to keep it forever. So I can appreciate that. And maybe PK is playing it and maybe we just didn't see it. But I'm with you on that one. I think it's a split decision on Solar players. And I would love to see how these two casters, Law and PK, with these Draco Ray inclusions, what that's going to be like. That's crazy.
Solar Heal's coming back. You can't keep it down. It's the end of the format. That means it's time for Solar Heal, apparently. We had
at the end of every format, Heal comes back in the biggest way.
Draco Ray did its appearance kind of late in the Moonrise format, if I remember correctly. We had what I loved to refer to as Healolith at the end of Firestorm.
Healolith is a good name for it, actually. That's an incredible name for it.
And we'll see if this brew of Solar Heal continues to rise from the shadows.
Yeah, I think that it might be time, right? But where is the Sun and Moon? Where is Rise from the Shadows to complement? Where Pup? In fact, that's one thing that I'm curious about. Is though we have Heal, and that's always a good late game contender. I have heard before that Lunar also can come out in some late game scenarios and late format scenarios. So we've seen Nabi, we've seen Toxiri, and where is the rest of the gang?
Last premiere I predicted Draking, and I think Draking is going to jump scare us at some point at the end of the format here, because it happens every single format. Every single format, at the end of the format, everyone forgets Draking exists, and then suddenly it's stealing all of your Elestrals and going to town.
Yeah, it can be searched by Schnark and Foamy now, so it's a fairly hyper-consistent strategy for Water Lunar, and I'm right there with you. I think everyone forgets that these 7/5 is really scary. And similar to the Leonite deck that we've been seeing, or Leonite deck that we've been seeing pop up recently in the Hestia build. It's a solid body that it's attack focused. You can't have shield forever, so I would be curious to know if that's going to be something thrown out nowadays.
The Leonite Champion of Hestia, though, I'm so happy to see it doing something. That card makes me so sad every time I read it, and I remember how timings work.
Yeah, oh wow, it is. I have been also really appreciating like Magnetonics and Brewlock bringing this deck and doing well, showcasing that combat's not dead, that fire's still got it. It's got something more than just the artifacts, which is really cool. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe eventually too, to Cinder Shade's point on the fire lunar side of things, maybe there's a battle focused lunar fire deck similar to the wind deck that we can see pop up and utilize the rise from the shadows and the knobbies and go from there. The creativity, I think, is very much piquing my interest.
There's so many fun decks. I mean, at the very end of Firestorm, I played just insane battle deck that was Pandalent's Champion and Verituka and Veritagua, because they both suppress when they attack, and Spectrus. So the whole game plan was put Pandalent's Champ on the board and then attack with these things that suppress. So like everyone is neck rough basically. The deck didn't work in practice because everyone knows how to avoid getting killed by the Veritukas and Taguas of the world these days. But there's just so many fun synergies like that exist in Elestrals that are underexplored, and I always get happy when I see a caster roll up to a tournament with them.
Yeah, and if there's anything I've learned from the Australians is that some of these cards, like the Pandalents, like Boombat, these Ascensions, these Disenchant cards, are in fact not just pretty on their face and they can disenchant to grab you something. They're also some of the best 2-drops in the world when you think about it.
Boombat is a very overpowered 2-drop. I expect to see it hit on Monday.
Yeah, that's right. That's some of the cryptic emojis. I forgot that I saw a bat in there. You're right. Actually, wow, you did see a bat in there. Oh my gosh, wait, that was a bit. Oh no.
The bat is, the funny thing about the emojis, we have enough Nexus forms now that you see a bat and you're like, fantastic. That could be 4 Elestrals. I know.
That is the true beauty of the bait for these emoji predictions. By the way, Dan could be sending out any sort of shenanigans of like turtle, and you're like, that's 50 cards. It's a bug. Dan, that's 100 cards. We're banning all of them. Exactly. Okay, cool. That clarify.
Yeah, no, I saw people see the wolf emoji and they were like, Leica Void's coming back. And I'm like, do you know how many like Leica Elestrals there are at this point?
Yeah, I confused all of them in the last round. Absolutely.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. That was... in terms of the last match, we had the Lockgun, the Solar. Congratulations to PK for taking that one, and also for Narf showcasing off the power of Lockagon. Really scary situation there to have and stare down the Lockagons plus the fish. Even then, Lockagon plus 3 fish. That is a board that I know I hate to see coming, so I can't imagine what it's like for PK. On the similar side, Solar showcasing why it's, maybe still got some legs. I think a lot of people are saying Solar might just not have it anymore, but hey, it's working out pretty well.
Simply have the Earthquake. Simply have the Earthquake and the Lava and
yeah, it turns out those Earth Spirits really do make a difference. I still don't believe it. Someone will have to showcase off a little more than just, have it to take care of a Lockagon. It never came up for me.
Hey. Fair enough. I hope we'll see PK later in the day once again in the top rounds of things.
Yeah, absolutely. And as these later rounds do get into these deeper and deeper scales, I'm excited to see some more fine tuning on these strategies. Like what is going to be the optimal way to play some of these decks? It looks like we have some insights into this later we can look at too, as we're getting into our rounds. So far, let me know, what is your #PlayLestrals play of the day for you so far into these rounds? I know it's a little early still, but what you got out of our 4 rounds? Yeah, about halfway through the day, and we're still not quite done with our electrifying action, but I'm curious to know. It's got to be Toxeri Search Densfog, right? That's the Wo upon Yi, and also with Yi.
No, I think my favorite move of the day is Rise from the Shadows Hydrake.
Yeah, the zombie dragon coming back. You know, I did hear about this fable.
Yeah. The zombie dragon came back to defeat the turtle that burned the world. It's, we all know this tale from our college literature classes.
Yeah, classic. You know, I keep on telling the campus to change the syllabus because I didn't read it, which I think says more about my university as it then does about the one I teach at. But professors a little behind. For me, I would say my play so far has to be this first round. You and I cast it out. This Habufin and Findus list. Very cool to see. I like these sort of larger swing game plan Elestrals decks come into fruition. I think the casting of the Findus, ascending over the Galaxair champ into the Habufins, very, very cool to see. So that'd probably be my hashtag play Elestral play of the day so far. And if y'all are on socials, let us know with the hashtag play Elestrals if there is a game, state, a board, an Elestral, a time that you had with today so far that has been hyped for you. And as well, too, we have right now, and Andrew, something to look at for these decks that we've seen so far in Swiss.
Yes, we have the top 6 decks and the top 12 cards. Let's look at these decks here. I think what we are seeing here, but let me look and talk about kind of the overall of this chart real quick, where the top deck is only 15% of representation. This is the lowest we have seen in this format, actually. We're getting really kind of flat with the variety here, which I think is awesome. I think it shows how wide open this format is and how many different strategies you can actually bring to a tournament. How, you know, Lockagon was like a fourth of the decks in the last couple of rounds. Come down here, it's really flat. Lockagon, still the top pick. Morfrost has really gone up. BlueStacks has gone down. Hermes staying strong. Y Rebellion, the best PR representative Hermes has ever had. But what's the most fascinating, Krakatuga Burn. Krakatuga Burn is off to the races. People they want the world to burn Swole. How do you feel about that?
Well, honestly, I'm a little bit surprised. I think what this does indicate to us too, stats wise, is that there's a lot more decks that are unclassified. Some ones that aren't our typical brews that we've been seeing, which is really exciting to watch. But Krakatuga Burn, one that is kind of this, talking about heal being kind of a late meta sweeper. Burn is also a late meta sweeper too. A lot of these casters get really good at timing these eruptions for key moments. A lot of Elestrals casters also are tripped up by these big spirit pushes. We saw that Morfrost can get pretty low. Lockagon can also consistently get pretty low. So I think eruptions can come in clutch. And with fire being there, but not necessarily super popular, I think eruption is a good little game plan for the big turtle. I am surprised to see the self-mill go down. I think our previous data was showing that Morfrost and the Morfrost iWoolly / the self-mill variants were getting a rise in popularity. So kind of interesting to see that players are preferring more of this straightforward Morfrost brew.
Yeah, and let's go ahead and take a look at the top card choices as well and see how this shake up in representation is shaking up that particular chart here. Curious to see if cards like Cyanectar are still at the top of the list like last time.
Yeah, that one was a big shake-in from the last one, and it looks like we have a new king of the climb, Lavalith.
Absolute cinema.
Absolute
cinema, everyone.
Happy Lithmas, everyone. Lavalith coming in here as the top represented card inside of the day. That's a big surprise to me. Talk to me about that one, Andrew. What do you think that is?
Lavalith was always good. And I think when new formats come out, we get excited about new cards. And then after a couple of months, we're like, wait a second. Wait, no, this card is still amazing. Why did I take this out of my deck for this new stuff? Let's get the Lith back in here. Yeah, especially in such a divine heavy format. Previously it used to be like Lavalith, pop your back row swing. Now it's like Lavalith, pop your Aphrodite. I've turned your game plan off. Swing over your Lockagon.
Yeah, the value trade that you get from the Lavalith is just so strong. And similarly too, you mentioned these older cards. Galaxy is still top represented. Narpoon, Spectaris, and not going too far back into Brumelink's champ, getting that rise in, which makes sense for our Morfrost players. The one inclusion here that I do find very interesting is that Tadpuff going down inside of representation overall, which might speak to the versions of Lockagon that we're seeing. Typically, if Lockagon is super represented, we see that Tadpuff is as well, but there are a few decks that are not running it.
Well, I think what's even more interesting and telling about what's happening with Lakagon is that fish, the Aetheros and Magnaros, are now more popular than Foamy or Lakagon. I know some people have been splashing the fish in some decks here and there. Maybe it is the representation of the Krakatuga burn. People are trying to use the Aetheros for Krakatuga Ascension fodder. But for, I'd say, about the middle part of the format we've had here, Aetheros kind of fell off of popularity, and everyone was running 6 Lakagon. And it seems like Aetheros has become more popular once again.
Yeah, the other one that's striking to me too, in the sea of blues, I see, of course, the Lavalith, the Synectar, which makes sense as our top represented card from the last tournament. Cyprong, champion of Dionysus, is pretty well represented here inside of our decks. And I think this is such an interesting choice. You know, for a little while, like you were saying, in these new formats, you get to play with a lot of the new toys. And so Cyprong was like, this can pop 5s. This can search Dionysus, a really strong divine. And now Cyprong seemingly has come back after a while of maybe not being super represented. The Dionysus deck has not been performing as well as some people might have hoped, but maybe some of these Hermes players are splashing in Cyprong. Maybe some other decks that are more low to the ground are saying, yeah, I'll just take the days and I'll pop the Lakagons and pop fish all day. I think
13 decks with Cyprong, and we know there aren't enough Dionysus decks to be in the top. So that means there are a good number of decks that are just splashing Cyprong as an extra utility. You know, when we came into live stream, everyone was running around being like, Cyprong is here, the end times are nigh, we're going to be dazing and popping every Elestral that's a 5 for the rest of time. And that lasted for about a week until we started playing live stream, and then Cyprong instantly fell off of everyone's radar. So, you know, maybe the value's coming back here. I'm actually surprised at how little we see Cyprong show up and pop bodies in this format during these streams.
Yeah, I have this theory here of Cyprong that's of the case of Gorgon's Gaze. You know, really early on in the format, it's really just Gorgon's Gaze, whatever you think is most of a threat. And so eventually players say, okay, well, I'm just going to grab the most cards I can. That if you have Gaze, I win. I lose. If you don't have Gaze, I win. And Cyprong, definitely one of those cards that early on, you hit it with Gorgons, you're like, okay, we stop the plays. But now, you hit that with Gorgons, are you going to hit Lavalith, the Whale? Like, there's so many power players in the format now that maybe Cyprong is going off a little more than was expected. So that's pretty, I think that's a pretty good comparison of where this journey has gone through. Spectaris, though, and to the Lunar Casters of the world, is still putting in so much work.
Yeah, 2 more decks than Cyprong. I think Suppression is just so good this format. Spectrus being able to swing over a self-buffed Nebuleo, a Lakagon, a Bomb. There are just so many dudes with big stats that need a bug with a scythe to come cut them down to size.
And pairs really well with the Toxiri too. So, you know, the attack boosting of Spectaris and then the decreasing of the Toxiri can be a very formidable board just to have a defense position Toxiri and Spectaris kind of be the sword to the Toxiri's shield. Hitting over, like you said, Nebleos, the bombs, and Lakagon as well. You know, you can clear, let's say, Lakagon, the OG, with this. You can also clear it with with some dense fog action. So Suppression's pretty well positioned overall. And so I'd like to see the soul lunar representation on this be Spectaris, but you know, it wouldn't be me not to say that I wish Nabi was on here too.
That would be cool. But I think we can flip over to our top 12 runes as well here. And, you know, maybe there's some lunar there. Maybe we'll see. There it is. There's the dense fog. Dense fog absolutely everywhere right now. 60% of decks running it. Gorgon's Gaze holding its foot at 100%. Is so funny to see Ambrosia. You know, 79% is a high percentage, but it's so weird to be in a world where Ambrosia is not at like 100% representation in decks.
Yeah, it used to be one of these auto-include cards, like you gotta see Ambrosia. So many people being like, ban Ambrosia, like this card's gotta go. It is interesting the play patterns that have arrived from saying you don't need it. Like Ambrosia is a card that you sometimes want, but you don't always want. It's like a secondary bench card that you are seemingly putting in there because you have a couple slots open. And sometimes you don't even have 3 slots open. You just say, I have 2, and I don't want to put Nog in here. And really, there's only a couple decks that want to run this card, right? Like Lakagon is one of them. Sometimes there's ones where you have to like mix manage spirits. But we saw that Solar was cutting this card for the Guardians as their kind of way to heal back, or Draco Rays nowadays too.
Yeah, when you have the inbuilt healing, and especially when the game's sped up, now that the game is faster, you need those top decks. You need the top deck to do something a lot of times. And top deck Ambrosia does not feel as good as it once did. You used to top deck Ambrosia and you go, great, I just bought myself 3 turns of stalling for like a Viscerus or something.
Yeah,
but
to
not
bring you back
anymore.
into it. And I'm curious too on this, the rise of the Pandora's Box and Spoiled Fruit. These were a couple cards from the last tournament that were, Pandora's Box still being heavily represented in the second place, but Spoiled Fruit was a little bit further down. And that's risen up just a little bit in the placement. And so people are really starting to tech out their decks for these meta strategies and saying, I know exactly what to hit. I'm just going to go ahead and main these, or these are definitely going to be auto-included inside my side deck.
And speaking of runes, that is interesting to see on here. This morning we were talking about how weird it is that Madness had just completely disappeared from the meta consciousness. And would you look at this, almost 40% representation today? What do you think it is that's driving casters to suddenly start putting Dionysus's Madness in all of their decks?
I think this is actually a very weird case of the fact that both, like some decks are well positioned Spirit Math to play this, right? Hermes can play this, it's native to Earth. You saw on a Bufin list play this earlier, you can play the Earth Spirits there. If you're playing Bugs or in Titan, you have the Earth Spirits there too. So there's maybe some type advantage that you're taking advantage of spirit-wise. But I do think that my big read on this, ultimately, is there are a lot of Elestrals with decent stats that you can sometimes just stick. And so your opponent tries to play a little defensive while you have like let's say a Spectaris out, or a Viscerus, or even a Synector champ as a 4. And then your Dionysus Madness says, you're going to swing into this body. And so I think maybe that's the realm of possibility, as Dionysus Madness is now playing the role that we thought it would, which is this kind of stop of an attack. But it's also now playing a removal, which is very interesting. That's kind of my big read here with some of these bigger bodies on the board.
And, along what you were saying, I think it's just hilarious to hear the phrase, it's native to Hermes.
Well, yeah, but it definitely, absolutely. Wind deck with Earth in it.
But you're so right. It so is, right? The Earth Divine Searcher in the form of Spinosect, and, Hibufin Champion of Hermes, right?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. See, we're on the same wavelength here. There's the 2 decks that can play it the best. We have both of Hermes.
Oh, but I love to see Madness popping up here. If you hang around the kind of card discourse and what people talk about with counter runes, you've probably seen that Dan had a whole kind of spiel a while back about how the goal across these sets is to start releasing some more interesting back row that leads to more interesting points of interactions with your opponent. And I love Dionysus's Madness. I think it really does that, kind of interesting mechanic interaction with your opponent well. And Enraged Days are brand new mechanics. I think Madness is going to age like a fine wine as we continue to get Elestrals where Days and Enrage matter. I think the fact that Dionysus isn't doing very well is one of the reasons Madness hasn't shown up a lot, because one of the best counters to Dionysus is using Madness against them to stop their line in its tracks by dazing something that needed to be enraged, and so on and so forth. And I think we'll just continue to get Elestrals that rely on Daze and Enrage, and as we do, Madness stocks will go to the moon.
Yeah, I think that's maybe, to the side prong of it all, maybe Dionysus has seen an uptick because side prong's seen an uptick, and so it's like trying to counterplay for some niche interactions like that. It's kind of like, during the summer, robberies go up or whatever that statistic is. It's correlation and causation here.
Yes, but we also have the side decks loaded up here. We can talk a bit about that. Lots of water in the side deck and lots of spoiled fruit. I'm not sure what the intersection between side deck and top runes are, but I would hazard a guess that Spoiled Fruit being the top here and being relatively high placed in the main deck Rune cards, Spoiled deck probably in everyone's deck this tournament, it looks like.
Well, and the Chains of Prometheus holding the back end there, we do see some Fire Spirits being expended here and there from Lakagon, or even some of like the decks that you wouldn't think to be running Fire Spirits, potentially to protect from Eruption, of course, so it's a little bit of a flex option. But Chains has been a card that I think for a long time people have said, no, this card will be really good, trust me. And I think it just takes a deck to have one interaction to say, I'm going to have my push, and we're going to win off this push. So I'd like to see that it's a little more included this time around. The side deck for this this format is a little bit strange. I think there's a lot of key cards and key moments that you have to plan and prep for. Sometimes change doesn't make the cut, but like the Dense Fog, for example, seemingly is in almost half of the decks that we've been seeing side deck wise. That's pretty big.
Pretty big. Suppression is having its time for sure. Atlantis is also an interesting card to see on the back end here. I wonder if that's just Lakagon players using Atlantis so they have an out to Temple, or if there's some other kind of water shenanigans that are starting to get popular in the undercurrents of the meta here.
I completely agree. I think there's some fishery going on here, and I like the fact that Atlantis might be used for the Stadium Wars. You can native play it. It kind of strikes me though, if I'm visualizing a Lakagon list, I'm like, well, are you playing 1? Are you playing 2? Like, what's your idea here? And the fish becomes 6s at that point, right? Except for Magneros. So I think this definitely has some utility when Frost is playing Stadium, when Solar is playing Stadium. So I like the concept and idea here, holding out the back end of the top side deck cards. Players are really digging deep for what scenarios they're coming across for.
Yep, and maybe we'll see Atlantis today. You know, shout outs to old formats, Caprigal, Atlantis, Rise from the Depths, you know, good old school water reanimator. Take all of that and shove in Aphrodite's Soulmates. You know, you have the most reanimatory water reanimator that's ever been. Someone can cook it, I believe. I believe in the community.
Yeah, Rise from the Depths is one of my favorite cards of all time, and I think that it is very underexplored in this format. You know, and I think that's definitely one that I would love to see cooked with. And maybe it's Glauby's chance. You know, maybe the next prediction for the new year is Glauby will rise again.
Man, I would say Rise from the Depths is undercooked. If I didn't personally walk into every format with a Rise from the Depths deck going, this is the format, this works, and then go, no, this is still just a pile of bricks. Every card in this deck needs every other card in this deck. So I have like a hand and I'm like, great, I've mulliganed 3 times and none of my cards do anything right now.
Yeah, my favorite Clash deck so far. You know, it's 20 Water Spirits and Ascending Glauby going nuts from that point. Absolutely. Yes. We are waiting on one more round for round 4. By the way, there was a time extension that we are facilitating, and so round 4 is wrapping up, and we're just waiting on one more round. By the way, for folks watching at home, I'll begin round 5 action sometime soon. And it's actually so far, I'm very impressed at the fact that we've only had something like this. The delays have been something more from our side, I would say that. And typically it's always, again, plenty of people behind the scenes working very hard to have this run very smooth. And so I think so far I'm shocked that we haven't had more.
Yeah, well, I mean, the audience will just have to be stuck with our yapping, you know. Oh, well, today has been an interesting day for predictions too, because I don't think any of us have had any prediction hits so far today.
Well, let's see. I have had Nabi.
Oh, that's right. You have Nabi on your prediction card. Yes.
And that's it.
That's it.
Yep. You know what? Nabi is the one. Yeah, we have not quite seen the others here. Talk to me about your predictions. Are we seeing some late game bears and late game moose?
I still think that the Hestia brews that are popping up, they just special cast Earth Scout, search the Medusa, you can do it. The bear's still good, just don't play Bear Bomb. Play Smeltung, play Up in Flames, and then discard the Medusa and pop something. I don't know, have some fun with it.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one too. I think that's the way around some of these predictions, and that even these crazy ones that I'm like, yeah, I think we're gonna see something like this today. The one time that I was very hopeful, but didn't actually think it was going to come to fruition, was the Morfrost Smell Tongue deck, the discard Fire Ice deck. I was talking to Zero at Kissimmee about a Bear Bomb list doing something like this, and I was like, that sounds great. And sure enough, we had Dimax rock up to this tournament with it. Get a message from Dimax later being like, Swole, how'd you do that? I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, why'd you leak my deck? I'm like, that was your deck? I had no clue going into this tournament they were playing. I felt so bad. I was like, I just thought the cards were cool.
No, I mean, I know Moose is out there today. I have not spoiled myself, but I got a handful of DMs from people being like, Moose prediction, eye emoji.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Trying to sneak in there just a little bit. The Moose on the loose, the Lunar Casters. I'm sure, is there a way for the Lunar Discord, every single time a premiere comes up, that says, hey, we're going to try to influence this pie chart a little bit. We're all playing Lunar, baby.
We're trying. No, I love the Lunar Discord. Shout out to all of my Lunar lovers, all of my fawnlets out there. The person who brought Bronto Wisp had put that deck list in that server for the last premiere. And the whole server was just like
Wisp, and I would love to try and play in a premiere with that too. I'm not going to lie to you. We have our final event of the New Year's today, so
yes.
You know, our casters are locked and loaded, ready to go, and we have a couple more rounds left. But we have some future events coming up here soon. We have our future premieres for the 2026 season, the year season. We still have a little bit left to go for live stream, but January 3rd is our next event, and I get some potential word that Andrew, you might be playing.
I will be in. I have been at the desk most of this format, and so they are letting me loose to run free again. And it's so hard to choose what I'm playing. I've spent the last 3 or 4 weeks trying to be in the kitchen cooking out decks, with the apprehension of ban lists might happen, and now we know it is. So I know I got to wait until Monday, and then I got like a week and a half to like cook really hard and then practice. I would love for the answer to be I'm bringing Lunar. But I am historically a water and earth caster. You know, I started in Daybreak, so Lunar wasn't really an option when I started. So I've always had a love for water and earth as well. I keep trying to cook the Lunar though. Lunar stat control is the thing I've been trying the most of recently. You play your Artemis PTA, you play your Cyanectar, you play your Spectrus, you play your Toxiri, play your Dense Fog, and then you go. It's fine that my Toxiri is a 2 because I'm going to Artemis PTA you and -4/-4 you, and now this 2 can hit over.
Yeah, woe be upon ye, and also with ye. I'm with you on that one. I think that for the January 3rd event, there's a lot that I think is up in the air because of this ban list. Similarly for the January 24th and our February event we have coming up soon. There's a lot of opportunities to not only get qualifying points. I know you're saying that I'll see you on the world stage, but I want to see you there too. There's plenty of opportunities to get primary Artemis up there and playing. Alternatively too, for a lot of our casters that are here, we have the holidays coming up and some things around. Enjoy the new year, relax a little bit, witness the ban list, and then come back strong into 2026 with that next event. I am curious to know what's going on there, because we've had several champions over this time take some of the craziest decks to finish. We talked about how Healith and some of these solar decks really pop up towards the end of the format. And taking a look at some of our previous champions here for our seasons, look at the spread. This is not, I think, the typical way that Elestrals players would say, these are the cards that are representing me. Is this stuff like the Torchin, Perky with the Nixamera, shout out to our Cobalt here with our Celestial and our Solar players, and then our most recent Pope with our Galaxy inclusion as a big standout.
This world season has been quite the ride. We have just seen such a huge variety of decks take the trophies, and I'm excited to see maybe this event. Shout out to Cobalt for getting Celestlio up there before the current world of Celestlio. We need live stream Celestlio, or well, not Solar. Solar in general needs to get up there for live stream, right? So maybe PK, maybe Law grabs that trophy today.
Yeah, there's definitely some light at the end of the tunnel, I'm sure. And there's a dragon there with the Sir Tractor shout out on the waiting in the dark waters down below. And then Doom, similarly, the crocodile and our chronodile taking it there too. There has to be towards the end of live stream another box topper finish. That's the tradition. It's an honor for us to always do it. And I feel like it would be a shame to not see it so. But there's a long ways away until our big finale inside of Las Vegas for our World Championship. It's a couple more premieres left today, January 3rd, 24th, the 7th of February. So a little before Valentine's Day there if you're trying to plan a little bit of a predate. And March 22nd in good old Las Vegas, we'll see a lot of our highest top contenders play there for the world title, which will be very exciting to see. So a lot of these names here. This has been a season and a half. Look at those names.
Such skillful casters. It's always a delight to see them play, whether I'm here at the desk playing against them in the tournament myself or just casually watching the stream because life prevents it that day. But speaking of it, I think we're about ready to go to break here. I will go grab some ambrosia for myself and leave the stream in UNK's capable hands.
Absolutely. We'll return here in just a moment with more exciting Elestrals action.
think the glare is a little too much on mine. I feel like it'll bother silver. You lead us back in?
And welcome back to our round of the day here. We're back with Kay on the mic. Kay, how are you doing after your break? Witnessing some insane solar action there from PK.
Speaking of solar, yeah, it's looking a little bright over there, certainly.
I keep on getting notes that I don't have enough light inside of my environment here. I don't know if that's apparent. So I guess the light of Apollo shining from under me, I guess, is kind of the idea here. I really don't know. The unmuting bit and then also this bit. I think I'm just trying to make trouble for production today. But Kay, how are you doing? Talk to me a little bit. Solar, Lockagon, 2 decks I know that you are very familiar with. Speak to me about this matchup and what you thought about that last match.
Well, it's very interesting because I know that, I mean, we've talked about sort of the different iterations of Solar and this new brew, which, by the way, GG's to PK, our co-commentator. Really cool to see that match. Both Nara and PK played so well. And I think that was a really good sort of like glimpse into where we're at in the meta. Because I think that we have Lockagon and Solar switching places a bit, where in my practice with Lockagon, it's like it doesn't feel quite right. Like it feels as if you don't get everything and you don't see it exactly when you need it, it's really hard for it to keep up and have other things to do. Similarly, even if sometimes you get it, that's the only thing that it does, and it's like, well, here we are. Whereas now with this Solar list, this new potential brew that we're looking at, which previously, I mean, you can attest to this, but I think that many people would say that Solar into Lockagon didn't necessarily feel great before. But now I think maybe those tides are turning a little bit, because it's like it was just an answer to everything, a threat every turn, or setting up the next threat, or being able to search for removal, or being able to search for something to keep them off of whatever they're going to do. And it's just the whole Solar has it all and can do everything continues to be true, and it just is always a matter of how are you going to put everything together.
Yeah, when you have everything that you need, when the world is your oyster, the sun is your oyster, I guess I should say, how are you going to shuck it, right? Are you going to go for a lion? Are you going to go for the Draco Ray? We saw PK with cock out like tons of times. I think there is an idea here that Solar casters are trying to find the right variant, and I think it's just completely up in their hands to experiment and to cook. Lockagon, however, similarly, we saw Fish, we saw the Dratagua engine. There's a lot of ways to go about both of these. Now, for my money's worth, and like you were saying, sometimes it feels like Solar just does not hit it right against Lockagon, but maybe this is the way. Maybe the Draco Ray, maybe the extra inclusions of the tech choices are the way to go. I'm not exactly sure, but hey, it'll have to be in some more capable hands than mine. That's part of the reason why PK is there on the play and I'm here at the desk. You know, my Solar time's over with, despite the fact that the sun was in my face.
Hey, listen, I think that finally the whole like, I could have been a contender if I didn't strain this ACL and get put on the commentary desk. Finally, I think that's true for PK. What have we unleashed into the world, genuinely, on a tear today?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the one. You can never count out those of us who are on the desk specifically. Again, I've heard rumblings of the Scrap Mother, the innovator, the initiator of these Nexus strategies, and then also the Woolly avalanche. Some would say the great the Great White Avalanche. I'm trying to think of a way to go about here on this one. And that on two. Yeah, the incredible showcasing of Solar's matchup here against Lakagon. And similarly from Nara in that last one, Lakagon showcasing why it's still just this big threat. Number 1 represent deck inside of today's tournament.
And it is funny that, I mean, we're looking at these two lists, this new Solar and this new Lakagon. And part of the discussion that we had back when we saw Law play it in round 2 was, hey, siding pattern going into this. What would you do? And it's like, well, okay, I mean, Spoiled Fruit definitely hits Draco Ray, but the difference between those is that Spoiled Fruit destroys Lakagon strategy. Whereas with Solar, like, you get rid of the Draco Ray, but then the next turn they're casting out another 2-drop, and sometimes it has a destruction effect, sometimes it searches stuff, and it's like, okay, so there's not one clean answer to this.
Yep, 2 drops and the new 3 drops I hear, and when they can get the job done, I think that's definitely going to be giving a lot to the deck in this format. Our round is currently being set up, and we're at round 5 here. We're starting to get into these players that we've heard time and time again. These later rounds, we really start to see some top performers, and these 2 players I know have been cooking for a while. 6, our previous runner-up inside the last tournament, is versus Magnetonics, which I know I've talked about Magnetonics a little bit of time on the desk here because that's the first time I've seen this Hestia list really go into action.
Ooh.
So we have Magnetonics, a previous top 16 on 2 premieres, top 32 as well for 2 of those as well. 6, previous runner-up, a top 4 at a previous premiere, and top 16 at Dallas. Not just top 16, but undefeated in Swiss, as the legend goes.
This is exciting for me because one of the things that at the beginning of stream I saw and I was like, okay, going to be rooting for this for the rest of the day, is that on our leaderboard, 6th is 7th. This is the top 6. You gotta move. You gotta get one. You gotta move up by 1. That number 6 slot is calling to you.
Yeah, this specific sort of brain rot is really hitting my brain at the moment. There's no way. I can't believe it. I think that this is a 6. I know wanting to take back that premier run again, right? So close in the last one and facing off in a really great clash against Pope. Some really exciting action there. And I think that 6 coming prepared for this tournament is probably the only thing they can really do better, is saying...
Many people are saying that if Galaxy is good, Eddie is good also.
Yeah, I've heard that too. I've also heard that line of thought. Yeah.
And this is definitely shaping up to be an incredible match as we get a little bit of a preview of what our casters are up to here with, I mean, hey, look at those playmats. I mean, we talk about these being players with accolades. There they are right there on the boards.
Yeah, the Flammoth one is really nice. I love that as an inclusion here. Magnetonics, a Note and Fire caster. It's kind of a cool little flavor. And then the store champion Ledagon, the full art mat on that one. I think it's the textured Ledagon artwork specifically. But yeah, I love seeing these sort of flex mats. I think we saw Ari with the previous rabbit mat. I think we saw a few other store champion mats in the same realm. The top 16 of the Cyprong with Cinder Shade, I think it was.
Yep. Yeah, and we've been seeing other store championship mats and stuff. And I think that's part of what is so cool about mats being available for prizing in some of these events. And I mean, hey, shout out the upcoming regionals in stores because you can flex as you are playing. That is an immediate intimidate. Listen here, I am not here to play. I am actually very serious and I will destroy you.
Yeah, I see an Elestriad mat or a Fox mat, and I'm like, oh god, it's over for me.
I think that is wise. Those are the omens, certainly. Chat, you want to play foxes. You want to play foxes.
We're getting subliminal up in the club. So we have round 5, a fire and a good to go with 6 going first. Back on more Frost, it looks like, taking the run back that took them so far ahead the first time. And looks like we're going to start off with a Chimera. Pitching Chimera, draw a card is a pretty decent start.
Yep, setting up that Chimera in the underworld for next turn, potentially being able to discard Bat. Now you have 2 5s on the board, and that's exactly what Morfrost wants to do. And now we have... was there for 2 seconds.
Rostix coming down here to bring back Chimera, starting off very strong, saying, I'm going to build this board wide and really set the tempo here.
And forget what I was saying, actually. We're just going to have 2 5s on the board right now. And there goes another discard and another draw.
That's another Chimera, too.
Okay, so this opening hand was 3 Chimera and Frostix. And knowing that you have the ability to draw 2, you're like, that's basically a Nectar of the Gods. And so now you've got your back row. This is an insane opening from 6.
Yeah, 3 Chimeras and a baby is one of a fabled hand as a... there is a Warmite. There's a champion of Hestia Warmite from Shattered Stars coming in here to give the Morfrost a big little look.
I wish a Warmite, and I think you might be right about this Hestia brew. If this is anything to go off of, we might be seeing some Hearth, we might be seeing some Hestia, or we might just be seeing, it looks like Blizzard whiteout. So.
Blizzard whiteout is wow, that's such an oddly perfect counter rune in this moment. You know, it's a one spirit cost investment to stop the play versus like a Gorgons or some sort of PTA or shield, which is much more expensive. So maybe the hand of double Chimera or triple Chimera and Frostix, a Blizztrix or a Blizzard is actually pretty good. As a Brummelinx champ comes down here to search out potentially another one.
Yeah, that honestly, as I was playing last time with this Morfrost list, the power of Blizzard Whiteout cannot be underestimated, except for when you can't get it because you get Gorgon's Gazed on your champ Brummelinx. And so he's just going to be sitting there. But even with that, I mean, we have 2 Chimeras, neither of which have used their effects this turn. The indication, there we go, Pitch Bat. There goes the 3rd Chimera that we saw go into the underworld. My word.
Yeah, this 3 Chimeras and a baby on board now. And between the 3 Chimeras and this Warmite, I don't know if that Gorgon's Gaze is maybe signaling the fact that there might be not a Hestia's Hearth in the back, right? Because Hestia's Hearth would be probably the most ideal scenario here, I imagine, for Warmite.
As we see a Nectar of the Gods going, possibly getting more Morfrost to be able to activate the other 2 Chimera effects, drawing every card in the deck imaginable. And let's see what we've actually got here.
Yeah, you know, it is crazy, though, is that though this board is a plentiful, one Tsunami just does it. It's kind of the trick of why that card's seen the rise in popularity is just you buy yourself a turn and hope you can break a board of 4.
I love that you always come into these with a clear agenda, and I really respect it. And this time it has been Tsunami belongs in the main. And in spite of Lakagon is actually very good. And you know what? I'm with you. I agree.
Some would say that a professor loves to teach a lesson. And outside of my complete love of Vindication, I also hate when my students say, don't play Tsunami in main. So if you're hearing this, I hope you know that there will be homework on Monday and a ban list.
Almost to me signaled either a Gorgon's Gaze or another Blizzard Whiteout, as 6 was considering activating on the cast of the Warmite. But actually, it looks like we are just going to let the 3rd Chimera be run over. I mean, hey, you got 2 others. Sure.
Yeah, this is also part of the trick of the fire deck, which is kind of fun, is you say, I'm just going to put out a guy, it's going to win combat, and we're going to go next.
I'm going to get Kione, bring the bat back so that I can get the 3rd Chimera back on board and draw a card. Sure, why not?
Yeah, the ability for Morfrost to morph its hand and board to really all these scenarios is again why we think that a lot of these top players are gravitating towards this really powerful strategy. And you can really see how this is going to be taking shape. Now, the one thing I think 6 has to be really careful about here, though, is look at the spirit differential. This is just 6 bleeding spirits, and so we know that Fire historically loves to play Eruption. So 6 has got to be a little more careful as these later turns go.
Yeah, I think that you get to an established board state where it's like, this is going to be hard to break. It's going to take multiple turns. It's going to take a lot of spirit investment, and you just let it go. And here comes the Hestia's Hearth. We knew that was coming with the War Might.
Yeah. You re-enchant both. You get the double trigger of the War Might to sink some Elestrals, potentially being able to take out imagine a Bremelinx here for an attack.
Mm-hmm. And do an additional 2 spirits of damage in the process, which, as we're talking about, the spirit count is already looking very low.
It's going to take out a Chimera, the most recent revived Chimera. And heal back, too. Magnetonics gets to heal back from the War Might. That's a pretty solid investment.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at 6's spirit count, and I'm, first of all, on brand, respect. Second of all, a little nervous. A little bit nervous here. And looks like that was a fire and a water spirit, possibly.
Ooh, from 6's board. Yeah, I think I mean an earth spirit, potentially saying I don't need some earthquake action, which, I can relate. The War Might's going to be going down to another Chimera attack, and Magnetonics taking those 2 damage there on the rest of it. It's not a Nabi scenario where it's going to reduce everything, so I like the play. Magnetonics does have to have some sort of follow-up here to maybe decrease these spirits to 0.
Yeah, we will see here. On Magnetonics side, we haven't gotten too much in terms of we've only seen 2 War Mights, right? I was trying to take a look at the spirits. Like I said, I think I saw a fire and a water. So I'm not sure if the Hestia Brew tends to play. I mean, maybe that's just for Tsunami, or maybe that's indicative of something else lurking in this list, but I can't be sure. That is an improperly enchanted, but notably a fire enchanted Morphrost Chimera on 6's side, protecting himself from that eruption that we were talking about. So 6 definitely looking at his spirit count saying, yeah, I could see this becoming a problem. And in fact, I am just going to guard myself from it.
Yeah, it's one thing that I think a lot of players, sometimes will build to their preference as this might be the case where it's I want to say Rummikul coming down here getting Gorgon's Gazed, or is that a Volcari's champ?
I think it's Volcari's champ. There are a couple arts for Volcari's champ, and they're all a little bit similar in color. But your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah, I do think that is a Volcari's champ of Hephaestus coming in here and now being enchanted with this Torch of Hestia to give it a little bit of a boost and a little bit of a dynamic.
Well, we do see a little baby dragon coming down over on 6's side, that Cryoling hitting the board, and I think we are going to see a Cryovern. Here we go, going in, finding it, and I mean, like we were talking about, those 2 drops. Now Magnetonics has, despite 6 only being on 1 spirit, I mean, this board might get him to the end of the game.
Yeah, really dangerous here, though, is that now with 6 on so little spirits, you can, if you clear or have the ability to clear that fire enchanted Morphrost, and then you hit him with an eruption after that, get really scary. Alternatively, if 6 goes to 0, all you need eruption to do is burn for 1. And that sometimes is a very weird scenario. I think we actually saw that with either Brewlock or Magnetonics before, where the fire player got burned in the last one.
Although we are about to take 4 damage this turn, which, I mean, Magnetonics isn't going to have a whole lot to play around with once that is all said and done.
Yeah, I believe that science calls that an absolute metric load of damage, I think. A rough estimate.
That is the official measurement, correct? Yeah. I
think that's going to be a concession here from Magnetonics here. And 6 takes game 1 with the Avalanche of Morphrost Onslaught. That is about right for the deck. I think that is something we've been seeing time and time again from Perky to 6, is that this deck likes to build wide and hit fast.
Mm-hmm. And you're right. That's exactly what we saw. I mean, I think that we need this next game to keep track of how many cards 6 actually draws. Being able to have that explosive turn 1 with Chimera, discard Chimera, draw a card, and Frostix bring it back, discard a card. There's a third one in the Underworld now, and we're drawing another card. And we're also setting one, and then the next we did see a nog as well, where it's like enough is enough. 6. Is this not? Are we still needing to draw more? Really? And it's unfortunately we didn't get to see too much from Magnetonics. We did see the Warmites. We did see the really cool Hestia's Hearth activation there, the pottery art. It's the first time I've personally seen that one played, so that was cool to see.
Yeah, I think there is a world of possibility here that for Magnetonics going into this game too. You know, your Warmites and your Hestia's Hearths, your pretty minimal play overall was almost enough to do it. And so I'm curious to know if the difference is going first. Is the difference going to be teching out for the Morfrost deck now and having that be a little bit easier into these game 2s and 3s? 6 as well, the opening play of the triple Chimera, and then over time being able to just add on the value, like you were saying, drawing, is also pretty difficult. How often is that going to occur? I don't know. So maybe this was a case of a perfect hand versus a suboptimal hand. Maybe this is the play that maybe there was something that Magnetonics could do to trip up 6 in those moments, but I am a little bit wanting more from this fire deck, and a Leonite drop would be crazy. That's probably the way to do it.
That would be really cool to see. And I mean, we did get to a point at the end there where, because of all of the draws we saw from 6, I mean, it was just a fully set back row. And it gets to the point where it's like, what do you do? They have a full board and everything that you want to play is going to get Gorgons, or it's going to get Blizzard Whiteouted, or whatever it may be. And I think you're right. A lot of times going against Morfrost, because those turn 1s where you can just then be like, deal with it, I have 2 Chimeras on the board. Those are huge. And actually being able to be like, okay, let me get my own threats on the board. Let me get some things that might contest this on the board, whether that be PTA, whether that be Pandora's Box for Lycan, which we didn't actually see. Or hey, you know what? Poison Nectar. I'm just saying, Poison Nectar on that discard Chimera would have gone crazy.
That's true. You know, the tech would have worked out in the very first turn, and subsequently too on the discard to bring back. And I think that if you're Magnetonics here trying to melt some plays, but looks like you are opting to go second.
Yeah, wait a minute. I guess maybe because this is just such a reactive deck. I'm not sure there. But we are starting out with the Chant Volcaries, which is gonna get Pandora's boxed. And we see there's the Hestia, which actually, that's the one full art I haven't pulled from Firestorm, not complaining, but like, oh, my beloved, there she is.
You know, I keep on forgetting that actually this one does have a full art. Similarly, I have not seen it either, and I've opened up quite a bit of Firestorm. So yeah, a little ridiculous. I don't think it's just you, Miss X of 10, X of 99, X of 99, X of 99.
Can't pull anything in this house. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did just get a serialized Pandalins Champion of Artemis the other day.
Oh my god. Andrew, replace me!
I did need to tell Andrew about that. Wait a minute. We'll wait till he comes back.
It looks like we have Pandora's Box feels okay here, but then if you're Magnetonics, you're dealing 3 damage to 6 and taking away a back row. I think you can feel pretty good about that if you're Magnetonics on this play.
Well, and seeing 6 go a turn without casting a single Elestral on Morfrost is very interesting. And now just coming in with the Scorpio form.
Discarding Scorp is not what you like to see if you're the deck. The double Scorpion opener, maybe hoping just to draw into it.
And then the Gorgon's Gaze on the effect of the Scorpio. And we were just talking about the Scorpion and the Turtle, and that dang Scorpion every time is going to get you.
Was that the play? I thought it was the turtle that burned the world. Did I read the wrong book again?
There was one Toxion, so it counts.
Oh, gosh. Okay, I'll have to reread it. I know there's a frog, and there's a scorpion, there's a river.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lesson here, I think, which I love. Oh, God, never mind. Forget it. I'm never going to read again.
As another Hestia comes out, this one not the full art. A little disrespectful that the full art is the one that was milled. that hurt my feelings a little bit, but it's okay. But we do have Warmite coming out here with the Hestia, and Hestia being able to also allow for a second cast here. And now we have the Rummikole.
Yeah, there's the Rummikole coming in here, which is such an interesting play to potentially combat certain things from 6. We did see the Brummalinks potentially search the stadium, which the Morfrost does like to play to boost itself up to 6s, to the namesake. But if prematurely firing that off now does give 6 room to remove, and you are in a pretty good position here to kind of sit and wait for a time to drop it. Seemingly here, 6 is thinking about if they're looking to Gorgons this, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, we have sort of opposite problems here from both of our casters. We have back row with kind of just a sitting duck Elestral over on 6's side. That's a strange looking duck. It looks like a scorpion. Yes, I know. Thank you, Swole. And then over on Magnetonic's side, a full board with no back row to protect it is unfortunate. Hopefully,
I wasn't going to say that.
Oh, just kidding. Magnetonics was like, oh, you're right. Let me not only play the stadium rune here, but also set a back row.
Yeah, I think you are trying to gear up here for, well, your Tsunami, which is going to be able to hyper insulate from this attack. The sitting duck is floating very nicely in the water as the buoyancy of ice is lighter. Mm-hmm. I imagine too, if you're 6, this is a pretty good ascension fodder for something like your Cryoverns, which, can work out pretty well if this one back row is not anything significant to stop it, because Magnetonics will have to remove this big 7 body, but does give 6 an opening here to potentially pile on some value.
Now let's see. We do have the back row here, and then starting to look at what we're going to do. I wonder what this hand looks like just based on Elestral's cast. Okay, there we go. So we have a Kione coming out, going to be bringing back the other Scorp, I guess, is the only Elestral I can think of.
Yeah, additional cast of the Scorpion, pitch a Bat or a Chimera. There's some lines here just to kind of get you in, and the stadium room is now coming into effect with these attack boosting, because Scorpio is not going to be able to hit over stuff like the Warmite.
And okay, we have Scorpio in attack form here, going to be activating the effect of it, and we'll see what it's actually targeting. There goes the Bat pitch.
Which I don't recall any other Morfrost in the underworld.
The Scorpio was the only thing there.
I am so confused on this hand. I think it's mainly because the last game we saw the onslaught of 5s, the revive into Kione, into everything, and now we're seeing the other side of Morfrost, which might be a little uglier in that sometimes you just have a Scorpion.
Yeah, and we see the Hestia's Hearth activated as well, going to be protecting that Warmite, which I guess is what 6 had originally targeted.
Ooh, and I think just protect the value here. You're saying 6, you don't really have anything to out my board. I'm going to keep it that way. And a Gorgons to stop the Warmite play and also to stop the healing too is pretty big.
Okay. And we are going to swing, and okay, and unfortunately the Warmite does go down.
Yeah, that's a little bit tricky for Magnetonics, but the one back row from 6, you're on 7 spirits. Magnetonics has the tempo here to do effectively anything, and a Lavalith is the card of choice to take out either the back row or the Kione. Which one do you think they're sniping?
I mean, there aren't any valuable Kione searches. And so, yeah, targeting what looks like a Gorgon's Gaze, which 6 is just going to chain, that makes sense.
Reaching for the back row for a split second for Magnetonics. I could have sworn a Chains of Prometheus.
A Chains of Prometheus, yeah.
Weird looking duck.
Mm-hmm. And there goes the Scorpion.
Yes, 6 still trying to keep the one Scorpion alive here, seemingly to just keep a body on board. I am still trying to figure out the line and the long-term gameplay, as this next turn, if there's not an out to the Lavalith, this can get very scary.
It looks like an expended draw, though. And that is not what you like to see. This hand is frozen.
Which in some cases you want from more Frost, but Magnetonics is putting on the heater with this deck, and I would not be surprised if we see a lineup of Ascensions instead of Six's hand. One of the thing about playing Cryoverns is that sometimes you just get stuck with them and you're like, I gotta see what I can do.
And we
have a Morphrost Lycan form coming down here.
Yeah, this would be a really good Pandora's box target, but in fact, we are going to be finally getting some action here. There's the Chimera, and possibly Bat, possibly second Chimera, just to have follow-up. Yep, the second Chimera as well.
Yeah, I think now the expended draw, seeing the Lycan form, if I imagine you're 6 here, you're saying to yourself, okay, thank God. Because after so many turns of a little bit of nothing, you have the ability now to turn on the Jets. Maybe some Key Ambrosias could be the way back into this game, but pass back to Magnetonics, setting 1 card, and we'll see how Magnetonics can maybe close one out. Another Hesi's Hearth on like a battle declaration would be pretty killer.
Yeah, and we are in fact going to just be, looks like, scooping.
Yeah, that's a concession from 6.
Yep.
Nothing left to do there. Like you were saying, their hands a little bit iced out at the moment as they're going into game 3 between these two, and those are some pretty quick games overall. I was anticipating this to be a little more of a methodical game, but it turns out both players are just like, I'm gonna hit you. We're gonna go.
I mean, hey, we were talking about it last time. Sometimes you don't have the cards, and sometimes you do. And in this case, sometimes all you have is 2 Scorpions and a dream. I suppose, and an Ice Princess, I guess. But going into this next game, is there anything that you can think of in terms of a sideboard that you would change from either of these casters? Or is this just a matter of, this time it's gonna work? I know it will.
Yeah, that's kind of the weird part about these decks. In some capacity, they're both very brute force. So the Morphrost deck we saw in the first one, you could just cast out a bunch of Elestrals, and that's going to be your game plan. Alternatively, for Magnetonics, maybe Tsunami is there. We saw Water Spirit before, and I keep on preaching Tsunami is the key. But I would not be surprised if on some level that there is some extra additions from Magnetonics of maybe potentially some other water elements, with the Smoltuga coming in to help body out a 5 defender to help against the Chimeras. Potentially, if this is a flex option to go for Krakatuga, maybe you're playing more into the burn side of things. A lot of things that Magnetonics can do to trip up 6's style. But for 6, I don't really know if you have anything else that you need to do other than say, I hope I draw better next time.
Yeah, I think I'm with you there. And this game was also a situation where it highlights why Lavalith is currently in the #1 slot. It is just such a strong card. And oftentimes all you need, even if, Magnetonics just hard ascended it. You don't even need to be able to normal cast it. And it's an incredibly powerful card and with really great stats, especially, heaven forbid, under Stadium. Which is what we actually saw. And we'll see how this goes for our casters going to game 3. And I imagine 6 will be going first here. Yep.
Yeah, it looks like the same as the other 2, which did happen to work in Magnetonic's favor before, but a start of a Brumelink's a little bit stronger now, being able to search out those key cards like Whiteout. And, I am very curious. Typically a lot of players will opt to go first every single time. So I do find it very interesting. Magnetonics is like, no, you can go. It's cool.
And it clearly worked out. Hey, maybe Magnetonics knows something that the rest of us casters don't know. And we do see 6 grabbing the Blizzard Whiteout, which I think makes sense. There is a world where you prepare for the Stadium Wars just because some of the stat lines of Magnetonics Elestrals get problematic under Stadium 4-6. But I think that Whiteout going into a possible Warmight cast is a great call.
Yeah, I've seen those stat lines say some pretty insane things online, so very problematic. And on that level, too, the Stadiums once again prove just the age-old adage of knowing why 6 was, in fact, afraid of 7. But what's better than that? Your 8s and your 9s, your Cryoverns coming down, your Lavaliths coming down as your bigger Elestrals. And here's the where the Blizzard Whiteout can come into play with the Warmight touching board.
looks like Six is in fact thinking about it, and this is possibly a situation where Magnetonics is just saying, I mean, do you value this Brummelinx, or do you want to save it for a Morphrost, something that is a little bit better in terms of stats?
Yeah, I think we all should be valuing our Brummelinx just a little bit more. They go underappreciated this time of year.
Yeah, or you can just shield that away and still save the whiteout. And you know what? I think that is valuing the Brummelinx.
Hold your Brummelinx close, everyone. It's not just a phase.
Yeah. How do you lose a Brummelinx? You forget to cherish her.
Right. Pull that out somehow.
I knew you
it's like
were.
The duck
I
thing
could
earlier.
see the cogs turning.
No, unfortunately, the cogs are webbed up. There's nothing back here anymore. From too many lessons trying to teach. Shield works here as El Clasico. It's also true. The cogs of the machine turn, but so does the wheel of time, as you know, someone is currently blasting out music in the back row for me. The shield is such an effective tool for keeping pace, which, yes, your Warmite can come back down on the next turn to slowly try to break away the board, but Six can just now have an opening to build wide, which is not super great if you're having to now drop down one Elestral to deal with the board.
Although it also doesn't look like Six is building wide here.
Yeah,
and in fact, the expended draw going back over, and there's the Warmite coming back. We know that we have that Blizzard whiteout set, but at this point, I mean, Magnetonics has 4 set. Are we going to see the chains? Nope, we're in fact just going to let the Brummelinx go down, which makes me think that maybe we saw something off of that expended draw.
Yeah, that would be the case, I imagine. Maybe even the Cryoling is like the idea where you let the Brummelinx go and you have just enough spirits now to take care of this Warmite. And a Kione coming in here, and that also could do it, is that your way to say, I'm going to let this go, I can get it back, and now we can search the stadium, and that's double value off of this Brummelinx is pretty big.
Yeah, I agree with you there, and that Kione might have been what we got off of that expend to draw. Six going to be, in fact, casting that Brummelinx back out there, and we'll see what he searches off of this effect. Unless we just don't search at all because we get Gorgon's Gazed, and then that possibly backfires a little bit because that was ultimately a little more expensive than simply just flipping the whiteout. Oh, unless you flip it now and the Gorgon's Gaze is negated, and you can go and do it anyways. Do you have a second Gorgon's, Magnetonics?
It's got to be a second Gorgon's here, which I don't love if you're Magnetonics, because that's going to be a lot of spirit investment. But
oh my
it's the way around it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that is 4 spirits spent. And I mean, at this point, because Six is clearly struggling to get this going, sure, keeping him off of thinning the deck, keeping him off of being able to go and get more support cards, that does make sense. And the cost could be worth it depending on what Magnetonics is looking at in hand and over the next few turns here.
Yeah, I think that's the best read on it, is that you are just trying to keep Six off of value as much as possible. And worst case scenario for Magnetonics, you re-enchant and you just, you can swing over and propose a trade or some sort of other thing. And here we are for the re-enchantment of that Warmite, declaring on the Brummelinx. And if you have another Blizzard whiteout, then you have to have another 2 Gorgon's Gaze to play around it. The Gaze are always trying to work around, and so this is a beautiful way of doing it. And speaking of that, there's a Gorgon's Gaze on the Warmite.
Yeah, that is also another way to get around that. Chains of Prometheus would go crazy here. I would love to see just a bunch of counter Rune interaction in this game.
Yeah, seemingly from Magnetonics, they are 3 set back row, and we know that 2 of them were a Gaze, but maybe some Hesi's Hearths here, which, if you are Gorgon's Unit, if you're 6, that is still scary because you have to now deal with this Warmite. Cryoblast would be a very nice tech inclusion in here because fire gets hit by that card like nobody's business.
And here's that Cryoling that you mentioned coming out here, definitely with enough spirits to go ahead and grab the Cryo Vern. I do think that still doesn't want to attack into the Warmite if we have Hearth set at this point.
Yeah, that Warmite then sinks down by 2, and you're 100% correct. No matter what enchantment or even the stadium under this, -6 attack upon ye and upon thee would be killer. What's scary too about this position, if you're Magnetonics, is even if you deal with this Cryover now, you have the Kione to add back the Cryoling next turn as the PTA comes down here.
Yep, there goes that PTA with that water spirit that we keep talking about. Is it for Tsunami? I don't know.
Well, so yeah, seemingly not. And you know what? It didn't really come up in this game either. So what does Professor know?
Hey, we haven't really needed to deal with any wide boards here, but we see the Infrostics coming out and going to be getting that Cryoling. Okay, so the second Cryovern, which again, if we see that Hestia's Hearth, I think is still not a perfect answer here.
Yeah, you'd have to have 2 Hestia's Hearth in the back to really have the big play, and then your Warmite might get got by the Brummelings. That does put 6 in a very weird position, but that's seemingly the only out here, because otherwise you're staring down a lot of damage from the PTA expend, from the Cryoverns. This is the classic play that 6 loves to go for, these late game double Cryovern pushes.
At only 4 spirits left, though, you're right. Things are getting a little bit tricky here, and no back row, so nothing to prevent anything next turn. It looks like we are thinking about the answers here. That tells me that this is, yep, probably the one Hestia's Hearth, but considering the other didn't get flipped, I'm thinking we only have the one.
Oh, this is also very dangerous if you're 6. The game could end here. So this is from the Brummelings attack. You enchant twice, sink twice, heal, and you take 3 damage on 1 spirit. If the set in the other back row is Hestia's Hearth, you take damage, and now you lose.
But let's see. We know that Magnetonics is going to be able to expend for that PTA at the end, so no matter what, 6 is only going to be left with 1 Cryovern.
Yep, 6 is going to be afraid of 7 here. And let's see, the Warmite does go down. That's a lot of spirits gone. And you only are going to be hit for 2 here, and then you pay out for the PTA to take out one of them.
I don't think that feels too bad. I mean, 6 looking at very little ability to do any kind of counterplay here. Magnetonics still in a very comfortable range, spirit-wise.
Yeah, plenty of spirits for Eruption. That's kind of what I'm seeing here. 6 on 2 spirits, that's a 1 Eruption game, or otherwise, 1 Warmite and again a Hearth or some sort of Hestia rebound works out here too. And that's going to be a Champful Carries.
Yep. Champful Carries coming out here, going to be going and grabbing the Hephaestus, which, depending on what we grab, is going to allow us to swing over this Cryovern, and that might be all she wrote for 6. Although we do know that we have the Kione, we have the Cryoling. Depending on if we have a 3rd Cryovern, we might be able to just hope that does something here, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, the one thing is if you're playing Necklace of Harmonia as the one of, that would get over. You burn for 2 spirits, and then you just kind of have to put them on, have a Cryoblast or something there. I think that's 3 spirits under the Hephaestus, though. That's a big investment.
Ooh.
Investment.
Yeah. That's right. And we do, in fact, see the Torch coming out, which I'm running the numbers here. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think that's enough to do it.
No, because what would Volcaries be?
2.
A 2. We're saying it's a 2. Volcaries would be a 2 attack?
No, we would be looking at a 6 attack here.
And Cryovern being a...
I'm trying desperately to not play into this, and I
Well, it's almost impossible not to play into it if you're Magnetonics. You got to find a way out of this Cryovern. 6 is afraid of 7 in this case, and also is not quite big enough. You can maybe hope for a Foretell, maybe for the Stadium Rune you can trade, but you can't leave this as a sitting duck no matter what you do.
Yeah, I think you're right. The Stadium Rune plus like a Hestia's Hearth is maybe all we got, and hoping for a bit of a battle trick.
Otherwise, plenty of spirits again to go into.
Oh, the Cryoblast!
Cryoblast.
So that's going to be getting rid of. See, I'm a little fuzzy on what the goal there was. I guess it was just hoping that 6 was going to swing into the Volcaries, but
yeah, I think so.
I mean, a Tsunami for that back row would go kind of crazy here.
Yeah, I think otherwise too, you're putting them on better have the cryoblast. As well, hey, there's another sitting duck out onto the board, and we're gonna swing for 3 here. A fire enchanted sitting duck, in fact, to insulate from an eruption, but 6-on-0 spirits, if they have to just expend 1 more, that's it.
Lumaru, or no, Hopperoo would go crazy. There we go.
Okay.
The one of Hopperoo in the list.
Oh, and that's a Volcaries, OG Volcaries. I think I see the line here.
Oh.
Altar of Stars. Put the
Yes.
Cryovern to defense. And that Volcaries is now a 5.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
And that's going to be it.
That is a crazy final play. Altar of Stars was not even on my radar of cards to think about what could have been set there.
That makes so much more sense now with the Volcaries and the previous. You can Nexus to the Volcaries. Next turn, drop down the OG Volcaries, and that thing is huge. Nothing is quite getting over that. So, wow, what a finish from Magnetonics for that long con play, by the way. Even after a Cryoblast hits the key Elestral, the Scorpion's not going to be able to do it at that point, and that is pretty huge. Also, the Fire Enchanted on the Scorpion was boosting up the Volcaries. I want to point that out.
Yeah, we do count spirits from both sides. Genuinely so well played from both of our casters. Obviously, you can only play around so many things, and OG Volcaries is there and is real, and it can hurt you.
I can't believe it. Well, this is the deck. That's the one card in the deck that made it all make sense. You know, I think after perusing some of the lists from previous tournaments, that card specifically is just, in theory, so sound. There's so many fire spirits you're putting on board, and it's such a big Elestral for a 1-drop investment. And it clearly, in some cases like that, can be the game ender or even a big removal piece. So congratulations to Magnetonics for taking that one over 6, our previous runner-up from the tournament. And 6 is not quite out yet, can still contend and compete for these top slots. And I'm sure we'll see more and more Frost action from them in the future.
Definitely. And I would like to say, if Volcaries is good, then that means Tectaris is good.
Hey, Andrew and I were talking about that previously, and you would be surprised. There is definitely, if we see Demeter come back in any sort of fashion, absolutely. There's definitely still a play. The Crabs, it fits right into the deck.
I mean, hey, that's a battle trick. Probably.
I would say so. I'm gonna have to consult with Cobalt on that one and the Australians to know really if Crabs can handle Tectaris, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna like do the thing where I sort of like palm something over to them, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, a 20," but it's actually just a Tectaris, and I'm like,
"Could you break this
get
for
yourself
me?"
something nice. The World Championship. That is what
Tectaris will have its day in the sun. Absolutely.
Tectaris is one of those Elestrals that I love so much, and I truly can't explain why. It's just, I mean, Elestria season 2, right? But anyways, back to what we were actually talking about, this clash, right? Really interesting to see how Six's deck performed in that game 1. I mean, it was just such a stark contrast, because game 1, we had a full board, we were drawing everything, we saw all of the pieces, we saw all the things. In games 2 and 3, we saw expend to draw, we saw struggling to get guys on the board. I mean, the Cryoling was able to come make a push at the end there, and provided things go even slightly differently, that would have worked out for him. But, you know, just constantly being like, I got to play around Eruption, I got to do this. And, you know, clearly this is something that the Six is used to dealing with. But even with that, unfortunately, you can only expend a draw so many times, right?
Yeah, there's a definite idea here that a lot of the decks inside the format that perform really well, especially these sort of like rogues tier strategies that are just trying to catch people off guard and these really insane cooks, they typically like to put people in very fishy situations, you know? And that is no more apparent than, just like you were saying, you have to play around so many things inside of Fire. And whether it be from the War Mites, the Hesiod's Hearths, those Eruptions, Morfrost has every tool it can to break boards and make boards, but does it have every tool it can to play around everything? Maybe not. So I definitely think that was a big factor in that game, utilizing the Fire Spirits to the best of their ability, and even through double Cryovern too. I want to point that out. Double Cryovern to a signature play for 6 did get stopped by a lot. Not to say that was also not a ton of damage that Magnetonics was taking, but you got to manage those spirits effectively.
Yeah, Magnetonics did make sure that they were in a range that they could, in fact, just take that damage and have exactly the number of spirits, by the way, left that they needed to have to end up taking that game. And with that, we have results for top 16 up to and including round 4. So that won't include this round that we just saw. But let's go ahead and take a look at how our casters are performing today. We do have some changes from the first look that we had earlier. And what are you seeing? What are you thinking here?
Wow, look at those arrows. We also have Brewlock up top at our number 1 spot. That was the previous Firecaster from our top 8 from our previous premiere. And also notable Lunar Caster too. So I'm a little terrified of what that means. Being Soldier cannot keep getting away with it at number 2 slot for O, as well as Phrasenator for our number 4 slot, speaking of crabs. Purple Snorlax, the previous top 16 of Dallas at 4-0. Ari, saw Ari previously in the rounds. Viper, Magnetonics, we just saw in our last on stream set. Higo set, Sir Tractor, and a new name I think that we haven't seen before is Lavender Senyata. Win the Scent, an OG Krakatuga player, by the way. Goat the Scent here. Oh, we haven't seen the name in a lifetime. Cthulhu, Law, as we saw in our previous match here on Solar. Chronic, Mike, and Perky, our previous premier winner, and now in our top 16. This is a pretty stacked list so far.
Yeah, this is very cool to see. And like you said, we just saw Magnetonics on stream. So we know that win might shake things up here depending on how our other rounds have gone. But our top 8 is looking vicious today. I am curious, like you said, Brewlock at our number 1 spot, a known Lunar Caster, but also I tweeted out about this event and Brewlock was like, me and Hestia, my bestia. So who knows? We might see Lunar. We might see some Hestia happening, or that might have been a bait. Who knows? Yeah, I'm only afraid of Brewlock on the wackiest of strategies. And it looks like it's panning out pretty well today overall. I am curious to know what Phrase is bringing today. I think that we know that the Australians bring some very innovative decks, and this could be anything from crabs to a whole new brew that we don't know yet. That's also one of the really exciting things about Elestrals. A lot of these casters on this board are cooking up some shenanigans. We saw Law earlier with the Solar, and looking like, I'm actually not quite sure if I recognize any other Solar players on that list. And it was good to see Sir Tractor back in the top as well. Maybe cooking with Cryo Rhino again. That's kind of cool. Hey, I really did love that list. And we talked about Solar. We're talking about the Australians and the things that they're cooking. I'm curious if we're going to see Phosphocell.
Oh, Phosphocell would be really cool. That we, you know what? You're right. I think Dooms was cooking with that last event.
I had to go against a Phosphocell in the last premiere, and every single time it was cast out, I was like, read that to me. Read every single word for word. This is very scary. Right. And it was a very scary deck to go against. And it's also a very hard deck to pilot. And a lot of our Australian contingency, they are all just out of their minds in terms of their ability to cast. So, hey, if anyone is going to pilot that bug to victory, I think it's the Australians.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you're upside down enough, the blood rushes to your head. That's extra brain power you can utilize here. Or are we upset? Nah, that's science. I'm a philosophy teacher, not a science teacher. I similarly too. Bean Soldier has to be stopped. A 4-0 and going into this round 5 is very scary to look at, but maybe Chivalry is making the comeback. That become interesting. These sort of like one-off strategies here and there that we like to see from these casters. So also really cool to see. The shift too, in a lot of them, I think we saw Ari performing really well and continue to do well on the zombie Pantera list, which I know you casted earlier. Tell me about that one.
That was very interesting. It was one of those that in the game that we saw it, I would say that all of the games were very close. and Ari being on something that he is clearly so familiar with and so good at knowing this is exactly the number of spirits I need to be able to do pin terror. This is exactly the number of spirits I need to be afraid of getting to and whatnot. And clearly he's been playing out of his mind all day today. And I just want to know 2 questions. Ari, if you're out there listening. 1, have you flipped heads on Gambit? 2, have you rise from the shadows a pin terror? Those are the 2 questions that the people need to know.
I wouldn't put it past Ari on the second one. On the first, I've never seen it happen. No way.
Ari always goes for the style points with the Gambit, and I have to respect it. There are situations where Ari said, well, I had the option to just win, so I did that instead. It's like, you know what?
It feels bad. It feels bad every time. You rather say, Gambit, take the wheel and spin it.
Yeah, ascend Salashade.
Yeah, no kidding.
There you
You shout out
go.
the Cindershade on that one. That was a pretty killer inclusion on that one.
Yeah, I'm not over it. You listen, you and Artemis got to talk about your plays of the day, and that's mine. Looking a victory in the face and saying, you know what? Lizard, 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 lizard.
You're really hitting the button over and over again on that one. I think that's very fair on that. And I cannot wait to see more on today's rounds. We have a lot more Elestrals to be played, a lot more plays of the game. Again, share it with us, #PlayLestrals on all socials, what you think as well. We're gonna go to a quick break and we'll be back with the rounds. Artemis and PK and K back on the mic for these later ones. I'll see y'all later. Enjoy this next round.
Kay, I am so excited to be back here with you, and I'm going to have to immediately derail us for a moment because I heard you wishing for Tectaris in crabs. I have here my green deck box for holding Earth stuff, which is my crab deck, which contains a Stellar Tectaris.
A Stellar Tectaris. Oh, he's gorgeous. Look at the baby. Oh. Listen,
yes, I'm a Tectaris believer too. I'm a believer.
I think we see eye to eye on a lot of things between the Lunar Caster thing, being a Tectaris believer. Listen, okay? We've got some taste going on here.
Very tasteful, much like our clash that I watched in the background while you and Swole commentated. What are your thoughts on that, Kay? I think that was such a wonderful, frost versus fire, who's going to melt or freeze out whom kind of situation.
Yeah, I mean, that was, for me, the exact kind of games of Elestrals that I like to see, where for games 2 and 3, I think that they were very close. I mean, obviously, we saw more Frost performing very differently game to game, but getting down to the point where both casters are making these just like high IQ plays to play around possible outs, possible win conditions, and that kind of thing, and one persevering for having just something completely different, that being the OG Valkyries that we were talking about in the end there. It's just really, really cool. Not just like, I'm gonna cast the biggest guy imaginable and you explode. Good game.
Yeah, well, not even just OG Valkyries, right? Altar of Stars. Altar of Stars, one of those runes that everyone is like, oh yeah, Altars of Stars good, but no one really plays it. And then it gets you and you're like, what just happened to me?
Mm-hmm. Altar of Stars is one of those cards that I think to really talented casters is a great card.
Yeah.
When I see it every time, I'm like, this is a dead draw. I don't want to see this. I never have the Nexus Bank. I never have enough things on the board. But then I see other people play it, and it's one of those like, now we're playing TCG cards that when you see it activate, you're like, yeah, switch the position, next. Like, it just feels so great, especially if you're nexusing to something with a receive effect. Then you're like,
yeah. If only it was the Warmight receiving off of the.
I would love to hear from Magnetonics and see how much that's come up, actually.
Yeah, I mean, if you really think about it, it's 6 Hestia's Hearths, right? You have 3 Hearths and 3 altars.
It really is, actually. And, hey, maybe that's something that's been coming up, and we know that Magnetonics has been performing very well today, so.
That's one fabulous thing about Elestrals is the Spirit Resource system. It's not just like the resource pile is in a separate deck, so you don't have to worry about it. The resources are also game pieces that you actually have to like do things with, and it's crazy. You can get used to playing something like Lockagon or Morfrost where you're like body, pay for my things, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. And then you see someone who's like, yeah, I'm going to move the spirits around the board. And you're like, oh, right. Like the spirits are game pieces, actually.
Yeah. Just utilizing them in different ways. I know that there was a conversation that we were having a little bit ago about like Earth needs receive effects, because I think that Earth is one of those elements that we would love to see, doing that exact kind of thing. And, hey, we'll see.
We need a whole set just dedicated to nexusing. I think it'll be Circle the Skies, Time to Shine, all of those, all of the Circle the Sky arts. They're going to be big money. All those beautiful full arts from Celebrations 1. Hold on to them. The receivers will come, and you will nexus and draw.
I just finally went and I made my Shattered Stars 1 binder, and I made a point of being like, okay, all of my Circle the Skies have to be aligned, and they are gorgeous. Like I had kind of forgotten about those ones, and then in making the binder, I was just like, and you're pretty, and you're pretty, and you're pretty.
I have this big library of cards I keep, and my Spirit bin uses the Circle the Skies on front.
Oh, cute.
So this is my Fire Earth bin for extra spirits.
Oh, I love it. And hey, you know what? We've yapped long enough. We're actually getting ready already for our next round. We have our two casters, Higoset and Bobfish. Tell me about our casters.
Well, Higoset has top 50 at Kissimmee. You know, that is actually a wonderful pull off at those in-person events where everyone goes on their hardest. And Bobfish here, top 24 at the Cards HQ Open and top 24 in 2 different premieres in the past. So we got 2 up-and-coming casters here ready to throw down and get some spirits on the board. I'm really excited to see what they're going to be bringing us today, Kay.
Me too. I mean, both of these casters have been doing very well today. Both of them are certainly in contention for possibly top cut, depending on how the rest of the day goes. And yeah, definitely looking forward to see what we've brewed here and what our what we've been selected for to view today.
Yes, Bobfish being at 3-2 currently, and Higoset 4-1. So I think we're on our bubble game here, so to speak, for them. Someone's going up in the ranks.
This is the time of the day that it really is like, okay, everyone needs to play their hardest, because even like one turn could make the difference between top cut or not top cut. And these two casters, that is certainly true for them.
Now, we know we have a very varied spread of decks that have shown up today. I don't personally have any knowledge of Higoset and Bobfish's past, so I'll be very excited to see if they are bringing strategies we are expecting or something entirely new for us this morning.
Yeah, at this point in the day, it's surprising to see different strategies. Normally we don't, but I mean, hey, we just saw a parade of Warmites and Hestia and everything in the last round, so anything can happen. And you know what? I have to say, I don't know what we're looking at here. This is just me manifesting. I haven't gotten to see a BlueStacks game in a while. I haven't gotten to commentate one. And, you know, say what you will about being across the table from a BlueStacks, but wow, are those games fun to watch every time.
You know, I got my official Gambit coin here. If we're going gambling today, I can be flipping the coin in the background to make predictions on whether or not we're going to get hits or not.
I have my entire little coin box here ready to go. So I'll be flipping right along with you. And by the way, casters, I love when you make cute little designs with your cards. This is part of my agenda. I think it's so cute. I love to see it. It's like a present just for us. Look at that.
Practice your pixel card art. There are an infinite number of shapes you can make with 5 rectangles.
Yeah, a lot of people actually are saying that. And looks like we are just about ready to be getting into this round. And Higoset and Bobfish, I can't wait. I definitely used to, with these tournaments, sort of look ahead of time and be like, oh, what are people on? Give myself an idea of that kind of thing. But as time has gone on, I love to be surprised. I like to be alongside other people where it's like, what did they just cast? And I'm hoping that we have some of those moments going into this next round, which, speaking of, for those of you who have been watching on Twitch, keeping up over there, I want to know how your predictions have been going. Have you been on the money with those predictions today? Have you been keeping up with them? Have you been hit or missing? Like, speaking of BlueStacks and gambling, how have those Twitch predictions been going for you today?
Yes, don't forget to get in there and put them in for this round on who you think's going to take it. And, you know, we've been talking about our favorite moments today. Don't forget to get out there on social media and post your hashtag #PlayElestrals. Let us know what moment made you absolutely lose it today.
And I think I heard while you were on earlier that yours was Rise from the Shadows. Hi, Drake.
Zombie Dragon, of course.
Mine was also from that game. Mine had to be Ascend into Salashane. that was for sure mine.
Oh, yes.
It's just classic. Really good. Now we're playing Elestrals.
If you don't Hardison for the lulz, what are you doing? You know, that's what we're here for, really.
I mean, honestly, it almost like put me to shame where I'm like, why didn't I play a one of Volclips? I've embarrassed myself.
True. It's so easy to get 2 more Frosts on board, Hardison Volclips.
I literally, yeah. And like, I'm thinking now, like, oh, I'm actually not real. I don't have that level of dedication, and that's on me. But with that being said, we do have our casters ready to start here. Bobfish going to be going first, finally revealing what we are going to be playing.
All right, we have Earth Mulligans from Higoset, maybe Dionysus, maybe Tectaris Crabs.
Maybe. Who can say? That could be pretty neat. I would love to see Tectaris doing this well in Swiss Round 6. That would be a dream.
Hopefully they find a better hand here. It looks like Bobfish will be keeping, though, so off to the races with something good for their first turn. Hopefully. I've said this many a times at the desk. This format, mulligans are one of the most important things for casters to know how to handle.
You know what game I think is just as important as actually getting the reps in against decks is Keeper Mulligan. That's one that I personally, my judgment calls not always the best. But also sometimes I'm like, well, I have 2 Nectar of the Gods. Surely I'll draw into some. No.
No, I actually play a game with a spreadsheet where I play Keeper Mulligan and then I, fake play a couple of turns and give myself scores on whether or not I did good or not based off of my draws.
Okay, so you are actually like casters in STEM. Shout out that process. Goodness.
Expend to draw from Higoset.
Mulligan, expend to draw. Okay, so I'm thinking that we've got a game plan deck here. That's what that tells me. We have the 2 set and going into here.
Yes. Okay, so into Magnaros. Okay, so we are on fish of some kind for Bobfish.
However, immediately the Pandora's box going to be punishing that. Let's see. What did we already get the mills or?
We did get the mills. It looks like there is a Frostfall Locagon on top of the Underworld there, but I didn't see what was before it.
Okay, a Locagon hit is huge for a mill.
Especially if Bobfish is on the fish version of the deck where you usually only play 2 of each Locagon.
Yeah, and with that being base Locagon, that is a big hit. We do see the Nectar of the Gods there, going to be drawing 2 Bobfish, setting 3 cards here, and just going to be going ahead swinging for 1.
We got confirmation the other milled card was a PTA, so good hits from Higoset there.
Yeah, really, really strong Pandora's box, actually. And, Hoppa Woo, we were just talking about you last game. Oh.
Wow, let's get some foretells. If you're playing an Earth-heavy deck, Hopperoo just says attack, direct, draw a card,
I also have to say, Higoset, the nails are gorgeous. As a cat-eye nail enjoyer myself, I have some on right now. I see the light catching those. Have to appreciate a caster coming out with the flex.
Oh, we see a Giraflora and 2 Nogs in the foretell. I think that tells us this is crabs.
Yes! Okay. Tectaris.
You gotta, if you're on crabs and no stone, you gotta have at least 1 Tectaris in there.
I agree. I can't believe that our silly, goofy, wacky, zany little joke there might actually come to fruition and be true. But we're going to see if this strategy is going to come to fruition. There we go.
We got there eventually. Another Nectar of the Gods from Bobfish. So they got to have a lot of options in hand at this point.
And looks like
Hardison Magnaros into Magnaros ?
I guess because it's on cast, but I guess you could have just left the other Magnaros there.
Well, we saw this earlier in the day. It's possible Bobfish is on a single Thunder Spirit.
Oh, that's a possibility. We see the Aphoros coming out here. Was it a water spirit that went under the Magneros?
Correct.
Okay, well, that might be exactly what it is then. Now we're set up with 2 5s here. Aparu doesn't really care because it got insane value, right? Like it already hit direct for 1 to the spirit deck. You've got to grab the Gigaflora. You know you have the Nectar coming next turn. He did his job.
You know you have 2 Nectars. We're going to see a double Nectar here, I assume.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so there is the damage that we are taking. The draw, wonder what that could possibly be. No telling.
Yeah, I mean, I expect we're going to draw 2 cards momentarily.
Unless we're at a point of the game where, nope, we are just going to, in fact, draw the Nectar. We know one of those draws is going to be the other Nectar of the Gods.
The real question is, do they fire that Nectar?
That is, in fact, the question. If this is crabs that we're looking at, which it seems like it is, those spirits in the underworld are just spirits you can enchant to your crab. And to a degree, you can be a little liberal with that, but we do see 1 water spirit being used there as well.
We would need a Feloy Forest here to deal with 2 5s if we do have a crab.
Mm-hmm.
Or we can just heal it back.
Yep. Never mind. Getting that water spirit back.
Okay. Maybe we have the... I was going to say maybe we have the Tsunami. That wouldn't do anything here, actually. Never mind.
Not a darn thing, actually. As we saw earlier, that Magneros is, in fact, water enchanted. And that means that there may be other plans, whether that be putting a water under something to prevent a tsunami from Bobfish, or we're gonna be going with the promo
Sproutier champ?
The promo. Hi, baby.
Hi.
Hello. Come
Thank
and
you,
say hi.
Higo-san.
Thank you. Very cool.
Okay, do you have a Nexus Bank to go with that?
Yes.
Yes.
It is the Demeter. No way. That's my girl. That is the stained glass Demeter. What?
Wait, what is happening? It's not
I don't
Dionysus?
Listen. We got a Dionysus and a redhead on the board, okay?
Okay. Wow.
I'm actually, I don't know about you, but I'm like joyful.
I think, is that a Pandora's box that Bobfish just flipped?
No, don't do it. Don't do it to the baby.
I think that's FA Pandora's box, yeah.
Okay.
Sad.
Let's see the mills.
Oh, it was a FA Gorgons, my bad.
Oh, Gorgons. Okay. I was like, where are the mills? But we have the Feloy Forest coming out here. And so that is a big baby with a 7 defense.
That Nexus is coming back next turn. Or not. Oops.
Did we PTA and I missed it?
I think that was an earthquake.
Oh, immediately just firing off an earthquake. It was so fast. I didn't think we'd even moved back to Bobfish yet.
We were way too excited about the Sproutier. We just were not paying attention.
I saw the promo Sprouter. I saw the Demeter.
We re-enchanted to Magneros here. This is a very juicy fish we've built.
Yeah, and I mean, unfortunately, we were talking about like, hey, if you got crabs, you can just throw your spirits in the underworld. But now we don't have a lot to work with, and I don't see any crabs.
I don't see. No, I mean, one crab does it though. One crab gets there.
Oh,
there's the crab.
Oh,
there's the crab.
Up.
Does Bobfish have a response?
Although, yeah, this Feloy Forest could be putting in extreme work here. Although Higo set down to 1 spirit.
Oh,
the tsunami.
No.
I mean, at this point, you could with the attack declaration, you still add. Spirit,
I think Bobfish fired the tsunami before battle phase to prevent that from happening.
Okay, that would be smart because that would be a big booty crab coming out.
Yeah, I think that's all they wrote for Higo-set, unfortunately. Higo-set, they had just an exciting game there. I need to see them get the Sprouteer off next game.
I gotta know what the game plan was, because clearly, I mean, you don't see that collection of cards and that collection of actions without it being a game plan.
I wonder if the game plan was Centarbor? Like, do you search Centarbor Champion of Dionysus off the Sprouteer? Is that what we're doing here?
Maybe. I mean, we saw earth and we saw water. The water could just be there as a utility for tsunamis. But we did also see Higo valuing it enough to bring it back with that ambrosia. So we'll have to keep our eyes open going into this next game. As for Bobfish, I mean, Bob Fish is right, because now it's just a game of fishes.
It was really interesting to see them just keep re-enchanting to the fish. Did they fire 2 or 3 Nogs? Regardless, they drew a bunch of cards. I would have thought they had more bodies.
Right. I mean, we saw the Locagon get milled. We saw the PTA get milled, and we were like, whoo, yeah, big hits.
No. You just need 2 fish in a dream. 2 fish and 5 spirits.
Truly, that is all you need. And I mean, going into this next game, because neither of our casters really did their game plans. I mean, this is anyone's game. Obviously, looking at Locagon, Higo is probably looking at Spoiled Fruit. But that being said, that would have done nothing in this previous game.
That does nothing to Fish Beatdown. That is correct. Higo there was just one effective way away from going off. Bobfish had all of the answers to their moves this game. Hopefully Higo gets their game plan off quicker. Maybe a second mulligan would have helped them get into this game. We saw a mulligan followed by expended draw, which basically put them behind by a turn.
Yeah.
And maybe the extra spirit for another full mulligan would have been worth it.
Yeah, I mean, what did we see from the beginning? Like you said, that expend to draw, and then, I mean, really not too much. We just saw the Hopperoo, and then we saw the Sprouter, and not too much else, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Hopperoo and 2 Nogs and an expend to draw. Like, unfortunate that Higo didn't get into more of their game plan with those draws.
But hey, with the record that we're looking at, I have got confidence. Higo we believe in you.
I believe in the Tectaurus you have in your deck. Higo
exactly.
Right?
We believe in the Tectaurus that believes in you.
And I'd love to see more of what Bobfish is after. Is it really just Fish Locagon, or it might even be, maybe the reason we didn't see more of a game plan out of Bobfish is they're playing like the Aphoros Parade, and it's more focused on the Aphoros with only like one set pair of Locagon as tech.
Yeah, and you know what that tells me is that there could be an Eddie in there.
Yes, of course.
Because if we're just doing water good stuff, I think Eddie is the water best stuff, you know?
Hey, get yourself an Eddie, treat yourself. Get the Kickstarter FA Stellar.
Exactly. I'm personally a fan of the Shattered Stars Ed and Eddie.
Oh, a classic. Yes.
Yeah, that is my beloved, certainly. As we are starting off with Higo going Nectar of the Gods. No mulligan this time. So let us see. Are we going to look at an expended draw, or are we going to...
Nectar! All of the cards, get them in your hand, Higo. Get the Sprouteer on the field and Nexus before Bobfish can stop you.
Tasty, tasty Nectar. And in addition to that, we want to see Sprouter Demeter again. Yay! Again! Yay! Again!
Okay, Higo really thinking over all of the cards they have in their hand now. With 4 draws, that means they basically got 2 whole opening hands to start with here. So, set. Okay, cool.
Are we casting something here?
Show me Tectaurus and Feloy Forest. Crab?
Okay, and that's going to go ahead and, I mean, we can't attack, but theoretically that's representing a partial refund of these Nogs.
Do we have the Feloy Forest? We have the Feloy Forest!
Let's go! Yeah.
Yes, we have full crab established.
Mm-hmm. And with the 2 back row, hey, there is nothing he cannot do, probably.
Nectar of the Gods from Bobfish as well. Bobfish saying, I liked your turn so much. Let me do the same.
Mm-hmm. I love drawing every card in my deck.
If all the cards are in your hand, that means you can win the game, usually. Tadpuff!
Oh, we are immediately going Tadpuff. Again, we're going...
Oh. There's Lakagon. You got some back row there, Higaset?
That it looked like we were about to flip a Gorgons or something.
Thinking about it?
It's a bit of a tease at this point. Like, am I gonna do it? Am I gonna flip it? And it looks like we do in fact have the
Champ Lakagon.
extension. Yup. That textured full art Champ Lakagon.
Okay. Higa said, now is the time for that back row. What do you got?
Yeah, I mean, if there's a PTA, if there is truly anything. Did we see the heal effect? I think...
There's Aphrodite. We did not see the heal effect.
So possibly a spoiled fruit and Bobfish just playing around that.
Oh, Pandora's box. There we go. We're stopping the Aphrodite, a tornado and a galaxy to the underworld.
Okay, so it does look like a bit of water good stuff.
Yeah.
With tornado in it as well. Which that I think makes sense for if you're doing the Lakagon strategy. Because if Lakagon was good with Helios's Chariot, right? It's probably also good with tornado.
What is that?
It looks like another lock, but it's a bit hard to tell. I think that is the OG lock full art from Frostfall.
Didn't we Pandora's box though? I'm confused on what just happened.
Is it from hand? Potentially.
Potentially.
Or unless we saw a foamy. I think maybe foamy.
Oh, is foamy what did it? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yes, it's a foamy in the underworld there. I see.
Yeah. Okay. So we, in fact, are going to see that happen. Are we going to see the spoiled fruit on this destruction activation?
Ooh, I hope so for Higoset.
Hmm. And Dionysus's Madness,
which was the Feloy Forest what got targeted for destruction? Is that what happened?
And so we're paying off of the Feloy Forest for the Dionysus's Madness just to kind of preserve that spirit there and prevent damage, additional damage, I suppose. I mean, you might as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I would have held on to the Madness for a future situation, right? Because now Higaset has no back row.
Yeah, and we are looking at 2 Lakagons on board from Bobfish, and we know that there are at least 1, 2, 3, 4 water spirits in the underworld for this Lakagon. Unclear exactly how many.
They are big dragons regardless. You would need another crab in Feloy Forest here, I think, to get over the Champ Lakagon.
Yeah, but even then, it would not activate the effect if the OG lock is at 6, unfortunately.
No, but you could crash.
Yeah. And
I believe that was a
Bobfish-
misenchanted crab with water,
okay.
if I'm seeing that right.
Yeah, Bobfish is looking at that back row there, and it looks like in a PTA, the Artemis's arrow coming out.
-2, arrows upon you.
Yeah, say your line. There you go.
That's going to let them get over the base Locagon or the champ. It depends what they're going for here.
But instead, I think that is, in fact, just a shield.
Or it doesn't matter at all.
Yep, it is going to be shielded back to hand, unfortunately. And now we are just looking at 2 Locagons with an Aphrodite on board that represents a 3rd Locagon, or possibly a 4th, depending on the Tadpuff in hand situation. A little wackadoodle.
Little wackadoodle indeed. Looks like only 4 water spirits in the underworld right now.
Okay. So we are a 6 on our base Locagon here. Oh, 5. Okay, so we are a 7. Ooh, and that looks like another Pandora's box on the second Aphrodite effect. So, okay, there we go. A Peliquarius coming out instead. Going to be going... Okay, so we mill the Tsunami.
And Aphoros.
Yep, and then Peliquarius going in, probably searching out the other champ, Foamy, going to be able to go in and get another Locagon. And that is exactly what that is.
That's going to put 7 spirits on board for Bobfish to swing with, putting Higoset at 2, I believe.
Yep, and also with the ability to destroy this back row as well, even though there isn't one that sort of cleanly answers every possible threat. The second champ, Locagon, going to be able to activate 2 heal effects, one of them getting met with the Spoiled Fruit. So, okay, we did see the Spoiled Fruit come out, but that is still 5 spirits on board.
That is still very rough stuff, Kay. That is right. But not insurmountable. You know, how many cards does Higoset have in hand there? Is it just the one? Okay, no. Ambrosia?
Okay, Ambrosia's big. That will do it. That will do it a little bit.
If we had like a Tectaurus plus like a Scythe of Demeter, I think that gets big enough to like swing over the champ.
Yeah, but unfortunately with the 2 back row set there from Bobfish, I don't know how many of these are going to end up. Oh, I believe that is the Gorgon's Gaze, the constellation.
Oh, no, it is. Oh.
That's probably all she wrote for Higoset in this game. I want to know what this deck does.
Oh, Bobfish. You didn't let us see Higoset cook. What were they doing?
Locagons were too busy swarming the board, and GG's to Bobfish, who is the winner of our round 6 match here. Higoset, you've intrigued us. We really, I mean, it's crabs clearly, but there's sauce. There's a little something with the Sprouter, the Demeter. I just know it.
I can't figure out what the Sprouter's doing in there. I can't figure it out.
Listen, probably just having a good time.
Higoset, go win the rest of your games so we can see you in Top Cut and figure out like what the heck is going on here.
I would genuinely be possible, and you probably should do it. Bobfish out here showing that Locagon is still in fact crazy. We did see that game 1 where it was mostly just fish and fish and fish and fish. We saw the whale on that mill. This does appear to be Locagon that is more of a water good stuff.
Well, it's funny. The first game was just fish, and the second game was just Locagon.
Yeah. So we saw the other things, but also, as it turns out, as long as you can fit Tadpuff and Foamy in the list as well, you got Locagon.
Yes. Two different routes for Bobfish there. Sometimes the Locagon player just has all the fish, or tadpoles, as it were. Is Foamy also a tadpole? What is Foamy? A water goat? I don't even know.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Foamy and Smokey are canonically besties who hang out from the organized play art. That, oh my gosh, the moment that I saw those two and I was like, wait a minute, they're from 2 different worlds, but they're still friends. It was a big moment for me.
They're nexus forms of each other.
Yeah. Shout out Elestrals Awakened.
Yeah. Well, because it's like, because because Caprigol is like a goat sheep thing.
And then you have Caprifume, who is
Oh, sorry, Caprifume is a goat sheep thing, and Caprigol is a goat sheep mermaid question mark.
yeah. We are going to consult the Elestrals biologists on these and get back to you with these hard hitting questions. And that does conclude our round 6. And oh wait, hold on. We have a couple guesses. Bubble shrimp for the foamy, sirens for the other. Who
Well, Caprigol is whatever a Capricorn is.
a ram, right?
Well,
Is that-
like a ram mermaid thing.
No,
right?
that's
Like,
Aries. Listen, anyways, so Tectaris was probably in that list, is what we are trying to say here.
Exactly.
This is what we are trying to communicate to all of you right now. Bobfish and Higo set in round 6 there. We only have one more round of Swiss left, and only one more round for our casters to secure their spot in top 8.
And what an exciting top 8 it's going to be if our games so far today are anything to go by. Who among us would have thought Hardison Salashade was going to happen? Who among us expected zombie dragons? Sproutier Nexus didn't work, but I believe it will work the rest of the day and get Higoset back on top.
I mean, clearly it's been doing something throughout the day, because Higoset went into this round with a 4-1 record. That's incredible. So
It is.
Who's to say?
It's the reason they didn't make it is because they didn't draw the Tectaris. That's the problem.
It all comes back to Tectaris.
It does all come back to Tectaris. There's the Tectaris. Thank you.
Oh, we knew that we had to see him on stream.
We knew the stream assets were there. We got it. We got the Tectaris and the Earthquake. No, it's funny. Because I have Stellar Tectaris, I play Stellar Earthquake in my Crabs deck, even though I have Earthquake full art. So
Well, sure. You have to match, and I agree, and I respect that decision.
You need the style points.
Which I will award you if I get to commentate one of your matches someday.
Well, thank you.
Which, speaking of, I actually did, now that I have you captive and we have time to yap, I did want to talk to you a little bit about something that we were discussing before getting into this round, being you have an interesting philosophy and process when it comes to mulligans. And mulligans have been such a hot topic in this meta specifically, and they can really make or break the game. And I would love to hear your thoughts on that a little bit.
Absolutely. I referenced the fact that I do some spreadsheet testing with mulligans. Shout out, we have a number of great Elestrals community tools that allow you to digitally build a deck and then do test hands from it. And mulliganing is one of the most important part of Elestrals because it ensures you start the game off on the right foot, When I started Elestrals, I was always of the mind that I never wanted to mulligan if I could help it because the spirits needed to be in my spirit deck. And then I realized, actually, 2 extra spirits doesn't mean anything if I have no plays. So my deck building process looks a little bit like this. I build the deck, and I start, even before I do mulligans, I open a spreadsheet basically, and I just start generating opening hands, and then I rate it good opening hand, bad opening hand. Can I do a play with this hand or not? And I keep refining the cards in my deck until at least 50% of the time, ideally 60% of the time, the opening hand is something I can do something with.
Sure.
The idea being that, on average, I only need to mulligan once to get to a hand. That would be good. Then I do the mulligan practice phase, where I do the same thing, and every time I get a hand, I ask myself, do I keep this or do I mulligan? And if I, depending on which route I go, I will fake play out a couple of turns. I'll do a little bit of the goldfish and see whether or not the draws and stuff lead to a good sequence of events or not. And then I rate myself either positive or negative in a spreadsheet. It's basically 1 is this was good, 0 was this was acceptable but didn't do anything impressive, and -1 is this went disastrously. In 3 turns of draws, I never got anything that did anything. And then I practice doing mulligans until I get my like average rating, you know, into the positive, basically, which is like, oh, I understand this deck well enough now that I can effectively choose whether or not to mulligan. Because that was something I learned going through premieres early on in my Elestrals career, was I'd get a hand and I'd actually not know whether or not I was supposed to keep it. I'd go, well, I guess this kind of makes a play, but what's the probability it's going to make the play I want it to or not? And you can, if you're even more nerdy on the spreadsheets, you can technically run the math and do like hyperbolic calculators and be like, well, the probability that if I have this card in the hand, I'll draw the card that combos with it is X% based on the number of cards left in deck and blah, 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 blah. That's too much for me. I just practice draws and then rate myself and keep practicing until my ratings get good. Or if I find that I continuously get bad hands, I go back to the deck building step of my process.
That, first of all, is kind of fascinating. Incredibly nerdy, like one of the nerdiest things I think I've heard revolving around Elestrals. But also, with that being said, and your process, I think that you saying specifically that you test out the next couple turns, because I think that it is one skill to be able to identify, is this a good first turn? It's a different skill to be able to identify, is this a good first turn with follow-up and a good like following turns that I'll then be able to continue and not just be like, there we go.
Yeah, if you do a really big combo and there's no cards left in hand, then you're basically left on a hope and a prayer, right? Where you're like, well, please have no interaction for the next like couple of turns while I refill my hand.
Exactly. Let me expend a draw a couple times. Hey, listen, and we have all been there. However, always best if you can somehow prevent from getting there in the first place. Yeah,
it's the practice. You know, the first step is knowing the lines in your deck so you can kind of predict what your options are going to be for future turns. The next skill level is knowing your opponent's lines so you can predict what they're going to do and preemptively counterplay.
Yes, so casters, you've heard it here first. You must not only be able to use Excel, but you must also be psychic in order to succeed at this game. And that is what we are here to communicate to you today.
Wrong. No. Wait. Roll that back.
That is the lesson I am personally taking from everything that you have said. Thank you, Andrew.
Okay. Well, I never take me as an example for anything. I have heard before that I don't count when it comes to statistics because I just throw them off. I'm a weird person with a master's degree who only didn't get a PhD because I realized I didn't actually like teaching students. So,
and this is how we know we have a British person running this stream. Are you a pro at maths?
Maths, yes. There are multiple maths. I'm not sure if you're aware, Kay.
And many people are saying it's mathematics, but you know, I personally have never heard that.
Mathematics is your fancy word for the day. You know, once you start getting up there in syllables, you start winning Scrabble points.
Are you a pro at? Listen, that's a big word for Elmo. Okay, I don't know about that one. All I know is that sometimes we're up here casting and I'm like, okay, so we've got 4 water spirits in the underworld over there. And then we have a Hestia's, a Torch of Hestia on this side. So that's +2, but that's +5. And this is, and oh, wait, but that's a doppelganger. So that's minus. Oh.
Look, okay, next time we get a big break, we'll break open the Excel spreadsheet. We'll start learning things together.
Incredible. Yeah, I'm going to go and get the TI-84 and I'm going to program it to have an Elestrals option in there. It's going to be great.
Oh, I love the TI-84. I love programming it. I programmed all of my like physics and chemistry calculations to it in high school, which I learned after the fact was technically considered cheating, but I didn't realize it at the time.
That's one of those things that like, I think that if you have the skill to do it, it's just a tool, you know? They said you're allowed the calculator, so like...
Well, I did it because you were allowed the calculator and it was like open formula sheet. Like the teacher would give you a formula sheet. So I was like, oh, clearly it's fair game to program a formula from the formula sheet that's open formula.
Yeah, and then you're like, let me make a spreadsheet about this and figure out what the morals and ethics here are. Now we need to bring our professor of ethics back in here
Oh
and
no,
find his opinions on
that's
that.
another thing. I almost got a philosophy minor at one point.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, we can't be stopped. We can't be stopped.
And with that, like we said, we just finished up round 6. We only have one more round of Swiss. Going to be only one more chance for our casters to secure their top spot in round 8. I don't know about you. I mean, I'm looking at the time and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. But also, my goodness, today has gone, it's like flown by.
It has kind of flown by, you know. I think that just happens when you have good company and good quality clashes to really pass the time with. There hasn't been a single clash that's come by the desk today that I have felt like wasn't exciting and having me on the edge of my seat. Even the clashes that are using decks we're familiar with, to see the twists and turns and how they handle the situations. It's been good stuff all day long.
We're at a really fun point of the meta right now, and this is when I really enjoy watching and commentating and just seeing what our casters do, because we've had these decks for a while, we've had the new set for a while, and things have been evolving. You've talked about earlier where it gets to the point where at the beginning it's like, oh, this new shiny live stream stuff, I'm gonna just throw all this in here, but then you get to a point where you're like, wait a minute, old cards are still good too. What if I threw Lavalith in all of these decks? Like, wait a minute. And you start to see these more refined gameplay styles. You see casters being more comfortable and confident, and also other casters who are starting to experiment further with things. And I really do, like, I truly love this time in the meta where it's like we're still figuring it out, but people have made significant progress with that.
And I'm not sure there's ever been an Elestrals meta that has been truly solved, so to speak. I mean, I feel like every single time we end up in a meta that's kind of like solved, it's like, well, Bear Bomb is what you have to play. And then Dooms is like, okay, but have you considered Chronodial? Let me show you the truth.
People still talk about the legendary Moonrise format that every single time it was like, what won? What won this time? Oh, sure. Why not?
Yes. Live stream has really felt like Moonrise in many ways to me, and that is the best thing that live stream can feel like, in my opinion.
But you're not biased, certainly.
No. I'm not. I have no biases for which I could ever possibly say such a thing. But you know, it's good stuff.
Poor Swole is out there with his Moose mentions tally sheet, and it is just like, it's no longer a single piece of paper. I think we've burned through an entire notebook at this point between the two of us.
I think he has installed one of those like butcher sheets that roll off the wall, and he just kind of rolls it and keeps the tallies going. Long term, he'll just wallpaper with it.
Right. Or he's just got to do a hotkey. Like we do need a moose key.
The moose key.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that would be lovely. I do some custom keyboard stuff. You can see them in the background back here. Now I gotta figure out how to make a moose key to put on one of them.
Wait, true. Cute. And as we are, like we mentioned, going to be going into round 7, this is of course we have the official Moose mention counter.
Yes, 3,546 mentions of the Moose. Divine's bless. Artemis upon all of ye.
Yes, when we get to quintuple digits, I hear something special and amazing is going to happen. So that'll probably take 2 more premieres, I would imagine. At this
Probably
rate.
2 more premieres. We'll get a third Moose actually at that point.
Yeah, we need to order another bundle of Libra, and surely that will go well for us. But yes, as before we were confronted with the stark reality of our statistics over here, we are now in the final premiere of 2025. And while we are not at the end of live stream, this does feel like a bit of a button where it's like, who's going to win 2025, right? Who is going to be the final champion of this year, but we already have multiple months ahead of us of Elestrals planned out. We have many more premieres already on the books. If you are looking at that Worlds in March and you're saying, I got to get my points up, we do have more dates scheduled going into 2026, with our next one, of course, being on January 3rd.
We get a champion today, Kay, and then there are 3 more champion spots to claim before Vegas. If you don't have a Worlds invite yet, it's still on the table. There's still time.
And what we really can't forget about, what I'm super excited about, is, of course, the last chance qualifier that they're going to be holding on day 0 of Worlds. If you want to take the gamble, I mean, hey, it's Vegas, baby. You want to say, you know what? I need this many more points to qualify. I'm gonna roll up to the last chance qualifier, simply get those, and then sweep the entire tournament of Worlds.
Yes.
I mean, what a story that would be.
Swole and I talked about this a bit at the get-go this morning, but Kay, what did you think of those Worlds reveals we got yesterday?
Full art, stellar spirits, be still my heart. I need them so bad. I also love the gorgeous lichen form, seemingly like howling at the moon, wishing to be like his lichen brothers. So cute.
Is so good, and I love the BlueStacks fighting the Nixamera on that's the top 16 prize card, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
They've been doing this thing with the art that I've been loving, where we're getting more of a viewport into the world of Elestrals, where we're seeing Elestrals interacting with one another and with the casters and people of the world of Elestria. And I just love it. The RPG can't get here soon enough. I need to transport myself to Elestria and understand what magic ancient Greece is like.
I think that I'm right there with you. Expanding on the lore. I don't know this about you, but I feel like I do. I think we're probably kindred spirits in that we love lore. If there's something that I enjoy, I want to know everything about it. Yes. And expanding the Elestrals universe, going into Awakened, and even in the art, like you said, I love visual storytelling. I love that each set itself has a story that it is telling. And that we're going to be expanding on that in a full game that we can play. And I mean, with this Divine Champion season, I don't know where else we could go, but I personally cannot wait.
No, I'm in danger multiple ways. One, I know a new Lunar Divine is coming. And a whole new world of Lunar well, I guess I don't know for a fact a new Lunar Divine is coming. I assume a new Lunar Divine is coming if you project the trajectory, right? It'd be real weird if it didn't. But I got a whole new Lunar world of pain waiting for me, of things to cook. It's a happy coincidence I really love Lunar in this game, because I've had the primary Artemis username forever. The other way I'm in danger is that getting more lore will make me play worse decks, because I will be building a deck and I'll be like, well, yeah, but like in the lore, these two Elestrals are like, they go together.
So they have a symbiotic relationship, actually. And so it does make sense. Yeah, no, I understand. And I think that that's beautiful. Are there any particular Elestrals that you know are connected, that you love, that it's not necessarily obvious?
Elestrals I know that are connected that I love. I can't think of one off the top of my head. I mean, I love the Morfrost stuff in the way that like each of the Morfrosts is like kind of tied to an actual Elestral in the game. Some of them are pretty obvious, like Lichen form and Bat form. Yeah. But then you have the ones like Terror form and stuff. Like Terror form is like a funny riff on Pinter as a snowman and stuff like that, right? And it's interesting to see those things. I think the wider, if you zoom out a little bit outside of Elestria to like the bigger ethos of Greek mythology, Drak King and Curubis being Scylla and Cherubis from the Odyssey, and Rock in a Hard Place depicting the scene where, you know, Odysseus has to sail through the dangerous waters of Scylla and Cherubis. Very cool, kind of like wider real world lore connection there.
See, your answer is really good, whereas mine is like, I think it's really cute when Nick Chimera and Catarant hang out.
Okay,
I think it's really cute that they're sleeping in one and they're playing chase in the other.
my that version of the answer is Artemis and Demeter being besties and Pandolence and Pandison running around and frolicking together.
Just girls. I also love any of those arts that it's like, this is gonna come back and depict another side of this scene or something like that. Those are always so fun. And with that, we've been yapping about lore. We've been yapping about the cards that we love. We are actually ready to go ahead, go to a break. When we come back, Andrew will be joined by Swole. We'll be getting into the final round of Swiss.
Swole, welcome back to the desk. I know you've been off in the corner sorting some bulk, but did you have an opportunity to see Sprout here, Champion of Dionysus, hit the board?
I not only did I see it hit the board, I also heard the cooing, the oohs, the ahs, the oomps, the omps, and then the 7 defense on it, which was kind of crazy. Though seemingly no match for the fish once again. Yes.
We got to make some sushi, Swole. The fish have to be stopped.
There is a large argument for sure that there is a certain amount of water that you can tread, and I'm not quite sure if in the forest you can really go that far. Though it was a really cool strategy to see. One day the Cent Harbor Champ deck will have its heyday. The effect to destroy is super strong. The September is also super slept on. Shouts to Helen on this one too. So that was a really cool match to watch.
I believe in the Cent Harbor Champ. The only 3-drop line that goes 1-3-2, because you go Sprout here, Nexus, get the Cent Harbor, Ascend, special cast the September, right?
Yeah. Yeah, quick maths on that one. I think that was it is so funny. I love these sort of roundabout decks, but in the true way, the real boss of the deck is that September, which was always the case. Back in the day, September super underrated. There was an idea I had for a while that when Argo is super prevalent, rock with the September, and September goes for Argo, hits something with an artifact, and then ascends, and it's like you still have the 1-2-3 there, but the big playmaker was that Cent Harbor. So really cool to watch.
And I hope we're going to have another cool to watch round here. We've been having just such amazing clashes so far today, Swole. I gotta say, seeing Earth Crabs pop up against Locagon, what a treat. Seeing all of the fun Burn and Solar decks. What has been your favorite and most unexpected deck you've seen walk up in our feature matches so far today?
Ooh, Habufin still gets me. Wind
Yes.
is very underexplored, and so it's like similar to the last time. Was looking at the I think it was the Terra Sale list from Kiri. That one I think piqued my interest, and similarly, Wind has a ton of cards that are just right there, or there's like something to it. It's not just Hermes, and it's not just like the Hydrake stuff. Sorry, Ari, but. So that is definitely something on my radar always into these tournaments is who's the Wind caster? What is this Wind brew? And can it actually pan out? Because there might be some things missing, but Wind also had a big day in the sun for a long time. So maybe it's time to kind of cycle into their elements. Outside of that though, the Solar is a big standout for me too. Witnessing Draco Ray and then knowing that both PK and Law are on this kind of similar build of Draco Ray, the Cock Ray, and this non-Lion Solar list. I'm really curious to know how that's going and how effective that's been comparatively to the other strategy.
Well, there could be a Lion hiding in there. I'm not sure we know, right? We saw the Nebuleo from PK doing some foretell. Maybe there was a Leo Bright he was fishing for in there we never saw.
That's true. Oh, fish. Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh wait, Magnaros.
Yeah. That's very fair. And that's probably been my standouts of unexpected so far is just kind of how these players are adapting again to this big meta. And today, I think out of the names that I've been seeing too, I am curious on how our top 8 shapes out. We are in round 7 at the moment going into it, and that's our last round of Swiss. We will hopefully have a calculation of that top 8, the best of the best for this tournament, and the last one of 2025. So is it all going to be unexpected hits, or are we going to see our Locagon and Morfrost reign supreme like we did in the representation for Swiss? That's kind of my questions going into this.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember last premiere. Our top cut was basically like 2 Locagons, 2 Morfrost, and 2 Fire, I think, basically.
Yeah, it was something very crazy where it's like, Brulok sneaks in here a little bit. We had, I think it was a Krakatuga player come in here with the Burn. Of course, we saw Pope on the Locagon. I think Super Saiyan as well, also on Locagon. So we have a few of the known quantities. Shivaror, if you want to count Shivaror and Morfrost. I don't know if that's similar or different or too much, but that's one of those two.
Nah.
Yeah, like different enough. Yeah.
The Morfrost is in there. The Shivaror, the Frigicub. Shout out Nexus Frigicub reenchant.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the the new Frigid Cub, the different version to get its day, and the different Shiveror as well. Adding back the Blizzard and having the Blizzard resource loop is very powerful, I think.
Blizzard control, yes.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it's a real deck. It's out there. It's just kind of waiting in the wings for something to break it.
We just need Mountains of Boreas Blizzard Edition that, like...
Tidal Form Blizzard be crazy.
Like Supercell style heals you frost every time you cast Blizzard or something like that.
Definitely don't doubt that could be on the horizon, especially if we see casters like 6 utilizing their spirits the way they do. The frost casters are out there, definitely just willy-nilly shedding spirits off the block. So I think that's definitely welcome for sure.
I don't know. I have zero future information, but Worlds has a lot of frost in its promotions with the Lycan form and the BlueStacks. It makes me wonder if there is an icy winter upon us in the horizon.
Oh no, not -2 be upon ye. That's that's Celsius, by the way, I guess I should say. I don't know how to do that calculation. I'm American. The part to me that I'm so curious to know going into Worlds is what's Solar looking like there too. Talking about that from the laws list, or hey, what's Thunder looking like there? We saw a Thundercaster earlier today, and I think Thunder's right there. Thunderbolt's gonna strike again, but who knows?
I talked about lunar stat control earlier. I think there's a real world where like Thunder stat control is still an option. You have the classical Zeus thing. You now have the Leica Volt. You throw in the Cryoblast like we saw in Daybreak, where you would do Cryoblast plus Zeus to like go crazy, right? But you combine that with the fact that Leica Volt is there. Maybe you throw in Artemis PTA too. I think Thunder Pile stat control could be a real thing in the future too.
Yeah, I think it honestly could be. The one thing is the identity for a lot of these decks, right? Solidifying what they're going to do or how they're wanting to play. What are these play patterns we can encourage our players to have? And Thunder for a long time was, had Zeus. And now the Leica Volt champ, which plays into that. The Griffuse champ plays into that too. So I wouldn't doubt at some level if we had some sort of counter rune, maybe even like something that the Magneros Nexus could add off the top that maybe adjusts for stats, similar to like a Nabi effect or something like a Warmite. That'd be kind of cool.
Magneros' main targets right now are what, like Thunderstorm and Race to the Top?
Yeah, and with Race being at 1, it's very hard to justify for the Nexus. Though there is a world out there where the 4 defense is enough now and the Nexus is pretty worth it. So I would love to see the old school Magneros come into play, but maybe the new one's just that good at tempo. We'll see.
Maybe two 5s with a Zeus is 2 8s, so
that's true. Oh god, I keep on. That's the really funny part is that Thunder can also still just play new Magneros.
Yeah. You play. You bring back 5s. We have a return. You just. Oh no!
They'll have to pry fun glow from my cold Thunder infused hands.
Oh, Brontiglow, what happened to you? Where are you in our tournament?
Oh, it's right there. There's definitely some players out there. There is, and I don't know where, when, or how, but maybe this is the next deck post my Titan fix, is trying to fix Brontiglow Funglow. We've got to get it out there.
You can fix her, Swole? You think you can fix her?
Oh, absolutely not. No way. Are you kidding me? The point is never not to fix there. It's to encourage, to love, to sustain.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more supportive versus a fix,
Oh, okay. This is more of a therapy session. I'm a little too engineer mindset. I got my spreadsheets out, and I'm like, mathematically, I'm going to correct your deficiencies. That's.
Don't you actually see? Listen, there's attachment styles. We can really break this into. If we want to get really DSM on this one, we can. Yeah.
You need to securely attach the Funglow to your hand.
Yeah, see, because at a young age, the Funglow learns that Thunderstorm is not a safe environment. It's not like, yeah.
Oh.
It's like that little riff we just did was for like the 2 people in the audience who not only play Elestrals but also are currently psychology majors. Isn't that crazy?
No. The Elestrals community is very mature, and I believe we have a big body of fantastic, emotionally mature people in the audience right now who are all nodding their heads in their cardigans along with us.
I absolutely agree. Just don't say cast Eruption, cast Tadpuff, or search Bat, search Chimera. I think those 3 phrases, if you can stick away from those 3, I think you're perfectly going to find those individuals. Absolutely.
Oh no. I mean,
Yeah.
you know. And speaking of Zeus, there was a race car emoji in the legendary emoji tweet from Dan. So, you know, race to the top to 3 on Monday, I believe.
Oh, I just assumed that was a chariot ride thing. I maybe misread that. We're getting chariot ride back is how I interpret that.
Oh man.
No, I think that if that's big true, Thunder can ride again. Give me Jolton and the race to the top control that we've seen from previous Thunder past, and maybe it's the time to do it. But if Unk can come back, speaking of Thunder, I would love that too.
I don't think that's going to happen, Swole. I'm so sorry. I don't think you can let Unk out of the box.
Oh, God, don't invite Unk to the function. Yeah, yeah, for sure.
No, too many Thunder Spirits. Too fast. Too crazy. Alter the stars though with Unk. You know that's
we
real,
can compromise here. We can organize a bring Like a Void champ back, and then we can also bring Unk back. We'll make that trade off. You know, one can't play around the other, and they're both maybe not quite there yet, but I'm okay with that trade. You know, we'll submit those emojis next.
We'll submit the paperwork. Well, as we go into our final Swiss round here, Swole, I know we still have our predictions, most of which have not come to fruition today. We've been on a real good prediction streak so far, and I think the only one we've got is Nabi.
Yeah, I think so. Well, and even then, the Nabi was like a facilitator for this sort of zombie dragon deck, and the Hydrake I think is definitely the standout there, right? And I agree. I think it's very funny that this might be one of the only times in which our predictions might be too out there. Who knows? Maybe a surprise. Maybe top 8 will flesh out, and it's just like, oh nope, there's an Eddie. Nope, there's a Poison Nectar, and we'll have 6 of our top 8 decks represent here for our predictions.
That's where the Wasp Ivy comes in. I believe in Wasp Ivy. You know, I think the Majursa hasn't shown up because we've taken a bit of an unexpected turn in the fire play, I think, where we haven't seen much Bestia, so to speak. It's been a lot of like Krakatuga and Hephaestus. Yeah, for sure. An unexpected journey, if you will, down this rabbit hole of them. Bears, I think, are additionally a deck that, and I like the prediction for this reason, underexplored in terms of their full utility. We got a new Ursa here that we haven't quite seen to its full capacity. The 4 attack is still pretty useful, and the Ursa Den buffing it up to a 5 can be pretty good. We also have great tools like that Ursa Scout and Hestia that you can combo it off with, which are also really cool. There's a lot to be said about the Glaciersa. Maybe Glaciersa is a good 3-drop to drop in inside of maybe Morfrost Shell. There's a lot of things around that I think Bears can play with, and it's just about finding the tools against it. Okay. Are you an OG Glaciersa believer, though, or a champ Glaciersa believer?
Ooh, you know what's really funny? For a long time, I would say OG Glaciersa, just because it's the best water enchanted bear that you can have. But the new champ one is extremely scary, along with the Abominursa. That new Abominursa, next to off of Keon and ascending, is terrifying. That is actually a very scary strat that I think is I do not like getting hit by that. That is it hurt so much. Yeah, you know, I'm still an OG Glaciersa believer. Attack-based suppression is super good. We see Spectrus in the top, and in my opinion, doing piercing damage is basically the same as burning for the number of spirits on Keone. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it is the trade-off of hitting hard, hitting fast, and trying to say, hey, you have to out this big Elestral, plus you can't play safe. You can't just turn your Aephros to defense now. It's gonna be gone soon. Yes. So I would love to see the Frostbear pop up. I mean, right at the end of was it Firestorm format? They did the promo Stellar Majursa and Glaciersa, the OG ones. Ooh, that's a good question. So yes, the Majursa being the blue Majursa, the Glaciersa, I think so. I cannot remember because this is gonna sound very funny, but in my brain of brains, I think of that image, and all I can think about is the box topper Stellar Majursa. That I know that some of our casters here are more than happy to say that they pulled alongside their moose. Yeah, I got my Frost box here. Let me see if I can find the... Here it is. There we go. There's the promo Glaciersa. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. The Blood Bear.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, it's got like the red ice and stuff. I don't know.
That's pretty cool. I do enjoy the Stellar of it, and the OG Frost Papa, I think, will have its day in the sun. Maybe there is a deck out there that can break it, and maybe it's the Hestia Majorsa deck can splash it in too.
Oh,
The whole family.
You can special cast it off of Din. There's no stopping it.
Well, there's maybe a few stops I can think of.
No. There's nothing that
for
stops it.
time.
There's nothing that stops it. Pandora's box is fake.
True. Oh God. Don't even. There was so many times I put my opponent on better have it for Pandora's box, and well, they definitely had it. And speaking of that, if you haven't had it yet, with all the solar that we've been seeing today between PK and the Law in our early Swiss rounds, hey, for our last round 7 here, we've got Law versus Y Rebellion, our previous champion, versus our solar caster here in today's tournament. And both 5-1, so both in the higher guards here. And I think they are both in contention here, potentially for top 8 conversion. So this is going to be a match to decide and help shape our top cut here today. Very exciting stuff. Law top 32 at Cards HQ. Y Rebellion, Premier Champion, couple Premier Tops. And of course is our known Hermes player.
Known Hermes player. Maybe we'll see the Hibufin run back.
Yeah. Well, and greatest card of Hermes of all time. Yeah.
My favorite champion of Hermes, Hibufin.
It's pretty insane here that it could be Y Rebellion, despite the fact being a Hermes cook on this sort of Spino sect with the Hermes trickery plays, being kind of the classic way to play Hermes. I would not doubt is always looking for ways to cook and break the deck, and that might just be it.
Yep, I think we are deciding who's going to go first here. I don't think we actually know what Y Rebellion is on today yet, so it will be exciting to see if maybe they brought something different now that they've gotten their Hermes accolades.
Yeah, I'm taking a wild guess on this one, and first verse same as the second or whatever I said earlier in the tournament, but Y Rebellion is someone who just generally a very skilled player on any deck that they're playing, but the Hermes deck specifically is one that if there's any person, let's say the aliens come down today and the planet is dying, the government hates us, the animals are leaving us, and we could only choose one caster with Hermes to face the aliens, it would probably be Y Rebellion.
What a situation. I love this idea that aliens that play Elestrals have come, and Hermes is the only option for taking them down.
Yeah, it's a very weird rule set they propose, but I'd say that's their culture. I really don't. Who am I to say? That's to us, to them, we're the aliens.
This is so true. This is so true.
No, I would be surprised otherwise if Hermes was on the deck of choice. Has led Y Rebellion well to previous premier wins and top 8s. So that could be kind of cool. And of course, we know Law on the solar list with the Draco Ray and the Tornadjin and Winjins, these sort of 2-drop solar list. I think it'd be very interesting to see how this performs against a different style of play. We did see that Law took the previous round, I think is from a previous error for deck error. So we can see this one play out very similar. We can maybe see what the deck can do at full capacity.
And maybe there's a lion hiding and waiting.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past Law to say this would come up eventually. Again, those big 3-drops we know Law for, like the Vol Tempest. It's possible. There could even be a Vol Tempest in here. That's the crazy part. Just so Law can say, yeah, I topped the Vol Tempest.
That's nice. Well, I think we are ready to go here. So hopefully we will find out what Y Rebellion has brewed very shortly.
Yeah, getting in here. I cannot wait. Again, this match is going to help shape out our top 8 casters for today. And looks like Y Rebellion's going to be on the play here with a Synectar champ coming down.
Which is in most decks right now, so this gives us no hints.
Yeah, it's funny to think about Synectar. I think you mentioned it earlier, kind of like the new Elichick, effectively being a 6, and it's a very self-sustainable Elestral. I know a lot of players were cutting Viserys for this card, the previous kind of Earth spot for a lot of decks, because you're already playing the PCA. It's a pretty decent counter rune. Why not play the card that searches it?
Yep. Who would have thought that Viserys would have got replaced by a Cyanectar?
Yeah, yeah. The other four Earth Attacker. I was Wire Rebellion sets 2 cards and passes back to Law. This is a very scary board, and Law's gonna drop down and Apollo.
Ooh, juicy Apollo there.
Yeah, big Apollo for 3, and we have a Temple of the Sun, a Gorgon's Gaze, and a Guardian of Light coming in here. So oops, all runes, and can't add anything. Though those are some pretty nice takes off the top. I imagine you wouldn't want that Temple anytime soon.
No, but I think having a Gorgons on top for next turn would feel pretty good.
Yeah, that would be probably your best bet if you are on the line. This could be Hermes. Hermes Trickery is something that you do have to kind of be wary about. So the Foretells will probably make the big difference here for Law's game plan. And I think that's a First Light stacking on top of the deck.
It is.
Ooh, but no Cockray out. That's interesting. I wonder here if we're going to be trying to set up for
Nova Core?
Ooh.
What is your line, the Law? Do you have a Temple in hand or a Glimbat already?
That would be very interesting here, is to kind of set up for this second to third turn destruction, kind of representing to yourself saying, you know, hey, I have this, showcasing it off, and maybe allowing Wire Rebellion to play a little more cautious, but maybe not commit to anything and put Law on some pressure.
I would imagine that must mean Law's hand is pretty good. Putting Nova Core on top is, and expending to draw it. That I wonder if that means he has stacked the Temple on top. Well, no, he had to shuffle, right? So the Temple's gone now.
Yeah, that's like the part that's trying to guess the solar hand based off the Foretells. It's this really neat thing that, you know, if you're sitting across the table from a solar player, you're like, okay, here's my Foretells, here's what they added, here's what they are probably stacking, and you're always doing this mental math along with your own plays, which can maybe help, Law in that capacity, tripping up Wire Rebellion, but Wire Rebellion's having to track 4 turns ahead anyways because of the Hermes Trickery plays, so I think that in this case, if Law's expecting to draw, his hand is either really good, very, very bad.
It must be good because we didn't see a mulligan from him, right? But
yeah, I don't think so.
Don't forget to put in your predictions for who you think's going to take it. Why Rebellion's Hermes pile here we now have confirmed as Hermes hits the board, or the Law's solar pile.
Hermes here.
Spinosect.
Interesting.
So we're going to Nexus to the Cyanectar. Are we just going for extra damage, or do we have a 3-drop in hand we're trying to get to?
I imagine one of those sets could be Trickery, and so the way that this in my head plays out is that you Nexus for extra damage from the Cyanectar, and after that, then you have the flex option to now interrupt Law's plays on their turn with the Trickery, with now threatening this Spinosect, which is a very commanding position, especially with the other 3 back row. You could have a Gorgon's Gaze, a Shield, or the PTA, or something that makes it just a little bit cumbersome.
Yes, the Trickery play would be good here because the Law essentially went all in to get Nova Core to hand, and now it's not going to be able to pop the Cyanectar safely.
Yeah, it would still at that point be able to pop the card that comes out, I believe, because the idea would be that it doesn't target, so...
Oh, it's non-targeting, you are correct. I forget that Solar doesn't pay its taxes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little funky, and I'm with you, though. I think that still could be a good position for Wire Rebellion, because the Hermes Trickery allowing you to still put back that Nova Core, a little scary, but would also take tempo back in Wire Rebellion's favor.
Wire Rebellion could also have a second Trickery. No, second Trickery wouldn't do it either. So no, we're just going to go Nova Core, pop on Resolution here. I assume we're going to see the Trickery or a Gorgons. It is the Trickery.
Yep, Trickery here is pretty big. A Gorgons would probably be the best beneficial pairing of this, kind of like a PTA Gorgons we've seen before on this, like the locked-on plays. But that's going to bring out the Spinosect, and Spinosect has to bounce Elestrals. I wonder if Wire Rebellion is thinking to themselves, oh wait, that doesn't target.
Yeah. Or maybe they have a move for their turn that gets rid of the temple.
Yeah, Law also potentially saying hold for a split second, thinking of maybe a Gorgon's Gaze to stop some Ascension, but it destroys the spirits first. So we're kind of getting maybe just some confirmation here. That Spino Stick is on the board, and the Nova Core is no longer on the field.
The Nova Core got destroyed. Okay.
Yeah, I guess the clarification of when is the Nova Core's effect to destroy an Elestral does not specify which Elestral it has to destroy, meaning that the window for time to destroy the Spinosect, I think, had passed.
Oh, that's true. Mm-hmm.
That would make sense here. And, man, this comes back to Wire Belly knowing these really, really niche spots to be in this deck.
Yeah, non-targeting resolution gets funky.
Yeah, well, and that's, hey, goes to show that, like, that's why I think this Hermes deck gets so trickery, so to speak, is there's so much here to play around with and for and to know before you can really get this top level.
Okay, so the Law pretty far down on spirits now. In the uncommon position of being under the Hermes player spirit-wise.
Yeah, isn't that funny? The deck that burns itself on turn 2 is ahead by almost double spirits.
Yes, well, you know, the Law just needs one good series of foretells, I think, to get back in it.
Yeah, and that's all it really does take for Solar. Specifically, too, there's like a away from this. It looks like as a fire enchanted Lumaru comes down here, must be super low on Solar and having to really preserve that. PTA coming down here, we saw that searched out from the start. Still not a bad PT or card to get PTA'd. Lumaru does a great job of trying to bait out some back row.
It's tough when Y Rebellion is on 2 back rows still, even after the Lumaru eats the arrow. But the board states are pretty clear here. Y Rebellion would have to sacrifice his Hermes at this moment if he wanted to do any shenanigans with getting something like a carry off on the field.
Yeah, I can imagine the back row for Law could be something like a Guardian of Light, even. So, you know, wanting these attacks to go through from Y Rebellion, and Y Rebellion saying, I'm going to take my time, play a little more defensive. And here's the Spine Imp coming down to search a second Hermes, which 2 Hermes is really insane here. You have the flex option for healing with stuff like the Aviolus Champ, as well as potential casting, just to put in a little bit of extra damage, something like the carry off. And so, or the carry on. And so that's the beauty of this deck. There's a billion options. You just have to see it.
Yep. And we are choosing to just disenchant away the Hermes for an Aviolith to heal and not enchant to the second Hermes that is in hand.
Yeah, I like this play a little bit. What do you think the idea is here? That they're just low, or they have the second Hermes anyway, so might as well just save the spirits for counter runes?
The Hermes is in hand, and they don't particularly need it at the moment, and they can just put 4 spirits on it when they slap it down. So I think that is the mental math there. And Y Rebellion with 4 set back row, so it appears they weren't particularly concerned about needing to do more things this turn.
And there comes a Solar Burst, and that's 2 Neblio, an Earthquake, a Poison Tipped Arrow, and that's going to send the Neblio to destroy the Spine Imp. There's no Hermes Trickery to play around this one. It is very funny to think about this, that the Solar Burst, in a way, is still not as effective in this coming turn as the Hermes has the flex option of getting a carry on the board. So it's very rough. It's this tough position to be in if you're Solar, but I think there's still a way here if Law is able to get out some sort of Elestral, and Glenbat could be it.
Normal cast Glenbat, and the Glenbat gets shot in the face with an arrow. That is quite unfortunate.
Glenbat is an invasive species. Y Rebellion, how could you?
Does Bat have 3 attack?
Under the stadium, yeah. So that do one little bit of damage. There's a little bit of value here in terms of attack, but yeah, the little bat that could.
Little nip.
It's a little tiny bite. Not really turning into vampires today. This leads me to believe, back to our previous assumption of Law's hand, that it was maybe trying to see off the foretells from the Apollos and trying to really capitalize on that. Because right now, if you're casting out a Glimbat, you're in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, so like I said, we didn't see a mulligan out of the Law, so I figured they must have had quite an explosive hand. But we are going to see the carry off from Hermes here. Now the question is, are we just going for as much damage as possible this turn, or are we going for an Ascension? The answer is Ascension.
Yeah, and it's funny here. I think even ascending into something like a Aviolith champ, we're gonna go for a carry off champ here to ascend. A big 8 body is gonna be very hard for Solar to deal with.
And it is enchanted for Spinosect. So it has a wind and an earth. So if Trickery is down there, Y Rebellion will be able to Trickery their way into yet another Spinosect shenanigan.
And with Garden of Light coming down here from the Law to heal back a couple spirits and to put Y Rebellion a little bit of a disadvantage on spirits, though most of Hermes players likes to play with spirits on board. So I think this is a very interesting position. We have Law trying to out an 8 attacker, and Neblio could be it.
Just hit the Leo Bride on the foretells.
Libra and the Foretell and Apollo in, and yeah, we have a 9 all of a sudden.
Okay. Nothing that looked quite amazing in the foretells there. We saw a PTA, we saw a Winja, nothing that looks like it's going to deal with a carry-off though.
Yeah, that the Winjin at the end might be a last-ditch effort to go into a big body like a Tornadin, and that could do it, but I think here, like you were mentioning with the Spinosect spirits underneath the carry-off, that is going to be a lot of damage really fast, and Hermes Trickery, I think might be coming down here.
Oh, Madness to force the attack into the carry-off, and that looks like a scoop from the Law there. A devastating play on Y Rebellion side. You know, we talked about how undervalued Dionysus's Madness has been later in this format, and look at it putting in so much work today here.
Yeah, right. We talked about it earlier. The Hermes being the best Earth deck we can imagine, and can definitely utilize that Madness main too, by the way, to, I know, play around some of those things as possible. One thing I like about Y Rebellion's play, and this is across the board, something we've seen time and time again, Hermes Trickery, Dionysus Madness, 2 cards that we know that can help play around just these really niche and key interaction points for Elestrals. So really cool to see that this is kind of the idea of giving a player like Y Rebellion all the tools necessary and just kind of figuring out where to place them. I think it's kind of one of the beauty of Elestrals, but also with these new counter runes that aren't just your PTAs, your Gorgons, or your shields, do a lot of really interesting things to put your players into very strange positions.
And as a Solar aficionado yourself, what are you siding against Hermes here?
Ooh, honestly, that's the really difficult part. You already have Solar Burst, you already have the Earthquake in if you're lost, so you know that you have removal for the larger bodies, and it's non-targeting, so you can somewhat play around some things. But I think if you have shield, you think you do shield. You know, Spinosect being the 2, carry off being the 8, you want to keep Y Rebellion off of some of that. And yes, Hermes Trickery helps play around shield, but there's only so much you can do. So I think that's definitely a way to go, is you try to get the spirits off the board with something like a shield if you can bait it out. Alternatively, Dense Fog can sometimes work for the Spy Nymph, and that's sometimes good. Or hey, the Aviolith champ that's on the board, to not have them heal back spirits if they goes away. That's my immediate, but that's one of the really tricky parts about Hermes. What do you cite into it in general?
Yeah, I don't know, honestly. It's the problem is Hermes has the thing that BlueStacks does, where it's an underworld deck essentially.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
There's not a whole lot of ways to stop an opponent from interacting with their underworld.
That's true. Yeah, I mean that's the next way forward is what's a card that prevents that, or what's a card that interacts with the underworld in such a way. And yeah, Hermes is the other option I just thought about now is if you can't stop the underworld play, you stop the onboard play of the Hermes, maybe a thunderstorm, or maybe you're playing the Tornado, maybe you're playing Tornado in the side, maybe something that can help bounce these runes back to hand and make it really expensive for Wirebelly.
Well, we will find out shortly what Law has cooked up here, and may their foretells ever be in their favor this game.
Yeah, these solar plays being a little put back by these foretells is kind of just the way the cookie crumbles, as I think we're going to see something very similar to the last time, which is
Oops, all runes.
Oops, all runes. You don't hate to see a double Apollo necessarily, but removal is not bad, and Pandora's Box is a very interesting thing. That's one thing in the side decking that I guess does hit Hermes pretty bad, is a Pandora's Box. I could even see a case where Law expends to draw to grab that box, and then say,
I think that's what we're seeing. I believe we just saw an expend to draw there.
Yep. And that puts Wirebelly in a very tricky position.
Yep, keep the Hermes player off the Hermes, and the deck will crumble.
Yeah, and to varying degrees of success, that's kind of the neat part about this is Wirebellion, knowing some of these niche interactions can definitely account for it. As a Sun Nectar champ coming down here, all reliable.
The Law, I assume, holding the P box on this.
Absolutely. It would feel terrible to Pandora's Box a Sun Nectar champ. You got to say, yeah, you don't have any counter runes, I guess, outside of that. It'd be really funny, though.
Okay, and we are getting a set 2 from Y Rebellion. We know one of those. Law's going to take 1 damage here from the Cyanectar. And we'll see if maybe double Apollo is what Law stacked.
Yeah, otherwise maybe Solar Burst for an extra sort of again, destruction, but we did see that payoff previously with trying to get some tempo back. Glimbat expend here to search out the rune. We've seen this before, I think.
Yes, that's the best part about this is it's going to give the deck a good shuffle, and we can retry our foretells.
Yep. And Solar will live and die off those foretells, and if the hand is a Nova Core, great. You can try to go for Nova Core before there's a trickery setup. I think that was kind of the thing that got Law last time. Alternatively, a decent stat Lumaru could even do it.
Lumaru, the 5 that could get some mills in there. We do see a Kokore and a First Light and a Winjin, so those are all really good options, honestly. I think Winjin into Tornado might be the play here.
Yeah, I think, yes, you grab the Kokore off of the Apollo.
Yep.
And, yes, stacking probably the Winjin or maybe...
You can add the Kokore and stack the First Light, and then do Kokore Ascend next turn, but it feels like Winjin would probably be better. I don't know, though. I'm not necessarily a Solar native.
Well, the really funny part here, too, is I think that you have kind of this catch-22 if you're Wirebellion. You can have the Gorgons for one, but do you have the Gorgons for the other? Chances are maybe, but you definitely have PTA back there to stop for one of the larger Ascensions. And so if you're Law, you're probably saying, that's fine. PTA my 2-drop, you'll pay 3 spirits, and now you're a little more behind than previous. Tucker coming down here, presumably the one I'll add it off the Apollo.
Is First Light in hand, or are we going for Temple for the stat boost here?
Ooh, yeah, the flex option is pretty good. I guess Wirebellion has to guess on that too. Because what if if it's just the Temple, PTA works here, but if it's not and there's First Light, terrifying. It looks like it was a gamble on it, and the Temple's coming down for the attack boost.
Okay. And the attack clears, so the other back row might just be a offline trickery.
Yeah, I love that call out from Wirebellion there of saying, I'm gonna bet that you have the First Light on some level, and then ultimately Law showing the Temple of the Sun, giving the The option select is a little risky, but end up paying off as a Spine Nymph coming down here.
I'm certainly going to activate a Pandora's box. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, but to Law's dismay, and this is how it happens every time, they always have it. I wouldn't be surprised if after the mills, the next card is a Hermes.
Oh. Well, let's see here. What are the mills we get?
That's Trickery and a Spine Nymph off the top, which those are pretty key.
Oh, they just have it every time.
But so that felt like about right. I'm like, this Pandora's feels unsafe. I wonder why. There it is. Rebellion, even.
Well, I really hope the Winjin was stacked.
That, that is the question, because I'm with you. Maybe the idea was Cockray is safe. We're going to go for Cockray. As the carry-off champ takes care of that. And so if this was First Light on top, huge tempo swing in Wire Rebellion's favor, and the Law has to play some catch-up now. So, yeah, this comes down to what did Law stack? Did the Foretell taketh or taketh away? Giveth or taketh away, what'd I say?
Well, I'm sure we're about to see in just a moment. It was the Winjin! Okay. Why Rebellion better have it?
Yeah, one Gorgon's Gaze here, otherwise you're staring down an 8 or a 9. Oh, look at that. No way. You knew the First Light was there? That's crazy.
Crazy stuff. Okay. I guess stacking the Winjin was always the right choice because you could put the First Light in hand anyway.
Yep, you take the First Light advantage, and then if you have another Cockray, then great. Then you have drawn that and you're good to go. And now your 8s, your 9s, your 7s are in tow. Tornagin's going to ascend here, and I imagine you're putting that Gorgon's Gaze on top other than the Plucky.
Yeah, but if you wish with Tornagin, it doesn't super matter what you put on top here, right?
Yeah, I think the idea is that if there's like a Gorgons and a PTA to stop both, but yeah, maybe Wire Rebellion, I'm assuming, would have done the Gorgons on the Winjin, so
yep,
you're definitely right here. PTA being activated on this Tornagin, just to kind of get rid of it.
It's going to be a bit of a pricey PTA from Wire Rebellion, 3 spirits total, and the Law looks like they're going to get their wish either way, so at least the Law doesn't get to keep the big body, but there's a lot of spirits from Wire Rebellion to get rid of a body that gave the Law a ton of advantage.
Yeah, I think too here, if you're Law, you're probably wishing for, Nova Core, Cockray, Gorgon seems very safe.
Yep. You either get the Gorgons, which always good, or you get one of your 2-drops, essentially.
Yep, your Cockray, you already know the First Light's there. Looks like the roll was for the Gorgons, and that's, like you're mentioning, always good. Gorgons is a strong card, so.
I love no.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when a deck like Wire Rebellion's to stop so many of the cards that are cast or try to be ascended over. I think it's very much a value play.
All right, I imagine we'll see a card set here. Oh, no, we're going to go for Apollo.
Going back, Cockray and the Lumaru. Yeah, hey, there we go. There's that Cockray and stack that Lumaru on top. That's a 6 body into the stadium.
Yep, the Law now has plenty of options for next turn.
Yep. So, hey, turns out you're right. That shuffle did end up doing super well and it ended up mattering in some capacity. Cockray off the top is now really scary for Wire Rebellion.
It is. So Wire Rebellion next turn has to math around the fact that either a Nova Core can drop or a Draco Ray can get ascended to.
Yep. And that heal now also, turns out Law saying, hey, you're not the only player who can heal in this capacity with the Aviolith champs. This Cockray's going to heal 3, put him back into the game. And at that point, they'll be up in Spirit Advantage unless Wire Rebellion has a play to make. But luckily, because it's Hermes, they always got something.
You would think so. We got 2 sets back there that didn't do anything this last turn, though. So it makes me wonder if we're looking at some trickeries that can't do anything right now, or what is Wire Rebellion hiding in that back row there? But we see the Hopperoo come out from Wire Rebellion. That's maybe going to help get them out of the situation. Wire Rebellion here saying, you're not the only one who can foretell, buddy. I'm going to get some Earth cards in hand. Hermes is my favorite Earth Divine.
Yeah. And Hopperoo is a great inclusion here. It's making me miss Antitan just a little bit. And of course, the the trade-off of trying to play into Hermes with Antitan is pretty funny. But Paparu being able to add in some key cards like Madness or your Synectar champ. Conversely, it's just Foretelling. Foretelling is really good right now, similar to the Suppression idea and this radical new thing we're doing called Suppression. And
radical new, yes.
As Cockray comes down here, speaking of can't be suppressed, waiting for confirmation, looks like Wire Rebellion says, no, Cockray is good to go. And there's First Light. Or, whoa,
Solar
actually, no,
Burst.
Solar Burst.
Wow.
Who would have guessed that?
Okay.
I guess really trying to play on trickery on some level.
I don't think there's anything good for Y Rebellion to trickery into, though, right?
Yeah, it would be the Synectar champ, I think, is the only thing that they could do. But you're right, it's not super valuable as the Glimbat goes down. And yeah, that's like, it's difficult. Because if you're Law, you're maybe trying to bait out back row. And if not, you're just trying to keep them off the body for an Ascension. That can be pretty scary. And Solar Burst, being able to thin out that Glimbat, which you already have the Stadium, so it's not super useful, is probably the best thing you could hope for.
Playing the Solar Burst now was kind of interesting. In theory, they could have gone First Light into Solar Burst and guaranteed the hit, right?
Yeah, that's and that's also something maybe that Law is anticipating a Gorgon's Gaze on the Cockray, and so maybe you're stacking on top a Nova Core for next turn.
Maybe, but we don't see the First Light come down at all from Law. They're just going to sit around with a Cockray and a Dream here, it seems.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I mean, I would Windmill Slam First Light and be like, hey, yeah, deal with an 8. I don't know. How would you approach this if you're sitting here with Solar?
Yeah, Windmill Slam First Light. Yeah. I think maybe the Laws, knowing that Y Rebellion is an experienced player, is trying to play around Spoiled Fruit. We haven't seen these back rows activate. We've been trying to predict what they are. Maybe they are Spoiled Fruit, and that's what the Law is trying to account for here.
Yeah, honestly, that's a really good call out, because that is, though it is a Lockagon counterplay, it is classic to play against the Draco Ray and have your entire board go down. So I'm with you on that one. I think that it's very, very scary. And I think Law just swings for one, passes to Y Rebellion.
Yep, and Y Rebellion goes Hermes into Carrion here. A Gorgon's onto the Carrion, presumably to play around an Ascension play.
Yeah, the Ascension, and also maybe a second Trickery, or a second Hermes into Trickery, maybe. Definitely.
How do you feel
right,
about that? Would you have Windmill Slammed the Gorgons?
Ooh, I think it's very risky, right? Because if you're Y Rebellion, I think that you have options here to establish another Elestral, and you can just say, I'm gonna wait. So you can just cast, let's say, a Synectar champ or even a Hopperoo, gain some advantage, and then just take your time. The Law is on 4 spirits here, so they do have to make a play, and they're still in the same position they were last time, which is, do you Windmill Slam down the First Light?
I believe we know they have a Nova Core in hand, though, right?
Oh, yeah, actually, Nova Core was foretold, I thought.
So normal cast Nova Core seems like it would also be a play here. And then, like, worst case, if they shenanigans their Carrion off the board, you pop your Cockray instead. And we are seeing the Nova Core here. Okay.
Yeah, Nova Core on, pop the Carrion.
PTA to shenanigan the well, no, that doesn't make them pop themselves, because the Carrion would still be on board at time of resolution.
Yeah, this one, oh god, this one is a judge rulings nightmare for just a small second. And I do find it funny. I think that you're right. Exactly in that scenario that doesn't quite take off the board, and your Cockray comes down here with your First Light. Now you're Windmill Slamming. Now it's safe. And Spoiled Fruit would be hilarious.
Spoiled Fruit would be hilarious. Y Rebellion on 7 spirits here. The Law on 1. I wonder, is the heal isn't mandatory on the Cockray Ascension, is it?
No, Drakeray is a you can. I think
Okay.
in this position, if you're law, it is I think honestly it's really fun. I think they might be clarifying that right now. But yeah, if you're law, I think you do want to activate it because you're so low on spirits. You're on 4 or on 1 now. That's very scary.
That is very scary. And yeah, why Rebellion is on 7? I was just doing mental. Well, they're on 7. They would get hit for 4, and they'd have to pay 2 if they want to resolve the PTA.
Yeah, so I put them down very low as well.
So okay, the heal is going through. None of that mattered.
It's such a tense situation here in these sort of games, and like you're mentioning, these games 2 and 3s where your side deck is prevalent. It is just the case to where, are you going to lose to the destruction of the spoiled fruit, or is it going to pay off? And it looks like it paid off. Took the gamble and won.
Why Rebellion still at 3 spirits here? I mean, with Aviolith, that doesn't make the Hermes player out.
Yeah, Avila Champ back to heal. Wire Rebellion's still very much in it. Absolutely. The back row is still there, and so did Wire Rebellion forget to pay out the poison tipped arrow?
No, I think they just looked at their draws and scooped.
Okay. I was thinking maybe there was a case where they're too low to pay it out, and they're like, oh, I can't do that with Hermes or something there.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute. That Nova Core is still on board.
Yeah, I saw Why Rebellion draw and then start picking up their cards. So I think what happened was saw the top deck, realized there was no hope. Game 3.
There's always where there's a Hermes, there's a way. Like, you got to be able to. You can't spell I with Hermes. What is the inspirational quote here? There's something that we can do with the Hermes play. Where there's a way, there's a trickery. No, not quite right. Forcing
it. Trickery to victory.
Keep calm and carry on, as the Brits would say.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
You
found it.
Yeah, that'd be really funny if I at last minute just keep kind of carry off. It's like that. No, wrong one. So once again, lack of British literature. So in this matchup, we talked about what Law can side in now for the Wire Rebellion and for the Hermes matchup. Talk to me about what maybe Wire Rebellion can do against Solar.
Well, if they hadn't sided in Spoiled Fruit already, they should be doing it right now.
Yeah, that's not a consideration. I'm with you on that one. Draco Ray seems to be a threat they have to deal with. That works.
Besides that, I mean, a lot of people forget Solar Burst doesn't work if you're Solar Enchanted.
Ooh.
And
maybe side deck Solar Spirit.
I have been keeping Solar Spirits around as a side deck option, at least one, for exactly that purpose. That if you have a body that sticks and you need it to stick around for longer than like a turn or two, stick a Solar Spirit on it and it will be fine.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good bet. It's kind of like the emergency fire spirit for the eruption. It's something very similar to like maybe the lunar enchant for dense fog plays or like the Nabi shenanigans. I think that's a pretty good call. What's your take on maybe Monsoon here for Wire Rebellion as a way to suppress and also to enchant wind for like Ascensions?
It's tough when you're specifically going into a card combo that ignores suppression. You think about it, what suppression here would stop in theory, like Nebuleo and like an Apollo Foretell if you do it in advance, but so many of the cards in the Solar deck are on cast, or just immune to the suppression. Tornasian is going to be natively immune because it has a Wind Spirit on it. Kakare immune just by existing. So in a lot of cases, I would say Monsoon might be a good choice for a Hermes player, but I just think there are so few cards that actually get stopped by that in Law's deck.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I think unless you're really trying to bank on, I'm going to make sure these trickeries work and work with the removal or work with some bodies. I think that's a good call. Wire Rebellion here going in for a mulligan to potentially get a slightly better hand. That's kind of the tricky part about Hermes, is that sometimes you can have those hands where you're like, oh, this is all 2-drops.
A lot of decks are like that these days. Now, back in the day,
Yep.
two multi-drop Elestrals was like crazy. Now we have 4 multi-drop Elestrals. This mulligan appears to have worked out beautifully for White Rebellion, though. Just a turn 1 Hermes into Aviolith, putting all of those spirits from the mulligan onto the Hermes, and going Saya Nectar. 3 games in a row of turn 1 Saya Nectar. White Rebellion cannot keep getting away with it.
That is that mulligan worked out, and worked out in spades. It looks like this is a not only ideal setup for first turn, getting that Saya Nectar with the Poison Arrow. But yeah, following Hermes for a couple turns is insane.
Yeah, you might say it worked out in Lycoris's. No, that doesn't quite work. We'll workshop that one.
The following Hermes turnies. No, that's also not quite there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how the law responds here. Possible to have side decked in something like Tornado to deal with a big juicy Hermes like this. Instead, we are just windmill slamming a first light to start the turn off.
Ooh, I would not doubt then if this start is going to be a. We know the back row is presumably PTA from White Rebellion, so this could be a safe Winjin.
This is a Cockeray? I see what you're saying. Winjin, Foretell, Cockeray, or whatever you put on top. Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Well, or
just
Apollo.
Apollo. Maybe there's a second first light in hand.
Yeah, actually, that could be pretty good. Ensuring that you hit it, and you hit the Winjin on top of that too. And Illumaru, these are all great options.
Oops, all Elestrals this time. That's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I think the you might want to take it slow, and maybe you do even want to shuffle away that Winjin. That's a pretty good one. I don't know. That's tricky. This comes down to Solar wins and dies off of its. No,
White Rebellion is the one playing trickery, not the law.
Oh, true. Yeah. Fair point.
Okay, we see the Cockeray come down. What is in Law's hand that this was the move?
Ooh, well, this also puts now White Rebellion on. Do you have the first light, or do you have the stadium? And PTA is going to be activated here, potentially trying to fix the mistake from last round. But if this does not pay off, this may be a very expensive play for White Rebellion in the future.
All right, our players are thinking here.
Yeah, the nice part of it is that, White Rebellion can just go Hermes, send carry off next turn for any sort of threat, but
there is the second first light.
Yep, there it is. And now the gamble, the 50-50 last turn or last game, Law put down the stadium to work around PTA. This game, first light player on PTA.
Okay, and man, Law getting every spirit from the underworld back to his deck with this move, I think.
Yeah, both players having a pretty efficient spirit turns for these sort of plays, and I do like that a little bit about this matchup. It seems like it comes down to Solar managing the Foretells and their spirits, and similarly for White Rebellion and their Hermes deck, it's managing, these several turns away trickeries and what you're placing in the underworld, and making sure you have enough spirits to do so. I think that's kind of a neat little interaction here.
Yep, the Law fully topped back up on spirits now. Now, a fully loaded Hermes on the field is a bit scary from this position, though, because that is one carry off away from disaster.
Yeah, and that would be, if you're Law, do you think you're okay with that, right? You're effectively, White Rebellion has to use the Hermes. At that point, they can't use it for their flex spot, for like a cast. They have to use it to get rid of this just Draco Ray.
I mean, it really depends what is in Law's hand. We saw them, I think they only have 2 cards left in hand now. We saw them burn through a lot of resources. The Winjin is presumably on top of the deck right now. So there is a good chance that losing the Draco Ray is totally okay, because you're expecting to go Winjin into Tornijin next turn.
Yeah, that first light stack is a little bit crazy. As a Spine Nymph comes down here, so now White Rebellion does have the option to bounce. So there's the second option of removal.
That would be a bit cheaper because, yeah, the carry-off play would be quite expensive. We're going to get the second Hermes here. I wonder if we're going to see probably not enough wind spirits in the underworld to do an Aviolith Send at this point. Probably just sitting on an extra Hermes for now.
Yeah, and this also could signal a trickery in the hand if this is a Spinosect Send Nexus, and now you can do it again. We know Wirebellion is a fan of playing the 2 to 3 copies of the Spinosect, so there's plenty of options to go around here for future turns.
We are getting the Ascension, and a Gorgon's Gaze is going to stop it in its tracks.
Ooh, that is a prime Gorgon's Gaze. This could have gotten very hairy very fast.
The law didn't need to worry about training the Draco Ray. They knew the Draco Ray was staying around.
Yeah. That's true. And this also, again, is one of those things where we talked about it before. I mentioned that this is a 50-50 on the PTA going forward. Do they have First Light? Do they have the Stadium? But now, Wirebellion sends the Spinosect instead of maybe the Carry-Off, which doesn't play around Gorgons. Oh, well, okay, they have the second Hermes anyways.
Well, they still can't do another Spinosect send.
Yeah, so you have to do the Carry-Off here, and this is now the very expensive turn.
Which means Wire Rebellion's going to have burned a total of like 6 spirits to deal with that Draco Ray. I think that's a trade I take any day.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Draco Ray healed for 2 and did a damage. Or healed for 3, did a damage. I think you're right. Yeah, this is if there's any back row at all, Wire Rebellion's in an okay position, but still has to play really careful.
Yeah, Wire Rebellion all the way down to 6 now. The Law almost with a full spirit deck still, so...
Draco Ray being so imposing. Again, it's the solar Cryovern, many are saying.
Okay, we get the Glimbat Search of Temple, which means we're either planning to do Nova Core this turn instead of Wingen, or we're going to use the Apollo to find out what's on top of deck. So
yeah, I think one back row set, and I think Nova Core is a very safe option. Though you might be wanting to wait for the Nova Core for a Spinosect or something big. Yeah, there's Draco Ray, a Gorgons, and a Wingen. And, hey, got another First Light. We've seen 2 of them so far.
Third time's the charm. Do you think he's on more than one Draco Ray?
Part. I'm unsure. Definitely, I think in some matchups it comes up, but otherwise you're using it for the one like late game heal. I guess we'll see if this is going to be... It is Cockray, so third First Light would be crazy.
No, we're going for Temple.
We'll okay. On this one. I think that might be fine. And we also know...
Okay, and we get the body off the field.
I think we had Gorgons and Wingen off the top, right? So we potentially have a Wingen in the winds.
Wingen, Call, Gorgons is probably the most likely thing next turn, which is a horrible sequence of events to be staring down the barrel of.
Yeah, and also, too, you are here to send the Aviolith Champ. You have to waste one of them, and Wirebellion has the option to go into the other Hermes for more flex plays, but I feel like at this point, you're circling the drain on these Hermes plays. You're saying, I can do a lot with them, but it's now limiting the options a little more. So Wirebellion's got to have probably a very solid Elestral to cast here just to kind of make up for some time.
Yeah, a carry-on into Hardison Spinosect or something like that could do it. We are getting a Send here, so what is the choice? Yep, there we go. There's the carry-on. Must be something in hand to ascend with. Either that, or we're just going to try and get 2 bodies on board and poke the Law for some damage.
Yeah, I imagine sometimes sitting on like maybe the 7 defense body of the Aviolith, or even like a Spinosect. It looks like this is an Earth Enchant. Spinosect in defense. Oh, this is OG Spinosect.
Spinosect. The judges everywhere have begun to weep. Do you know your Spinosect attacks and defense position ruling swole?
Absolutely not. No, are you kidding me? The rules helper is a qualification that I still have to do, but Spinosect does make me cry as well. I know there's a tons of nuances to this one. There's a lot of really cool stuff you can do, but I know that the idea here would be if Law has Gorgons, there's a very specific time you have to activate Gorgons. That's all I really know about the Spinosect side of things. That's what I know about Spinosect rules.
No, your opponent casts Spinosect, and then you say, okay, let me just call a judge to watch the rest of the clash while this is on field.
Yeah, just to make sure, yeah. The Tornage or Winjin coming down here, immediately going to be met by a Gorgon's Gaze, I imagine.
That is correct. We're going to stop the Law's wishes in their tracks.
Yeah, one part of me maybe thinks that there could have been there could also be a Nova Core option there that maybe could have led to a safe Winjin, but now with this Spinosect being huge, Spinosect is a very big threat, and as a 9 body, I don't think there's a solar card that gets over that naturally, so you gotta really rely on Temple.
Temple, Nova Core, Solar Burst. The Law has a few lines to handle the Spinosect. I'm going to assume they're not on Dionysus's Madness to force a attack position attack from it or something, but we'll see.
Yeah, imagine this crazy play. This is something I can see Wire Rebellion doing. You know, Law goes Madness, attack position Spinosect, swing in, and Wire Rebellion goes, sure, I'll Gorgons my own Spinosect or something. I'm pretty sure that's how it works, right?
What?
Stop its own from attacking. There's some workarounds here that would protect the Spinosect play for just a little bit.
That's true. Okay, we're getting a pause for judge review here, which makes sense since Spinosect is on the field.
Just naturally, it's like, you know, they overheard. They said, you know what, Andrew, you're right. Get a judge in here immediately. They were not watching the Spinosect the entire time. This thing is a rules monster. I do think it's really cool, the flex option that I think Hermes players, I know Wire Rebellion kind of innovates upon this, is playing the OG Spinosect as a way to have a big body that's hard to out, that can kind of be this weird breaker and defensive wall in a deck that does honestly like to sit on its defensive walls pretty often.
I mean, yeah, a 9 defense is kind of a crazy stat, especially in defense position, because that means you need a 10 to get over it.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, with trickery there and so many ways to play around some of the removals you're talking about inside of Solar. We are in a board state that I do not envy. And it looks like just a small update on this one too. It turns out a player has dropped a card and we're sorting it out once again. I've seen this before.
Oh no.
I've seen this before.
Flashbacks. Okay.
Yeah, you know, again, things happen. We get into our clashes and there's these premieres. A lot of things are flying around and cards shifting everywhere. Makes sense. So hopefully we get that sorted out here too and get everything done and away smoothly. Luckily, we're not in a position where game has probably progressed too far to where it you know, results in something very similar to our previous one. But I would be curious again to know how this resolves out with the Spinosect on board, OG Spinosect.
We gotta see more Spinosect. It's gotta happen.
Yeah, or less. Really, you know, after the ruling's nightmare, maybe just less Spinosect in our lives is better.
I mean, but defense position Spinosect is so good because Tsunami doesn't stop its attack. Yeah. You know, there's not a lot of. See, here's the thing. There's a lot of things with good attack, bad defense, and it's really easy to put something in defense. It's really hard to put something into attack.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's a lot of really strange things to say, like, oh, we're gonna go Altar of Stars here, which is a little bit out of favor. Dionysus Madness, yeah, but I think there's ways to play around that too. No, I'm with you on this one. I think that this is a very scary Elestral. So, and though one Nova Core, again, Nova Core can pop this bad boy, and we can be off to the races. I know Solar's got it in him, and we'll have to see. I am curious though on the back row from Wire Rebellion. I think I saw 2 back row set there. One of them I imagine is trickery to play around some things. I'm very curious on the other one. We have not seen a lot of back row being activated by Wire Rebellion, and it's just like those Dionysus Madness or key cards we were talking about before that could make the difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Wire Rebellion is on 2 or 3 spirits, I think they're pretty low now.
Yeah, that's true.
So, I mean, I feel like exactly Trickery is the only thing that really helps them in this position. The other thing that's weird about Spinosect is because you have to put it in defense position. Even if you have a Madness, you can't enrage something and force it to attack in and die, because it won't die declaring an attack into the defense position thing.
Yeah, that's yeah, it's tricky. We'll consult Run DMC on this one for our Hermes rulings, but so from the solar side of things, up plenty of spirits after the Draco Ray heal. You have a lot of options left. I think the question is, if you're Law, do you have the tempo and can you close out this game fast enough? Because otherwise, Hermes does take some setup, but you know, Wire Rebellion has the Hermes in there. Carry off champ and carry on can work to help control space, and on some level, you have to now choose very carefully in what sequence you're casting those Nova Cores or another Winjin or Cockray, etc. So Solar's got some outs here, but let's see how we're doing. Looks like we have 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on the round for this. Judges has been resolved, and looks like we're good to go. Law's turn again, and we'll see how this plays out. Can Law out the big booty bug?
Yep, 3 minutes is plenty of time for all sorts of clash craziness.
Clashanigans. Clashanigans?
Clashanigans?
Clashanigans. Sounds like a bad bar.
It does. But it is the Law's turn, so we will... Oh, Earthquake on the Spinosect. None of what we were talking about ever mattered.
Yes. See, yeah, it's the bell curve meme of just Earthquake and being like, okay, well, I can play around cards this way, and we know exactly what's going to happen, and maybe this out's Earthquake.
Oh, we're going to get the Apollo Foretell to add a Plucky. So Apollo going to be coming back with a Gorgons and a Solar Burst available. I imagine the Gorgons is probably going to the top of the deck here.
Yeah, to kind of really help control space. I'm with you on that one. I still find it so funny. We theorized for like a whole judge call and a half, and Law just says Earthquake. Awesome. I love it.
You know, we were joking that the Hermes player simply has it. Well, the Law simply has it. Well, it's his time.
You can't beat the Law. All right, so we have now a Winjin seemingly unprotected. Is that what we're seeing from the Law's side? Just Elestrals in hand?
That is the case. We know there is a Plucky in hand, so they're not hopeless. But Wire Rebellion could, in theory, just bring out a carry-on here to hit over the Winjin if they wanted to.
Yeah, these are these micro decisions that end up, carrying these last couple spirits of the game. So Champ's Aviolith Descend here, right? To heal back up, that could be worth it. Which I think that's how we're going to go.
Yep.
Alternatively, if you cast out an Aviolith Champ on there and just sit on it, that's also a fairly decent play to buy some time. You could crash trade with the carry-on, and that could be it. But Wire Rebellion's opting just to say, I'm going to heal back 4, and that's going to allow me to play longer and now be up in spirits compared to Law.
And with what I believe is about 1 minute on the timer, being up on spirits might end up making the real difference here.
Yeah, and it's counted for spirits on board. So Wire Rebellion searching out another Hermes that's a pretty big spy nymph.
That's going to be huge. Getting another Hermes, I imagine we're just going to slap all the spirits immediately onto it.
Yep, and then healing back might be the way.
Are we getting another Aviolith here? Are we getting a carry-on? We're going for carry-off to destroy. Now, this is interesting. That because there was no back row, I almost wonder if Spy Nymph in attack to poke for the 1 extra damage would have been worth it.
I'm kind of with that, honestly. I think maybe Wire Rebellion is trying to calculate out these spirits in this low time scenario. And otherwise too, if you go for Aviolith Champ there just to heal because your kind of is in defense, you now are up in spirits and you don't have to really worry about too much of the mental math here.
Nova Core.
And there's Nova Core. Putting Wire Bellying on. Do you have Gorgons? Or I guess Trickery. We've seen that before.
They would have windmill slammed the Trickery on Earthquake.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely with you. It looks like time has been called in the round. Ooh, no Nova Core effect. I think definitely playing around the Trickery. Law is being very safe.
Okay. Yeah, I think they would have been safe from Trickery, though, because that card was set when the Earthquake was cast, so...
Yeah, then that would have been the time to go for it. I'm with you. Solar Burst ends up popping the Spine Nymph. Law swinging in for 2. Putting Wire Bellion on 0 spirits with 2 on the Hermes. You send the Aviolith Champ, you're back in it, but... Yeah, would you have gone for it to say, hey, if you have Trickery, you have Trickery?
I think I would have gone for it, Ambrosia, just because I don't think it's Trickery since it didn't get played on Earthquake. But a judge call did happen. It's easy to forget the game state from before the judge call once you get interrupted like that.
Well, and it's definitely the case where, this is what the champion makers are made of. It's Wire Rebellion definitely could have been angling for the perfect moment to play a Trickery like that, and that. Anticipating the Nova Core setup is not out of the realm of possibility for a player of Wire Bellion's caliber.
Hopperoo! Poke for 1.
No way!
I don't think that does anything. I think the Nova Core is going to eat that Hopperoo, but
this does make it very uncomfortable for Wire Bellion. I'm with you though. It's very tricky.
We know there's a Plucky in hand, so I mean, in theory, Law can just normal cast Plucky, hit over Nova Core, poke for Plucky, right?
Yeah, and put Wire Bellion back on 1, and then that might be it. It looks like that's gonna be a concession from Wire Bellion. Law walks away from this tight game 2-1 against previous champion Wire Bellion on this Draco Ray Solar list. Oh my god, who knew? That was such a tight game. I really was unsure what was going to happen towards the end there. I think Wire Bellion definitely could have pulled that out and shown us some trickery. Keep making these puns. It's just written for us.
It is. And you know what? I was unsure about the Draco Ray because so far today, it doesn't seem like it was doing very much for the casters using it. But if you look at the spirit counts at the end there, Law was only on 3 spirits. That Draco Ray was crucial to them winning that 3rd game, being able to dump all those spirits and then just get them all back at the start of the game there.
Yeah, you're completely right. I think that's even though it was so early on and a lot of Elestrals were like, oh, I can expend 5 spirits at the beginning of the game. It's probably not going to come up later. I have 20, now I have 15. Who cares? You're 100% right. That was the difference maker right there, is putting Law on the extra spirits necessary to play into time to make sure that a Hopperoo didn't just surprise win a game. That really is heads up, and those Guardians of Lights too. I think we can see that from the Law right there on the hand. Definitely came up. Those key moments of healing. Wow, what a match! That was pretty cool. I liked that too. Not too many headaches with the Spinosect. It was a good day.
Yeah, you Earthquake the Spinosect, it goes away. All the judge problems are gone.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah, this judge sitting there nodding, like shaking their head, being like, no, please don't, no more rulings. Okay, yeah, Earthquake, I'll allow Earthquake. That's incredible. Tight game too. I love seeing top casters at the peak of their play, and it does not get better than this. The last round of Swiss, and again, to decide and help flesh out our top 8, which I know we will be taking a look at here very shortly. I think that was potentially the last game to go through. Maybe there's a couple more, but Law ends up making top 8 with this. I think is maybe what we're waiting on. So we're gonna bracket momentarily to check out. But so far, we've seen some really crazy games across the board. A lot of unknown quantities, I think, will sneak into this top 8. That's my prediction. What about you?
Well, we got Solar Draco Ray. That looks like it will make it to the top 8. We'll look at the bracket to confirm momentarily. So, I think that's a good day. One rogue deck making it to top 8, Let's get it. Let's get the victory. Let's get Draco Ray its little picture on that row of like champions for World Series winners.
Yeah, I 100% with you. And if I'm looking at these records correctly, going into this top 8, we might not have any undefeateds.
Oh,
so
tough day out there.
If it bleeds, we can kill it, right? I think that's the idea, is that there's no gods in the pantheon and everyone is mortal. There is an Achilles heel and a couple shields.
Have we ever had a caster go truly undefeated in a Premier? I know we've had people go undefeated in Swiss, but I don't think they've ever gone on to win.
If I had to guess, it might have been Bean Soldier. There might have been like one time where Bean Soldier goes all the way undefeated. Not sure, because every time I feel like we have an undefeated into Swiss, we have like one person who's like, oh no, I'm gonna stop this right now as my sole duty to prevent this. Yeah, it looks like we might have had one person to go 10-0 inside the day, and it might. My guess is Bean Soldier. That's my guess here. Their top #1 qualifying points player.
That would be a good guess. It sounds like we'll get an answer on who that was, and we'll celebrate them momentarily.
Yeah, Bo or Bean is probably my go-tos. Always safe bets.
Could be one of those far left people like Sir Tractor or something too. You don't know.
That's true. Yeah, I'm searching the Rolodex in my head of Elestrals champions, and I'm always like, yeah, yep, no, that all. It really could be anyone, except for specifically. I'm trying to be mean here and be like, let me call out. No, I'm not gonna do that today.
All right, chat. You can put in chat who you think Swole was going. No, I'm just kidding. Don't.
Use the hashtag play Elestrals to tell you who you think I was gonna call out in my last.
Oh.
Yeah, no, this has been, so far, we're talking about the time that we've been here on the event today. Normally, I always consider this to be like, oh wow, these are going to be longer days. Like casters are going 7 deep rounds and then into top cut into our champion. And so far, it feels like no time has flown by at all. It's been like game after game, exciting matches throughout, some really cool surprises, and some high level gameplay. And I'm like, we've been here for this long. It feels like it's been nothing.
Yeah, we saw OG Spinosect. We saw Sproutier, Champion of Dionysus. We saw Salashade. We saw Draco Ray. It's been a good day of interesting picks hitting the field.
Yeah, and that's to today's kind of theme. In our later stages of the meta, we start to see some casters getting a little more comfortable in how to play and where to play things, and so I think the chefs are in the kitchen cooking for the end of 2025. The holidays are around, families in town, things are happening, and we're cooking up some dishes that are surely best served hot and electrifyingly charismatic. And I really do enjoy so far things that we've seen. And from the names that I'm peeking at inside of this current top 8 list that we have kind of brewing up, this could be a top 8 for the ages, but we'll get the confirmation of the bracket here sometime soon.
Top 8 of all time. Of the decks we've seen showing up today, Swole, besides the Solar Draco Ray list, what are you hoping to see in top 8?
Ooh, honestly, so, okay, Brewlock has been a name that I've been seeing, I have been hearing about. I heard Hestia, and if that's true, and we also, I would love for Magnetonics also to be another top 8 conversion. That way we have 2 fire decks that can go all the way into kind of round out the top 8. That is a deck that has been like itching to be broken out of the top 32, top 16 curses. So I would love to see that be the case. These very skilled casters taking it all the way. I think the fire deck is probably my pick for that. Ari, of course, had the Navi. I could say the Navi for my prediction, yada yada. But for the fire, I'm going for the fire. But what about you?
For me, it's going to be Ari. When we saw Ari play, I was joking that we were going to see the Rarnotep Rise from the Shadows, Lunar Enchanted Pintear. And they are actually playing that deck today. So I need them to get to top 8, and I need them to cast Rise from the Shadows on a Pintear.
That is the game-winning highlight play going crazy for our grand finals, right? Ari going in, Pintear gets destroyed, and then you go Rise from the Shadows. Imagine enough spirits on board to go Rise and also trigger the Pantera effect for casting out the Hydrakes. That'd be insane, right? We could do that.
That's what we need today, Swole. That's what we need.
Yeah, you say if we're going for a complete wish list here, that'd be kind of cool too. No, I think that's the zombie dragon list is neat. It's very, very neat. Love the creativity.
I Rise from the Shadows. It's going to be good. It's going to be good.
I'm going to be good. It's good right now. That is a card that, as soon as it is a reliable search target, or you see it in your opening hand a little more often, it gets very scary. Shout out to Theraheart. Theraheart can definitely do it, but I don't know. Sometimes I go Fawnlit, search Theraheart, and then my opponent goes, okay, I'm just gonna out the Fawnlit.
Yeah, the Fawnlit is not too hard to deal with anymore, even if you give it a 5 with Artemis. Yeah, no, shout out to Theraheart. I believe in Theraheart control. It'll happen. It'll happen someday. I don't know, man. One or two more good lunar counter runes. We'll get there.
Go, Gloombat ascend over into Theraheart. There we go. There's our installation.
Yeah. Artemis Arrow, Special Cast Spectrus, Normal Ascend Theraheart. It's only like a 3 or 4 card combo. Don't worry, you'll have it.
Yeah. No problem. You already have you of Shirley would already have the first Rise set. So if you get PTA'd, then that's fine. You're good to go.
Yeah.
That with everyone playing Synectar Champ and PTA in the meta, surely that will never happen.
Oh, Pandora's box, you hurt me so.
That too, yeah. Mills both of your primary targets for your Theraheart. This is the one thing that I'm definitely hoping in the 2026 calendar year is someone will rise again with Lunar. We're going Lunar casting, we're going Werepup. We're casting Nobbies, we're casting Spectaris, we're 2/2/2ing, going back to Moose, make the Moose, loose the Moose, release the Meese.
Meese release. Yes, the Stampede of many hooves of 3 drops, immune to counter runes and or healing you from suppression. It'll happen.
It's the and or for me too, right? Like you have to have a deck that plays both, one from you and one from K, right? That's kind of where we're covering.
I think so. I think Kay and I both need to go into a premiere, each playing the different version of Moose.
And I would love to say that if ever a third one does come up, that I would love for PK to pull it, and that way I still don't have a Moose on the desk. Yeah, absolutely.
That's
we're
what
adding sort of Moose mentions here unintentionally, but that's completely okay with me. I don't think that I think that my Moose counter is gone at this point. I'm pretty sure.
We overflowed it.
I didn't even overflowed it. Did it burn to the ground? One of the two. It's either or, and I cannot remember at the moment because of how much I was scrawling those tick marks. It was the silence out here, Doctor Who style. Shout outs to my millennials out there, I guess, aging myself a little bit.
Oh no, Swole, we're young and hip. We're with it.
Yeah, Matt Smith was only 5 years ago. Peter Capaldi's the current Doctor, right?
Yeah, no, and we all played Red and Blue as our first Pokemon games.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Listen, we're casting Viscerus again. Spark It is unlimited.
Yes.
Base set is just now. It's Happy Holidays 2023. Our bones are creaking.
Happy Holidays 2023, everyone. May Elestrals Awaken give you all of the stellar hunting joy that you would like.
Yeah, 10 billion%. I think that in even the old age, I can appreciate what the kids are cooking up nowadays. The decks we've seen today, absolutely incredible. I cannot wait for everything to come up. And I think as we're solidifying down our top 8 here soon, we have these names look pretty killer. I cannot wait to review this before we go because holy, these are champion of names here as we have the results in.
the results, they're loading up. Top 16 is locked in. We're going to know who all walks away with those beautiful foamies today and who all will be clashing it out in the second half of our event. And here we go. We got Brulock at the top.
Ooh.
Is Bestia going to have the run back it deserves after Brulock got knocked out in the first round of top 8 last premiere? Stay tuned and find out. Bean Soldier right up there as well. They can't be stopped.
They need to be. That's the problem.
Sir Tractor, we were talking about them earlier, sorry. They're back. Frazinator, the Law has made it as well. Ari has made it. We're going to see the Pintail run back, Magnetonics, and Higoset, one of the casters we saw earlier on stream that we were really hoping was going to make it to the top 8 so we could see them run back that cool deck that we didn't quite get to see pop off last time on stream.
Ooh, was that the Centarbor list?
We don't know if there's a Centarbor in there. They dropped a Sprout Tier champion of Dionysus, and we were like, where does this go? And then it got Gordon's, so we never got to see.
I think it's very exciting here, and that top 8 does look really stacked. In addition, this top 16 is also incredibly stacked. We'd Win the Scent at 9th, Purple Snorlax 2 at 10th, Cobalt 11th, Goat Skull at 12th, Low Bobfish at 13th, Dr. Barber 14, Berkey 15, and Wirebellion 16. There are previous champions upon champions here. So many incredible names, and the foamies for the top 16 and the top 8 trying to duke it out for that champ Centarbor. This is surely going to be crazy what we have here today. And we also have confirmation too on our quick who has been undefeated in our Elestrals tournaments. Or if you have this on your trivia card, Bo at Cards HQ and Julian back in October.
Very nice. Well, I am so excited for the top 8 dig in here. It's going to be, I hope we get Higoset on stream. We need to see the Sprout Tier champion of Dionysus resolve. I need to know what they were going to search.
Yeah, I think that as we are getting to the top 8, I know Andrew, we're going to pass over to me and Kay to start, and then we'll see you the top 4 and our grand finals here soon. We have to find out who's going to be the last remaining champion of 2025 here for Elestrals, and I'm looking forward to it. So enjoy your break. We'll be back more for the action, so don't go anywhere. We're top 8's coming right up. our Elestrals Premier Tournament, the final one of the 2025 calendar year, as we have plenty more up until the World Championship, but this one specifically will be crowning the last one of 2025. I'm here joined again by Kay. And Kay, we have confirmation that we're going to be watching a pretty killer match today for our top 8, our first one, Brewlock versus Higo set. This one. I know you got to commentate the Higo set round earlier. Tell me about that one.
Well, unfortunately, there is not too much to tell, as that seems to be like the one round where Higo set did not pop off, apparently. But we do know that they're on something very interesting, as we saw Sprouter and Demeter in a turn, and a few other champions of Demeter, Crab. There was also, I believe, a Gigaflora that we saw in hand that never actually really came up, but very interested to see here, as well as Brewlock. I know that Brewlock is a caster that is near and dear to your heart in playing decks that you love. So I think that this should be a fun one to commentate. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I haven't seen as our bracket has shown here for Brewlock. I haven't seen Brewlock in quite some time. Last time seeing Brewlock inside of top 8, there was this this fire deck that I know that Brewlock was liking and cooking with and doing very well. And so maybe this is the similar run back. I'm not quite sure. Brewlock is also a lunar enjoyer, so potentially releasing the moose inside of this and upon Yi. So maybe Andrew gets their prediction after all. As well, for our rest of our bracket here, some pretty big heavy hitters that we will be seeing in contention for the top Centaur. I think we have Bean Soldier on the running down. Ari is going to be running back with the zombie dragon as a B, and I think we have the Law versus Phrasenator, and Solar versus. Well, sometimes the Australians are playing Solar too, so maybe it's a mirror match. Maybe they're on Crabs again. I think it's gonna be a deep run regardless. So I'm excited to see some of these names and what we have for our results.
Honestly, I cannot wait to look at all of the decks that are represented in top 8, because just from the ones that we know that this is already a very diverse top 8, and that's always so fun to see. I love seeing this new Solar list pop off. Law was playing absolutely out of his mind. That was such an incredible match, and it's one of those that it's like, I would have loved to have commentated it, but it was so fun to watch. Both casters who are just so good at what they do. Why Rebellion, of course, being one of the best to ever do it. And the Law, after a long hiatus, coming down and laying down the Law and showing us that actually Pop still got it,
Pop still got it indeed. It's been a little bit of time, maybe dropping the Thunder and bringing out a little bit of the Sun has unlocked the chains from the Law's repertoire. But that's one thing I'm curious about is, can this lack of experience in play, make the distance? Maybe there's a little bit of things that Law is uncomfortable with or unfamiliar with. It looks like in the Wire Rebellion game that there was no change at all. That's just like back in the day when Law was playing and competing in the Elestriad. Stuff's good to go. So I am curious on the Solar list as well for Higo set. Champion of Demeter and this whole strategy is very, very crazy. I heard Tectaurus somewhere.
Yeah, both Andrew and I are very convinced. We have it on good authority, that being both of us exclusively and nothing else, that Tectaurus is in this list somewhere.
I believe it. I think if I had to pick two of the most reputable and typically prediction correct casters on this bench, it would go in order: Andrew, you, and then Silver, and then myself somewhere down below that, I think.
Yeah, and then sort of like in a pantheon of his own is PK Sparks at the top, who has been predicting these things from the beginning of time.
Yeah, apparently. That's the really fun part, is that Pandora's Box and Circle the Sky. Those are the two. If there's another one, I'm sure it's not going to be for another 40 years.
Well, I can't believe that, based off of the Sprouter that we saw, we're literally about to have Centaur win a premiere, apparently. So truly, PK can't get away with it. I want so badly to know what this list is. I want to know. I want Higoset to be able to like actually show the brew, to show what they've cooked up here, and most importantly, show off those nails. Because listen, I'm just saying they were slaying in the earlier round. So.
Well, hopefully we can get into this match sometime soon. It looks like Brewlock's gonna be going first here and showing off what they are playing fast and giving us a preview of how this game might be paced out. If it is the Champions of Demeter deck that we've seen before, with the inclusion of Tectaris that we definitely know is going to be in there, I think that this deck will have to pull out some surprises that we didn't quite get to see in that previous round. I think it was against Lockagon before, so if Brewlock's on the fish, that could be trouble.
Ooh, that would be a new one for Brewlock, at least that I know. I feel like every time I see the brews of Brewlock, I'm like, you played what and you did how well? Like every single time. Which is always genuinely incredible. And it looks like we are getting ready right now to get into the first game of top 8. We have Brewlock versus Higoset, and Brewlock will be starting us off first.
Yeah, seeing a Fire Spirit drop down here would not be out of the realm of possibility. Those are some Hestia sleeves on the deck with the Chicago Eddies on the Brewlock Spirits. Those are some classic team reps there. So looks like we got a mulligan coming down from Brewlock, though.
With Fire Spirits.
With Fire Spirits, there we go, most importantly.
Mm-hmm. And starting us off with an Astrabbit, that Clash Stellar full art coming out here. Okay, Astrabbit in top 8. It's been years since I've seen that play.
Yeah, that's one that I know Brewlock did show off a little bit last time of saying the 5 defense Rabbit still got it. And I could never have predicted that. And probably the 4th time and last time I could use this transition here today. And if you are watching over on twitch.tv/Elestrals, the predictions are open now. Let us know who you think is going to take this one. Higoset with Gloombat coming down.
It's the Gloombat! Listen!
Or Brewlock on supposedly some Fire and Astrab, but let us know on twitch.tv. Gloombat is insane here.
Incredible. Gloombat, Higoset, you are a caster after my own heart. I love all of the bats, and Gloombat has been, for some reason that I can't explain, my baby. And okay, here we go. We have the Sprouter coming out. Let's see if we have the Demeter. We see the Nexus go off. What is happening? That beautiful, gorgeous promo Sprouter.
Yeah, that Gloombat Destroy is in the main deck, by the way. Normally Gloombat regulated to a side card is so interesting. But looks like we're just going to go the set of the defense position Sprouter and then pass back to Brewlock, who's going to cast out a Warmite Champion of Hestia.
Oh, okay, so this does look like a Hestia parade, and I have to respect it. Higoset saying, listen, if a 2/5 Elestral is good enough for you, a 2/5 Elestral is good enough for me. And Brewlock saying, okay, so my spider is going to be targeting your precious little baby. And Higoset said, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds perfectly fine. It's funny because I think in this way, Brewlock is trying to set up for the attack boost on a Hestia's Hearth for the spider to get over now. This is a little bit difficult because the Warmite doesn't decrease defense.
Yeah, but we do have the Stadium Rune coming down here and something being activated. And
full art Hestia.
Both Swole and I are here tilting our heads behind
Oh no, that's
the
an Altar of
scenes.
Stars.
Okay, the full art Altar of Okay, all right. Is Brewlock on the same brew that we saw earlier?
Ooh, I think so. Maybe this is the run back truly with it. You know, you're right, having the Warmite to target the Sprouter, decrease its attack, and then alter it to attack position to get both your Elestrals over it. That's some pretty good tempo here, and Higoset's now very similar on the back foot with this champion deck.
Mm-hmm. And a Dionysus's Madness there coming out and activating, which is just interesting. I guess to prevent the 2 damage from the Astrabbit, possibly?
Yeah, I think that'd be definitely the case. I'm curious to know I'm curious to know what that's going to lead to as a Moss Station Champion of the Meter comes down. This can be the biggest crab in the club, and so that's going to allow us to re-enchant from the underworld here.
A crab with a big claw. Yeah, that is what we are looking at here. And we are both casters here, sitting and apparently debating this. Moss Station looks to be declaring the attack here. And there goes the effect. Okay. Brewlock preemptively saying, yep, yeah, you got my spider. So we didn't have that hearth set, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think the hearth there is a little bit scary to just maybe shotgun, if that's your only counter and you have set. Brewlock going through so many back rows to just out that sprouter might be just the tempo that Higoset's looking for, but that's an Exalt Flare coming down. You haven't seen the card in a long time.
I mean, I thought my back hurt with that Astrabbit. I mean, we're looking at an Exalt Flare at this point. And there goes the Nexus, and here comes the Ascension. What are we playing?
That's going to be the Leonite coming down here, Champion of Hestia, to decrease this or increase the Leonite to a huge 10 attack.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you've been talking about this Leonite, I feel like, for weeks at this point.
It has felt like a lifetime, truly. It's been maybe only a month now, but holy, has so much happened since then. And this Leonite has now put in 2 top 8s at the bare minimum, and it looks like it's going to be hidden over this crab. Given the back row is not going to stop the onslaught. You would think too, this is going to be the idea that, well, there's Dionysus Madness, that you could have saved the other Dionysus Madness for this certain play, but Higoset's got the other one in the back.
And a Chains of Prometheus coming out saying, actually, goodbye to your crab. So now we've burned through 2 Dionysus's Madness, and we are dealing with this big, chunky Leonite on the board here. Higoset is going to need to get some things working and moving quickly.
The nice part about this, if you're Higoset, is that you haven't really put too much spirit investment into your plays, and so you are almost double spirits on Brewlock. And an Earth deck, you definitely have forms of removal, and so if you can get over this Leonite, then you're in a very commanding position. No back row from Brewlock. That's a champion Giraflora coming down.
Mm-hmm. Little bitty baby. We're going to be able to, in fact, get the effect because, as we know, if it meets it, it beats it. That 5 stat line matching the Astrabbit, going to be going and grabbing that crab back.
The crab's going to be a little tricky here with the Leonite on deck because it's going to be, maybe fishing for a little bit of removal, but Brewlock is going to ascend here.
Yeah, we have a Siphon Ascension here into a Lavalith. Going to be going, destroying a Thyrsus that was set.
I do like the attempt to maybe bait out some interaction there, or to maybe give Brewlock a little bit of pause. But with a Lavalith in hand and a beautiful Siphon play, yeah, you're just gonna go for it. 2 big bodies that you say, yeah, out my board, I'm doing 1 billion damage. Let's see what Earth can do.
And not only that, but you are set up, if we have more altars, if we have something to be able to reactivate this Leonite effect as well. Of course, not needing this Lavalith to necessarily be properly enchanted moving forward, and just having that extra fire spirit on the board.
Yeah, and this Leonite then gets very scary too. The 10 attack is something that I don't know if anything inside of the Crab's Earthless can hit over, unless you're doing something with the Gigaflora. But
we did see the Sprouter. There's got to be secrets. I know it. I am so adamant that there are secrets in this list that I want to find out. Or hey, you know what? Tectaris, just like fully load Demeter. Do your stadium. Also, Scythe of Demeter. Listen, all right, we're cooking.
There's a lot of different ways to skin a cat, and hopefully Higoset can find one of them. As a set one is going to be potentially the only play here. And I'm with you on this one. I think that there has to be a way to beat over this Leonite, whether it be with the stadium runes.
There goes that Gigaflora that you were just talking about.
You have Gigaflora to search and discard. We're working up to something.
Is that just in? Oh no, okay, that looks like a Giraflora coming out again, which I mean, okay, I don't know that there are any of the champions of Demeter in the underworld that quite do anything to this board.
Yeah, the other idea here I think you could have is Giraflora, add back this Gigaflora, and your long term is to have the crab boosted. I think you're hoping that this other back row is able to be protecting your plays, and so I'm curious to know what we go here for. That could have been the expend to draw, though. I mean, that Higo set now has to respond to another ascension of another Leonite.
Oh my goodness, this one being water enchanted as well as, I mean, there's Thunder Spirit there, sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of spirits on board from Brewlock, and this is going to be doing some massive damage to Higo set, even through something like a Tsunami.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're going to be looking at going into this next turn for Higo set only possibly 4 spirits, which does not leave us a lot of room to answer and does not leave us enough spirits to do the play that I was talking about with the Tectaurus, but a shield coming out here.
Oh, and that's definitely worth it here. You'd rather take those 5 spirits of damage and remove something, and then now you might have enough here now that you're on 5 spirits to do it. Is that part of the spirit calculation? Is that enough for the play?
And hear me out. Earthquake. Just Earthquake.
Just rip an Earthquake. Yeah, you know what? All these theory crafting, all the deck building in the world cannot save you from the removal.
Yep. Earthquake. Shout out the law. That was actually like peak comedy, genuinely watching you two wax prosaic for the longest amount of time possible over these strategies, only for Law to just say, Earthquake.
Yep, or just the Occam's razor truly is sometimes I forget that that's a thing that exists.
We do have the Giraflora coming out here, which she does get her effect. Unfortunately, I don't know that does too much.
Yeah, the Giraflora, especially with no back row to help protect it. Maybe you're just trying to insulate some damage here.
Oh,
as Brewlock spend to draw.
Yeah, and we are just going to be hitting over the Giraflora. Higo set not taking any additional damage, but I mean, we're also not moving forward.
Yeah, and this gets a little bit tricky, I think, if you're Higo set. Even if you do rip an Earthquake here, Brewlock can say, that's fine, I'll take 1 damage off of a potential cast of an Elestral. And then now 1-to-1 trade down with things like Warmite, which I think is the kind of the key indicator for this fire deck is what late game cards can a Warmite not out.
I mean, what we see here is an opportunity to have the biggest crab of all time and hope that Brewlock doesn't have the Warmite.
That's true, yeah. It looks like that's going to be a scoop from Higo set and a concession to Brewlock for the game 1 instead of our top 8. Double Leonite takes it for this one. That's pretty killer.
I mean, there's a lot to talk about here, starting with Exalt Flare. I mean, Exalt Flare to get into a 2-drop is very interesting.
Yeah, we've seen that before in the top 8 previously from Brewlock. This is very interesting in this one too, where utilizing Altar to maintain fire spirits on board, just 1 extra additional one, utilizing the Hestias or Hephaestus or even like a Stadium Rune, and then Exalt Flare, which is such an underexplored card outside of specifically Blazerus back in the day. So
shout out Words.
Yeah, shout outs to Words on this one. Helios in the draw phase, it's pretty crazy. And so I think that it fits right at home in this strategy and is very explosive for what Brewlock's able to do, which is just go hard and go fast.
And over on Higo Set's side, it is such a, like, I feel as if Higo Set is doing this on purpose and trying to keep this deck from me. I need to know what's going on and what the secret is. What's the Sprouter doing? What's Demeter doing? Is it truly just like, I have to wrap my mind around it. I have to understand. Higo Set, please show us, please.
Sometimes these decks are a Michigan J deck, like they're performing well, they're Top Hat and Kane going off, and then as soon as you put them on feature, you're just like, I don't even know how this thing came together. But I think it's going to have to if Higo Set's looking to take games 2 and 3 off of Brewlock. The Fire deck has been shown to be a contender here inside of the meta. So telling about Earth what Earth tools does Higoset have that can walk them through it? I think we've talked about it before. Tectaris, Earthquake, Crab, maybe?
I mean, I did mention the Scythe of Demeter being a card that we know that Demeter is being played in Higoset's list, unless that's something that they've been citing out of going into games 2 and 3. I think that there are lots of opportunities too, because with Fire, we don't know. I don't believe that on either of the games that we've seen with this list, if Brewlock is on the same list that we saw earlier, I don't believe we saw Eruption. But that is always something that you have to be aware of, right? And Earth, as you said, having answers in terms of removal, but also having options to heal and sort of keep out of the range of Eruption and that sort of thing, obviously is something you need to be aware of. But in terms of actual side deck cards to bring in, what are your thoughts there? What would you be looking at in this matchup?
Definitely Earthquake. Yeah, if I could side in extra copies of Earthquake, that'd be sick. No, I think that...
to 3, yeah.
Yeah, Earthquake to 3. The spending some time with the Fire list, I think that you do have to consider some of these plays that maybe the Fire deck can even play around. Things like Tsunami, right? The Leonite definitely gets around the Tsunami changed position, but I think you just have to play it because there's so much battle focus that you can do. Definitely more shields if you're siding those in to help trade value, because the Hestia deck, yes, likes to say if your opponent has more Elestrals, but if you're swinging with the Crab, kind of like you were mentioning before, you're dealing 3, 4, 5 damage each time, and that's pretty huge. So I do think there is a world in which that maybe just the idea is going back to old school thought, which is stopping the attack, and that's good to go. I think Higoset for Earth probably can effectively capitalize on it really well with the Centarbor, if that's a card that's inside the deck with the Sprouter.
Mm-hmm. Or
Verdolith. Walk me through that one.
Well, and with those wise words, we leave you and go into game 2 here. I believe Higoset is going to be starting us off. And let's see if either of our casters here are going to be mulliganing.
I like the idea of throwing the Verdolith-shaped dynamite into the room, closing the door, and saying, game 2, let's do it.
That is exactly what we saw, yes.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, that's my baby. I love her so much.
There seems to be potentially looking for a mulligan here, but Higoset's going to keep this one for a Nectar of the Gods.
Ooh,
I'll just Locagon here.
Mm-hmm. Listen, Nectar of the Gods, then you go Crab next turn, get it back. You're going to go Cyprong, go in, search the Dionysus. We got a Dionysus and a Redhead in this list. I think we've got a good time going. Unless, of course, we are siding out of Demeter into the Dionysus stuff.
Well, it's possible. I think both Earth Divines definitely are right at home here. And I do like this idea of the 4 body. It's a little bit hard for Brewlock to get over. And you don't have the luxury of the first turn setup for Altar. It's a very strong play here. And if Demeter is in the deck, like we hope to be a Redhead and this Dionysus, then that's going to be big enough to hit over most anything as a 7, or at least trade.
That is very true. And as Elichik has taught us, actually having a 7 in a 1-drop Elestral with the combination of it with a Divine is quite powerful. So depending on what Brewlock wants to do, which, considering I'm looking at 3 back row set with just enough room left for that Dionysus next turn if Higoset so decides. This is quite a formidable board, but it looks like we're just going to be expending to draw.
Ooh, that is a little scary, but 3 back row Brewlock's own is just as good. Higoset's already used 3 spirits so far, so Brewlock just using the 1 to gain some tempo, forcing Higo to make a move first, and then Brewlock can respond. I think that's definitely a method to help anticipate what Higoset is going to be able to do. And effectively not waste spirits in the process. I think maybe that's what Brewlock is maybe worried about.
Looks like we see an expend to draw from Higoset as well. And a 4th card set. And yeah, sure, move Cyprong into attack. Go ahead, poke for 1, makes sense. With that 4/4 stat, I mean, unless you're worried about exactly a 2-drop here, then sure, put it in attack.
Well, and this is one thing that I know we haven't seen in quite a while, but doing the expend to draw to play around Lavalith is definitely a big one.
Ooh, and the Warmite coming out here.
And Warmite will do it. That's definitely one where I imagine too much better going into a board that you're trying to bait out back row and make sure your big power plays go off. So Warmite effect to target, I think, goes through, and we have a forge coming down here from Brewlock to boost up this Warmite.
Ooh, at least ensuring that the Warmite can't just be swung over if there is an answer from Higo Set, which, yes, there is a madness that comes out here. And it was very fast. I was going to say, I think that was a Chains of Prometheus. Okay, so looks like Higo Set is going to have to answer this with another counter rune if they really value this Cyprong.
Yeah, and the Gorgon's Gaze coming in here to prevent the attack of the Warmite here. That's a very expensive play, baiting out 2 back row from Brewlock, and a Chains of Prometheus coming in clutch twice inside of this game.
Yeah, this is the equivalent of burning down the entire house because there's one spider in it, and I think that's what we have in fact seen. But this spider, in fact, started that fire.
Very, very scary. But Gloombat coming in here. Speaking of little cuties on the board, and we got Gloombat coming in to still say, I'm going to take care of one of the back row here, and Cyprong can hit over the other one. This is now big 50-50, but alternatively, do you send over this Gloombat into something? That's also a possibility.
It looks like Higo Set considering, very much considering whether or not to go for the disenchant here. Looks like we will.
When A Drive put a bat on the emojis list, I get it now.
Gonna be actually targeting that stadium rune and probably saying, well, my Cyprong can't swing over this spider right now, so...
I like the idea and the onomatopoeia, but I like the idea that this could be a read of Altar. You take out the stadium rune, and then you say, I'm blanking one of the back row anyways because it's Altar, and that might be the case. Warmite does go down to the Cyprong attack, and now you're also playing on Lavalith. That's a very skillful play from Higo.
Yeah, I do really like that, and it looks like we in fact are just, you get rid of one, and it looks like is that another Warmite, or is that a different art here?
That looks like to be potentially the Kinleo coming down here.
Oh, I think you might have been right about a Nexus play. Maybe not even for Altar, but this does mean if Brewlock wants to get that effect, they're going to have to invest more here. Immediately getting met with a poison-tipped arrow, which, fair enough. You don't want to let a Kinleo stick around, get multiple effects.
Yeah, and that's the Kinleo down at the end phase there. Higo playing the keep away and just trying to keep Brewlock off of Elestrals. Can be very costly, though, as now Brewlock's 3-set back row. We're kind of back to where we were previously, and Higo has to commit to something. And it looks like it's going to be a Giraflora.
Okay. Giraflora going to be coming out here targeting... Is there another Champion of Demeter in the Underworld?
I don't think so, from my recollection. It may just be a big body.
Yeah, this is just, I guess, a defensive wall that Higo Set is putting up. Possibly something. Hey, Ascension fodder? Maybe we're going to be ascending? Maybe even just into the Gigaflora, as I think there were multiple turns last game that Gigaflora would have been huge to be able to have on the board. But we'll see.
Yeah, Brewlock's looking over the back row, saying, what do I take here? It's going to be a Earth Spirit. I'm getting rid of that from maybe this late game position of not really needing anything for Earthquake. Potentially now we do have a little bit of an idea of, can we drop Lavalith if that's what we were working on before? So if we were playing to or playing with, or are we going to now try to go for a Leonite play and maybe just go for back row and damage?
Oh, is this Siphon? We're ascending. We're ascending into. Is that Centaur?
It is. That's the textured Centaur.
No way! We got Centaur on the board. And Brewlock saying, "What does that say? What?" please read this to me?
That's the Champ Centaur. I think I've heard Helen scream about this once. It was in Kissimmee. The whole venue heard it.
I think it came through over the mic, yeah.
Yeah. And, so Centaur, champion of Demeter, or Dionysus, excuse me, this one is getting met with a Gorgon's Gaze, as it's a pretty powerful effect to get out the September, which is, to Andrew's point of going 1-3-2 here. Centaur, very powerful, 10 attack, 13 defense, and able to really push the position from Higo. And this is also kind of crazy. This turn of siphoning is a pretty big setup. Unless you have, the force might be able to be the installation.
Yeah, because as we were just talking about, that Leonite could just beat into this Centaur if Brulok was able to get into it next turn. However,
go for a little bit of a slower play with a small Tuga.
That's a turtle. I think that's about as slow as you can get.
Yeah, I think I heard something about a scorpion at some point in time.
There's a scorpion and a 5-headed dragon. Yeah. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, the fairy tales are getting pretty convoluted here. I missed a few of them in my Hans Christian Andersen class.
It looks like that is a Torchen, Champion of Hestia, coming out from the search.
Love that card a little bit. Brulok might be trying to assemble the combo pieces to go for a game-ending play. One of those things I know Brulok is pretty good at is waiting for what we call the Brew Lender. It's a really funny thing that happens where you just kind of wait and wait for your opponent to play and use spirits, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you put yourself into a losing position. And Brulok is definitely a player who knows how to capitalize on that. And that's a full art. Equilings coming in here with a Dionysus. This is gonna do so much here.
It's gonna do a goofy amount of damage, actually. And
this is so crazy. The Dionysus can now also back up and set up for support on the Centaur.
Yeah, and in addition to that, Higo really, really popped off on Virgo. I'm seeing a lot of gorgeous Virgo cards right now. I love that Equilinx and the Centaur, the textured Centaur. Listen, I knew it! I knew there had to be secrets in here, and Higo was just hiding them until the perfect moment. And someone get PK on the phone, because we've got a lot of happy commentators here today.
Yeah, I would say these secrets were unearthed, but that couldn't be further from the truth here. I am astonished at this sort of play, but this is the stuff that we were missing from our previous games of Swiss, was Centaur, Equilinx, and Cypron coming in to clean up some of these game states. And going for an Ambrosia here is to kind of get back on spirits, make it a little more comfortable.
Yeah, get us out of, I mean, hey, we saw that torture. We, as we know, are on fire and probably have to be playing around potential eruptions, even though we haven't seen really hints of that.
Well, and I'm curious to know too, if you're Higo set, are you going to go for this Dionysus to then go for your Centaur play?
It, because I see the September.
Yep, and September on receive, I believe dazes an Elestral.
And you see the activation there from the Dionysus. I don't know if that's the Enrage effect to be able to destroy the small Tuga going into the battle step here, and then just swinging right to the face. Or, Tsunami.
Oh, my mistake on here. I think I mixed up the Daze or Enrage for the September. September enrages an Elestral, so enraging the Centaur to play around the Tsunami, and Centaur to pop the enraged Smoltuga from the from the Dionysus.
That was actually an insane read on Higo Set's part, being able to play around all of that and still get in for significant damage. And all of these Elestrals at least posing a threat under this stadium rune here, under Feloy Forest. We do see the Torchen Champ coming out here, though.
Yeah, Torchen Champ to search out Hestia, I think, is pretty big. Again, this goes into Brulok's couple combo piece hand, where maybe there's something that they can do to claw themselves back into this game. Higo set on 7 spirits is not too bad, but I think that's you're staring down the face of a 13-16 Centaur. That's pretty challenging.
I mean, even with if we get the Hestia, what do we do? Go Exalt Flare and some, but even then that doesn't quite do it, right?
Yeah, it's almost there, but I think the turns need to be a little bit more controlled. Looks like Brewlox might go ahead and go for the Hestia into Kinleo. Kinleo could do it.
Okay, unless we have a Gorgon's Gaze here, that Centaur is probably going to be going down.
And going down for real. This is a very tricky position.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, even then, you're staring down this September, and you're staring down this Equilinx, which I never thought would be that scary here. It looks like Brewlock's going to go ahead and concede this game to Higo, and that's going to be a 1-1. We're going to game 3.
Oh, I am overjoyed. I loved that. That was great. First of all, I always say it, but especially in Top Cut, I love to see us go to a game 3. I love to see both casters be able to pop off, show why they're here and how they got here. And I am so happy to know the answer to the age-old question of what is Higo set playing? As it turns out, Champ Centaur.
Yeah, what Twitch prediction on twitch.tv/Elestrals could have decided that? I'm glad we got to see it in full force in action. That is exactly what the deck wants to do, is pull off this game plan of enraging and dazing and using that to bounce and destroy cards. Brewlock doing the best they could to maintain a board state, but even then, 4 counter runes at all times, Brewlock could not stop the Centaur, this big earth boss. That's so cool to see.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, we're going into this game 3 with very different information for Brewlock. What adjustments which apparently very quick adjustments, because we're already getting into this game 3, but what do you do different here?
I think if you're Brewlock, apparently nothing. The neat part is, I think Brewlock is like, that won't happen again, surely. That is sometimes just the best play. You just say to yourself,
Brewlock,
it won't happen. Yeah. They won't have it. And I think Brewlock is positioned well enough with this deck to say, I now know going first, I can handle stuff. But the scary part is, with decks that are as mysterious as Higo's, the cool thing is that you now can tech out your deck to play against and around most things. The question is Higo prepared for fire? Fio, what'd I say?
I mean, we're both here. Both of these casters have made it to this point, and Higo set, I mean, with some of those predictive plays, like targeting the stadium rune to potentially get rid of any Nexus options. I mean, we saw the Kinleo come out that next turn. And also the play with the Centaur and the September, that was, I mean, truly, that was beautiful to see. And Brewlock is a caster who's just consistently doing well with these zany decks and strategies that no one else is looking at. So I think we are in for an incredible game 3 here.
Yeah, I think this mulligan from Higo might signal the hand was less than stellar, and again, sometimes with these big 2-drop and 3-drop decks, you want to see the ideal hand to get you there, especially as it comes down to the final game. You can't leave anything up to chance too much. So sorry, Ari, the Gambit coin flips can only matter so much here. But if you're Brewlock, you're sitting comfortable on this hand. That looks like, imagine an Astrabbit start would be your ideal for some reason.
I mean, that is what we saw in game 1, and you know what? By golly, it worked. And then for some reason we had an Earth Thunder enchanted Leonide on the board.
It's like hands are potentially good to go. Brewlock's going to start us off here with an expend to draw, just trying to get some more value, very similar to last game where you're playing for just some value and got to play around Loblith just a little bit.
Yep, we are going to be setting 3 and passing. Okay. And Gloombat. Yeah.
Third Gloombat jump scare is pretty crazy. I love the inclusion of just saying no one's playing around Hurricane. I'm just going to have it.
Ooh. That's a pretty good hit, considering that last time we saw Chains go off, Higo Set had to really invest to play around it. And we have our we have Cyprong coming out again, going to be going and searching out Dionysus.
Gloombat's inclusion is really killer here, and we saw that Chains was a key card in those first couple of games, so I can only imagine that that's going to come back in the strangest way possible in a matchup like this.
Yeah. I'm so excited to see people finally playing Gloombat a little bit. I feel like since Moonrise, I've been shouting from the rooftops like, Gloombat's good! And then if Hurricane gone, Gloombat good. Finally, I think has been resonating. I love to see it. Ego setting 3, and maybe go ahead and poking for 1 with this Cyprong.
The kids are getting with it. You know, they're figuring out that Whale's a good card. That Gloombat's a good card. It's the Poison Nectar's a good card. That Eddie's a good card. I think that we were onto something here. Consistent pattern here.
What do all of those cards have in common? I don't know. Anyway, so we do have the Torchon coming out, searching Hestia, the beautiful full art Hestia that neither of us apparently knew existed until exactly today, which, you know, fair enough. And we are, I think at this point, off to the races.
Yeah,
There goes the Hestia, yep.
I have to say, I almost thought there was a signal of a pass there from Brewlock, but it turns out we're going to then special cast. There's that Kinleo that was kind of thwarted last time, a little bit too late, but a early game Kinleo is very difficult to deal with, and also very scary if it sticks around.
I feel like, nope. I was gonna say Higoset was reaching for that background, and you have 3. Surely one of them was gonna prevent that, but no. I mean, we saw last time Higoset was perfectly content to use the poison-tipped arrow against the Kinleo to get rid of it, so possibly that isn't set. We might be looking at exactly 3 madnesses.
Yeah, the Mad Nye, if you will, is probably burning a hole in those rune rows. And taking 3 damage to the face, we have the Torchon with 2, the Kinleo with 1. Not really playing around laurels, I guess, in this odd way, but at this point, you've gotten a lot of good value off the Kinleo. And if Higoset cannot remove it this turn, that Kinleo is going to pay off in spades.
Yeah, I think they're calling it the gift of the Mad Nye.
Ah, of course. That is how could I have missed that?
Yeah.
That's insane.
As we go back over to Higoset here, saying, what is there to be done in this situation with Hestia, 3 back row? Even if I get rid of the Torchon, there's still the Nexus Bank for the Kinleo, so Kinleo is really a big problem, but Torchon with these 2 underneath it is still a big problem because that represents possibly a Leonite coming out here. What's going on? What do I do? And I mean, we said Brewlock was off to the races, and I think that is in fact true.
And Dionysus coming down here for Higoset, and an Equilinx here could maybe start helping to break apart the board, even get rid of the Hestia for some Nexus Bank shenanigans. But you might be saying to yourself, I'm just going to daze the Torchon and try to insulate a little bit of damage, oddly enough.
I mean, with that, I mean, you can just Nexus off of it, and if you so choose, and yep, and put the damage on the Kinleo there. Nothing to target with the Kinleo effect, but we do see, there is the ascension into the Leonite as well, and now this is a very scary board.
Double spirits on the board now. Plenty of Nexus Banks and stuff to play with the Kinleo. You now have a Volcanic Forge coming in to boost up these Elestrals. And I believe that Leonite's effect is when the Fire Elestral has 9 or more attack. It cannot be destroyed.
Yeah, 9 or more. Yeah.
Or change positions. And so Dionysus Madness to daze a card and then change positions of the Kinleo. It's going to help insulate a little bit of damage. So there's the first. And a shield here to get rid of the Leonite and a I say almost Gordon Gaze. A Chains of Prometheus.
Chains! No, what the second Chains of Prometheus?
Holy.
Do we have a second shield possibly?
Be really funny if if in this way.
This happened again.
Both times it comes up. But looks like the chain's coming up once again. The first one didn't actually matter that much because all you need is one.
And it looks like we are just going to be taking this damage. And now we are running out of options pretty quickly in terms of how to deal with this board. Higo set at 5. I mean, I'm thinking that Centarbor is slowly getting out of our reach here.
Yeah, this is a definitely the case to where these key Elestrals having be stuck around. You can't play the keep away in the sort of behind state if you're Higo set. And it definitely hurts to say that the side prong needing to stick around for just a little bit longer is pretty key. But a Fully Forest comes out. That's a start. That's going to help break apart the board a little bit.
Okay, we see Gigaflora coming out, which at least can attack over. So you attack over the Kinleo, you madness the Leonite until next turn. So at least you're not having to take that damage.
Yeah, you're saying that you better have another Ascension here. And if you're Brewlock, I think you... Okay, so you're showing a Hestia's Hearth here for the Leonite.
Oh, enchanting that. So it is increasing the defense of the Kinleo with the Leonite effect and making it so that, in fact, the Giraflora cannot attack over the Kinleo.
Yep. Just a little bit of amount. I think it's a +3/+3 boost, and that's making this 4 Kinleo booty. And that's gonna be enough there to keep this kitty alive. Brewlock, I think, going over this interaction.
Yeah, with I believe with the 2 enchanted, do you get both effects? Do you get a +6?
Ooh, with it going twice, yes. So as a when receive, absolutely.
Yeah, because we have that, of course, being a champion of Hestia. Shout out the champion of Hestia's deck, I guess.
Yeah, Hestia is in fact Bestia here, as Brewlock is able to establish this board state. It's very hard for Higo set to deal with. We're talking about the crabs and some of these attack boosters that we can maybe play around, but Higo having to do some mental math here to see what can we play with and how are we outing these big kitties.
I fear if it's +6, not much.
+6 here. I wonder if the confusion is there a way I can Dionysus here? Is there a madness play I can go for? The Gorgon's Gaze to target the Leonite.
Yeah, Gorgon's on the Leonite. Paying off, okay, of the Dionysus to preserve some spirits here. And it looks like we are going to be able to pay for... Is this an altar? Again? That was the last time I couldn't see what the card was. It was an altar, so I am not sure.
Looks like it's Nectar of the Gods. So clarification there on what happened is I believe that there was a question of what step it was when activating the Hearth. And so the Gorgon's Gaze was not effective in stopping the effect or the damage there, I believe, because the Kinleo is still alive. Otherwise, that would have been stopping the effect. Giraflora would have hit over, I believe. That's kind of how I'm reading this.
Okay, unfortunate, I suppose here. Which, of course, now we have the Nexus going off. That's just gonna really be the final nail in the coffin, being able to pop the Giraflora and swing for game.
Not one single rune that I think makes us out of this. It's possible there could be something that I'm missing. We've seen a lot of surprises from this Earth list so far, but I think Brewlock is now clarifying the Nexus into the effects, just to making sure you're playing around everything you can possible. And then a second Kinleo play, just to have a little bit of extra damage. Kinleo to swing over, potentially activating just the Leonite effect.
Yeah, and we saw that. Was that a cast? I feel like this card over on the right appeared out of nowhere.
this might be one of those scenarios. You know, sometimes in some of these games, especially as they're coming to the later stages, sometimes the casters will play out these theoretical scenarios and say to themselves, "Oh, I also had this, and all these other cards," and they'll make these turns and plays. And I can't quite tell if that's what's going on here. If Bruloc's just chatting up and saying, "Yeah, this deck is really cool, and let me showcase off my sweet combo."
Let's talk about it. Let me show you this card and this card and this card. By the way, Centarbor was pretty sick. That was crazy.
The sort of kind of table talk there as our casters are going. Looks like there's a judge review coming in here. I imagine if there is a review, it possibly could be for that Gorgon's play. That seems like the last game state. I can say there was somewhat of a maybe confusion on when to activate, or there's confusion on the stats of some of these Elestrals.
Yeah, and with that, then it's like, why not at this point? In addition to that, you know?
Yeah. Otherwise, you know, there's a lot of spirits on board and a lot of attack and nexusing and changes going on. Very easy to get lost in the sauce as, again, 8 long rounds of Elestrals for these casters come to a close as Brulock takes game 3 and moves on to the top 4 into this tournament with the Fire Hestia list. And Higo, congratulations on the top 8 with Centarbor. I heard this might be Centarbor's first top.
That's what I heard as well. And it looked like that hand was actually September Centarbor. So he goes saying, well, what do you do? You can't do anything.
Yeah, that makes sense. You know, sometimes you just need one Elestral to stick and go for a hard Ascension. It's been a little more popular with the live stream meta, but Fire is well equipped to handle these trades and to try to decrease the board as fast as possible. But again, congratulations to Higo for making it so far, and congratulations to Brulock for moving on. Fire, Hestia Bestia. Okay, what'd you thought it?
I loved that. I mean, we saw incredible gameplay from both of these casters. Really, truly, just brilliant plays on both of these casters' parts, and both on unconventional decks that clearly they are piloting very well. Which is, I mean, that's peak Elestrals to me. That's exactly what I want to be seeing. That's exactly what I want to watch. Really cool to see this Hestia list now in semifinals of the final premiere of 2025. I know that you have a particular love for this Hestia list. How are you
Hestia
feeling
list
about
was pretty cool to watch in action. There's a lot of really intricate things to do there with the Kinleo and the Nexus plays. The There's a lot of really great tools to perform at the highest level. So it was really awesome to see that from Brulock, and I'll be looking forward to seeing that in the later rounds as we go on here. And I know we have currently as well, so this is going to be a very interesting top 4. I think that's one thing I can say, is that some of the decks that I was not expecting to move on have moved on, and I'm a little bit jealous that you and Artemis get to cast out some of these these plays.
I mean, we were just talking about this before this game even started. It was like, this is one of the coolest top 8s that we've seen. All of the lists are exciting. They have something cool about them, and all of these casters are incredible. So I don't see this in the confirmed top 4, so this will be a surprise to me. But I'm very excited about this.
Yeah, there's some of the names here when we haven't seen throughout the day, and so some of these mysteries that we're uncovering, not only inside of this last round with Earth, but also with some familiar faces that will have brought some decks of unknown origin. You know, previous champions going head to head here as well. I know that we had our solar list with Drakeray, the new solar version kind of takes shape and go. So a lot of really intricate stuff here as we go into our semifinals time. It looks like we have the bracket coming up here for our top 4 for this Elestrals tournament.
And we have our bracket here. Oh, okay. This is very fun. We have Brulock going against Phrazinator. We have our representation from the Aussies. I don't know what Phrazinator is on. I don't know if it's Crabs. And then we have Bean Soldier, classic, and Sir Tractor, possibly doing crimes with Frost again. Who knows?
Yeah, this will be a rematch of the finals here of a few tournaments, I think. Sir Tractor and Bean Soldier have met each other several times through tournaments. And these are always some crazy matches between two players who definitely know their niche interactions. I don't know what either of these casters are bringing, so they could both be on Frost again, Blizztrix v Cryo Rhino. They could both be on some sort of low to the ground strategy. Who knows? But surely the double champion run, definitely a treat. And I'm also curious on the Australian front, what's the new brew? So this will be really interesting for top 4. And this finals, regardless, is going to be crazy.
Yeah, no matter who ends up making it, I mean, you want to talk about you're envious of the game that Andrew and I are going to be commentating. The potential finals here is, oh, what a good day of Elestrals. I cannot wait.
No, I can't either. And so, we're going to be going out to for the new year with something silly. I'll say that. I was not expecting some of these lists to make it, so I'll be waiting to see our final champion for 2025. I cannot be upset about the Elestrals we've seen today after so far 8 long rounds, now going to our 9th. It felt like it's only been an hour since we've passed. That's definitely not true for production. They're sitting here like, we've listened to y'all yap for almost 9 hours.
It truly, the number of things we have had to listen to you all say, sometimes from 2 Ks at once. Shout out to the first rounds of this game. That's one too many Ks. But it has been such a fun day. Every single clash has had something special about it. Every single caster has been able to show off in their own particular way. And it just makes me excited to keep watching and keep finding out where we're going to be ending up today.
Yep, and cannot wait to see this top 4 play out. I'm going to hand it off to you and Andrew for this insane gameplay, and then I'll see y'all back for the finals for the last premiere of the year. So stick around, we'll be right back.
And we are back. I am once again joined by Andrew. Welcome back. How excited are you to be getting in to the semifinals?
I am so excited. Higoset finally revealed their secrets last round, which means I had the full excitement release I needed to get into top 4 here and see what our best casters are going to bring us out of 2025 with, Kay.
Hey, listen, I was so excited about it that I actually just realized it wasn't Tectaris.
Okay, look, they did the Centaur into, say, Timber play. I can forgive the lack of Tectaris. They get a special one-time pass. They have used the one-time pass, so I will expect Tectaris next time, though.
Very true. I mean, we basically saw Centaurus, I think is what many people are saying. But we have even more excitement ahead of us with what is going to be an incredible semifinal game. This could be a final of all finals. Like, this could be the world championship finals as far as I am concerned, with the caliber of casters that we are going to be watching play going into this next round.
And I mean, I am super excited for this next round where we have Bean Soldier going against Sir Tractor, 2 casters who just can't keep getting away with it. They keep building decks that are just out of this world. And so I know we are going to be in for such an exciting semifinal clash here. I think the only downside of it is that means only one of them gets to make it to finals.
And that is exactly what I'm saying. Like, this could be finals. And you know what? Very cute. They are both smiling at all of us with their cards. Very, very cute. Hi, Sir Tractor. Hi, Bean Soldier. Smiles right back at you. Show us some insane plays. We know that's what's about to happen.
Yes, give us the smiles now, followed by the utter, unadulterated, professional clashing, pure expending we fully expect from both of you.
Yes, these casters for hire here, out for vengeance, possibly out for what is going to be a smackdown on both sides. I cannot wait. This is going to be a clash for the ages.
And I don't think we have to wait much longer here. It looks like our casters are getting ready to go. Bean Soldier is going to start with a mulligan here, showing 2 water spirits, and Sir Tractor showing 2 frost. Now, this is either going to be Morfrost versus Locagon, or I don't know, Cryo Rhino versus Globby. I don't know. These 2 casters bring crazy decks all the time.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, Sir Tractor is doing crimes with Frost again. That is what we know here. Bean Soldier, I mean, listen, it's like last tournament where we saw Frost Spirits and we were like, okay, more Frost. Actually, Shiveroar, thank you. So we really cannot conclude anything from these water spirits here.
No, and that's what makes this match so exciting. We won't know what these decks are until they're actually like 3 turns in.
And it looks like we are going to be hopefully hurtling towards that turn 3 where we start to get some information here before too long.
Okay, they are both looking their hands over. Are we getting a second round of mulligans here? Or are we off to the races? Okay, Foamy.
Well, okay, it's looking Lockgani.
It's Laka looking Gani. That is absolutely for sure. We see the Aphrodite search here, the wonderful full art actually.
Yes, my Lockgani lies over the ocean. Is something there. We'll work on it.
It's there.
Yeah, but as you said, we do have that Aphrodite coming out here, going to be enchanting for. I was going to say 2 seems low. Josh, you're bold. 3, that feels good. Going and getting another Foamy.
Search Foamy, and then we're going to discard Foamy to search Globby. I don't know. I'm just expecting Bean Soldier to do something absolutely insane here.
Let him cook.
For sure. Oh, we're seeing a Nectar of the Gods. You know,
yeah.
We have a deck that does searching. It's hard to choose when you fire the Nectar of the Gods. You can either fire it early and make a different plan based on what you draw, or you can do a couple of searches and then fire it knowing you're not going to grab the things you already searched.
Well, and we did see a wind spirit there, which means this is either like pretty classic Locagon with the Peliquarius or something very funky. We are both just expecting Josh to do something insane here. But set 3 and pass. That's pretty good.
It's pretty good. Sir Tractor going for their own Nectar of the Gods here, saying that cup looked delicious, and dropping a Morfrost here. Morfrost Chimera. Do they have the discard fodder in hand? I'm sure we will know in just a second.
Well, we do see an arrow flying from Bean Soldier's side of the field here, a poison-tipped arrow hitting this Chimera, meaning that Chimera right now cannot swing over Foamy.
We see a bat being discarded, which must mean that there weren't other Morfrosts in Sir Tractor's hand. Otherwise, you would send literally anything else.
Yep, and there is the payout for the poison-tipped arrow. Unfortunately, weren't able to get anything else established on the board here, but 3 back row with looking at a hard ascension into a Locagon. Yep, Champ Locagon with Aphrodite on board. Sir Tractor has got to activate something soon, or this is going to get out of hand. Or out of fin? Who can say?
Certainly out of something. Out of Frost Spirits in Sir Tractor's case, me think. We're going for the Aphrodite search here. 3 back row from Sir Tractor not helping here. Who knows what those could be?
No, and it looks like Bean Soldier opting to go and grab the OG Locagon, which is interesting in a situation where you're not actually looking to activate the destruction effect. And
you can pop runes with it.
Yeah, me confusing it with Novacore. And yeah, here we go. Absolutely going to be special casting that OG Locagon, activating the heal effect, getting met with a poison-tipped arrow. Sir Tractor is saying that one was the bigger threat between the two.
Possibly. Maybe there is a spoiled fruit as well. We're trying to get both of them. Okay, a tsunami is popped.
Which, hey, that was basically bait at this point. Sir Tractor's like, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for removing that card from my field.
Genuinely, that is going to be cited out expeditiously. That's a lot of spirits.
2 spirits for the PTA and 4 spirits for the swing. Yeah.
Woo! Okay, but we have Cryoling coming out here saying, yeah.
Sir Tractor says, thank you. Thank you for hitting me so hard.
Actually, I needed those Frost Spirits in the underworld. Thank you so much. And this is going to be a water enchanted Cryovern.
Yep. Now, Bean Soldier could have a PTA or a tsunami here. Oh, there is the PTA. Okay. So this beautiful TP Stellar Cryovern is not long for the world, but can crash with the Locagon if desired.
I think the crash would be great here. I mean, just get the Locagon off the board.
Never mind, there is a whiteout in play, so I guess that means PTA does nothing.
So, all right, hey, baited out of back row, going to be able to just swing over this Locagon. And now we're also using Ambrosia healing up. Okay.
Here we go, Sir Tractor off to the races.
And grabbing a water spirit back as well as the 2 frost. So that might mean that we're looking at doing another Cryoling into Cryovern, wanting it to be water enchanted going into next turn. And I think that makes a lot of sense here.
Now the question is, does Bean Soldier's back row do anything? Is there a shield? Nope. The Locagon is just Locagon.
But Galaxy coming out, that'll do it.
That'll get a Cryovern.
This is, I mean, hey, these OG water cards that we've been like, maybe it's not so good anymore.
Yep.
Actually, yeah.
The stat swap on Galaxy Champion of Poseidon, it receives a water, it swaps the stats, making it a 5, allows it to get over really big 2-drops like Cryovern, which usually don't have 5 defense.
Exactly. And also, me referring to a Firestorm card as a good old OG, like how long have we been in live stream? What year is it?
It does look like we are getting the Sir Tractor scoop here after the Cryovern is outed. So we must not have had another line to get back to Cryovern again.
That's interesting. A very early scoop. And I mean, that's either just from knowing what's coming down the pipeline here somehow, or possibly there's something that Sir Tractor doesn't want to reveal. But with the Water Enchanted Cryoverns, that makes me think that that's sort of the top end of this list.
It's possible. Based on what we saw from them early game, we saw Chimera discard Bat with no other Morphrosts in Underworld. It makes me think that the couple of cards left in Sir Tractor's hand weren't going to do very much. And in a final scenario, scooping a little earlier instead of fighting it out to give yourself more time in game 3 is sometimes a good move, so you don't have to worry about going to time as much.
Very true. And I mean, hey, I know that I am one to just dig my claws in and hang on until the end when it's like, Kaylin, this game has been over for 5 turns. No! I'll talk something! Trust me! So, hey.
Going into game 2, Sir Tractor's Tsunamis lost in a ditch, not to be seen again, I assume. Probably Spoiled Fruit coming in. What do you think Bean Soldier is bringing in to fight the Frost? You have some Frosty experience yourself as the player. What is the back row you don't want to see when you are the Morphrost player?
Well, and this is something where the different lists, this conversation comes into play. Because for me, with what I was playing, I would not want to see a Tsunami. Sir Tractor playing into that and Water Enchanting these Cryoverns. Normally I would say if Bean Soldier has extra Tsunamis in the side that he has the option to go and grab, maybe not quite as valuable. On top of that, if you're playing into a Frost list, possibly grabbing a Stadium would be great, but you don't want to just reward the Cryoverns and give them the 8/5 that you can't do anything about. But yeah, I'm not exactly sure what looks great here. I mean, anytime you have more Frost, we didn't see Lycan, but of course Pandora's Box could be an answer there. With the Cryoling into Cryovern, I think at that point, if you have shields in the side, could be a good option. What are you thinking?
Yeah, shields could be a good shout. I still feel like Tsunami has value. I mean, if you prevent Morphrosts from sticking early game, a Cryovern late game into a board full of Locagon is maybe not that threatening, but
Sure.
Well, I'm sure we will find out very quickly what they've pulled out here. Sir Tractor is going for a Narpoon opening here. I'm going to assume grabbing a Lycan form.
Yeah, that's exactly what that is.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're actually off to the Morphrost races. The engine is running, ready to go, and hopefully we can establish some more of a board this game.
Yes. Of course, Sir Tractor here will probably grab Chimera and Bat, and then play into the Poison Nectar that Bean Soldier definitely side decked for you.
Listen, if anyone would do it, my goat Josh would. I believe. Okay, there we go.
Yep.
Lycan. Going to be pitching that, going and grabbing Chimera and Chimera. Fair enough.
Probably a bat in hand if I had to wager.
Yeah, and getting one Chimera in the Underworld, also great. Oh, we see actually going in for the Scorpio, changing our minds here. Which, I mean, hey, if you know that there's a potential Locagon lurking in the waters, fair play.
Yeah. Even if you can't get it in defense position, you can always just expend the 2 Frost Spirits. It's a cold. How many pieces of hard removal does Frost have then? It has the Scorpio and the Ice Age and the Cryoblast. Yes. So lots of hard removal in the Frost.
Yes, we do love hard removal, and it is always very fun when it happens. I think I saw Ice Age come up like once for me, and it felt incredible. But, it's hard to get to a point where that is actually a board you can take advantage of. We see the Foamy coming out here, immediately met by a Gorgon's Gaze, which fair enough.
And that was after a Nectar of the Gods from Bean Soldier. So either the Foamy wasn't in hand already, or Bean Soldier decided to take the opposite route of what we were discussing last game and fired the Nectar before the searches.
Hey, you know what? Bean Soldier, it's all vibes based. It's all, I'm just going to draw it. Don't worry about it. And we see the Chimera coming out here. And I wonder if we're going to be pitching that. Well, we're probably not going to be doing much of anything, actually.
No. Nothing will happen. The Narpoon will go over the Foamy, though.
And we will
poke for one with Chimera, or maybe not, just to be safe. Yeah, okay. We do get to poke from Chimera.
There goes that. And we are establishing more of a board. This is a much slower game this time, as Bean Soldier goes for a second Foamy, saying, okay, this time I'm going to get it. Unless you have another Gorgon's Gaze that I can't see.
Yeah, that's the other effect of Blizzard Whiteout, is it hides one of your rune slots. You can't see it.
No, it's so dense. Yeah. You thought that fog was dense. Mm-hmm.
No. All right, so Aphrodite into a search for a second Foamy is what I assume we're going to see here. And then, Sir Tractor has plenty of cards to get over that Foamy. So the real question, I think, is whether or not Bean Soldier is going to have a Tadpuff to rip next turn.
That, or these back row are real, and Bean Soldier knew that he didn't need something to stick until this turn, is another possibility. And so this could just be Ascension fodder, could be Bean Soldier just not worried about it. But that remains to be seen.
Okay, and we're getting more back row from Bean Soldier, so that may probably sticking around. We'll have to see.
Yeah, as we see the Chimera pitch Chimera, we're going to be getting the draw and casting out that Scorpio form, saying, you know what, by golly, by George, I will be getting that Foamy, and I also will be casting this other Chimera that I just pitched, because I'm getting rid of Bat with the Scorpio.
And the Narpoon is water enchanted, notably, so a Tsunami does not protect Bean Soldier here. No. And so was Chimera number 2.
Ooh, very interesting. Okay. I mean, if you have a full board, might as well just start protecting yourself from these water shenanigans. Surf-nanigans?
Yeah, we have some melty Morfrosts on the board, unfortunately.
And that Foamy does, in fact, go down there. We know that we had the search of the other Foamy, so we at least have the ability to go and grab a Locagon. So as you're saying, if we have Tadpuff in hand, we're off to the races. No back row from Sir Tractor is not super great. Oh.
We are ripping the Tsunami here, I imagine, to save a Spirit of Damage, basically.
Yeah, that does make sense from a math standpoint here. And I saw spirits go to the underworld for Sir Tractor. I'm not quite sure what that was. I don't know if that was. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, and there is the Champ Locagon. Going to be grabbing that with the Foamy effect.
Going to need the Tadpuff to do something with that, though. Does Bean Soldier simply have it? He does simply have it. Yes, every time.
and I mean, looking at the numbers here, I think Bean Soldier is probably right to save that extra spirit. And there we go. There is that Champ Locagon going to be healing 1 with no back row. We don't have to worry about spoiled fruit or much of anything. The Aphrodite effect going and grabbing the Frostfall Locagon as well.
1 Locagon pop, 2 attacks. So that's going to leave Sir Tractor with 1 body on board at the end of the turn.
And personally, if I'm Bean Soldier, I mean, just leave the Scorpion, right?
Possibly. Maybe the Narpoon too, if you're afraid of Ascensions.
Well, we know that, I mean, if Sir Tractor is going to go into the Cryovern, likely it'll be water enchanted anyways, so it's like,
Yeah, but he sided in the Chivalry, obviously.
True, as the flex option against Mr. Chivalry himself, Bean Soldier. No, you're right. Oh my gosh, another back row being said.
Oh no. Oh no, Bean Soldier just simply has it. Okay. It looks like we will be leaving behind the Scorpio as you suggested, Kay. Leaving Sir Tractor in not the worst position in the world, actually. It just takes one Cryoling in a dream.
Very true, although with those 3 back row, I'm like,
It's
the
2
dream
Nogs and 1
is-
Ambrosia. It's fine.
Okay. You know what? I trust you implicitly. Surely I have no reason not to. Well, getting a look at this hand here.
Yeah.
Oh, saw some heat in there, but
I think that was the Underworld, actually.
oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute, these are all really good cards. Why didn't you play any of those?
Oh, there's the Earthquake. Every time you try and math out the solution, the answer is simply Earthquake.
Just Earthquake. And very interesting, choosing to get rid of the OG Lockagon, leaving the champ Lockagon with the 3 back row, is very interesting.
Yes, it's a hard choice to make because if you leave the champ, they can just bring back a Lockagon.
Mhm.
But the champ is also way easier to out.
Very true. And okay, we're going Lycan.
Yep. Okay. One of those back row better do something, Beaner. Otherwise, a Chimera is probably about to crash with your Lockagon.
Which, I mean...
Or second Scorpio? Second Scorpio, maybe?
Second Scorpio to say you need exactly...
You need Gaze.
Yeah. You need Gorgon's Gaze because even a dense fog... Well, maybe... Okay, we see Chimera and... Bat. All right.
Okay. There is a world we do like Hardisoned over Scorpio into Chimera to pitch the bat and get Scorpio back for effect again, maybe?
Okay. You were cooking there. I liked that. However, the Gorgon's Gaze makes all of... Again, it always comes down to like, ooh, theoretical. What could we do? This, and this. Ooh, wait a minute. Oh, okay.
It's a
Gorgon's
Gaze.
Gaze.
Yeah. No. All theory stops as soon as the Gorgon looks your way.
Yeah, turn to stone, truly.
So that is probably going to stop Sir Tractor's turn in the tracks. Hopefully there is a back row to protect against the Lockagons that are about to hit the board.
But in fact, it seems that...
No.
Ooh.
Owie.
I'm getting a little nervous. I don't know about you.
Sir Tractor's still on an okay number of spirits here. Bean Soldier is going to put themselves really low. I simply believe that Sir Tractor plays Eruption.
You know what? We see Cryoverns. Okay? It's not out of the question.
Yeah, Sir Tractor probably going to be left on 4 spirits after this turn, assuming we get a pop and a swing over the Chimera.
Yes. There's the pop and oh, that's right. We haven't even had our normal cast. Oh my gosh, what year is it? Oh my goodness. We have the Aprils coming out.
Oh, of course. Right. Normal casts still exists.
Right. Yes.
Unfortunate. Okay, so that leaves Sir Tractor on 3 spirits, I believe.
Yes,
If they can get 2-3 spirits on something and swing over the Aepharos, that does it. I'm not sure how you would do that in this position.
Yeah, who let Bean Soldier play Lockagon? I think, is this a concession? If we see these cards all coming out here?
I think so.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. We have
Bean
Bean
Soldier.
Soldier in the finals again.
Look, I don't know who
Okay.
won the other clash yet, but we can't let Bean Soldier get away with this again.
I mean, if we want that to not happen, someone's got to stop him. And who's to say if that can happen? Interested to see the results of the other clash. GG's to Bean Soldier. Incredible game to Sir Tractor as well. Sometimes you just have a trillion Lockagon, and also then you still have a normal cast. And you've already done every effect imaginable. Yeah.
2 Lockagon and 3 back row is not the nicest barrel to be staring down.
No, and the fact that it looked like Bean Soldier just had a handful of back row and was like, I don't quite have room for all of this. So every time I activate one, okay, now I can put this one down. Now I finally have room. Oh, this could be nice. Yes, let me tailor make this hand in this back row situation.
Now, we have some fun stats about our top 4 today. Frazinator, by making top 8 today, got enough points to qualify for Worlds. Brewlock also qualified for Worlds with their entry into top 4, which means the entirety of our top 4 today are Worlds qualified contestants now. So, Kay, I think you were right. I think this is like mini Worlds right now.
Listen, that's what I'm saying. Huge congratulations to both Brewlock and Frazinator. Really, really cool to see 2 casters who are genuinely so good. I know that I have personally been on the receiving end of a Frazinator beatdown in the Ruminous Rumble, and apparently many people today have also been on the receiving end of that. And Brewlock, another incredible caster, a lunar soldier for us there representing.
Now, you went Woolly Morfrost, correct? You're not a Morfrost Vern person.
There was a lot of debate, and for me, sometimes it comes down to, I think this card's prettier.
Okay.
And you know what?
Elephants be cute, and that was the choice.
Exactly. I wanted to play Catarants. And you know what? I said to myself, surely you won't whiff all of the Fortells and Mills. Surely not. And you know what? That was on me. That was my bad. I should never have said that.
You know, as a Morfrost player, you look at how Sir Tractor did in that game. Do you see anything you might have done differently going into a Lockagon deck? Personally, I feel like this was the opponent simply had its situation. You know, the classic card game of like, well, they got all the outs. What was I going to do, right?
Yeah,
but
I mean,
maybe you have some different insights as a Morfrost player.
Yeah. Step 1, don't play Bean Soldier. Just don't do it. I genuinely in my rounds, I messaged Josh going into round 2 because I haven't gotten to play much competitively, but an overwhelming number of the times that I have seen Josh in round 2, and every time it's devastating. And so I sent him a message being like, better not see you.
Stay away.
Do not come near me. And of course, what I do? Matched into Bo. So that was on me. That was my bad. That was my fault.
You set the bar too low.
I did. I really did. And I think that you're right. There is just, I mean, what do you do when your opponent has Lockagon, 3 back row, Aphrodite to get Lockagon, to get Fish, to get yada. Like, you have the Earthquake, but at what cost? Because it just comes right back. And I mean, this could come down to what we were talking about with, maybe it was worth targeting the champ lock so we didn't have the special cast available to us for the other one. But then again, it's like you were talking about the OG lock. I mean, this is where Lockagon is just so good because everything is a threat, especially as you get later into the game where OG lock has just the biggest attack stat imaginable because of all the water spirits in the underworld. And sometimes there's nothing to be done, unfortunately.
And I wonder about Sir Tractor's build, because I think we only saw 2 pieces of back row from him.
Yeah.
the whole round. I think we saw one whiteout and one Gorgon's Gaze between the two games, right?
Hmm. I think that was, yeah. I mean, that last game, we just went turn after turn without any back row. And unfortunately, like, I get why that was the direction that Sir Tractor went, because we weren't able to establish guys on the board. And so it's like, oh.
And, you know, I wonder if this is Bo's fault. Shout out Bo. You know, I have heard, is a big proponent of the idea that, like, I don't need back row if I simply have all of the bodies on field to beat you down every turn. And I know there have been a number of brews playing less back row under the idea of, like, well, I'll just simply flood the board with dudes. And I wonder if Sir Tractor was playing that brew, and maybe that came back to get them today. You know, it's as the quality of Elestrals gets better, there is a part of you that is like, well, I don't need 12 back row anymore. I'll just have good guys. And then then you don't see back row, and you're like, oh, maybe 12 back row. Maybe 12 back row is still the way to go.
I mean, back row is in fact good. We are in a counter rune meta, especially when there are so many counter runes that are tailor made to be able to answer certain threats. I mean, Lockagon being one of them with Spoiled Fruit. That is the Lockagon bazooka that we have available to us, and apparently also the Draco Ray bazooka at this point.
The Draco Ray. Yes. Of course. On the list of important things to have in your deck, you have Gorgon's Gaze, you have Spoiled Fruit for the side deck, and then you have Draco Ray, which has replaced Ambrosia, obviously.
Obviously, yes. Draco Ray Ascend over Calf Mel is a classic for a reason. This has been, I mean, so we're talking about all day, right? The evolution of decks and where we're at. And it's kind of interesting that being the conversation, and now we're looking at Bean Soldier going into finals with the most Lockagon-y Lockagon deck that has ever Lockagon and went and Lockagon, you know? So with all that conversation, here we are.
Yeah, you know, it turns out Lockagon's still good. Lockagon's still good.
I mean, is Lockagon good or is Josh good? And of course, that is the question that you always have to ask with some of these casters.
Look, I don't know who let Josh load up with a Lockagon deck. Josh could load up with, I don't know, like 20 Lycorises and like somehow still get top 16. Like, who let Josh load in with a real deck today? This just, you know.
Genuinely very dangerous. And no matter what, I think that we are getting close to finding out the results of our other game. I think I just am feeling it in the air. But as soon as we find out what this finals is going to look like, we already know. We have Josh versus a world's qualified caster, which is going to be incredible.
Yes. So I guess a world's ticket isn't necessarily up for grabs anymore. They're really just fighting for the travel stipend at this point.
Yeah, more top 8, more like top gate. The game.
Oh, yes. We'll be excited to see who we got there. I think I'm getting some information, though. I think the results are available here, so we will go and see what our final is going to look like today.
Ooh.
And it is going to be Fascinator versus Bean Soldier. Now, this is going to be, I think, one of the most exciting possible outcomes. I say that as I look at this list, and literally any outcome would have been exciting, but still, okay. I am so excited to see what Fascinator is going to bring to the table to try and take down the locked-in Lockagon pile of Bean Soldier.
I think that this is, I mean, I would have loved to have seen Brewlock take Hestia the Bestia all the way, but this being the only unknown quantity in our top 8, Fascinator's list, we have not seen this. It's the only list we haven't seen on stream yet out of the entire top 8. And so this is, in my opinion, the most exciting outcome here. And shout out to the Aussie contingency. We have them representing Australia, and Bean Soldier out here representing representing us in a standard time zone for things happening right now.
A standard time zone.
Yeah.
Real question, I think, today, Kay, is what 3-drop have the Aussies unleashed?
That is what I'm curious about. Are we looking at Phosphocell? Is this a crab run back? Is this something entirely new? I have no idea.
Yeah, you know, it costs 2 spirits.
Yeah, actually, wait a minute. Hold on. So true. And you know what? As someone who was on the receiving end of the crab beatdown, it does feel like it is just 3-drop after 3-drop after 3-drop, and you're just like, there's actually nothing that I can do, especially when it's paired with the Thyrsus, and there's all this is happening, and you're just like, sure, might as well. Yeah, you can do that. Go ahead.
Might as well, indeed. The crabs are good, but we'll just have to wait with bated breath to see what Fascinator actually has. We know they will be going into Lockagon, though, making Lockagon possibly the deck that has shown up the most often to finals this format. We've seen a lot of Lockagon come in and get second place a lot of the time, actually.
I think unless it's been piloted by exactly Julian and then and Evo Vamp, right?
I believe it was Evo Vamp right after Julian, yeah.
But then we have our unknown contingency here. I'm very excited to see, and I'm very much envious of you and Swole being able to commentate this game.
Well, however the results go, you know, we'll be excited to report on it, and absolutely hyped to the ceiling for seeing what it is that Fascinator is going to throw down for us.
Mm-hmm. I will say that no matter what, I mean, you mentioned, I feel like Lockagon has been one of the most represented decks, but I think just by sheer numbers, yeah, right? Like it's been the
that's
top
true.
deck played.
That's true. Like, that's true. If you do the math and think about it for a second.
I mean, really, if you look at it and you say the number that actually convert, which that's an interesting statistic, certainly.
That is true. But, you know, I think it is time for you to take your final break of the day, Kay. It's been so amazing to be at the desk with you here, but we will let you go now to a break, and I will be so excited to see you all on the other side with Swole for our final game of the day. Swole, welcome back. I am so excited to bring in the finals for today with you. We got Fascinator versus Bean Soldier. Bean Soldier has to be stopped. He cannot get more qualifier points. Fascinator, you have to save us from this.
Yeah, you know, it turns out the only way to stop Josh is an international waging of wars against the Australians. Once again, we are here in this position to where we have Bean Soldier in the finals many times over, and I believe this is Fraz's first top 8 and potentially even first finals for them. So this is an interesting match to go into. A few unknown quantities from the other side, and the Bean Soldier on Lockagon in the last match looked devastating.
Kay and I were saying, who allowed Josh to queue up with like a normal good deck? That's not okay.
Yeah, that's actually the one thing, is that the weight on Bean is not the fact that he's playing random Chivalry. He's not playing these crazy brews, horses inside of Solar even. No, it's when you put Josh on a deck that's just so straightforward, you think, it's not that good, is it? And this is what really you're showcasing here, is why Lockgun is one of the most dominant decks inside the meta, performing not only for Julian in finals past, but hopefully for Bean Soldier before, and for our new player here on the spot to take down a returning champion. This is a crazy storyline on the day. Both casters, an amazing run so far.
Now, Swole, if you had to place a bet, what insane 3-drop is Frazinator bringing to continue the Aussie tradition?
Oh, God. That's a good question. And if I had to guess, it's got to be... So we've got Chronodile, we've got Celestlio.
Yeah.
Is it Pharaohgeist might be the one that we're missing?
It might be Pharaohgeist. Maybe we're going to get Dragalis, the Dragalis victory run.
Dragalis victory is insane. And I think we've seen so much Drake Array, so much Cock Array today. I think that would just be a beautiful end on it for the Dragalis in there to suppress these water Elestrals. That would be intense. Outside of that, Josh has got to perform again and showcase why they have over 1,000 qualifying points, which again split Josh into 5 different casters. It's the only other way.
I think at Worlds, you actually have to get 5 people playing him at once. He has to play 5 games in parallel to keep it,
That's the crazy. Okay, if we're putting QP points on all of those here, let's say we're putting 250 QP points on each of those 5 matches. That's another 1.2 to Josh. That's easy. That I've seen that done a billion times between myself, Coder, and Caleb in early testing of Elestrals, and just has showcased it time and time again why Josh is one of the returning and consistent topping players of this game. Again, really exciting to see someone who's new to this final round try and take down such an imposing player. And so with a deck that we have not seen yet, that's also the part of it, is that we just do not know what we are about to watch.
Yes, I do see a Posthumous on the playmat here, though, which I'm not going to get my hopes too high, but Posthumous is a 3-drop, so it qualifies.
Yeah, who knew that the very last kind of prediction that we have to do is actually tailoring towards the Majursa, and of course, most importantly, the Moose. The Moose being loose, and this would just be the time to do it, is the last tournament of the year. That's the key. Last tournament. And then anything else that comes after that, seemingly not important. The Australian Drake last tournament, all right, free drop.
Yeah, last tournament of the year and the format. It's a double last here.
Oh, gosh. Well, if we've been here before, we've seen it once again with Cobalt previously, doing something similar with Celestlio. So if it's Moose this time around, hey, let it loose. Let's see it.
Let's let the Moose loose. And
it looks like we are ready and rearing to go. Bean Soldier will be taking first here into our finals, our grand finals of the very last tournament of this year. You're absolutely right. Last tournament of the year, last tournament of the format. I'm excited to see what these casters can dish out. This is going to be surely a match of all time. Hopefully the best one in 2025.
I'm counting on it, Swole. Bean going first. Let's see if they can fill the whole board with Lockagons right away.
Whoa, did we comment on this mat yet? What's going on here? This is crazy. The Moose, I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Going on here. Shouts to Gardon a little bit. This is looking quite killer.
Okay, we are getting... Is that a mulligan from Frazinator? I don't see spirits paid for that.
I think so. Maybe just a declaration of a mulligan before deciding.
Oh,
I
see. There's 2 Frost down there.
Oh, there it is right there. And Frost. That's a big one. We've seen more Frost here in this position before. Someone like Caleb bringing it in to to a last or a finish there. I know that Bean Soldier is also very much familiar with this strategy and has probably played a billion more Frost today. So I know very, very, very important here to note.
Yeah, I mean, Bean Soldier just took down a Morfrost as well, so in well-practiced position for handling it.
It's gonna be another mulligan, down to 16 spirits already. I mean, going into what you mentioned before on finding the perfect hand for this format, I can't imagine that the hand was that bad, but maybe you have to do it just so. I mean, finals, you got to pull out everything you can.
Well, you simply mulligan until Cryovern.
And that would work here. Foamy coming in.
That is a turn 1 Foamy from every game we've seen Bean Soldier in finals here.
Yeah. Well, and this is kind of a stark contrast to something we've seen before from the Lock-On players. The Foamy, one of the best starts in the deck as a whole. And we've seen more recently the Fish casters going in for a little bit of a more aggressive start, while this defensive start is just classic for the combo.
We're going Foamy, Aphrodite into Foamy, and Foamy, discard and expend to get Lockagon. Your classic 8 Spirit Lockagon turn 1.
Yeah, and this is going to be setting up quite nicely. Maybe we're signaling even a tad puff in hand already to having the combo on board. And that's a Nectar of the Gods coming in here from Bean Soldier, just drawing more advantage, taking the deck thin, and seeing what you can get. And there's any sort of amount of back row in there too. This hand, an additional Nog.
Oh, Bean Soldier here filling their hand with everything they'll possibly need to take down this mysterious Frazinator Frost strategy.
Yeah, if there wasn't a custom hand before with the Foamy and Aphrodite Search kind of sculpting for this finals, now an additional 2 set back row. This is just an extremely commanding position from Bean to start, even though they have now put themselves significantly lower than the double mulligan.
And we see the Lycan form coming out from Frazinator to search some more Frosts. It's going to let them put 2 more Frosts in hand. We see the Chimera, and I presume a Bat. Yes, Bat will be the second one. So Frazinator on some brew of Morfrost here. Can Morfrost get its revenge on Bean Soldier in the finals? We shall have to wait and see.
Yeah, on Morfrost here, pretty straightforward strategy from what we kind of anticipate from the region of the world. But, you know, it's tried and true. It works out. And with an insane player like this, I think we are in for hopefully an insane match of just trying to bait out some of these back rows and chip away at this Lockagon menace. We have a Gorgon's Gaze coming in here to stop the Narpoon Search. That could be a very key play here, trying to keep Phrase off of any sort of advantage.
Yeah, you were just talking about insane plays. I feel like in no world would I have normal cast Narpoon over Chimera in this position. But, you know, Frazinator knew what they were doing, baiting out the back row there.
Yeah, maybe that's going to be that's kind of one of those things with Morfrost, is that you have so many great ways to bait out back row, but you also do have to, similarly to other decks, know when to key it out. And it looks like you're going to go activate the Foamy effect to search, and that's going to be met with the Pandora's Box.
It is, but the Aphrodite can just get 3rd Foamy in hand unless there is a second Pandora's Box question mark.
Yeah, this might also put Bean Soldier on down to 4 spirits already. I imagine there's Ambrosias in the list. I imagine there's some sort of healing with maybe even a Jotagua. And
we did just mill Ambrosia off of Pandora's Box, though.
Ooh, that might be a little difficult. And similar to last time, a second Pandora's Box.
Yes!
Oh my god, I saw chains there and the Aphrodite full art coming in from that.
Okay, dire straits for Bean Soldiers here. Very few spirits and not a lot of options. All of the Foamies have been used up. We are getting is that a Magnaros? I think that's a Magnaros. Yep.
Reverse Hollow Magnaros, and this is going to be the game plan number 2 for your Lockagon, which is that, hey, if it does not work out going for OG lock or champ lock, you have another little bit of low commitment fish to go into. And this now, once again, we're in the position of full board, full hearts, and potentially a full back row for Bean Soldier.
It is still a tough position to be in. That's going to put Bean Soldier on exactly 1 spirit, I believe, which means a 2-drop swinging into Aphoros is just all she wrote for Bean Soldier here.
Yeah, the Cryoling variant of this deck looking a little bit more promising for something like this, right? I'm with you that Bean Soldier's got to make up the spirit differential pretty fast, and while Lockgun can definitely do that, Morfrost can put up these big bodies that can really shape and contest this board.
Yep, Frazzinator's going to take 2 here. An expensive turn from Frazzinator with 2 Pandora's boxes and 2 chips of damage, but that doesn't feel so bad when you completely shut off the Lockagon game plan.
Yeah, and this is going to be something that's going to be so tricky to navigate is, can I clear this board? Is there a lock in hand that can go and ascend and start the healing process? Or can I end it right now? Being back on a little of spirits here after expending so much, and let's see what the response is. Chimera's coming down, finally the Chimera.
Yep, we know the bat's in hand, so I anticipate Lycan form is going to come back. And we will see maybe a clearing of all of the water bodies on the board if there's not a tsunami to stop Frazzinator.
This is also something that's pretty interesting as far as this matchup goes. You know, you can bring back the Chimera, which can help hit over or you can bring back the Lycan form, which can hit over the champion Foamy. You have the Chimera to potentially pose a trade. If you have like a Gorgons or a Dense Fog, you can play a little more aggressive, trying to trade out one of the fish. This is still down to the wire, and both players have expended so many spirits to start, just trying to stop each other from popping off.
And I saw Gesturing with Chimera. I assume that is effect activation. We see Dense Fog. Okay.
Ooh, yeah, that's suppression to, I guess, on the cast of the Chimera is the call here. That way you're preventing the discard and the wide board from being created. And while you are not stopping an attack here, you're still okay, I think, trading that value.
We get the Foamy off the board, and now the real question is going to be, is the Lockagon in hand to start the engines?
Even if not, so we have a whale. Go ahead and swap the attack and defense stats of all the Elestrals on the board. This allows for the Magneros, and also, a second Aphoros coming down after the Galaxy to help give an extra body on the board. This is now just a low body beatdown.
I guess the defensive Aphoros is higher than the Chimera, so yeah, and we'll just swing in for full board of spirits, it looks like here, taking Frazzinator down to Bean Soldier's level.
Yeah, this is still very scary. Like you mentioned before, a big 2-drop could just be it for Bean, but there's still a lot that you have to overcome on this board if you are Frazzinator, and there's still a few outs that go for it. A Chimera to start is a good way of doing it.
Chimera, another bat to bring back other Chimera, and then you're off to the races, maybe? A full board of water bodies is scary to stare down in a Lockagon deck, though.
Yeah, 3 5s on the Aphoros is pretty killer, and the Galaxy, the option to swap back and forth to help play around anything that you might need is a little bit scary. Conversely, Galaxy did its job. Now, even if you don't want to protect it, maybe you could use its body for a tsunami, or maybe you could just say, yeah, I'm gonna let it go, and you still have to contest the rest of my board.
The Chimera is the choice here with another bat discard into... Yep, both Chimeras come back out as foretold. Now the question is, will this one be properly enchanted, or will Frazzinator put a water on it potentially to try and play around Tsunami? And that is water enchanted.
Yeah, playing around Tsunami here, definitely the way to go. You can at least hit over a Magneros if it goes to defense, or even this Galaxy champ, which could give you some headaches in the future. Baiting out the back row from Bean and putting Bean even on lower spirit count seems to be the way to go. 1 spirit left for Phrase is going to be very scary.
Going over the Galaxy here, yep. And now the question is, do you trade with an Aphoros?
I think you might have to. There's not a whole lot of options you have available unless you're trying to say, Bean, I'm going to allow you to make that value trade, and you can decide here on how this is going.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, though. Usually letting your opponent make the decision on the value trade is the wrong path. But another whale comes down, so none of it mattered.
Yeah. Swapping these Morfrost to 2/5s, and I think this allows the Magneros and the Galaxy to hit over. The Aetheroses are two defense, so they're just gonna be trying to get in some chip damage here, and that's gonna put Fraz down to 0 spirits, I believe. Might be game right now on board, and that's a potential quick game 1.
That does look like a quick game 1. Bean Soldier showing that they can plow their way through the snow, no problem here today.
Yeah, they said dashing through the snow, and I didn't realize that when they said in a 1-horse open sleigh, that it actually meant slaying down the competition as it would be. Bean Soldier showcasing just why, number 1, they themselves as a player are so dominant, but number 2, why this strategy is so consistent and why it has all the answers here, right? Even if the Lockagon plays get stopped on the high end, the fish side of it come in and swim into the low end.
Yes, I think, the Lockagon players have historically been divided into 2 camps, the Fish Aphrodite lovers and the Lockagon Aphrodite lovers, who go all out on the 2 ends of the strategy. I think Bean Soldier today might be bringing a union between these 2 sides and saying, we are all Lockagon, let's play all of the good cards and no longer argue.
Yeah, I believe that Fish and Lockagon can coexist peacefully, absolutely. And from Frez's side, as a Morfrost player, I don't know if you can really see or want a better hand. Your initial push gets stopped, and this is something that Water is very well equipped to handle. We talk about the kind of Solar and Lockagon matchup that we've been seeing a little bit during this tournament, and a lot of people would say that is a pretty consistent back and forth that we've been seeing a while since Kissimmee. But when Frost started to come up here, it's got a pretty decent matchup into something like Lockagon, into Solar, but it's got some weird trickiness where it's like, yes, Tsunami is really effective, or if Morfrost can't really hit over big bodies or wide boards, that can become equally challenging. So it's definitely an uphill climb. What do you think is going into the side here for Lockagon?
Spoiled Fruit, and I think as many counter runes as you have in your side deck.
Yeah, you're extra targeted for Lock.
Yeah, it's we saw this with Sir Tractor against Bean Soldier. We only ever saw 2 pieces of back row resolve between the 2 games. And I think not having the back row is really what got Sir Tractor there. And if Frazinator is playing a low counter rune list or something like that, I think getting as many counter runes in there for game 2 as you can to make sure that the Lockagons don't keep getting advantage on you is maybe the way to go.
Yeah, and that's something that's very interesting, is that we can kind of see from that play that you got to kind of account for both the Fish and the Lock, right? And so siding in for that could be pretty challenging. I imagine maybe Dense Fogs could be coming in here to help cover some of those weaknesses. I don't think Cryoblast, if that's in the main, I think that's got to come out. Like, yes, it might destroy some of those fish, but how effective is that in the long run against some of the other cards coming in? And for Bean Soldier, I mean, you're pretty well equipped to handle the Morfrost menace as it seems. Do you think that Josh is siding into anything big?
Oh, siding into anything big. More Tsunamis, maybe?
Yeah.
It doesn't look like Frazinator is on a Cryoling variant of Morfrost based on what we saw. So if you're not worried about Water Enchanted Cryovern, Tsunamis have even more value into a more purish Morfrost list. And having seen Frazinator grabbing a bomb last game, it makes me think they're more of a pure Morfrost list.
Yeah, more of a Frost list than a Vern list.
Yes. But starting out here, we see Bean Soldier going ahead and doing a mulligan, and Frazinator looks to be keeping this time. So we've reversed the position, we've reversed the polarities, and we'll see if Bean Soldier can pull off an absolutely crazy hand again.
And a Lycan form coming down here for Frazinator to search out to this Morfrost, a much different start than the double mulligan Pandora's box even. This should give a little bit of a better foothold and that Bean has to respond to. But in the same case, Lockagon can look for those perfect hands of Tadpuff and Lockagon and the fish. So I imagine this mulligan and keeping on the second mulligan is pretty scary.
Luckily, the Morfrost Chimera will be able to go uncontested here. being able to discard the bat and draw a card, the bat's effect, then allowing the Lichen form to get cast to the field. So Frazzinator going first here, and 2 back row, we love to see that. So Frazzinator here is set up about as well as a Morphrost player could ask for their first turn, I think.
Ooh, and you have a normal cast of Aetheros coming down here, and a special cast of another Aetheros coming down here. This will help fulfill that big wide board and help contest both bodies. I definitely think at this point, you're looking to trade this value and say, all right, we can handle this here to go. You have to now outone my fish. And we have an Aphrodite to help facilitate that for next turn too.
We're searching third fish. Do we have a Pandora's box? Probably don't spend a Pandora's box on this though, honestly.
Yeah, it's so difficult because sometimes that Pandora's box really killer for like Locagon searching, but Morphrost can also put up 3/5s themselves, sometimes 3/6s under Boreas. So yeah, is that Pandora's box as worth it now as it was for Foamy? I don't know.
Now, if we have a shield or something here to send an Aetheros back to hand, the Morphrosts will have no problem hitting over the other, but it looks like that is not going to happen here. We're instead going to get a trade, a fish for a Chimera.
Yeah, and the sequencing
Never mind,
here,
Gorgons.
Sequencing here to hit over the Chimera, the Lichen first, just to help clear the body, and that's going to bait out 2 cards from Phrase, and that's a lot of value Bean is getting. And with 2 set back row themselves, this is a very similar game to that first one, and also against Sir Tractor too.
2 Champ Aetheros was like the perfect play into Gorgon's Gaze. Even though one is Gaze, the other still gives it the attack boost. Frazzinator here responding with their own perfect play, ripping a Resting on Your Laurels from the top, being able to get rid of one of the fish. And we are getting an Ascension here into, is it a Cryovern? It is a Cryovern. I was wrong. This is a Cryovern list.
Yeah, Cryovern coming down here, and Bean's got a Gorgon's Gaze to stop the retaliation. That big body is pretty important to help contest over these 5s. You know, we saw the low to the ground gameplay work last time, but the numbers will start to add up, and Bean's got to have, I think, the high end of Locagon to clear this.
No, you just need a whale.
It always comes back to these classic good water cards.
Frazzinator having spent a Gorgon's Gaze already, unfortunately, which absolutely doesn't matter because they have the second Gorgon's Gaze.
This is very tricky here because I love the fact that you can just go Aphrodite, search another galaxy, again, go super low end and say, I have enough to get another whale. And, oh, that's going to go Pandora's box too to stop that search.
Sending a Nog and an Aphrodite to the underworld. 2 cards, Bean Soldier probably feels meh about. They're not the worst mills in the world, but it is kind of sad to lose an Aphrodite. Of course, there is a second fish still that can get special cast here, but not enough material on board for Bean Soldier now to get over this big melty frost dragon.
Yeah, I feel like you are casting this just to have the bodies out and say you have to clear more bodies. And there's another Cryoling coming down here. We've seen Bean in this position before in the last premiere, face down against 6 with these 2 Cryovern plays. Very difficult to play against there too on Shiverroar. And seemingly, we'll see if that can be the case here for the double dragons once again.
Now, notably, this appears to be a properly enchanted Cryovern.
Uh-oh.
Is there a Cryoscorch in the text swole?
You know what's so funny is that I feel like the answer is always going to be yes. I feel like even if it wasn't in the side, it's mained, and Cryoscorch used to be like a liability, right?
Oh,
but
wait, I think Frazzinator just swapped that Frost Spirit for a Water Spirit, so never mind.
Oh, okay. I was to say, yeah, once again, we could theorize all day, but our players will always be one step ahead of us with the Gorgons, an Earthquake, and oh, oops, that was my bad. That's supposed to be water. The classic, I am looking at my stained glass spirits and saying,
oh, we got a Pandora's box on a Foamy here. Frazzinator just has the answers today. No Locagon for Bean Soldier, and I believe Bean Soldier has no cards in hand now.
Yeah, going into top deck mode, that's really scary.
And I believe that is a scoop from Bean Soldier here.
Whoa, that concession is huge. And that first game only took about 10 minutes or so. And the second one, very similar, back and forth. Both players, I feel like, are just expending spirits and moving so fast on us while all these decisions are being made. It's just a case of, hey, do you have this Pandora's? Hey, do you have this Gorgons? I'm just going to keep on trying until it's not working anymore. And it's seemingly working back and forth very swimmingly. Speaking of that, do we think that there is an uphill climb, or do you think this is going to be smooth sailing for Locagon?
Frazzinator saw the back row this game, and that's really what made the difference, I think. I was saying earlier, Sir Tractor didn't see much back row, and I feel like that's really what did them in. And Frazzinator here, they got the Pandora's boxes, they got the Gorgons. So I think the real question is, does Frazzinator see the couple of pieces of back row they need to buy the time to build the board?
Yeah, and that's going to be the question against some of these lower end strategies is, can you play the keep away game? Are you able to establish your big bodies and also have that Gorgons for key cards like Galaxy? Alternatively, too, you do have to know those well-timed positions for those Pandora's boxes for the searches of the Locagon. So we know that Frazzinator is really equipped to handle that. You're completely right. Will they see the cards this time around to help them build that type of strategy? Yeah, we'll see. That seemed to be the difference maker this time around versus last time, is specifically that sequence. And for Bean Soldier, seemingly, the not getting into Locagon fast enough was the key difference here. That's also something to worry about if you're Bean is, can I get to there faster? Do I have cards in my side to say, we're searching? Are we going Jurtagua even?
Yeah, and having seen the Watervern, I imagine Bean Soldier may be siding out those Tsunamis now for some other back row options.
Yeah, it's always a little scary with the Cryovern Water Enchant because there's a risk to say that a properly enchanted Cryovern can come down, threatening the Cryo Scorch, but yeah, Tsunamis, that becomes that liability, and that's a little hard to justify in these later games, especially as we're going into Game 3 of the finals of this Premier Tournament, by the way. These matches have happened so fast, and I feel like this one in particular, that we're almost at the end. This is the final game. This is match point for one of our players.
Final game of the match, final game of the year, final game of the format. We got the triple threat here, Swole, which I think gives Frazzinator superpowers as an Australian. We'll have to see if it comes to fruition.
Yeah, the triple threat of the triple drop. We have the game rearing to go. Bean is going to be taking first, I imagine, here. And that's a very good position for Locagon to be in, especially in such a pivotal point inside of history here, if I may say so. And looking at the hands, potentially milling over, this could be a mother mulligan from Bean.
It looks like Bean is keeping, the cards have gone down. Frazzinator really thinking over their options, it seems.
Yeah, this is very tricky. You're saying to yourself, is my hand a good going first hand? Maybe. Is it good going second hand? Apparently, absolutely not.
No.
Ship it back.
Ship it back, do the mulligan. Let's see what we get.
I think you can't leave much up to chance here. You have to just give yourself the best opportunity to break a board or to put Bean Soldier on a little bit of a heater with these Cryoverns once again. Double and Frostix Cryovern is definitely a way to do it. Alternatively, some sort of way to help bait out this consistent stream of back row that Bean Soldier seems to have. I don't think I've seen Bean not set a back row in at least a Premier.
Yeah, Bean seeming to have an average of 2 counter runes set at any time, making it really tricky to navigate around an already tricky board filled with fish and Locagons. And we are off to the races here with Bean Soldier going Magneros to get the Aphoros. So strong start with 2 5s. The real question is, how many pieces of back row is he going to dump on the field from his hand now?
And how many fish does it have to take for Bean to seize the victory here, and seemingly how much snowballs will Fraze have to throw? I'm looking at this so far, and we're looking very similar to that first game here. And if Bean can establish and keep on board these Aphoros plays and go into Whale, that's just as powerful as the lockdown it's shown before. So very scary, even if it's not that strong stats wise.
2 back row from Bean Soldier. So Frazzinator, is going to go Lycan form. Not met by back row, it appears. That goes through. So I believe we will see a Chimera and a Bat if I was a betting man.
Ooh, looks like that's going to be in a bomb.
I believe that isn't a bomb. That's not what I expected in an early game state. Must have already had the cards in hand.
Yeah, Bomb and Scorpio here to help clear some boards. Scorpio feels so strange inside of a matchup like this because it's great against the Locagon. It's just okay against the Fish.
Yep. The expend effect would have to be used on the Scorpion. I imagine... Well, we don't have any more Frosts Engraved, so a bomb's not going to do anything here either.
Yeah, maybe just send him the bomb for a late game push eventually. Just having it in hand as an extra utility piece, something that I know a lot of players love to do, is they say, I don't need it now, but it definitely will come up later. And especially as a desperation play, I think a bomb is you put it all out there that it's going to stick.
And now Frasinator trying to see the lines in the snow. Going for Defense Scorpion. Okay. Do we have a Bat to discard?
Yeah, Defense Scorpion here to help combat out this Aphoros, taking it a little more slowly this time around. And maybe that's the change of pace that Frasinator is looking for here against Bean. Is I've gone really aggressive these past couple rounds. We've been going for heavy hits, slugging back and forth, spirits slinging left and right. But this cage match is going to come to a crawl. We're going to slowly start breaking apart the board. I'm going to try to make you respond here.
Okay, so we clear the champion Aphoros. And that is going to prevent something like an Aphrodite search since Magnaros is not water enchanted. We get an expend to draw from Bean Soldier here. So not much else was going on in hand, but that's totally fine because the full area of back row is full. Bean Soldier has every option available, it would seem.
Yeah, full hearts and full back row here. Hurricane who? I think that Hurricane. There we go. We have the Magneros swinging over this Scorpio form to help clean up a little bit of the board. And so this is now back in Frasinator's hands of saying, do I have an out to 4 back row? Can I bait out enough of them before getting to maybe the Cryoly and Cryovern combo?
I was going to suggest maybe Hardisoned, A-Bomb over the Lycan, but no, we're going full Chimera here.
Chimera's not a bad one. Maybe trying to bait out PTAs and make some trades, I think is maybe the answer. Gorgon's Gaze on the cast to prevent the discard.
Yep, that will hurt. Bean Soldier having to expend to draw last turn and only having 2 cards in hand now. I wouldn't be terribly afraid as Frasinator. The probability you see like Tadpuff plus Locagon here is pretty low, but not 0.
Yeah, seemingly this is a much more back row heavy version of Locagon. I think historically we've seen maybe 9, like maybe 10 or 11 back row in most deck counts, just because, yeah, you can afford those Spirit Loss and go Tadpuff as your big explosion play. But Bean opting to control space a little more with this build of Locagon and taking their time a little bit to think, how do I out this Chimera? Do I have the time? Can I just maybe expend a draw again and pass? Oftentimes when you're in these positions where it seems just so intricate, you have to play super defensive. But there's the Tadpuff coming in.
Okay. Was the hand exactly Tadpuff, Locagon, Aphrodite?
You know, I wouldn't put it past Bean Soldier to have just the cards needed. And Locagon in, looks like there's the Locagon coming down. One of those set cards has to be Aphrodite.
Oh, no. We're reading. We're considering.
No, it looks like just going to go ahead and try to ascend over and maybe try and hit into the Lycan and similarly pass back to Frasinator and trying to say, you out my board now.
Okay, wait, but we can hard ascend into A-Bomb, Disenchant, bring back Scorpio, right?
I feel like that's definitely the play outside of a rest in your laurels, take care of the Magneros. That's a start.
Okay, maybe there's a Cryoling in hand.
Yeah, Cryoling, Cryovern could also do it too. I think the objective here for Frasinator is to bait out as many back row as possible, and try to say, I'm going to take care of this Lockagon now and put you back on those expended draws.
Okay, so we now have a Lycan for Bat, and I am going to wager a second Chimera. Yeah, so now Frazzinator can try Chimera effect, discard Bat. Even if Bean Soldier has another Gorgon's Gaze, Frazzinator can then normal cast a second Chimera and do it again. And so I think the Scorpio is coming out to ensure the Lockagon gets cleared this turn.
Yeah, that's something that I think is kind of key about the Morfrost matchup in most cases, that most of the time we would say to ourselves, well, that's the destruction element of the deck, only being able to pull off once. But for Morfrost, the recursion of it's very powerful. We mentioned that in the Chimeras for building boards, but also for Scorpio for breaking them. And Bean Soldier with 3 back row, if I'm a betting man, I would say that's probably not going to happen this turn, but it could definitely happen again. And Bean Soldier only has a limited amount of runes, surely.
Surely he can't have 3 to 4 back row every turn.
Yeah, I mean, we say this, but average on 2, yeah, that's a little crazy.
Okay, we do get the Scorpio back, though.
Up Scorpio in, effective Scorpio.
Now, Frazzinator could hard ascend over the Scorpio to get it off the field and make it impossible to stop the destruction effect at the end of the turn.
That is possible, and I think might be kind of a way to go here. Cast seemingly fine. It looks like our players are mulling over maybe what to discard and bring back, I think, with maybe the Scorpio. Very much staring down here in these last final moments.
Yep, there is an A-bomb and a Chimera in hand, and choosing which to chuck might make the world of difference for Frazzinator today.
This is, oddly enough, Lockagon, no OG lock, just a straight big beater, is something that, you know, oftentimes you have the option to do so, but it's usually never advised to go into this because we have so many cards that can seemingly beat over this big Elestral. There is the Ascend over for the Abom, as you were mentioning before, and over the Scorpio even.
Yep, and that's with Scorpio effect, now that it's not on the field, it cannot be Gorgonsed. So the Lockagon is going to get removed no matter what this turn now.
Yep, and you have the Abom getting poison-tipped arrowed here. I think the effect to disenchant to bring back from the underworld just to maintain some pressure, and it's a really funny play here, is that you're right, playing around that Gorgon's Gaze is super effective, and I'm curious to know if the Abom is maybe the real threat that Bean Soldier is scared of.
Abom does get out of hand. I believe before the PTA it was a 6 attack. And it looks like a trade is being proposed, interestingly enough. Okay.
I do like that if you're Frazzinator. I think that you just have to say, you've been expending the draw, you hard ascended with no special cast. This is clearly not a great position for you to be in. I don't have to try and make any sort of hero plays. I can just value trade down,
Oops.
sit on a 5, and a few spirits on the board, and say go from there.
Oops, all spirit deck. We do see a fire spirit go to the underworld, which makes me think, well, there is a Cryo Scorch hiding in there somewhere.
Oh, I would not doubt that at all. I think Cryo Scorch would be an insane inclusion here, and also would be kind of hard for Locke to get over at a certain point. PTA is going to be paid out here, leaving just the Morfrost Chimera alone to stare down this board. And Bean Soldier has a lot of cards to play. Was that an expended draw again?
That was an expended draw, and back to 3 back row.
There we Oh, wow. Okay, listen, the Swolax special comes for us all eventually, and in the finals, I've seen it happen before. Expended draw is not where you want to be, but if you're Bean Soldier, Lockagon doesn't need that many spirits to pop off on its combo, so maybe that's what we're waiting for.
And there is the Cryoling into what I assume will be the Water Vern. No, Earth Vern.
Earth Vern is interesting. I guess, you know, if Josh wants to pull out a random Foliage Forest, I can dig it. Otherwise, maybe you expended your Water Spirits a little too fast.
I think that is what happened. I think we are low on the spirits here, and just assuming that not having a tsunami stop us last turn meant we were safe this turn.
And Bean looking over the options saying, is this going to be worth it? I think yes, taking 1 damage from the Morphos Chimera, and now shielding back the Cryo Vern, that's pretty huge. That's going to put Bean back into a position where they can potentially clear out this Chimera and leaving Phrasenator on pretty low spirits comparatively. I think it's a 4 to 7.
That's true, but if Bean Soldier had to expend a draw last turn, I'm not sure what the chances are they have enough going on in their hand to get over a 5 this turn.
Yeah, the curse of the all rune play. You know, Bean Soldier has a rune to play every single turn, but if they can't cast an Elestral, then this just gets a little more hairy. And a start of an Ambrosia is pretty telling too. That might be the case to where Bean is trying to buy some turns because, oops, all runes is not quite the way to go.
That is what it's looking like. Bean Soldier probably not confident they're getting a Lockergon soon if they ripped the Ambrosia already as well.
Back on 9 spirits. See how Bean Soldier's going to respond. 3 back row from Phrasenator at this point, and that's enough to potentially handle any sort of Elestral that Bean Soldier can put towards their way. A Poison Tipped Arrow, a Shield, and a Gorgon's Gaze here all could be pretty deadly for Bean Soldier.
Now the question is, do they have a body or another expend to draw? Whale.
Ooh, it looks like one of the best ones, honestly, but this is the really scary part, is that we know that the Phrasenator is storing some of these back row. It's getting more expensive now, but Galaxy, you can't let that hit. If it sticks around for a little bit, it becomes very, very dicey.
And being back to 2 back row, this man can't keep getting away with it.
Maybe just a whale and a dream, but like you were saying, not a lot of Elestrals seen so far, so maybe this is the run of just Elestrals on these draws. If this whale gets outed, that could be the remainder of it. And we have a Narpoon coming in here. I think that's a Frost Enchanted Narpoon.
It does appear to be a Flurmine there. The beautiful stained glass spirit, some of my favorites. 2 options to get over, and none of them are going to connect because Tsunami is going to just stop that dead. Having run out of water spirits there is really hurting Phrasenator right now.
Yeah, and I think you might be okay with this on some level, but you do have to clear both bodies or else this gets very scary. And Nectar of the Gods is one way to do it, digging into more Elestrals and or more runes.
Yeah, I don't know. In a late game state like this, are you ripping a Nectar of the Gods when you already kind of have a play to get over what your opponent has on the board?
Yeah, I think so. If you were just so low on Elestrals that your play is just see what you get next. If Bean Soldier can go for another Ascension, but looks like we have an Aphros champ here that's going to be able to get over this Chimera. And another set back row here. Maybe wish that was another Aphros in hand, a special cast and get out of 5, but Aphros trying to go in.
Yeah, just enough to get over. Well, maybe is the Aphros going over the Chimera or the Narpoon? Doesn't matter.
Ooh, it looks like they're pulling off the Narpoon for the Gorgon's Gaze. Phrasenator on 0 spirits here on a Chimera, Morphrost, and a Dream. Switch to attack position.
Over the whale. Does it connect?
I think we'll see. Are we down to the final moments? I think that's going to go down. Bean Soldier has got to pull out another 5. Can do it here.
I think Bean Soldier is 0 spirits now, right? So an Ambrosia would be required?
I think so. Wait a minute. Down to our last spirits on both casters. This is sudden death?
I think that's just game.
That's game. Bean Soldier showing the cards in hand, and maybe he's again doing I could have done swap to this to defense and go this other route. The Ambrosia would have had to do it, and Phrasenator, I think Phrasenator takes it.
Yeah, that's Bean Soldier revealing everything. Okay.
The Aussies can't keep getting away with it. The last tournament of the last format of the last year, and once again showcasing some of the strength of these top strategies. Lockagon versus Morphrost, a tale of live stream truly, and both casters going toe-to-toe, slugfest of spirits, and Bean Soldier drawing the deck and saying, where are my Elestrals here? These runes were great, don't get me wrong. But that is a crazy way to end out the year, is just on the last spirit saying, draw Ambrosia, let's see it.
Hey, he could have done it. It could have happened, but Frasinator, thank you. Thank you for the glorious game and showing us that the frost can still freeze out the water. It seemingly was not a lockout for more frost here. And once again, a very late night into early morning climb for the Aussies here. And that was, wow, what a finals match. It is seemingly on the edge of my seat here, saying to myself, okay, how can our players get out of this here? Are we going to see Cryover and drop, and is Cryover going to stick? Is this card going to be enough? And surely those expended draws really did hurt in those final moments, but we've seen Lock-On before say, I don't need that many spirits, I can afford to do that. And seemingly could not pull it off in this round. Wow. More Frost still showcasing that it doesn't take a lot, just a Chimera and a Dream. A Chimera and a Dream does it, Swole. Congratulations to Frasinator. Congratulations to the contingent of Aussies that continue to get away with it. We love you all.
It's this really, what a crazy finals. And the story of this one too, a premier win is insane. But that was insane. These newer casters coming in here and showcasing off why this game is so good. Just all these intricate plays that are easy to learn, hard to master.
Here, and we can debate about all of the lines that you can twist and turn through, but sometimes you just hard rip Earthquake. Sometimes you simply have the Gorgon's Gaze.
Yeah, it's just as simple as that. You know, sometimes
just as simple as that.
Just cast an Elestral. You need to see an Elestral. Sometimes cast an Ambrosia. You need to see Ambrosia. Sometimes it just takes a big dragon to hit over a small fish.
And you know what? Frasinator played their moves just right, getting that A-bomb to bring back a Chimera. You know, they pulled all of the right moves, used their Underworld as a resource. You know, it's always funny. Normally when something goes to the Underworld, you're like, oh, well, that's gone. But no, for Morfrost, Underworld means it's in play.
It's an extra deck for them that you can just see. You know, that's kind of the neat part. It's you're foretelling, and you're telling your opponent, no, yeah, you can see all my options, but we're gonna pick together, you and I, which one we get to do.
Yeah. You want the Chimera or the I can swing with A-bomb if you would prefer. You open the Morfrost menu for here today.
Yeah, exactly. Which one would you like me to serve you today? That's incredible.
I did love seeing Bean Soldier expertly pilot the Locagon and Aetheros deck, though. Like I said before, I think Bean Soldier is going to be the person that gets the two divided house of the Aphrodite contingent to come together and hold hands and say, we need not choose between Aetheros and Locagon. They are simply both good.
You know, it's really funny here. I know there's the contingency players that are against Tadpuff, but so funny to think about this, where Tadpuff really in that last match didn't really do a whole lot. So, you know, the big conspiracy time, Josh loses finals to prevent the Tadpuff ban future. You know, there's a Terminator plot here coming in, and I don't like it. What's going on? What are you planning, Bean Soldier, for your next run?
Oh no. Well, I'm sure we'll be excited to see what happens Monday, and I know I, for one, will be cooking decks, I'm sure, along with all of the other top casters that will be running through all of the wonderful events we have in January too coming up.
Oh yeah, cannot wait. And I know we're setting up right now our winner's interview with Frasinator, long-time caster here in Elestrals, first-time winner and first-time finalist. This is a incredible time, and again, over and over we get to see these new players come in here and show us what's what, and you love to see it. From Krabs, I know previously, and Solar previously, to now Morfrost, and showcasing some master of a few different decks.
Yes, the Australian contingency They pull out awesome decks and they make awesome moves. What a wonderful group of casters to be a part of this Elestrals community. We have such wonderful pockets of people, the Eddies, the Ash Rabbits. It's just so great to see these communities form and share a hobby like this they love, and then just make awesome moves for us all to enjoy in these tournaments.
Yeah, big shout outs to the Lumaroos, grinding it out and persevering despite the fact that I think they just got live streamed yesterday. That was the I would not doubt if that's the case in the lore here. I think it was maybe just a week ago. Insane.
Global economics is hard.
Hey, you're telling me we were trying to stop the Australians from winning. That's really what was happening. That's the secret plot.
Oh, no. Well, I'm Frazinator today, having earned their way to Worlds, not only by topping, but simply in points by having reached top 8. So we all look forward to seeing Frazinator roll the dice and swing the slots in Vegas.
Yeah, shout out to Cobalt on this one. The easiest way to get your invite is just win. Just win one. It's just that easy. The Occam's Razor, we theory craft how can these players get it? Several regionals, a couple premier tops, maybe a couple random top 16s, and you're good to go. And Frazinator comes out here and says, I'll just win.
Yeah, just win. It's that simple. It's that simple, Swole. You and I, we're a little too much at the whiteboards. We got the diagrams and stuff, and someone comes up and is just like, this is the way. And we're like,
yeah, we got our Excel sheets on how to qualify and how to get there. Meanwhile, there's a straight line, and we're just walking around it.
Oh, well, I look forward to hearing from Frazinator how the day went for them. The winners' interviews at the end of the day, always so wonderful to hear what's going through the mind of the players after, such an epic run.
Yeah, the insight is really killer. Last premiere we saw from Pope kind of learning these ideas of Whale and the galaxies, and transitioning that, of course, into something like Frazinator giving us maybe an insight on Morfrost. This is not the first time we've seen Morfrost in the finals, but also isn't the first time we've seen Morfrost win. I think the previous one we had was iWooly with Caleb, and so this is the kind of more pure version of the Morfrost kind of mentioned previously, the high end being the Abom. So I would be curious to know on that choice versus the iWooly or maybe even the BlueStacks version. There's a few different ways to go about this, and so that insight I think is the difference maker between topping and winning.
Yes, and I gotta say, I would love to see some Blizz show back up, especially for Vegas, baby. But I think Frazinator clearly made the right choice today. Sometimes you gotta go with the good deck instead of the deck that seems like it will, be funny.
Yeah, and I do. At the end of the day, once again, it's the Earthquake conundrum. It's what's the simplest way to do it? It's like, well, I can make this insane Solar Brew with Draco Ray and Cock Ray and see how this plays into this, that, the other. Or have more Frost.
Well, I mean, Law made it to top 4 with the Draco Ray, I think, today, so it worked.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. The thing here is so funny to think about, and it's just another classic case of a lot of different ways to go about it. And once we get our winners interview set up here, I cannot wait to hear from Frazinator about their journey into this position too, and also seemingly too on the Bean Soldier side, showcasing why and once again these classic water cards are so good. If Galaxy is good, then why not other things? That was a key card that I saw there in that final round, was putting the Morfrost in these difficult positions, and the Cryoburn in these difficult positions. Classic Galaxy champ, really putting in some work.
I said it 2 weeks ago. I said it all today. I'll say it now. Who among us could have guessed Galaxy Champ was good,
Yeah. Who among us could have ever known? And I didn't know I was working with some soothsayers here on the desk today. So it's pretty crazy to think about. And so far, hey, none of our predictions really came true, but dreams certainly did today or something. I'm sure there's a takeaway.
Champion Centaur hit the board in top 8. I think I got everything I could have hoped for today.
Yeah, that's true. We saw the Pantera hit the top 8 as well on the Pantera zombie deck, which is kind of cool. And shout out to our vague Lunar. And I think that's that's kind of the way to go. From our top players in today's 10 rounds of Elestrals so far, we're down to our winner of the very last tournament of the very last format of the year. Very exciting stuff. And we'll be hearing from Kaylin and Frazenator very shortly.
Yes, looking forward to it. Let's send it on over to them right now, Swole, for that wonderful interview.
And I am here with our newest champion, the champion of 2025, Frazenator. How are you feeling? You've been popping off this entire time. I know you're excited.
Oh, it has been... the trade has not stopped.
You were saying that you came into this being like, yeah, surely I'll be done, early, I'll get to bed. But here you are, you've won the entire thing.
I missed my trade stop like 4 hours ago. I just kept rolling and I made it to the end. This is amazing.
It's genuinely incredible. Congratulations. I have so many questions for you. So for those of you unfamiliar, I actually have gotten myself defeated by our lovely new champion here. But before, you were on this mysterious crabs brew that the Aussie contingency was on. What made you decide I'm gonna leave the crabs behind and actually, maybe 'tis the season, time for some frost? What's up with that?
Honestly, I was only 40 points away from getting to Worlds, and it was, all right, we bring the strongest stuff, we'll just try hard the first couple of events, get the points, and then we can keep experimenting with crabs, with some other things in the back pocket. I wasn't expecting to win. It was top 32 and all that, but here we go.
But here you are, you've won the entire thing. Be honest, was there a discussion among the Australian contingency of, it's the final premiere of something, we gotta take it? I mean, it's tradition at this point.
If something's closing, if it's got a bookend, it's going to be Australian. That's how the rules work. I didn't write them. Maybe A-Drive did? I don't know. It's...
At this point, I feel like it's been foretold in the stars because you all just simply keep getting away with it. I mean, at this point, like, they've tried to nerf you guys and it still hasn't worked. With that being said, in preparing for this, you said it just got to the point where you were like, lock in, gotta prepare for Worlds. What was the prep like for you leading up to this event?
The prep leading up to this is a lot of group chat messages, a lot of someone gets a random idea and we just ping around until eventually the night before, 3-4 hours testing, midnight Macca's runs, which coincidentally is 2 hours before the event starts. And just try to cover every situation we can. And obviously I covered them all.
Genuinely incredible. And speaking of the day that you have had, we were just chatting before this, and this is so not Elestrals related, but like, I think it's so cool. Tell us about your plans after this event, because the day does not stop for you.
No, after this, I am performing in my local town's Christmas carols with the backup band for singers. Like huge, probably 500 audience of being the backup band.
And
playing
what instrument do you play? Yeah, saxophone. Just truly one of the coolest instruments of all time. Not like, I actually hit that again if you don't mind. We're I could tell you're professional. Yeah. So the day that you have had is leading up to this premiere. You got in last minute practice, decided, sure, more frost. You won the entire thing. At some point, missed a train. And this day has just continued going on and going on. You've now won. Then you're going to go and you're going to just play Christmas music, rip it on the saxophone, and be merry. Like, that's your day?
Yeah, I've got way more to celebrate now.
Truly, it's going to be holly and jolly today.
I'll be screaming more frost and nobody will have a single idea.
I mean, hey, we are working on the Elestrals invasion in Australia and getting that all there. And I hear that you have LGS is taking off and that is a new thing that's happening for you guys.
Yeah, we've finally gotten some distributors to get around to some multiple stores. Like some of our Lumaroos team, our WA boys, all the way across the country. They've finally gotten some stock of their own, and we're building an empire where we're getting ready to strike.
That feels like a threat. Like I feel genuinely every single time we're wrapping up an event, it's like, what are they gonna do this time? Oh my goodness. So with that, we have talked a little bit about Worlds, and I know it's a little ways away, but are you planning on attending? Are we gonna see you there? And if so, are you excited about it?
Flights are booked. We're going.
Oh, you're already going! Let's go!
We're already going. I had the tickets before I had the invite, so it was get in.
Actually incredible. You were like, I'll go to the last chance qualifier if that's what it takes at that point. But no, instead you absolutely smashed it. Huge congratulations to you. And I know that you've got a long day ahead of you, so I will let you go. But before I do that, is there anyone that you would like to shout out? Anyone you'd like to thank for helping you get here or just in general?
The Lumaroos to start. It's our team. The amount of ideas that we've been thrown around that we've gone, whoa, we'll give it a crack. But then, of course, the boys that I play Yu-Gi-Oh with, that was the first card game that I got into, and all of them have been tuning into the stream and been sending all the messages along. It's been really great, yeah.
That's amazing. I'm so glad that you have the team behind you, and now we have another victory for the Aussies. You are the newest in a long storied line of champions. So I am going to let you go get to your festivities. Congratulations again. I'll see you here in Vegas, and we will go ahead and send it back over to Andrew and Swole.
What an incredible way to end out the year, Swole, with a true sax man, apparently bringing us to a smooth jazz of a victory here. What an incredible way to end this year of Elestrals. Frazzinator being our 20th premier champion for a year, and what a day of Elestrals to bring it out. The day ending in the top 2 decks of the format. I couldn't think of any more fitting a way to close out the year, with some awesome cards showing up along the way. The Champion Centaur, the Zombie Dragons. What a wonderful day of Elestrals, Swole.
Yeah, I'm smiling ear to ear. That was probably one of the funnest interviews of all time. Holy, that was great. Saxophone, after all this, it's being a legend at Elestrals is crazy. I messaged Dan this months ago saying, when are we getting our Elestrals Open Australia? 2026 for sure, 2027 it's got to be. And incredible we're going to be seeing them inside of the World's Championship. But like you said, 20th Premier Champion, and that's pretty crazy as well. We have another premiere coming up in the new year. We've wrapped up 2025. It's been an incredible year for all of our casters, and I cannot wait to do it inside the new year. But again, January 3rd is right around the corner. Holidays are coming, New Year's popping, and hey, right then and there, the January 3rd premiere, on the 24th and February 7th, the last premieres until we have our World's Finals. But with one so soon, registration is open right now. Go ahead and sign up if you can or want to. But hey, just by the way, ban list is coming in a couple days, so a lot of things to be hyped for Elestrals in the coming months. And wow, what a day, what a year, and wow, and congratulations to everyone on the champions here. This has been incredible.
It has been. Thank you so much for all of the casters who decided to spend so much of their day enjoying this wonderful hobby we all share. Thank you for all of the judges who, had to look at Spinosect today, as it turns out, and, make those hard rulings. And to all of the production staff for this lovely stream we've had. I have had such a fantastic year of Elestrals, Swole. I'm so ready to fill up with holiday food, sleep over the new ban list that is coming out Monday, and get off to the races for yet another awesome year of Elestrals in 2026.
It really does warm my heart. This community is amazing. Again, huge thank you to our judges, our production staff, Artemis, to you, to Kay, and to our amazing champions. Congratulations throughout the year. And of course, Fraser for taking it home for the Aussies in the last one here. I still can't believe it myself. This has been amazing. Thank you so much for commentating with me throughout the past year, and especially today.
Stellar tidings and Happy New Year to all. Bye-bye.